I am cognizant that Aphrodite is a goddess of war adorned in armor, and that Artemis reigns as a queen among the deities, secluded in the mountains. I am aware that the prophecies of the goddess of time surpass those of all the gods, and that the derangement of the lunar deity stems from corruption. I understand that the imperious crown goddess is invincible, and that the sagacious goddess of war is the most formidable. Chapter 1. Endowed with divine essence, impervious to weapons. The briny zephyr caressed his countenance, abruptly awakening Loy's consciousness from the abyss of slumber. Upon opening his eyes and assuming a sitting posture, Loy discerned that he was reclining on a wooden vessel capable of accommodating 50 souls, its hull adorned with an upper deck designed to provide shelter from the rain. Jason and the Argonauts, in their quest for the Golden Fleece, commissioned the ingenious artisan Argus to construct the inaugural Hellenic seafaring vessel capable of transporting 50 individuals. After decades of advancement, the Hellenes had achieved a state of consummate mastery in the construction of such capacious vessels, the rain-sheltering upper deck serving as a testament to their technological progress. Dear Neoptolemus, were you beset by a nightmare? Hearing the solicitous inquiry, Loy directed his gaze toward Odysseus, a man of approximately 30 years, whose eyes sparkled with cunning, and responded with an amicable smile and a negative shake of his head. Odysseus, I appreciate your concern. I am merely experiencing a slight unfamiliarity with my maiden voyage. Having uttered these words, Loy lowered his gaze to scrutinize his own corporeal form. Neoptolemus, the progeny of Achilles and Deidamia, the princess of Scyros, was originally named Pyrrhus. Upon Pyrrhus' decision to accompany Odysseus and Diomedes to the battlefields of Troy, he adopted the name Neoptolemus, signifying young warrior. Neoptolemus' age should only be around 13 years old. Loy scrutinized his own physique, discovering that while he was attired in garments similar to those of Odysseus, he possessed his original form. I am 20 years of age and of Oriental descent, with raven hair and sable eyes. Neoptolemus is 13 years of age, and even the astute Odysseus has failed to perceive that I am not the original Neoptolemus. Is this the unfathomable power wrought by the system? Provided he could accomplish the system's task of altering the tragic destinies of certain hapless individuals within the realm of Hellenic mythology, he could resurrect his original self. Loy had previously harbored skepticism, but now he harbored expectations of resurrection. Regaining his composure, Loy surveyed all those aboard the vessel. In addition to Loy, Odysseus, and Diomedes, the vessel carried 20 warriors under Loy's command and 24 warriors led by Odysseus and Diomedes. At present, these 44 warriors were fulfilling the duties of sailors, collectively propelling the oars to guide the ship toward the Trojan coast east of the Dardanelles Strait. Reflecting on the possibility that without Odysseus, Achilles might have avoided involvement in the Trojan War, and that without Odysseus' contest with great Ajax for Achelous' divine armor, great Ajax would not have been slain by Athena, Loy harbored homicidal thoughts toward Odysseus. Regrettably, with Diomedes also aboard, Loy was compelled to temporarily suppress his homicidal inclinations. Although Achilles and great Ajax unquestionably held the first and second positions in terms of martial prowess on the Trojan battlefields, their adversaries were merely mortals. Diomedes, despite being an elderly man exceeding 50 years of age, boasted the illustrious feat of injuring Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love, among the 12 principal deities of Olympus. Conversely, the mere prospect of facing the river god Scamander filled Achilles with such despair that he uttered his dying words. Even with the divine essence of light, now residing within Loy as a result of accepting the system's task, he dared not recklessly challenge Diomedes, who grew stronger with age. After all, the divine essence of light within Loy remained in a state of dormancy, with only 1/7 of its power unlocked. Propelled by a favorable wind sent by Poseidon, the Sea King, the vessel swiftly reached the Trojan coast. The sounds of battle emanating from the vicinity of the Hellenic coalition's warship awakened Diomedes from his slumber. Upon rising and observing the Trojan forces launching a fierce assault on the Hellenic coalition's camp walls, Diomedes, who had been fully armed, promptly leapt ashore and addressed his warriors. The perfidious Trojans have launched an assault on our camp, while the bravest Hellenic heroes are absent. My valiant warriors, let us hasten to the aid of our comrades. 10 of Diomedus' warriors followed him ashore and charged into the thick of the fray. The vessel's landing position was nearest to Odysseus' quarters. Observing Diomedus' departure to aid the coalition forces, Odysseus addressed Loi. Neoptolemus, Achelous' armor and spear are within my quarters. Let us now arm ourselves. I believe that, with the exception of Achelous' cousin great Ajax, you two are capable of donning Achelous' immense armor. Although Achilles possessed a slender physique that allowed him to masquerade as a woman, the divine armor crafted for him by Hephaestus, the god of fire, after his demise had become exceedingly large. Consequently, despite obtaining Achelous' divine armor, Odysseus was unable to don it like Hector and Patroclus. Unnecessary. Loi, grasping a spear, leapt ashore and addressed Odysseus with his back turned. Since Achelous' divine armor now belongs to you, what significance would remain in the death of Achelous' cousin great Ajax if you were to bestow it directly upon me? Having uttered these words, Loi, clad in a short-sleeved tunic, shorts, and strapped sandals, charged onto the battlefield. Observing Loi's retreating figure as he hastened to the battlefield, Odysseus' face, which had been adorned with a friendly smile, gradually assumed an icy demeanor. His father, Achilles, met his demise on the Trojan battlefield because of me. His uncle, great Ajax, was also slain by my machinations. I knew he would harbor resentment toward me. A foolish brute possessed of mere martial strength dares to challenge Odysseus, the most sagacious of the Hellenes. Loi remained oblivious to Odysseus' homicidal intentions toward him. Even if he had been aware, Loi would not have been concerned. After all, Odysseus was a self-proclaimed wise fool whose clumsy schemes succeeded only because Athena, the goddess of wisdom who favored him, bestowed upon him an aura of intellectual impairment. The Hellenic coalition's camp walls. Diomedus' entry into the fray immediately thwarted the Trojans' offensive. As the skirmish between the Hellenic coalition and the Trojans reached a stalemate, Loi directly vaulted over the Hellenic coalition's camp walls and landed before Eurypylus, who was vehemently assaulting the walls. Influenced by the system's power, Eurypylus perceived Loi as a mere youth of approximately 13 years of age, and he exclaimed to Loi in a loud voice, "Who are you, child? I have no desire to harm you. Depart from this perilous battlefield at once. Eurypylus, you traitor to the Hellenes, I have come to slay you." Loi addressed Eurypylus as he approached him. "You are the grandson of Heracles, a colonist who sailed across the Aegean Sea to the peninsula of Asia Minor. You and your father, having colonized the peninsula of Asia Minor for 2 generations, have forgotten that you are descendants of the Hellenes and have joined forces with the Trojans to oppose the Hellenic coalition. Now taste my might." Incensed by Loi's verbal rebuke, Eurypylus immediately hurled the spear he held in his hand. Loi remained unyielding, allowing the spear's point to pierce his heart. A muffled thud resounded. The sharp spear struck Loi's body and immediately fell to the ground, failing to inflict even the slightest injury. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Eurypylus initially widened his eyes in astonishment, then proceeded to hoist a boulder and hurl it at Loi. Faced with the approaching boulder, Loi remained equally steadfast. A resounding crash erupted. The boulder collided with Loi's forehead and instantly shattered into countless fragments that scattered upon the ground. "Eurypylus, your attacks are incapable of harming me. In the realm of Greek mythology, there exists a decree that mortal weapons are incapable of inflicting harm upon the divine. Though Loi may not yet be a deity, having embraced the essence of the god of light has endowed Lois being with an invulnerable constitution, impervious to swords and spears." Chapter 2. The stabbing of Ares and the seizure of the divine spear. In the original trajectory of fate, Neoptolemus arrived on the battlefield of Troy, impervious to any weapon. This was not due to an invulnerable physique, but rather because he donned the divine armor of Achilles, under the protection of Athena, the goddess of wisdom, who supported the Greek coalition. Unscathed, he approached Eurypylus and immediately brandished his spear towards this great-grandson of Zeus. Eurypylus quickly raised his shield to defend himself. With a piercing sound, the spear of Neoptolemus penetrated Eurypylus' shield as effortlessly as a blade through paper. This astonishing force not only terrified Eurypylus, but also made him realize he could not triumph over Neoptolemus. In panic, he discarded his shield and fled towards the city of Troy, although fate had decreed that Eurypylus would perish at the hands of Neoptolemus. He was not meant to die today. As Neoptolemus pursued Eurypylus, the god of war, Ares silently departed from Mount Olympus, cloaked in mist, to issue a warning to Neoptolemus. Son of Achilles, your spear is already stained with blood. Go and revel in your victory. Neoptolemus lifted his gaze and spotted the figure of Ares hidden in the fog. Promptly pointing his spear at the god and proclaiming, "Foolish Ares, do you dare to obstruct me? Have you forgotten the shame of fleeing from Diomedes' wound? You blasphemous human! It was not Diomedes who truly wounded me, but Pallas, a deity of my own kind." After justifying his disgrace, Ares surged forth from the mist in his chariot, intent on confronting Neoptolemus on the battlefield. At that moment, Pallas Athena, the protector of the Greek forces, descended from Olympus, manifesting as a towering figure with her feet upon the ground and her head amid the clouds. Unfortunately, mere mortals could not behold the concealed deities, so only Neoptolemus, imbued with divine radiance, could perceive both Ares and the gigantic form of Pallas Athena. Though Pallas Athena had arrived on the battlefield, she did not immediately intervene to prevent Ares from attacking Neoptolemus. The blasphemy against Ares was not solely an affront to him. It was also a challenge to the divine rule that mortals must not desecrate the gods. Thus, Pallas Athena intended to stop Ares only after Neoptolemus had faced the consequences of his transgression. For mighty steeds pulled Ares' chariot, rumbling towards Neoptolemus with a thunderous sound. As Ares thrust his enormous divine spear towards Neoptolemus, the latter hurled his own spear at Ares. With a resounding thud, Neoptolemus's spear pierced Ares' unprotected shoulder. Ares let out a pained cry, releasing his grip and allowing the divine spear to fall to the ground. As Ares' chariot passed by, Neoptolemus retrieved the fallen spear, effortlessly wielding it as if it were a mere trinket, and proclaimed, "Ares, it appears that our relationship is defined as enemies yet read as friends. Thank you for this exchange of weapons. You dare to humiliate me once more, Pallas?" Ares mistakenly believed Neoptolemus could harm him only because Pallas Athena had lent her divine power to him, as she had assisted Diomedes. After Ares departed, Pallas Athena gazed at Neoptolemus with her cerulean eyes. Ares' misconception about Pallas Athena's assistance contrasted with her knowledge that Neoptolemus had struck him without aid from any deity. "Son of Achilles, you are neither a god nor a demigod. How is it that you possess the power to wound Ares?" Upon hearing Pallas Athena's inquiry, Neoptolemus raised his gaze to meet the goddess's eyes and replied, "Great goddess, my ability to pierce Ares must surely be due to the support of some deity favoring the Greeks. You can indeed see me." Pallas Athena smiled faintly. Even demigods cannot perceive invisible deities, let alone a mere mortal who merely inherits divine blood. With that, Pallas Athena's colossal form abruptly vanished from the battlefield. Aware of his unusual circumstances, Neoptolemus remained unfazed, for this world was not a true reality, but a fabricated realm created by a system for him to complete his mission. The deities of this task-oriented world could not be genuine gods. Thus, in Neoptolemus's mind, this world resembled a game. Gazing upon the massive walls of Troy, Neoptolemus hesitated before ultimately relinquishing his intention to assault the fortress constructed by Poseidon, the god of the sea. As the walls of Troy were built by Poseidon himself, no mortal, save for the favored demigod Heracles, was permitted to breach them. Achilles had met his demise for attempting to do so, struck down by the silver archer Apollo. Neoptolemus felt emboldened to confront Ares, perceiving that Ares' divine might have been significantly diminished on the battlefield, as he aided the Trojans against the Greeks. This was also the fundamental reason why Diomedes could wound Ares with the assistance of Pallas Athena. Apollo, a native deity of the Anatolian Peninsula, had seen the Greek coalition suffer for 10 years, sacrificing numerous heroes, yet they remained incapable of breaching the city protected by Apollo. The Greeks had now come to realize that this ostensibly inconspicuous Eastern deity held immense power. Neoptolemus certainly wished to avoid the same fate as Achilles. Spotting a mother and child, Neoptolemus immediately halted in astonishment. This princess was likely a slave captured by Achilles, and the infant was his half-brother. Observing Neoptolemus's pause, the princess approached him, kneeling before him and pleading, "Mighty Prince Neoptolemus, I beseech you to protect us. This child is the son of your uncle, great Ajax, making him your cousin." Upon learning of their identities, Neoptolemus breathed a sigh of relief. The princess before him was Tecmessa, a slave taken by Ajax from the Phrygians. Although Ajax cherished Tecmessa as if she were his wife, and she bore him a son, Eurysaces, her status remained that of a captured Greek slave. After Ajax's death, Tecmessa was likely reallocated as a slave among the Greek coalition. Before his demise, Ajax had entrusted his half-brother Teucer with the care of his wife and son. In plain terms, Ajax had bestowed Tecmessa upon Teucer, hoping he would raise his nephew Eurysaces as his own. Tecmessa, please rise. Regardless of her current status as Ajax's woman or Teucer's, Tecmessa's standing was above Neoptolemus. After assisting Tecmessa to her feet, Neoptolemus spoke earnestly. Chapter 3, Agamemnon. King of kings of Greece, as the heir to the throne of the island of Scyros and the kingdom of Phthia, Achilles commanded 50 ships, each manned by 50 warriors, totaling 2,500 soldiers. Among the princes of the Greek alliance, Achilles boasted a formidable force, for most princes could scarcely muster 1,000 warriors. While Achilles and Patroclus were alive, only they could lead the 2,500 warriors under Achilles' command. After the demise of Achilles and Patroclus, with no one capable of directing his warriors, Achilles' soldiers ceased to partake in the conflict between the Greek alliance and the Trojans. Upon hearing the news of the arrival of Loi, Achilles' mentor, the venerable hero Phoenix, promptly led Achilles' men out of their tents to greet him. Accompanied by a beautiful woman clad in the attire of a slave, her long hair shorn on one side. By the gods, what do I behold? Seeing Loi standing alongside Teucer, Phoenix hurried forth, kissing Loi's forehead and exclaiming, "Child, you bear a striking resemblance to your father Achilles. Your presence evokes memories of him." Phoenix was not only Achilles' teacher, but also a close friend of Achilles' father, Peleus. After Achilles' death, he had managed Achilles' warriors. In the face of the enthusiastic old hero, Loi smiled shyly and then turned to the beautiful woman in slave garb. "You must be Princess Briseis of Lyrnessus. You are the beloved of Achilles. And it was your abduction by Agamemnon that led Achilles to refuse to fight for the Greek alliance. Though I am the heir of Achilles, I shall not claim you as my own, nor shall I permit any other Greek to take you away. Once the war against Troy concludes, I shall escort you to Scyros, where you may befriend Achilles' wife, Didymia." Had Achilles still been alive, the presence of these two women, who adored him, would surely have led to a tumultuous rivalry. Now, with Achilles consigned to the realm of Hades alongside his cherished Patroclus, Didymia and Briseis may find companionship in their shared grief. "Thank you for your kindness, my young master," Briseis said, bowing her head in gratitude to Loi. Just as the half-brother of great Ajax, Teucer, hurried over. "Dear Neoptolemus, King Agamemnon requests your presence in his tent for a meeting." Observing Teucer, who resembled Agamemnon's herald, Loi questioned him with displeasure. Before the conclusion of the Trojan War, King Agamemnon will not permit anyone to withdraw from this conflict. Teucer sighed helplessly. Such is the plight of the weak. Casting a sympathetic glance at Teucer, Loi turned toward Agamemnon's tent, declaring, "Very well. I shall negotiate with Agamemnon and seek his consent for your withdrawal from this war." Teucer gazed at his nephew in disbelief, then quickly followed in pursuit of Loi. Upon entering the bustling tent of Agamemnon, Loi and Teucer beheld the assembly of princes from the Greek alliance. As Loi and Teucer made their entrance, Agamemnon, now over 50 years of age, approached with his brother Menelaus, the cunning counselor Odysseus, and the powerful Diomedes, greeting Loi with a hearty laugh. "Our brave little hero has arrived. Today you vanquished the grandson of Heracles, Eurypylus, saving our Greek alliance. On behalf of all present, I extend my gratitude." Agamemnon extended his wine cup toward Loi, who, with a cold gaze, declined the offering. "No." Agamemnon, taken aback, retorted sharply, "Young prince, while you may disrespect me, the king of the Greek princes, Teucer, must not be allowed to leave." Odysseus, with a grave expression, leaned closer to Loi and cautioned, "Neoptolemus, if Teucer is permitted to withdraw, other princes will surely entertain the same notion, and our Greek alliance will fragment." Menelaus remained silent, yet his right hand gripped the hilt of his sword, indicating a readiness to resort to violence. Although Menelaus was the king of Sparta, he was not the legitimate heir to the throne. His kingship stemmed from his marriage to Helen, the daughter of King Tyndareus. Thus, upon losing Helen, Menelaus would lose his claim to the throne. As Loi noticed Diomedes casting a disapproving glance, he hesitated before speaking. "Among the princes of the Greek alliance, many are descendants and allies of Heracles." Hearing Loi's intention to confront the son of Heracles, discontent stirred among them. Telephus, like us, is a colonizer. How could we turn against one another? Neoptolemus, your grandfather Peleus was the closest friend of Heracles. Telephus is our ally. Loi regarded the dissenters with a mocking smile. Telephus' son, Eurypylus, nearly drove you into the sea with the Trojans, yet you deem me incapable of confronting Telephus. If this is your stance, I shall lead my warriors away from the Greek alliance at once. Before Menelaus could unsheath his sword, Loi raised the spear of Ares, pointing its blade at Menelaus. Menelaus, should you wish to compel my submission through force, you would do well to consider the consequences of failure. Having already demonstrated his prowess by defeating the formidable Eurypylus, Loi posed a significant threat. Faced with Loi's formidable stance, Menelaus relinquished his grip on the sword hilt and replied with resignation. Helen is the demigod daughter of Zeus, the most beautiful woman among mortals. Hermione, as Helen's daughter, not only inherited her mother's beauty, but is also the granddaughter of Zeus, the rightful heir to the throne of Sparta. In the original course of fate, Neoptolemus was to be murdered by Orestes, the son of Agamemnon, because Orestes, obsessed with his sister, desired to possess the beauty of Helen's daughter and claim the throne of Sparta. Chapter 4. The seizure of Apollo's priestess. If this world were a genuine realm, Roy would undoubtedly aspire to be the fiancé of the most beautiful woman, Helen, and the heir to the throne of the Spartan kingdom. Alas, for Roy, this world is but a fabricated task realm, where both deities and mortals exist in mere illusion. Even if Roy were to conquer the Peloponnesian Peninsula as the king of Sparta, akin to Agamemnon, and ascend as the paramount king among the Greek lords, it would bear no significance. After all, once Roy completes the system's task and alters Neoptolemus's fate as a tragic figure, he shall depart from this world. Having uttered these words, Roy, now utterly devoid of patience, departed Agamemnon's encampment with Teucer. Neoptolemus, to confront Agamemnon directly may very well lead you to suffer the same fate as Achilles. Fear not, Teucer. I differ from Achilles. Should Agamemnon dare to oppose me, I would not hesitate to send his soul prematurely to the depths of Hades. After revealing a confident smile to Teucer, Roy continued, prepare yourself to lead the forces of great Ajax tomorrow. The day after, we shall march together against Mycenae. The following dawn, the war between the Greek coalition and the Trojans erupted anew. With no deities supporting the Trojans, Diomedes, the divine assassin, displayed rather ordinary prowess. Roy directly engaged in a decisive battle with the Trojan commander, Eurypylus. Eurypylus, the fates have spared you from death yesterday, allowing you to evade my pursuit with the aid of Ares. Today marks your end. Son of Achilles, you are exceedingly arrogant, Eurypylus bravely retorted, stepping forward. Surely, it was Pallas Athena who shielded you yesterday, rendering my weapons incapable of harming you. Today, devoid of divine protection, let me witness your true strength. Foolish. Upon witnessing Eurypylus' disbelief in his invulnerability, Roy coldly scoffed while brandishing his divine spear towards him. Neoptolemus. Eurypylus bellowed in furious rage. Fueled by wrath, he thrust his spear at Roy, who neither dodged nor retaliated, allowing the spear's blade to strike his heart. A muffled thud echoed. Then, as Eurypylus widened his eyes in disbelief, Roy pierced his heart with the divine spear. Eurypylus, do you now comprehend the chasm that lies between us? Are you a god? As Roy felled 20 Trojans, Achilles' charioteer, Automedon, arrived at Roy's side, driving Achilles' chariot, drawn by the immortal steeds, Balios and Xanthus, offspring of the wind god Zephyrus and the Merpodarge. Prince Neoptolemus, after your father Achilles' demise, the steeds Balios and Xanthus refused to be harnessed by mortals. However, since your arrival, they have accepted my command once more. Allow me to lead you in the pursuit of the Trojans. Very well. With the invulnerable steeds at his service, Roy readily accepted. Upon leaping into the chariot, Automedon cracked the reins, propelling the chariot in pursuit of the fleeing Trojans towards the gates of Troy. Just as Roy approached the gates of Troy, a thick fog, summoned by Zeus, enveloped the city, causing the steeds to halt. Even the immortal horses respected Zeus's authority, and Roy would not recklessly defy Zeus' will to assault Troy. The next day, a truce was established between the Greek coalition and the Trojans, with both sides preparing grand funerals for their fallen princes and heroes. Yet on this day, Roy departed the shores of Troy with Teucer and journeyed to the Gulf of Mysia, ruled by Eurypylus' father, Telephus. After landing in the Gulf, Roy addressed Teucer, Teucer, though Telephus is the grandson of Zeus, you too are his great-grandson. Furthermore, Telephus is now aged. I believe you possess the strength to vanquish him. I shall proceed to Apollo's temple to capture the lovely Chryses. You shall lead the warriors against Telephus alone." Without waiting for Teucer's objections, Roy drove the chariot towards the temple of Apollo. At the temple, the future queen of the kingdom of Mysia, Chryses, was learning the rites of the priesthood from her father, Chryses. As the steeds Balios and Xanthus burst into the temple, the priest Chryses exclaimed in panic, "Mad Achilles! How dare you intrude upon the sanctuary of Apollo?" "Chryses, it seems you remain unaware that Achilles has perished," Roy declared, leaping down from his chariot and approaching Chryses and Chryses. "The one who slayed Achilles is none other than the god you serve, Apollo. Today, not only do I invade Apollo's temple, but I also intend to seize Apollo's future priestess." With that, Roy grasped Chryses' right wrist, forcibly leading her towards his chariot. "Beautiful Chryses, your fiancé Eurypylus lies slain by my hand. Thus, you can no longer become the queen of Mysia. Instead, you shall serve as Apollo's priestess. Yet, the deity you shall serve will not be Apollo, but rather me, your master. How dare you? How dare you profane the divine?" Witnessing Roy abduct Chryses, Chryses fervently prayed for Apollo's aid. Above the Anatolian peninsula, the voice of Apollo resounded, "Son of Achilles, I have committed a grave sin in slaying Achilles. This shall be my final tolerance of your sacrilege against the gods." Chapter 5. Agamemnon's desire for Cassandra in Mycenae. When Lo arrived with the beautiful captive Chryses, Teucer had already vanquished the son of Heracles, Telephus, and was celebrating his victory in the palace. In the grand banquet hall, Teucer reveled in joy, seated upon his throne, cradling the son of great Ajax, Euryalus, while the former sister-in-law, now belonging to him, Tecmessa, nestled beside him. Lo entered the hall, leading Chryses, and addressed Teucer directly. "Teucer, it seems you are quite content here. You shall remain to rule Mycenae henceforth." Neoptolemus. Upon seeing Lo and Chryses, Teucer set his wine cup down, displaying a crestfallen expression. Lo continued, "Moreover, your governance over Mycenae is a matter of fate. The ancient king who ruled Mycenae, an ancestor of the Trojans, bore the same name, Teucer." Teucer sighed deeply before gravely replying to Lo, "You need not concern yourself for my well-being. Even with Agamemnon's vast army at his command, he cannot defeat me. After all, Agamemnon is merely the nominal king of kings. Should he foolishly choose to challenge me, I would not hesitate to replace him as the commander of the Greek coalition." When Lo's ship reached the shores of Troy, the Greek coalition had already completed the burial of their fallen. Philoctetes, a man who had witnessed 3 eras of heroes, was a friend of Heracles and inherited his bow and arrows after Heracles' demise. The seer Calchas, among the princes of the Greek coalition, informed them that only with Philoctetes and Heracles' bow would they be able to breach the walls of Troy. Upon seeing Lo and Chryses arrive at the camp, Agamemnon's countenance darkened, and he approached Lo with the other princes. "Son of Achilles, it appears you have indeed conquered Mycenae and captured the lovely Chryses. In the past, Achilles offered Chryses to me, binding her as my slave. Will you now imitate Achilles and return Chryses to me?" Agamemnon's audacity in demanding Chryses elicited a sardonic smile from Lo. "Agamemnon, do you not fear that Apollo, the divine archer, may unleash upon you his arrows of plague should you demand Chryses from me?" Agamemnon had previously refused to return Chryses to her father, the priest Chryses, resulting in Apollo unleashing a devastating plague upon the Greek camp, claiming many lives. Recalling the terror of that plague, Agamemnon reluctantly refrained from pursuing Chryses, cautioning Lo, "Son of Achilles, since you are aware that Chryses' father is a beloved priest of Apollo, do you not fear that Apollo may spread plague within your camp? I shall ensure my warriors drink only boiled water and eat only cooked food, taking precautions against the plague," Lo replied. That night, within the Camelot barracks, Lo commanded Chryses to serve him dinner. Observing Chryses' clumsiness, Briseis expressed her dissatisfaction. "My lord, have I displeased you with my service? Why entrust my duties to Chryses?" Was Briseis feeling envious? Having been cultivated by Achilles for many years, Lo believed in Briseis' exceptional serving skills. However, she was Achilles' woman, and Lo had no interest in women previously claimed by other men. Briseis, even among the gods, Hermes respects Leto as she is Zeus' wife. You are Achilles' woman, so I do not wish to treat you as a mere slave. Yet Briseis struggled to voice her thoughts, as if a hand were constricting her throat, rendering her speechless. Ultimately, she resigned herself to silence, lowering her head despondently. "My lord, regardless of the past, present, or future, you shall always be my one and only master." The following morning, as Lo awakened from slumber, Odysseus entered the barracks. "I refuse," Lo declared without hesitation. "Odysseus, you are indeed a man of intellect. Do you truly believe we can breach the walls of Troy without Philoctetes and Heracles' bow?" Odysseus shook his head resolutely. "No matter how skilled Philoctetes may be, his prowess will offer no aid in our assault on Troy. After all, the princes of the Greek coalition are all descendants of the gods, lacking not for skilled archers. Though Heracles was an invincible hero among men, in death he has become a lesser deity, his influence not even rivaling that of the river god's commander. Thus, the task of breaching Troy necessitates the presence of Heracles' bow. It is a mandate we must fulfill. Philoctetes is but a mere accessory to Heracles' bow. Neoptolemus. While Philoctetes may not contribute to the fall of Troy, we must still fulfill the gods' demands of us. That is a requirement laid upon you by the gods." Lo donned his sandals, grasping his divine spear, and exited the barracks. After which, he departed the camp, directing his steps toward the distant city of Troy. Odysseus followed, watching Lo's retreating figure with a smirk of disdain. In Agamemnon's tent, the princes loyal to him indulged in wine and merriment, each accompanied by a beautiful Trojan woman. Contemplating the fact that Chryses would be held in Lo's embrace, Agamemnon drained his cup in frustration. Cassandra has vowed to serve the gods, promising never to marry. Thus, Pallas Athena has rewarded her with the gift of prophecy. Yet, due to her vow and her rejection of Apollo's advances, she has been cursed, rendering her prophecies disbelieved by all. Upon hearing Agamemnon's words, the young Ajax's eyes sparkled with jealousy, resolving to claim Cassandra before Apollo could lay his eyes upon her. Chapter 6. The pursuit of the crippled Hephaestus. Upon returning to Agamemnon's tent, Odysseus spoke candidly. He dares to defy the consensus we have all reached. Agamemnon rose, resembling an enraged lion, and strode toward Odysseus. "Odysseus, lead us to him. I shall make Neoptolemus understand that, despite being the son of Achilles and the grandson of the sea goddess Thetis, he is not invincible here." Diomedes, Agamemnon's most formidable enforcer, followed closely behind, his eyes glinting with anticipation. The Trojans were still engaged in the burial of their dead, for the casualties in Troy far exceeded those of the Greek coalition. As Loi approached the city of Troy with a divine spear, Aeneas, the son-in-law of King Priam, readied himself for battle. Polydamas, Hector's friend, immediately intervened, advising Aeneas. "Polydamas, do you think I would fear a mere child?" Aeneas retorted, pushing Polydamas aside and advancing toward Loi with his comrade, Euryalus. Paris, Helen's current husband, followed suit, preparing to use his bow to eliminate Loi, the adversary. Confronting 3 Trojan heroes, Loi smiled with excitement and declared, "Brave Trojans, before I slay you, I permit you to state your names. I am Achilles' son. The one who shall end your life is none other than Aeneas, son of the goddess of love, Aphrodite." Aeneas proclaimed, charging at Loi with his spear. Just as Loi prepared to engage Aeneas, Paris loosed an arrow at him. With a dull thud, the arrow struck Loi in the chest and fell to the ground. Glaring fiercely at Paris, Loi then lunged at Aeneas with his divine spear. The clash of their weapons resounded as Loi's spear shattered Aeneas's weapon into fragments. After disarming Aeneas, Loi did not immediately finish him off, but instead turned towards Paris. Realizing his arrow could not harm Loi, Paris lacked the courage to engage him in close combat and turned to flee toward Troy. "Foolish wretch," Loi exclaimed as he witnessed Paris, unprotected by soldiers, daring to turn his back. He hurled his spear at Paris's retreating figure. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced Paris's body, pinning him to the ground. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed across the clear sky, signaling the wrath of Zeus, the Lord of Thunder. The fates, woven by the 3 goddesses, had decreed that Paris should not perish today, much less at the hands of Loi. By slaying Paris, Loi disrupted the destiny the fates had ordained for mankind. Approaching Paris's lifeless form, Loi extracted his spear and addressed Aeneas and Euryalus. "Aeneas, it is now your turn. O gods, is this child not the very embodiment of the resurrected Achilles?" Euryalus gazed at Loi in terror. Yet Aeneas seized Euryalus' arm, urging him to flee toward Troy. "Euryalus, you are my comrade. I shall not sacrifice you for my own survival." Upon hearing their poignant exchange, Loi pursued them with a smile. "Fear not, for I shall ensure that your souls descend together into Hades." Though the gods supporting the Greek coalition opposed the Trojans, They did not wish for Aeneas to fall to Loi's hand. Fate had dictated that after the fall of Troy, Aeneas would journey to the Italian peninsula, becoming the progenitor of Rome. In the future, when the Romans established their sacred empire, turning the Mediterranean into an inland sea, the gods would witness an even greater glory than now. Just as Loi prepared to claim the lives of Aeneas and Euryalus, a massive fireball appeared above them, issuing a muddled warning to Loi. It is Hephaestus. Faced with one of the 12 Olympian deities, Loi halted, his expression sour. Who bestowed upon you, the crippled wretch, the audacity to stand in my way? Have you finally revealed your true allegiance to the Trojans, the side you ought to support? Human, you are mad to dare to defile a god. It is you who are insane for challenging me. Loi retorted, unafraid as he gazed at the fireball. Hephaestus, you are not a native deity of Greece, but a god from the east. Your brother Ares is a god of this land, yet chooses to support the Trojans, while you betray your origin to side with the Greeks. Are you mad enough to defy me? Or has Mount Ida erupted? Or has a volcanic eruption occurred in the Dardanelles? If neither has transpired, I shall impart upon you a lesson you will never forget. With that, Loi leapt and thrust his spear toward the fireball. The fireball swiftly retreated, evading Loi's assault, and unleashed dozens of fire projectiles at him. The barrage of fire struck Loi relentlessly, yet as he sought to evade the onslaught, he was astonished to discover that Hephaestus's flames posed no harm. Almost as if absorbed by his own being, brilliant light eclipses dim shadows, fierce flames consume feeble fires. It appears my divine light surpasses Hephaestus's flame. Foolish Hephaestus, do not presume you can escape my grasp. Peleus, Xanthus. At Loi's call, two magnificent steeds galloped to his side. Loi promptly mounted the chariot, flicking the reins with his left hand. The steeds unfurled their wings and soared into the sky, rapidly pursuing Hephaestus. Achilles' son, since you are mad enough to battle a deity, prepare to face the divine retribution. In a burst of fury, Hephaestus manifested in the air, transforming into a colossal figure towering 10 meters. With flaming hair and a crimson beard, wielding a glowing iron rod to strike at Loi. With a resounding clash, Loi's spear met Hephaestus's iron rod. Just as Loi feared whether he could withstand the god's might, Hephaestus was abruptly forced backward. Loi exhaled in relief and taunted Hephaestus. Crippled wretch, you cannot even stand firm. Yet you dare to challenge me. Impossible. This cannot be. Hephaestus, staggered and filled with dread, gazed at Loi. Even Cadmus and Perseus never possessed such formidable divine power. This is beyond what humans or demigods can wield. With that, Hephaestus turned and fled westward. Pursue him, Loi commanded the steeds. As I stated earlier, unless this cripple burrows into the earth or escapes to Mount Olympus, I shall not relent. Chapter 7. My divine essence possesses 3 attributes due to the apprehension of potential attacks from Zeus or other deities upon entering the Greek mainland. Loi descended from the heavens in a chariot that soared through the skies, landing in the camp of the Greek coalition. Immediately, Agamemnon, accompanied by the princes, surrounded Loi, gazing at him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Neoptolemus, akin to a deity, were you truly engaged in battle with a god? The aged Nestor inquired, voicing the confusion that lingered in his heart. Loi leapt down from his chariot, responding, did you not witness it? I was merely teaching that lame god Hephaestus a lesson. When Hephaestus revealed his towering divine form of 10 meters, the Greeks indeed recognized him and speculated on his identity. At this moment, with Loi's admission, Agamemnon and the princes were struck with even greater astonishment. Not even Achilles, who was invincible on the battlefield of Troy, nor Heracles, Zeus's favored demigod's son, could contend with the 12 Olympian gods. The fact that a mere mortal like Loi could vanquish Hephaestus, one of the 12 Olympians, shattered the long-held belief that humans could not challenge the divine. Is this child truly one of us, a mere human? Only a god can defeat a god. He must also be an immortal deity, they pondered. I merely chastised the fire god Hephaestus. Your reactions are rather exaggerated. This divine spear in my hand is a trophy I acquired from defeating the war god Ares. With that, Loi turned and strode towards his quarters. Watching Loi's retreating figure, Odysseus was filled with concern and fear. Upon returning to his tent, he found Blodamia kneeling on the ground as if awaiting her husband's return from battle. Loi leaned the divine spear against the wall, then approached Blodamia, lying down beside her and saying, Blodamia, allow me to rest. He then nestled his head upon her lap. When Chryses entered the tent, and saw Loy asleep on Blodamia's lap, with Blodamia gently massaging Loy's head. Her eyes widened in astonishment. What is there to be so surprised about? Blodamia teased, noticing Chryseis's reaction. Have you not recalled anything? Recalling what? Chryseis replied, puzzled. Blodamia shook her head, saying, nothing. It is of no concern. At that moment, Loy had already succumbed to slumber, oblivious to the exchange between Blodamia and Chryseis. Within the dark recesses of his consciousness, Loy beheld a colossal divine essence floating at the center of this space. This essence appeared dull and lifeless, resembling stone, with only a portion of its lower segment emanating a light that dispelled the surrounding darkness. As Loy observed the radiance at the bottom of the divine essence, a fireball from Hephaestus suddenly materialized in this realm, hurtling towards the essence's base. To Loy's astonishment, the flames of Hephaestus not only failed to damage the divine essence, but were also absorbed by it. Upon witnessing the absorption of Hephaestus's fireball, a brilliant platinum flame surged from the bottom of the essence. Loy realized, my luminous divine essence can absorb Hephaestus's divine flames because it possesses a fiery attribute. Light and flame symbolize the essence of the sun. Thus, my divine essence embodies the trifecta of light, flame, and the sun. Before the birth of the fire god Hephaestus, the sun's fire was already one of the primordial flames of this world. The dazzling radiance can overshadow feeble light, and fierce flames can consume the weak. According to this principle, Loy, like a natural adversary, could dominate the fire god Hephaestus. Meanwhile, atop the majestic and sacred Olympus, as Loy drifted into slumber, the 12 Olympian gods convened in a council. Zeus, seated upon the throne of the god-king, surveyed the assembly with an expression devoid of emotion, addressing the gathered deities. I trust you are all aware that today's council pertains to Neoptolemus. This mortal previously wounded Ares and has now defeated Hephaestus. We must ascertain whether Neoptolemus triumphed through his own strength or received divine assistance. As soon as Zeus concluded, Ares glared at Pallas Athena with anger, declaring, I could never lose to a mere human. It was only because Pallas lent her divine power to Neoptolemus that I was wounded. Zeus turned his gaze towards Pallas Athena, inquiring, my daughter, did you lend your power to Neoptolemus to aid him in vanquishing Ares? Even if I deny it, Ares would not believe me. Let it be known that I have once again humiliated Ares through Neoptolemus. Pallas Athena admitted. Zeus then directed his gaze towards Hephaestus, stating, Neoptolemus's victory over Ares was due to my daughter's assistance, whose aid allowed him to defeat Hephaestus. The assembled gods exchanged glances, none stepping forward to confess. The voice of Hera, the goddess, shattered the silence. Great Zeus, might Neoptolemus have received the aid of Thetis? The sea goddess Thetis, mother of Achilles and grandmother of Neoptolemus, could indeed have assisted him. Hear me, father, Hephaestus interjected. Though I am your child, I was raised by the sea goddess Thetis. If it is indeed she who endowed Neoptolemus with divine power, I shall not pursue this matter further. With agreement regarding Hephaestus's words, Zeus turned his gaze to Hermes, commanding, Hermes, I bid you journey to the underwater palace of the sea goddess and inquire whether she lent her power to Neoptolemus. Your commands shall be fulfilled, great father. Hermes responded, departing Olympus to visit the sea goddess's abode, marking a temporary conclusion to the divine council. As Pallas Athena exited Zeus's temple, she stood atop Olympus and gazed down at the shores of Troy, murmuring, when Achilles lived, the steeds Boleus and Xanthus never spread their wings for him to soar through the skies. Who, then, could Neoptolemus be, arriving in Troy under this guise? Chapter 8. The God of Plague. Apollo of the silver bow Loy awakened from slumber, his eyes fluttering open to find Blodamia, who had been providing him a pillow for his head, dozing off with her head bowed. Turning to his side, he beheld Chryseis, nestled peacefully in slumber, prompting Loy to remark wryly that as a priestess serving the deities, Chryseis was far more adept at serving than one of royal lineage like himself. Upon hearing Loy's voice, Blodamia stirred, saying, My lord, you may yet indulge in further rest. Loy rose, declaring, I have slept sufficiently. Now I shall venture forth to breach the gates of Troy and bring this war to an end. Blodamia, it is thanks to you that I could rest well. Now, take your own repose. With that, Loy grasped his divine spear and exited the tent. The sun was just rising in the east, heralding the dawn. Arriving at Agamemnon's tent, Loy found the king and the princes sprawled haphazardly on the ground. Odysseus and the seer Calchas had already awakened from their drunken stupor, and upon seeing Loi enter, Odysseus immediately rose and inquired, "Neoptolemus, have you had a change of heart and decided to join me in fetching Philoctetes from Lemnos?" Loi shook his head, responding, "I am here to inform you that I shall single-handedly breach the city of Troy." Calchas approached Loi, urging, "Neoptolemus, without Philoctetes and the divine bow of Heracles, we cannot hope to conquer Troy, for this is the fate decreed by the gods." "You speak of fate decreed by the gods," Loi retorted. "I shall only accept the fate that favors me. Should the destiny woven by the Moirai prove unfavorable, I will shatter it with my own hands." With that, Loi departed from Agamemnon's tent, setting his sights on the distant city of Troy. Once Loi had left, Odysseus promptly awakened the still hung over Agamemnon, who lay beside two Trojan maidens. "Great King Agamemnon, Neoptolemus intends to breach Troy alone. If we are to share in the bounteous spoils from the city, we must join him in the assault." Agamemnon, roused from his slumber, wore an expression of displeasure. As he attempted to close his eyes once more, Calchas interjected, "King Agamemnon, regardless of whether Neoptolemus receives divine aid or possesses strength rivaling that of the gods, as long as he retains the power to vanquish the war god Ares and the fire god Hephaestus, he may defy the will of the gods and breach Troy." Agamemnon's eyes widened in realization as he rose, stating, "If Neoptolemus has the potential to breach Troy, summon all the princes. We cannot allow him to claim all the spoils for himself." As Loi traversed the banks of the Scamander River, approaching the gates of Troy, the soldiers atop the walls began to rain arrows upon him. Regrettably, these mere mortal arrows posed no threat to Loi's impervious form. Undeterred by the deluge of arrows, he stood before the gates, grasping his divine spear with his right hand, and struck the gates with a powerful fist. A resounding crash echoed. Under the force of Loi's immense power, the walls of Troy trembled slightly. On the day Achilles fell, he too sought to use his divine strength to breach the city. But Apollo, the guardian of Troy, personally dispatched him with a divine arrow, preventing the city from falling. Now, as Loi mirrored Achilles' intent, one could only wonder if Apollo would unleash his divine arrow upon him as well. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive strike, Loi's fist met the gates with increasing ferocity. The tremors reverberated not only through the walls of Troy, but also through the very ground upon which it stood. Hearing the cacophony from the gate, the citizens of Troy paused their activities, silently praying to their protector, Apollo, beseeching him to spare their city from destruction. Apollo, having heard the prayers of the Trojans, descended from Mount Olympus, enveloped in a veil of clouds above the city. Pallas Athena, the guardian of the Greek coalition, manifested in her towering divine form, her feet upon the earth and her head touching the heavens. Loi beheld the figures of Apollo and Athena, but did not cease his assault. "Son of Achilles." Apollo's voice echoed from the clouds, warning Loi, "Do not repeat Achilles' folly. Cease your attack on Troy at once." "Apollo, how dare you, a mere mouse, attempt to thwart me?" Loi retorted, raising his right hand and pointing the blade of his spear at the god. "I seek no vengeance for Achilles' death, yet you dare to confront me. You audacious mortal challenging the gods." Apollo thundered, unleashing a golden arrow from the clouds towards Loi. Clang! With a swift motion, Loi wielded his spear, deflecting Apollo's golden arrow to the ground. A cold smile spread across his face as he regarded the deity. At his call, two divine steeds appeared, drawing a chariot that Loi promptly mounted, taking the reins in his left hand as he propelled himself toward the clouds where Apollo concealed himself. Observing Loi's ascent into the sky, Pallas Athena pondered, how curious. If he possesses the strength to defeat Ares and Hephaestus, why must he rely on the power of these steeds to soar through the heavens? Is he truly human, borrowing divine power from some god? The chariot surged forth into the clouds, and Apollo, unwilling to show mercy, unleashed a barrage of golden arrows at Loi. Clang, clang, clang. With remarkable agility, Loi parried each golden arrow with his spear. As the god of the silver bow and plague, Apollo's arrows bore the essence of pestilence. It was this very power that had claimed Achilles' life when struck at his heel. Yet, as Apollo unleashed his arrows upon Loi, the golden projectiles were met with resistance. Even the pestilential force they carried could not penetrate Loi's being. Upon contact with Loi, Apollo's plague energy dissipated as if melting under the blazing sun. In an instant, Loi reached the veil of clouds where Apollo resided, brandishing his spear towards the god. Clang! The sound echoed as Apollo transformed his silver bow into a golden sword, parrying the spear's thrust. In the ensuing clash, both deities found themselves unable to overpower Loi with divine might. Apollo turned to Pallas Athena, watching from afar, and demanded, "Athena, have you lent your power to the son of Achilles once more?" Pallas Athena neither confirmed nor denied the accusation, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Apollo, you are the guardian of Troy. On this sacred ground, only you among the gods can fully wield your divine authority. Though the city may soon meet its doom, it would be a disgrace to lose to a mere mortal. Ares and Hephaestus may claim their defeat at the hands of Loi, arguing that the Trojans do not revere them and thus cannot unleash their full power here. Yet, if you should fall to Loi, there will be no justification for your failure, leaving you under immense pressure to triumph against him. Had Loi's weapon not been the 3-meter-long divine spear, and had Apollo's weapon not been the 1-meter-long golden sword, it is likely that Loi's body would have been pierced by Apollo's golden blade long ago. Truly, Apollo, the god of the golden sword, possesses combat skills that are beyond the reach of mere mortals like myself. Chapter 9. Opposition to the Trojan horse, and Athena, what a surprise, Apollo. I had anticipated you would vanquish Neoptolemus as you did Achilles. The cloud-shrouded Apollo gazed at Pallas Athena with an expression devoid of warmth. After Hector and Memnon fell in battle, the destruction of Troy became inevitable. Slaying Achilles was the only deed I could perform for the Trojans. Now, I find myself unable to manifest my divine powers upon the earth. Should I engage Neoptolemus in combat, I might suffer humiliation akin to that endured by Ares and Hephaestus. Moreover, there is no necessity for me to confront Neoptolemus, for it falls to you and Poseidon to prevent the Greeks from breaching the sacred walls of Troy. The fortifications of Troy were forged by the sea god Poseidon himself, who does not wish for the Greeks to raze the city. Even in the past, when Heracles led 300 warriors to conquer Troy, the walls remained unscathed. Should the Greeks destroy the walls that Poseidon crafted, it would tarnish his grand reputation. Pallas Athena, too, desires that the Greeks do not forcefully breach Troy. As the goddess of wisdom, she wishes for her favored sage, Odysseus, to employ the ruse of the wooden horse to assist the Greek coalition in capturing the city, thereby demonstrating that intellect triumphs over brute strength. In light of Apollo's defiant demeanor, Pallas Athena retorted with a mocking smile. "Apollo, though we have proclaimed you among the Olympian deities, the god of this minor Asian peninsula has never truly submitted to Zeus. Soon, the Greeks shall annihilate your beloved Troy, and you shall bow your haughty head and learn to respect me, your elder sister." Following a fierce confrontation with Apollo, the warrior Lo became exceedingly fatigued. Noticing Lo's gaze, the venerable hero Nestor joyfully addressed him. "The godlike Neoptolemus, Philoctetes has arrived at our camp aboard a supply ship from Lemnos. We have satisfied the goddess' demands, and we can now breach the walls of Troy." Upon realizing that the limping elder surrounded by princes was Philoctetes, Lo immediately dismounted his chariot and approached the princes while inquiring of the seer Calchas. "Calchas, has Philoctetes, heir to Heracles' bow, truly come to the battlefield of Troy? Can we indeed breach the city?" Calchas, visibly troubled, replied, "We still cannot breach the walls of Troy." Hearing Calchas' words, Agamemnon stormed toward him, grasping his collar and exclaiming furiously, "Calchas, did you not say that once Philoctetes arrives, we could conquer Troy? If Philoctetes cannot aid us, what reason do we have to appease this cripple? I have already bestowed upon him 7 Trojan women, 20 splendid horses, and 12 tripods as gifts." The princes, too, lost interest in Philoctetes, directing their dissatisfied gazes toward Calchas. Calchas felt unjustly accused, for Philoctetes' arrival was indeed the divine will of Heracles. Unfortunately, Heracles, a rather feeble deity, could not hinder the Greek coalition from breaching Troy. Had the divine support for Philoctetes come from Pallas Athena or Poseidon, Agamemnon and the princes would not have dared express dissent. Seeing Calchas incite the wrath of the assembly, Odysseus promptly stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Casting a grateful glance at Odysseus, Calchas spoke to Agamemnon and the princes. "Friends, I witnessed an omen yesterday. A majestic eagle pursued a dove. The dove sought refuge in a crevice, and the eagle waited long by the rocks. The dove did not emerge, and the eagle ultimately concealed itself in nearby brush. When the foolish dove finally flew from its hiding place, the eagle seized it with its talons. We should emulate this eagle, seizing Troy through wisdom." Upon hearing Calchas' words, Odysseus was inspired by the goddess of wisdom and, filled with confidence, proclaimed loudly, "Friends, I have conceived a stratagem involving a colossal wooden horse." Before Odysseus could finish, Lo interrupted him, stating, "Foolish Odysseus, Troy is home to divine priests and seers like Calchas. For instance, the beautiful daughter of King Priam, Cassandra, is both a seer and a priestess of Pallas Athena. To employ a wooden horse to breach Troy, Pallas Athena must grant all its inhabitants a lapse in intellect for it to succeed. I shall not obstruct your reliance on the goddess's power to conquer Troy, but I shall assert my own divine strength to do so honorably." Watching Lo depart, Odysseus replied coldly, "Sometimes wisdom surpasses brute force." Great Ajax fell because he failed to grasp this truth. Had Achilles not blindly trusted in his divine might, he might not have been struck down by Apollo's arrow. After Apollo's departure, Ares, the god of war and protector of the Greeks, descended upon Troy. Observing Lo's opposition to Odysseus' stratagem, Ares jested with Pallas Athena, "Athena, as the protector of the Greek coalition, will you again slay a hero of the Greeks, as you did with great Ajax?" Pallas Athena retorted mockingly, "Foolish Ares, Apollo, the protector of Troy, has already forsaken it. You, a deity of the Greek homeland, continue to support the Trojans. Do you believe they will abandon Apollo to become your followers? The city of Troy shall soon fall to the Greek coalition. And even if the Trojans wish to worship you, you will have no chance to become their guardian." Within Lo's quarters, resting with his head upon Chryseis' lap, Lo contemplated how to address the impending crisis. Odysseus, favored by the goddess of wisdom, Athena, sought to prove that intellect holds greater significance than strength. Great Ajax met his demise merely for contending with Odysseus over Achilles' divine armor, a fate orchestrated by Athena. By opposing Odysseus, I stand directly against the goddess of wisdom, who surely will not overlook my defiance. Chapter 10. The one man's strength breaks Troy. On the following dawn, Lo emerged from his quarters, accompanied by Blotomea and Chryseis, to witness the Greek princes directing their soldiers in the construction of a wooden horse from the pine trees felled in Mount Ida. It appeared that Agamemnon and the princes had grown weary of the protracted conflict, reluctant to endure further sacrifices. They preferred to forsake the glory of warriors and rely on the divine wisdom of Athena to annihilate the city of Troy. "Master, even if you do not wish to collaborate with the other princes, you ought to take your 2,500 warriors with you." Lo paused, turning to Chryseis with a teasing smile. "Are you concerned that I might perish beneath the walls of Troy, leaving you once again a slave to Agamemnon?" Chryseis blushed and nodded shyly. "Agamemnon is older than my father. I wish to remain your servant forever." Lo gently placed his left hand on Chryseis' head, offering her solace as he spoke. "Do not worry. I shall not fall before the gates of Troy, and you will not once again find yourself in the clutches of Agamemnon." With that, Lo strode forth, making his way toward the distant city of Troy. Blotomea approached Chryseis, who inquired with curiosity, "Blotomea, are you not concerned for his safety? You have served him longer than I. Perhaps he would heed your counsel." Blotomea smiled sweetly as she gazed after Lo's retreating figure. "Chryseis, although the Greeks regard our master as a hero of divine strength, I know he possesses a might surpassing that of the gods." Clad in golden armor, Ares sat atop the walls of Troy, gripping a newly forged divine spear. Upon seeing Lo approach the city, Ares leapt down from the battlements, transforming into a colossal figure towering 10 meters tall. He advanced toward Lo, proclaiming, "Son of Achilles, the last time Pallas Athena lent you her divine power, you succeeded in wounding my godly form. Now, I shall avenge that humiliation and bestow upon you the punishment of defying a deity." Undaunted, Lo replied, "Ares, your unwavering loyalty to the Trojans rivals that of Apollo, making you more akin to their protector. Alas, despite your defense of Troy, the Trojans shall never allow you to usurp Apollo's status." "Silence!" Ares roared, launching his immense spear at Lo. With a resounding clash, just as Lo prepared to engage Ares, another spear whizzed past him, intercepting Ares' attack. Lo turned in astonishment to see Pallas Athena, her blue eyes gleaming, standing beside him. To his surprise, the goddess who had once been his adversary was now his protector. Sensing Lo's thoughts, Athena met his gaze and declared while battling Ares, "Do not fret. I am now the goddess of war and victory. Go forth and breach the city of Troy." Athena, seeing the goddess encourage Lo to conquer Troy, Ares bellowed in fury, "You dare to impede me. You know full well that Troy ought not to fall today. With a gentle smile, Athena clashed her spear against Ares's, affirming, Ares, it is I who forbids the Greeks from demolishing Troy at this hour, for the goddess Athena seeks to demonstrate that wisdom surpasses brute strength. As Loi distanced himself from the battlefield of the two deities, he mused, today, she is not merely the goddess of wisdom, but the goddess of war and victory. I am indeed fortunate. Overcoming the greatest obstacle to breaching Troy, Loi braved the rain of arrows fired by the Trojans, arriving before the towering gates of the city. He raised his right fist and struck the massive gates. With a thunderous boom, the gates reverberated throughout the city under the force of Loi's divine might. This sound echoed to the Greek encampment, where the soldiers constructing the wooden horse halted their labors, their expressions grave as they turned their gazes toward Troy. If Loi truly breached the city, their efforts to build the horse would be in vain. Observing the standstill, Odysseus urged discontentedly, why have you ceased your work? Even the demigod hero Achilles could not breach Troy. Do you truly believe the son of Achilles can topple the city crafted by Poseidon himself? Another deafening crash erupted from Troy, accompanied by a tremor beneath their feet. Odysseus turned, his expression grave, his eyes fixed on the city. Bang, bang, bang. Loi's fists rained down upon the gates of Troy. With each blow, the divine power surged within him, causing cracks to form in the gates and walls alike. Finally, Loi unleashed his full strength, delivering a mighty blow to the gates of Troy. The gates and their pillars crumbled, and the once impenetrable walls collapsed in unison. Troy had fallen. On Olympus, within the temple of Zeus, Poseidon bellowed, I want him dead. Witnessing Loi's triumph over Troy, he seethed with rage. A mere mortal had shattered the walls forged by the gods. The son of Achilles must perish. No dissenting voices arose among the gods present, including Zeus. Apollo wore a mocking smirk as he remarked, once, Heracles and several heroes, along with 300 warriors, breached Troy, which was far less formidable than it is now. Now, Neoptolemus has single-handedly conquered the city, achieving a feat far beyond that of Heracles. If Neoptolemus remains alive, humanity will revere him as a living god. Thus, the reasons for Loi's demise multiplied. Within the crumbled gates of Troy, Loi stood unaware of the consensus among the Olympian gods regarding his fate. Though he had successfully breached the city, he now found himself utterly spent. As he mustered the strength to enter Troy, a thunderous sound akin to a stampede echoed behind him. Turning around, Loi beheld thousands of warriors from the Greek alliance surging forth from their encampment, rushing toward the city like a tidal wave. These foolish beings, witnessing my triumph, come to seize the spoils? Though discontent stirred within him, Loi lacked the strength to halt the frenzied Greek horde. The Greek forces stormed into Troy, engaging the Trojans in fierce combat, pillaging their women and wealth. Despite the Trojans' despair, they fought back with a resolve to perish alongside their foes, inflicting heavy casualties on the Greek invaders. As Loi traversed the blood-soaked streets, stained by the lifeblood of both the Greeks and Trojans, he made his way toward the temple of Pallas Athena. Perhaps, for Agamemnon and Menelaus, Helen, who determined the fate of the Spartan throne, was the most coveted prize. Yet for Loi, the prophetic Trojan princess Cassandra represented the most valuable treasure. It was evident that Loi was not the sole one targeting Cassandra. Within the temple where Cassandra resided, the grand doors burst open with a resounding crash as little Ajax entered. Upon laying eyes on the goddess-like priestess Cassandra, a proud and triumphant smile spread across his face. Chapter 11. The diminished goddess Cassandra Little Ajax. When Loi arrived at the temple of Pallas Athena and discovered that little Ajax had already made his presence known, he immediately called out his name in a fit of rage. At that moment, little Ajax stood before Cassandra, poised to claim her as his possession. Upon hearing his name called, little Ajax turned, his expression darkening as he addressed Loi. Son of Achilles, great Ajax has long since perished. I am the sole Ajax now, and I detest being referred to as little Ajax. Casting a glance at Cassandra, who sat with her head bowed, Loi fixed little Ajax with a frigid gaze. Little Ajax, I am the one who has breached the walls of Troy. Therefore, all that lies within its confines is my spoils of war. I may grant you permission to seize other treasures, but Cassandra is mine. You wish to contest my claim on Cassandra? Little Ajax taunted, observing Loi's unsteady stance. Loi raised his divine spear, its blade aimed threateningly at little Ajax. Little Ajax, if you do not vacate this temple at once, I shall leave you a lifeless corpse upon its floor. Faced with Loi's threat, little Ajax hesitated, ultimately deciding against engaging in battle. For him, the prospect of being slain by Loi over Cassandra was simply not worth the risk. After making a hasty retreat from the temple, Loi approached Cassandra and declared, "Cassandra, you are now my captive and my slave. I command you to leave this place with me." Upon hearing Loi's words, Cassandra lifted her gaze, meeting his eyes. It was then that Loi recognized her otherworldly beauty, reminiscent of the ocean goddess, with her flowing blue hair and striking blue eyes akin to those of Pallas Athena. Stunned by her ethereal allure, Loi momentarily faltered before seizing Cassandra's right arm, intent on forcibly leading her away. As Loi dragged Cassandra from the temple, the statues within trembled and creaked ominously, the very foundation quaking beneath them. Suddenly alert, Loi paused to glance at the statue of Pallas Athena. Just as he anticipated the goddess might descend to protect her priestess Cassandra, the statue began to crack and shed its outer layer. Once stripped of this veneer, the visage of Pallas Athena transformed, revealing a statue that bore an uncanny resemblance to Cassandra herself. The temple of Pallas Athena in Troy had indeed been dedicated to Cassandra. Gazing upon the statue, Loi murmured in realization, "Cassandra, the true goddess worshipped by the Trojans, is your former incarnation, and you are but a shadow of her diminished essence. Pallas Athena not only usurped your identity, but also made you her priestess. Apollo's desire for you stems from his wish to monopolize the Trojans' devotion. Your plight evokes a sense of pity within me." Cassandra, her expression inscrutable, locked eyes with Loi and replied, "I do not comprehend your words. Understanding is not a prerequisite." Loi retorted, "I speak of the reality that you are, in essence, the diminished form of the ocean goddess once revered by the Trojans." With that, Loi forcefully led Cassandra out of the temple. With a resounding crash, as Loi exited the temple, the statue of Cassandra toppled forward, and the supporting stone columns shattered, reducing the entire structure to ruins. Loi escorted Cassandra to the main street of Troy, where he observed that the fighting had largely ceased. The resisting Trojans had been slain, and the survivors reduced to captives. Among them, King Priam and the royal family were regarded as the most valuable prisoners. Gathered on the main street for selection by Agamemnon and the princes, Menelaus's unfaithful wife, Helen, having first been wed to the Trojan prince Paris and later to the prince Deiphobus after Paris's death, had adorned Menelaus with two metaphorical crowns of betrayal. Yet, at that moment, Helen did not find herself among the captives, but walked shamefully with her head bowed beside Menelaus. Andromache, Hector's grieving wife, lamented, "Hasten to end my life. Ever since my husband was slain by Achilles, I have lived solely for my child. Now that my child has been cruelly taken from me, I plead for you to end my suffering." Upon seeing Loi and Cassandra arrive on the main street, Agamemnon's gaze was immediately drawn to Cassandra's goddess-like beauty, and he jested with Loi, son of Achilles. Though Princess Cassandra is a lifelong priestess, her age could very well allow her to be your mother. Should you feel deprived of maternal affection, I could offer Andromache as your slave. She has just lost her only son. She could fulfill your need for a mother, while I would gain the beautiful Cassandra, a mutually beneficial arrangement. In the original trajectory of fate, Neoptolemus was uncertain if he acted out of pity for Andromache or a genuine lack of maternal love, yet he indeed chose her, bereaved as she was, as his slave. Unfortunately for him, Loi was neither a saint nor in need of maternal solace. Agamemnon, Cassandra is my captive. Should you dare covet what belongs to me, you will meet the same fate as Priam. Your wife, Clytemnestra, was the spouse of your murdered cousin. If you so relish the wives of others, then let Andromache become your slave. Son of Achilles, we have significant matters to discuss with you, the seer Calchas interjected, halting Loi. Upon hearing that her sister was to be offered as a sacrifice to Achilles, the previously dazed Cassandra seized Loi's arm, whispering, "Save her, save Polyxena." Loi turned to meet Cassandra's gaze briefly before striding toward the captive Polyxena among the royal prisoners. "You foolish mortals! How could you contemplate sacrificing a living being to Achilles? I shall claim Polyxena as my slave. If you truly wish to offer a living sacrifice, then present King Priam to Achilles, fulfilling his unmet paternal longing." Chapter 12, Agamemnon. King of kings, it was the consensus among the princes to make Polyxena a sacrifice for Achilles. This consensus was now overturned by Lo, who, with gritted teeth, exclaimed, "Son of Achilles, do you truly believe you can nullify the joint decision of myself and the other princes?" Lo, who had intended to leave with Cassandra and Polyxena, halted abruptly and turned to Agamemnon, declaring, Agamemnon, I see no discontent among the princes towards me. The only one dissatisfied is you. Lo had single-handedly breached the walls of Troy, accomplishing what no one had ever achieved before and demonstrating a power surpassing that of Achilles. The princes were not foolish. They certainly bore no objections to Lo's prevention of Polyxena's sacrifice. Noticing no one among the princes came to Agamemnon's defense, he sneered, "Son of Achilles, you speak true. I am indeed displeased with you. I was once the king of kings among the Greek lands, and now I have conquered Troy, poised to become the supreme ruler of the Mediterranean. Even the gods ought to show me respect. As a mere mortal, you should not repeatedly disregard my authority." Fool. Observing Agamemnon's delusion of grandeur in his impending demise, Lo deemed it a waste of time to converse further with one who was destined to perish. He departed Troy with Cassandra and Polyxena. As they exited the city, Polyxena began to weep softly at the sight of the ruins of the walls, crafted by Poseidon. Cassandra comforted her, saying, "Our survival is paramount. As long as we live, there is hope for the reconstruction of Troy." This was not the first instance of Troy being captured by the Greeks. In the era of Heracles, Troy had fallen to him and 300 warriors, leaving only Prince Priam to survive. Priam not only rebuilt the city, but, over 30 years, transformed it into a formidable city-state capable of withstanding the assault of 100,000 Greek allies. Upon hearing her sister's words, Polyxena cried, "Sister Cassandra, our brothers and nephews have been mercilessly slaughtered by the Greeks. Who will rebuild Troy in the future?" Cassandra gazed at Lo's retreating figure and replied, "You may bear children with our master, and your offspring can one day restore Troy." Surprised at her sister's assignment of such a monumental task to herself, Polyxena asked, "We are now slaves. Do you still wish to remain unmarried?" "Indeed. If he seeks to possess me against my will, I shall end my own life," Cassandra asserted. Lo, walking ahead, overheard their conversation. Upon hearing Cassandra encourage Polyxena to bear children for the restoration of Troy, while she herself wished to remain unmarried, a smile crept across Lo's face. His intention in enslaving Cassandra and Polyxena was solely to harness her prophetic abilities, devoid of any interest in their physical forms. This world was merely a task-driven realm orchestrated by a system. Thus, he had never contemplated fathering a child with Polyxena to establish a new king of Troy, one who would control the Dardanelles, the golden route connecting the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Upon reaching his quarters, Lo was greeted by Blodamia and Chryses, who had come out to welcome him. Upon seeing the beautiful Trojan princesses Cassandra and Polyxena following Lo, their smiles faltered, instinctively sensing a threat. Ignoring their reaction, Lo commanded Blodamia, "Go and relay my orders to my men. We shall move to the port of Lyrnessus." Lyrnessus, located south of Troy, was Blodamia's homeland. Previously, when Achilles pursued Aeneas, he had seized this city, killing King Briseis and transforming Blodamia, the princess, into a captive and slave. Upon hearing Lo's intention to head to Lyrnessus, Blodamia joyfully responded, and after her departure, Lo chuckled and shook his head. If he wished to remain in Asia Minor as a colonizer, he could easily expel the Greeks from Troy and reign over this promising city-state. After Lo's fleet of 50 ships departed the shores of Troy, the old hero Phoenix approached him and inquired, "My prince, you have personally shattered the walls of Troy. Why do you not remain to claim your rightful spoils with the other princes, but instead choose to leave with us now?" Lo regarded the white-haired old hero with a faint smile. Though the Greeks have triumphed in the Trojan War, the gods have orchestrated a fate of death for the Greek coalition. Upon entering the port of Lyrnessus, Lo stationed 500 warriors to guard the ships and led 2,000 soldiers into the city. In the banquet hall of the palace, Blodamia seated Lo upon the throne that once belonged to her father, stating, "Master, although Lyrnessus was once a minor city-state, in the wake of Troy's destruction, we can absorb its legacy and develop Lyrnessus into a powerful city-state. Your relative, Prince Teucer, rules over my side, and the two city-states can support each other to dominate Asia Minor." Seeing Blodamia lost in her visions of a prosperous future, Lo felt compelled to dispel her fantasies. Saying innocently, "Blodamia, the one who took you from Briseis was Achilles, not I." Chapter 13. A Palace. Athena, as the princes of the Greek coalition divided the spoils of war, treasures, women, and slaves, at the city of Troy, Lo sailed to the city of Mysi with Cassandra and 50 warriors. Upon their arrival at the royal palace, King Teucer warmly welcomed Lo and hosted a grand banquet in the hall. The The crackling bonfire roasted freshly dissected lamb and beef, while Loi sat across a low table from Teucer, with the noble Tecmessa, wife of great Ajax, beside him, and Cassandra beside Loi. Observing Tecmessa serving Teucer as she would her husband, Loi refrained from condemning her perceived infidelity towards Ajax, who had already perished. Although Tecmessa's son, Eurysakes, was Teucer's nephew, he was not his biological son. For Tecmessa to secure Eurysakes' position as Teucer's heir, she needed to win Teucer's favor. After consuming a skewer of roasted lamb with Cassandra, Loi addressed Teucer directly. "Are you planning to establish a colony in Lyrnessos?" Teucer, taken aback by the inquiry, shook his head in confusion. "It is Blodamia who aspires to rule Lyrnessos. As a princess of Lyrnessos, her ascendance to the throne is only natural. I have left 2,400 men in Lyrnessos and entrusted Blodamia, Chrysis, and Polyxena to its care. Should any city-state attack Lyrnessos, I shall count on your assistance in vanquishing our foes." Teucer, intent on dominion over the Anatolian peninsula, recognized the necessity of allies. After reflecting on Loi's request, he nodded. "If you choose to father children with Blodamia to govern Lyrnessos, I, as your kin, shall gladly ally with you. Concerning Odysseus, I believe you should abandon any thoughts of his demise. Odysseus is the favorite of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. Those who seek to slay him are destined to meet the same fate as great Ajax." Noticing Teucer's growing trepidation towards Odysseus, Loi confidently asserted, "Teucer, the goddess Athena desires the Greek coalition to employ Odysseus' cunning stratagem of the wooden horse to seize Troy, demonstrating that wisdom surpasses brute strength. If I can defy Athena's will and forcefully breach the walls of Troy with my divine power, I can equally contravene her wishes to extinguish Odysseus' life." Among the princes of the Greek coalition, the seers Calchas and Amphiaraus remained in Anatolia. By the decree of the three fates, Calchas and Amphiaraus were destined to govern the cities of Curia and Pamphylia, respectively. The grand fleet of the coalition sailed swiftly past numerous islands, heading toward the Greek mainland. As the fleet approached the second largest island, Euboea, Pallas Athena descended from Mount Olympus, wielding Zeus's thunderbolt, and summoned clouds to conjure a storm. Due to the treacherous reefs near Euboea, the Greek fleet suffered catastrophic losses in the tempest, with barely a tenth of the vessels surviving. Loi's ship trailed behind the main fleet, unscathed by the storm's fury. Odysseus, favored by Athena, navigated his vessel safely out of the tempest's reach. Once Odysseus' ship veered away from the fleet toward the southern tip of the Peloponnese, Loi commanded his sailors to hasten their pursuit. Cassandra stood at the prow, gazing anxiously at Odysseus' ship. "Master, if you continue to chase Odysseus, you may encounter unimaginable misfortune. Are you concerned for me?" Loi approached Cassandra, teasingly regarding her exquisite visage. "Cassandra, I am your master, and you are my slave. As long as I breathe, there remains the possibility of breaking your vow of lifelong celibacy. I would have thought you would anticipate my demise." Cassandra immediately turned her gaze toward the grand fleet amidst the storm. "Though you are the adversary seeking to dismantle Troy, I genuinely wish for you to become Polyxena's husband. Should you perish now, I would find myself in great distress. Have you foreseen my death through your prophetic abilities?" Cassandra shook her head. "You are shrouded in a divine mist, akin to a deity, rendering your future invisible to me. Since you cannot foresee my demise, your concern is unwarranted." Before Loi could finish his thought, his eyes widened in astonishment. A stunning goddess with blue hair and sapphire eyes suddenly emerged upon the water's surface. Under her divine influence, the tumultuous waves froze into a mirror-like calm, and Loi's ship became immobilized upon the sea. Turning back to cast a glance at the tempestuous goddess above Euboea, Loi murmured, "Pallas, Athena, ordinary mortals cannot perceive the divine. However, Cassandra, endowed with prophetic gifts and once a priestess of the sea goddess worshipped by the Trojans, beheld the goddess just as Loi did." Ignoring Cassandra's pleas, Loi grasped his divine spear and leapt onto the tranquil surface of the sea, striding toward the goddess while proclaiming, "You appear before me not to thwart my pursuit of Odysseus, I presume? Wise Athena, even in the absence of Odysseus, I would seek your presence." Athena, her serpentine gaze fixed upon Loi, retorted, "You cannot possibly be the son of Achilles. Pray tell, what is your true identity? Indeed, you deities possess the uncanny ability to discern my peculiarities." Loi responded with a smile upon being recognized by Athena. "Then you shall meet your end." Athena extended her right hand, summoning a divine spear with a chilling demeanor. once your soul descends into the underworld of Hades. The gods of the underworld shall compel your spirit to unveil your hidden secrets. Chapter 14 Achilles is not my son. Following the conclusion of the Trojan War, the world has entered the final era of heroes. This is also the last age of mythology, where the powers and might of the gods have waned to varying degrees. The fact that Diomedes could wound the god of war Ares and the goddess of love Aphrodite on the battlefield of Troy is a testament to the impending arrival of this final mythological era. In this age, even the power of the goddess of wisdom, Athena, has been diminished, so Loi does not feel particularly intimidated by the goddess before him. Had it been Pallas Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, I fear I would have lost the courage to resist you, for in this era of divine decline, you still possess powers second only to Zeus. Alas, the goddess before me is not Pallas Athena, but merely the goddess of wisdom herself. Loi strides across the still waters, raising his divine spear as he addresses Athena. Since I have defeated Ares and Hephaestus, it stands to reason that my chances of vanquishing you are not non-existent. You foolish mortal, this is not Troy, but the seas of Greece. Athena's voice is cold as she suddenly rushes towards Loi, her spear aimed directly at his heart. With a resounding clash, Loi manages to block Athena's strike with his own spear, yet his gaze is captivated by her beauty. As a goddess whose allure rivals that of Aphrodite, her flowing blue hair and serpentine blue eyes emanate an incredible charm. Loi cannot help but admire her exquisitely perfect visage, his eyes trailing down to her white robe cinched at the waist with a golden belt, finally resting on her golden strappy sandals. So even goddesses wear shoes. I had assumed you were a serpent. Loi's teasing words are cut short as Athena's spear unleashes an overwhelming force, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. With a dull thud, Loi crashes onto the surface of the sea, over 100 meters away, as Athena walks across the water toward him, remarking, "Is this the extent of your divine power? Though you surpass demigods, you are far from being a true deity. To ascertain whether you are divine or merely human, I shall conduct an experiment." Upon hearing Athena's words, Loi hurriedly rises, his eyes wary and poised for her next move. However, Athena halts 50 meters away, refraining from advancing. Just as Loi begins to feel puzzled, her blue serpent-like eyes suddenly radiate a brilliant divine light that envelopes his body. To his horror, Loi realizes that sensation is slipping away from his body, beginning at his toes and fingers. He gazes down at his hands, his eyes widening in shock as he sees his form rapidly transforming into a statue of salt. This is not the petrifying gaze of Medusa. This is the salinization of the ocean goddess. Seeing Loi unable to resist her divine power, Athena expresses her disappointment. "Indeed, you are but a mortal. Since you are merely human, the secrets within you hold no value to pique my interest. Thus, you shall become a statue of salt, sinking to the seabed, awaiting Hermes to guide your soul to the underworld." With that, Athena turns and strides toward the city of Athens in the region of Attica. In the blink of an eye, her figure vanishes from Loi's sight. The sea, previously stilled by her divine might, returns to normal, and Loi's body sinks beneath the waves. Am I to perish? Just before Athena's power petrifies his head, Loi contemplates a crucial question. No, since this world is merely a task created by the system, the so-called underworld should not exist. As this thought crosses his mind, his head is entirely transformed into salt by Athena's power. His consciousness ceases to think. Time is indeterminate. When his awareness resumes, Loi opens his eyes, surveying his surroundings in astonishment. This is, seeing that he has not entered a dark, frigid underworld, but instead finds himself in gently flowing seawater. He exclaims in surprise, "I am not dead?" With this realization, a wave of further confusion washes over him. Not only can he breathe in the water, but he can also speak within it, as if he were in a dream. "If I had not intervened in time, you might indeed have perished," a sweet, melodious voice suddenly resounds behind him. Turning around, Loi finds a blue-haired, blue-eyed goddess of the sea standing before him. She wears a white gown that exposes her arms, with a blue belt cinching her slender waist, her bare feet treading upon the surface of the water. "You saved me and lifted my salinization?" he asks, his cheeks flushing as she shyly raises her right index finger to her lips. "It was I who bestowed upon you the blessings of the sea goddess, aiding you in overcoming Athena's salinization. You can now move in the water as freely as you would on land, thanks to that blessing." Observing her bashful demeanor, Loi instantly comprehends the nature of the blessing of the sea goddess. You know I was salinized by Athena, and yet you risked offending her to help me. Have you recognized my identity? And do you know the sea goddess Thetis? Do you not recall? I am Thetis. Upon realizing that this shy, youthful sea goddess is indeed Thetis, Loi's eyes widened in astonishment. You are Thetis? We have met before, you and Neoptolemus? Seeing Thetis shake her head, Loi breathes a sigh of relief. Since Thetis has not encountered Neoptolemus, he need not worry about his identity being discovered. Yet her earlier statement strikes him as peculiar. If she has not met Neoptolemus, why did she inquire if he remembers her? Regaining his composure, Loi, suppressing his embarrassment, addresses Thetis, goddess Thetis. I am, in fact, Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, your grandson. How could you possibly be Neoptolemus? Thetis blinks her large eyes in disbelief. Besides, Achilles is not my son. Achilles is not your son. Thetis nods, stating, it is rumored that Achilles is my son, granted with immortality by me, save for his heel, which remains mortal. If Achilles were truly my son, why would he don the divine armor forged by Hephaestus in battle? Given that Achilles possesses immortality, he should not require armor. Indeed, if Achilles were truly Thetis's son, endowed with immortality, why then would he need to wear armor in combat? Poseidon's son Cuchulain, a contemporary of Achilles, managed to defeat Achilles by sheer strength alone, rendering his weapons futile. If the rumors surrounding Achilles are false, then he is indeed not the son of Thetis. If Achilles is not your son, then whose son is he? Upon hearing Loi's seemingly foolish question, Thetis cannot help but laugh. Achilles is, of course, the son of Peleus and his wife. Realizing he has asked a profoundly foolish question, Loi reflects that Peleus, being the king of Phthia, must indeed have a wife, for he could only ascend to kingship by marrying the daughter of the former king of Phthia. Yet, it seems Peleus, as a son-in-law, possesses a certain ferocity. In his youth, he committed the heinous act of murdering his half-brother Phocus. After marrying the daughter of Eurytion, king of Phthia, he further stained his hands with blood by slaying his father-in-law during the hunt for the Caledonian boar. This series of tragic events allowed him to ascend to the throne of Phthia decades earlier than anticipated. Chapter 15. The aid of the ocean goddess Thetis. Within the grand tapestry of Greek mythology, there exists a hierarchy comprising deities of the sky, earth, seas, and the underworld. The ocean goddess occupies the lowest tier among these divine entities, her status slightly superior only to that of the forest and spring goddesses, who serve as handmaidens to the more formidable gods. Despite her diminished power and lowly rank, Thetis stands as the leader of the 50 sea goddesses, holding a distinguished position among the marine deities of the Mediterranean realm. Not only is Thetis endowed with considerable divine strength, but she is also the foster mother of Hephaestus, the god of fire, and possesses the unique privilege of summoning the Cinemanes, the hundred-handed giants. During the First Titan War, when Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades faced off against the first generation of Titans, it was Thetis who called upon the 300-handed giants to assist them, ultimately bringing an end to the decade-long conflict. Roy, initially apprehensive about Thetis's assistance, feared it might provoke Athena's wrath. Yet, contemplating Thetis's esteemed standing among the pantheon, he allowed a relieved smile to grace his face. Thetis, her expression laced with concern, gazed at Roy and inquired, "Are you intent on obstructing my quest?" Observing Thetis's attempts to dissuade him from remaining in her underwater palace, Roy frowned and retorted, "What do you mean by system task? What is this system you speak of? Given your character, it seems improbable that you would accept tasks assigned by another." With a gentle hand, Thetis brushed her fingers against Roy's forehead, her voice laced with worry. "Could it be that the battle of the gods has muddled your memory?" "Do not touch me," Roy exclaimed, stepping back to evade Thetis's hand, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his tone. "You misconstrue my intentions. I merely wish to assist you," Thetis replied with a weary smile. "You claim that this system has set tasks for you. Does it truly exist? Can you summon it for me to see?" Upon hearing Thetis's words, Roy was momentarily taken aback, as he realized he had no recollection of having ever encountered such a system. Reflecting on his valiant confrontations with Ares, Hephaestus, Apollo, and Athena, Roy quickly shook his head, asserting, "The system must exist. This world is but a fabricated realm of tasks. If it were genuinely real, having offended 4 of the 12 Olympian deities would surely spell my doom." Spotting his divine spear leaning against a stone pillar beside the coral bed, Roy swiftly rolled off the bed, seizing the spear, and dashed toward the vast expanse of the underwater palace. As he fled, Thetis, astonished, murmured to his retreating figure, "Do you truly distrust me?" The underwater palace of Thetis loomed like an immense temple, magnified tenfold. Upon reaching the exterior, Roy had yet to marvel at the breathtaking underwater scenery when a massive shark, measuring 10 meters in length, lunged at him with its gaping maw. In a frantic reaction, Roy thrust the divine spear toward the shark's head. With a sickening thud, the spear pierced the creature, and Thetis' voice resonated behind him, "Without my presence, you would continuously face assaults from the ocean's beasts. Moreover, you lack the ability to swim and cannot ascend from such depths. How do you know I cannot swim?" Roy turned to face Thetis, astonishment evident in his gaze. With a graceful gesture, Thetis extended her right hand toward him. A cerulean, divine energy emanated from her palm, enveloping Roy's form. In an instant, he began to ascend as if soaring through the water. Overcome with a sense of humility, he lowered his gaze to meet Thetis's, who immediately broke into a radiant and sweet smile, waving him farewell. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, Roy could perceive the profound reluctance in her eyes. "Thetis did not regard me as Neoptolemus. We are mere strangers meeting for the first time. Her peculiar demeanor must stem from mistaking me for another. If she did not believe me to be someone else, she would not have used the goddess's kiss to free me from the salinity of the sea." The journey from the depths of 1,000 meters to the surface was not prolonged. Thanks to Thetis' divine protection, Roy evaded the onslaught of oceanic creatures during his ascent. Soon, he found himself upon the sandy shores of an island. Turning to survey the isle, he noted its proximity to vast land masses, connected to the east and north, while two grand islands lay to the south and west. This must be a small island facing the Apennine Peninsula, he surmised, as he ventured deeper into the island, intending to request a vessel from its inhabitants. The island's bay was graced by a small river that coursed inland, and as Roy followed its banks, he soon arrived before an exquisite palace. In this era of city-states, a single family could claim dominion over an island, declaring themselves kings and royalty. For instance, Aeolus, the god of the winds, ruled over the island of Gramvusa, with its inhabitants consisting solely of his family, his wife, 6 sons, and 6 daughters. Upon witnessing the palace on this sparsely populated island, Roy chuckled. Even such a remote isle boasts a king. Just as he prepared to advance toward the palace, a brilliant light illuminated his face. Turning to discern the source, he beheld a maiden clad in white robes, standing in the river, cleansing herself. Chapter 16, the goddess of magic and potions. Circe, upon catching sight of the maiden in the river, her eyes shimmering with golden radiance, Roy instantly recognized her as Circe, the goddess of magic and potions, who dwells on the island of Ai. The gleaming golden eyes were a distinctive feature of the descendants of Helios, the sun god. Clad in a white robe drenched by the river water, her slender waist accentuated by a golden belt, Circe stared blankly at the water before her, cradling the river's flow in her hands as she washed her lustrous, platinum hair. The dazzling light that had previously graced Roy's face was merely the sunlight reflecting off Circe's radiant locks. Even the formidable Ares, god of war, and Hephaestus, god of fire, had succumbed to my prowess. Thus, I had no reason to regard Circe with undue caution. Gripping my divine spear tightly, I plucked a wildflower with white blossoms from the ground and strode boldly towards Circe's palace. The courtyard of her palace was lush and vibrant, inhabited by fierce beasts such as lions and wolves, alongside gentle herbivores like deer and rabbits, all frolicking freely within the grounds. Remarkably, the lions and wolves exhibited a gentle disposition, refraining from preying upon the deer and rabbits, or even upon Roy, who had intruded upon the palace. As I traversed the courtyard and entered the palace, I was astonished to find that Circe had prepared sweet wine and pastries upon the table. Not only was Circe the goddess presiding over magic and potions, but she also possessed prophetic abilities. It was only natural that she would be aware of my arrival on Ai. Perhaps enticed by the aroma of the pastries, my stomach suddenly grumbled with hunger. Noticing Circe's lack of interest in initiating conversation, I approached the table and began to indulge in the delightful treats and sweet wine. Just as I had consumed half of the pastries, Circe's indifferent voice pierced the air. Both the pastries and the sweet wine contain my potions. Upon finishing, you must leave my island at once. Should you refuse to depart, I shall invoke a spell to activate the potion within you, transforming you into a beast. Roy immediately brandished the black root in his left hand. What does this signify? Circe gazed at Roy in astonishment and confusion. Do you foolishly believe that a wildflower you casually uprooted could nullify my potions and magic? The threat of the black root proved ineffective, prompting Roy to raise his divine spear in his right hand. Circe could not suppress a laugh. How naive of you, mortal, to assume that humanity can inflict harm upon the divine body of a god. Feeling mocked by Circe's dismissal of his threat, Roy spat out the pastries, his expression one of discontent. Goddess Circe, you are indeed unfair. When Odysseus arrived at your palace, he too would threaten you with a wildflower casually plucked by Hermes, wielding human weapons to intimidate you. You would not deride his foolishness as you do mine. Upon hearing Roy's words, Circe's eyes widened in surprise before she offered a resigned smile. Hermes is the messenger of Zeus. He embodies not himself, but the will of the king of the Olympian gods. If Hermes claims that a wildflower can dispel my magic, can a mere mortal like Odysseus truly threaten me? Can I defy the will of Zeus? You are aware of Odysseus's future fate. It appears your arrival on Aia was no mere coincidence, but rather orchestrated by other deities. I am in pursuit of Odysseus, yet I currently lack a vessel. Goddess Circe, I implore you to provide me with a ship and use your prophetic abilities to reveal Odysseus's whereabouts. Once I eliminate Odysseus, you shall be spared the humiliation from the Olympian gods. I refuse. Circe turned her back on Roy. Odysseus is favored by Pallas Athena. I have no desire to be entangled in your foolishness. Depart from my palace at once, or I shall transform you into a piglet to be raised in a pen. In the face of Circe's threat, Roy wore a mocking smile. Is it only when your back is turned that you can speak falsehoods? I am aware that the sweet wine and pastries do not contain your potions, and you lack the power to transform me into a beast. For you are a benevolent goddess who tames fierce creatures, ensuring they do not harm humanity. Roy had once contemplated that the beasts of Aia might indeed be humans transformed by Circe's potions. However, such reasoning seemed implausible. In the tale of Jason and the Golden Fleece, Jason and Medea sought Circe's assistance on Aia. Before recognizing Medea as her niece, Circe had graciously aided them, facilitating their offerings to Zeus. The fact that Odysseus hunted a stag on Aia further attested that the island's beasts could not possibly be humans altered by Circe's potions. If the beasts of Aia were indeed humans transformed by magic, Odysseus would not only be guilty of murder, but also of the unspeakable crime of cannibalism, a transgression that the gods would never tolerate. The notion that Aia is home to a terrifying witch who transforms humans into beasts is merely a rumor you have spread to deter intruders. Even if I am not as wicked as the tales suggest, I shall not assist you. I had no intention of harming you. Roy frowned in dissatisfaction. Since you refuse to aid me, I shall compel you to submit by force. With that, Roy raised his divine spear, aiming to strike Circe. Just before the spear's blade could pierce her shoulder, Circe's form abruptly vanished from sight. Moments later, her voice resonated behind Roy. The flesh of mortals is far more fragile than that of the gods. While you intended but to wound my shoulder, should I retaliate with equal force? Do you truly believe you would survive? With that, Circe's index finger pressed against Roy's neck from behind. A surge of searing divine power coursed into Roy's body, causing his eyes to widen in despair. Yet, to his astonishment, he soon realized that Circe's divine power not only failed to harm him, but was absorbed by his own being. This sensation feels like, brother, Circe exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Roy from behind. Lowering his gaze to see her hands clasped around his waist, Roy expressed his bewilderment. Circe, what does this mean? Brother, are you angry? It's my fault for not recognizing you, leading me to commit such a foolish act against you. What I wish to convey is, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I cannot possibly be your brother. After explaining, Roy gently pried Circe's hands away from his waist and turned to face her. Brother. Circe immediately leapt into Roy's embrace, pleading, I truly did not recognize you. Please forgive me. Then will you now provide me with a ship and use your prophetic abilities to reveal Odysseus's whereabouts? Certainly. Whatever my brother requests, I shall fulfill. Circe, though I am uncertain why you perceive me as your brother, I must emphasize that I am not. Chapter 17. I am mistaken for the god of light. Phaeton Kirk seemed to have ignored Loy's words, nestling in his embrace like a delicate bird, greedily inhaling the scent that was so familiar to her, the scent of her brother. Why did I not recognize my brother at first glance? Loy, in a state of helplessness, gently pressed his chin against Kirk's platinum hair, pondering the reasons for her misidentification. In the pantheon of Greek mythology, Kirk is the granddaughter of the first-generation Titan sun god, Hyperion, and the goddess of light, Thea, and the daughter of the second-generation sun god, Helios, and the ocean goddess, Perseus. The reason Kirk might mistake Loi for her brother likely stems from the fact that her brothers, Aetes and Phaeton, inherited the divine radiance of their grandmother, Thea. Sharing a similar divine essence of light, Kirk mistakenly regarded herself as her brother who possessed the same divine attributes. Upon realizing this, Loi's heart suddenly enlightened. Thetis must have also mistaken him for Kirk's brother, which led her to bestow the goddess's kiss to assist him. Kirk, do you know the significance of my name? How could I not know? My brother's name signifies a blazing flame. Indeed, the name Phaeton embodies the meaning of a roaring fire. It appears that the two sons of Helios, Aetes, inherited the kingdom of Colchis and became its king, while Phaeton inherited the divine essence of light from their grandmother, Thea. In other words, Kirk sees herself as her brother Phaeton, who also possesses the divine radiance. Kirk, though I bear the essence of light, I am not your brother Phaeton. Is it because I have not faced punishment that my brother refuses to forgive me? Then let me serve him as penance. I shall devote myself entirely to him. With that, Kirk pushed Loi toward the bedroom behind them. Seeing Kirk's radiant smile, reminiscent of a lovesick maiden, Loi immediately halted, grasping her shoulders and gently pushing her away. You hardly appear ready to accept punishment. Rather, you seem poised to receive a reward. You have seen through me, brother. Kirk, since you perceive me as your brother, you ought to heed my words and provide me with a ship and information about Odysseus. No. Kirk shook her head defiantly. You are trapped on Aia. It seems your fate is akin to Calypso's. My situation is entirely different from Calypso's. Kirk replied with a bittersweet smile. Brother, have you truly forgotten? Oh, I apologize. I indeed forgot. Though both you and Calypso are prisoners on isolated islands, your circumstances are completely dissimilar. In Greek mythology, Calypso is imprisoned on Ogygia Island by Zeus. Yet, she is not a goddess of the sea. She was originally a guardian of a city-state on the Peloponnesian Peninsula. During the era of city-states, those who worshipped Zeus gradually dominated the Greek mainland, creating a mythological world centered around him. Once Calypso's city-state was conquered by Zeus's realm, and she refused to submit. She was demoted to the status of a prisoner goddess in Greek mythology. Whether in myth or reality, Kirk belongs to the distant east. Deities such as Apollo, Aphrodite, and Hephaestus, hailing from the east, are still relatively close to the Greeks, with Aphrodite being the nearest goddess from Cyprus. Thus, in the eyes of the Greeks, deities from the east were part of the Mediterranean world and could integrate into their mythology. Kirk does not belong to the Mediterranean realm. She is a goddess from the far eastern shores of the Black Sea. In reality, the civilizations that worshipped Kirk were far removed from the Greeks. Consequently, in the mythological realm, Kirk was not absorbed into the pantheon like Apollo or Aphrodite, but was instead diminished to the status of a prisoner on Aia, much like Calypso, who opposed Zeus. The ancient Greeks held truly simplistic views. Unable to pillage wealth from the eastern shores of the Black Sea, they belittled the goddess of the faith in their mythology. Had the civilizations worshipping Kirk been compliant and allowed the Argonauts to plunder their wealth, her standing in Greek mythology would not have been so dismal. Apollo could integrate into Greek mythology as a son of Zeus because the city of Troy he protected was destroyed by the Greek alliance, rendering the western coast of Asia Minor a colony of the Greeks. To ensure acceptance of Greek rule among the people of Asia Minor, Apollo's identity was established as the son of Zeus. Brother, what are you thinking about? Upon hearing Loi's words, Kirk's expression fell. You know very well. What I truly desire is to be with you forever. Faced with Kirk's heartfelt confession, Loi felt a wave of helplessness. If this were a genuine world, receiving Kirk's devoted love would be a delight, and he would not mind losing himself in her tenderness. Yet, this was merely a false world of tasks. For Loi, the paramount concern was the completion of his mission, not indulging in romantic affairs with Kirk. Observing Loi's reaction, Kirk forced a smile. I shall not make things difficult for you. Since you must depart, I will fulfill your request. Grasping Loi's left hand, Kirk led him outside. Brother, I shall now present you with the ship. Moments later, Loi and Kirk arrived at the coastal harbor of Aia. Seeing the harbor was desolate, devoid of even a fishing boat, Loi turned to Kirk and inquired, Kirk, where is the ship you spoke of? Right here, Kirk replied, pointing to the harbor with her left hand, releasing her platinum divine power. Bubbles began to rise as her divine essence seeped into the water. In no time, a ship capable of accommodating 20 people floated to the surface from the depths below. This is the finest vessel among the sunken ships. And now I bestow it upon you, brother. Turning to meet Loi's gaze, she continued, if you wish to know Odysseus's whereabouts, I can also tell you. Currently, Odysseus is imprisoned in a cave by Polyphemus, the giant son of Poseidon. If you wish to confront Odysseus, you may wait for him on the island of Glymphosa, ruled by Aeolus, the god of the winds, for Odysseus will visit him once he escapes Polyphemus. You want me to wait at Aeolus's place? Are you concerned I may not defeat Poseidon's giant son? Kirk shook her head. Polyphemus's son is no threat. I fear for you and Poseidon's wrath. The sea is ultimately Poseidon's domain. Should you slay his giant son, I worry Poseidon might. Your concerns are unwarranted. With that, Loi strode towards the ship at the harbor. Chapter 18. Deities cannot fall in love with mortals. Upon witnessing Loi's imminent departure, Circe suddenly embraced him from behind, pleading, brother, please do not leave. Loi halted his steps, hesitation creeping into his heart, realizing that Circe's true longing and attachment lay with her brother, not with himself. He promptly resolved to depart. Just as Loi prepared to disentangle Circe's hands from his waist, an unexpected deluge cascaded from the heavens. Was this your doing? Loi inquired, turning to face Circe as the rain soaked his garments. With tears mingling with raindrops on her face, Circe immediately broke into a joyful smile, exclaiming, I knew you would stay for me. The forest goddess and the spring goddess were lesser deities birthed from nature. Despite their status as the most diminutive and feeble deities in the divine realm, Circe's ability to command them was a testament to her noble lineage and formidable powers. Loi recalled the golden robes crafted by Medea, which were sewn from fabric imbued with potent potions. While Medea could wear these robes without consequence, any human donning them would be consumed by toxic flames. When Jason betrayed Medea to marry the daughter of King Creon, she gifted her golden robe to his new wife, who perished in the fiery embrace of the garment. Both Circe and Medea belonged to the lineage of the sun gods, with Circe wielding a superior mastery of potions. Loi had no desire to lose his life to a mere golden robe. Are you dissatisfied with the garment I made for you, brother? Over the years, I have crafted many outfits for you. Allow me to help you choose one you prefer, Circe offered. Circe, it is not that I am displeased with your creations. Loi replied with a shake of his head. The garments you fashion are meant for deities. As a mere mortal, wearing them could pose a danger. Why would my brother concern himself with such matters? Circe said, lifting the golden robe and draping it over Loi. These garments are made for you. Only men other than you would be cursed by them. Loi attempted to evade her sudden gesture, but it was too late. As the inexplicably warm golden robe enveloped him, he discovered it merely warmed his body without unleashing the anticipated toxic flames, causing him to exhale in relief. Observing Loi's reaction, Circe smiled and remarked, now you may remove your wet clothes. Indeed, Loi nodded, and Circe promptly attended to him like a devoted handmaiden, assisting him in shedding his soaked attire and donning the splendid golden robe. After casting Loi's wet clothes into the fire, Circe settled beside the loom, crafting combat-appropriate shorts and a short-sleeved top while singing a delightful and joyous melody. As he watched Circe, who resembled a dutiful wife, Loi felt a stirring within his heart. Circe, do you believe a goddess could ever love a mortal man? He inquired softly. Upon hearing Loi's question, Circe responded with confusion. Why do you ask such things, brother? Do you think mortal women would fall for male monkeys, or mortal men for female monkeys? Loi shook his head, and Circe continued, we are immortal deities with eternal lives. To us, mortals appear as mere monkeys due to humans. Just as humans cannot love monkeys, goddesses cannot love mortal men, nor can gods love mortal women. That is indeed true, Loi replied with a bitter smile. In Greek mythology, there are no tales of goddesses falling for mortal men. Thus, Pelops, the grandson of Zeus, coerced the nature goddess Axios to bear him the demigod Chrysippos, while Aeacus, son of Zeus, forced the sea goddess Amethe to give birth to the demigod Phocus. Thetis, too, was compelled by Zeus to marry Peleus to prevent her from bearing stronger offspring with a more powerful god. It is impossible for goddesses to love mortal men, just as gods cannot love mortal women. Zeus, being the god who interacted most with mortal women, merely viewed them as vessels to birth demigod children. Consequently, after fulfilling his desires, he arranged for Perseus's mother, Dana, to be given to Polydectes, the king of Seriphos, and for Heracles' mother, Alcmene, to be wed to Amphitryon. While he arranged for Leda, who bore him 4 children, to be given to Tyndareus, the king of Sparta. Zeus, the master of human fate, consistently orchestrated the unions of his mortal lovers with other men. Yet when Iasion madly pursued the agricultural goddess Demeter, despite being a demigod son of Zeus and the sea goddess Pleione, Zeus personally struck him down with thunder. Zeus deeply cherished his women and could not tolerate other men encroaching upon his domain. It was not that he cared for mortal women. Rather, he did not perceive their marriages to other men as acts of betrayal. Observing Circe diligently at work, Loi whispered, "Gods cannot fall in love with mortal women, nor can goddesses with mortal men." Initially captivated by Circe's extraordinary beauty and gentleness, Loi now understood that should Circe discover he was not her brother, but merely a stranger, he would hold no more significance in her eyes than a stone by the roadside. Rather than indulging in Circe's beauty and tenderness, his priority must be to complete the system task. They each enjoyed the protection of Pallas Athena and the king of gods, Zeus. Thus, his mission was destined for failure. Though 10 years may appear lengthy, his time was, in truth, exceedingly limited. Night fell, and Loi lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep. Hearing Circe push open the door and enter the room, he spoke with resolve, "Even if a tempest arises tomorrow, I shall still embark on my journey." Circe, halting at the bedside, stiffened momentarily before crawling beside Loi, resting her head upon his arm, and said, "Brother, I will not selfishly prevent you from leaving." Chapter 19. Remember that the sun rises in the east the following day. Roy awoke to find only the lingering fragrance left by Circe beside him, which stirred a sense of melancholy within his heart. Adorned in the exquisite gold fabric shorts and short-sleeved top crafted by Circe, he slipped into his strappy sandals and stepped out of his chamber, only to behold Circe meticulously preparing pastries. Upon hearing Roy's emergence, Circe, while arranging the completed confections, remarked, "Brother, you could still sleep a little longer." Noticing that the 2 forest goddesses and 2 spring goddesses stood like puppets behind Circe, having been deprived of their duties, Roy could not help but comment, "You should entrust the cooking to your maidens, so I can behold you as my first sight upon waking. Then let my brother stay with me for another day. I promise that when you awaken tomorrow, you will see me first," Circe replied, presenting the pastries she had prepared before Roy. After sharing a delightful breakfast of pastries paired with sweet wine, Roy and Circe ventured once more to the harbor of Aea. As Roy prepared to board the ship, Circe clutched his left hand tightly, unwilling to let go. With a resigned turn, Roy met Circe's gaze and asked, "Circe, could you describe how I appear in your eyes?" Circe paused for a moment, then nodded, responding, "In my eyes, my brother has black hair and black eyes." Before she could finish, Roy interjected, "If your mind is not clouded, you must have noticed. The offspring of the sun god possess shimmering golden eyes, yet mine are black. Thus, I could never be your brother." "But brother, you are not a descendant of the sun god," Circe exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. "That is precisely why we can be wed." Observing Circe's bashful reaction, Roy sighed, "Circe, what I must do now is of utmost importance to me. If I fail in my endeavor, we shall not have an eternal future. Do you comprehend my meaning?" Circe released her grip, resembling a contrite child as she replied, "I understand. Brother, I shall not detain you any longer, but I wish for you to remember one thing. The sun rises in the east." What could this phrase possibly signify? Roy pondered, aware that Circe hailed from the distant east. In the realm of Greek mythology, Circe, the goddess from the eastern lands, had been deliberately placed in the western island of Aea, as if to diminish her divine powers. Though he did not grasp the full meaning of the sun rises in the east, he vowed to keep it close to his heart. With that, Roy leaped onto the ship at the harbor. Brother Circe gazed at him with reluctance, mustering a smile as she said, "Since you seek Odysseus, I shall grant you a favorable wind, sparing you the toil of rowing." With that, Circe blew a divine wind towards Roy's vessel. Propelled by this divine breeze, Roy's ship swiftly departed the harbor, darting towards the southern Mediterranean coast like an arrow released from a bow. Standing at the stern, he exchanged glances with Circe, who remained rooted in place, prompting Roy to turn away from her. Once seated at the bow, he could still feel Circe's gaze lingering on his back. Time passed, and when Roy no longer sensed Circe's watchful eyes, his ship had arrived at a coastal stretch of the southern Mediterranean. Just as he prepared to dock, a stone the size of a millstone suddenly hurtled through the air, nearly striking his vessel. Turning towards the direction from whence the stone came, Roy beheld a 10-meter tall giant, armed with 2 boulders, standing on the rocky shore. The giant possessed a single eye upon his forehead, which appeared to be injured. As he hurled the stones towards Roy, he laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "You dare to challenge me." Realizing that this was Polyphemus, the Cyclops of Cyclops, Roy recalled the tale of Odysseus, who had encountered the greatest peril on his return journey after the Trojan War by being imprisoned by this one-eyed giant. Odysseus had cunningly intoxicated Polyphemus with wine, then blinded him with a wooden stake to escape the giant's cave. In Greek mythology, Polyphemus is known as the son of Poseidon, the sea god. Hearing Polyphemus's derisive insults towards Zeus and the Olympian gods, Roy could not restrain his retort. Poseidon is also among the Olympian deities. How could Polyphemus belittle Zeus and the Olympian gods if he truly is Poseidon's son? As a stone hurled by Polyphemus was set to strike his ship, Roy raised his hands to catch it. Then, channeling his divine power, he hurled the millstone-sized rock back towards Polyphemus's head. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck Polyphemus, who had no time to scream before his body fell lifelessly onto the shore. Following the demise of Polyphemus, a roar erupted from the depths of the sea. The once tranquil waters surged with giant waves, from which emerged a sea god, towering around 10 meters, adorned with black scales and a fishtail below the waist, wielding a massive trident. "You dare to slay my son," the dark sea god bellowed at Roy, who, taken aback, scrutinized the deity and inquired, "Are you Poseidon?" "Do I appear to be Poseidon?" The sea god retorted with a furious laugh. "Are you also a Greek? You Greeks are utterly ridiculous. The Trojans worship the sea goddess, and you claim she is your Pallas Athena. The Cyclopes have their sea god, and you assert he is Poseidon. Alas, this is not the Aegean Sea ruled by the Greeks. This is the southern Mediterranean, where the authority of the Olympian gods cannot prevail. Odysseus, favored by the Olympians, came to plunder wealth from the Cyclopes and paid a great price to be cast away by them. I am the sea god of the Cyclopes, not the Poseidon of the Greeks." Upon hearing the sea god's words, Roy smiled faintly. "It is only because we are in the final age of heroes and myths that you may reveal your true form. In the era of Heracles, if the Greeks declared you to be Poseidon, you would indeed transform into his likeness. Sea god of the Cyclopes, I have slain your son Polyphemus. Now, shall you seek vengeance for his death? I shall annihilate you, insolent mortal." The Cyclopean sea god roared, brandishing his trident towards the sea. A colossal wave surged forth, casting Roy's ship high into the air. Chapter 20. Slaying the sea god Croupiros. Roy was hurled into the air alongside his ship by monstrous waves, an ominous feeling surging within him. Had he been battling the sea god Croupiros on land, Roy would have been confident in his ability to defeat him, just as he had vanquished Ares and Hephaestus. The ocean was the domain of the sea god, and in its depths, Croupiros wielded the boundless power of the sea, while Roy struggled merely to maintain his footing on the surface. "Are you hurt?" Just as Roy was about to plunge into the ocean, a gentle voice from behind him called out. A pair of small hands wrapped around his waist, allowing him to stand as if on solid ground. "Tethys," Roy exclaimed in surprise, turning to face her. "What are you doing here? Have you been following me all along?" Tethys smiled sweetly. "I have come to assist you in defeating the sea god Croupiros." Seeing that Tethys did not deny his accusation, Roy frowned in dissatisfaction. "You follow me like a stalker, orchestrating my encounters with Circe. Do you believe you can dictate my fate? I do not require your assistance." With a brusque motion, Roy shoved Tethys away and charged towards Croupiros. However, as he moved away from her, his feet sank into the water, and his body continued to descend. "I cannot swim." Without a vessel to support him, the very thought of confronting Croupiros was a luxury he could not afford, let alone not drowning in the sea. Observing Roy's plight, Tethys extended her hands over the water's surface. In an instant, a surge of azure divine power emanated from her palms, sweeping across the ocean. Under the influence of her divine authority, the tumultuous waters transformed into a tranquil mirror, and Roy found himself no longer sinking. This sensation reminded him of his encounter with the goddess Athena, standing upon the sea as he battled her. Roy swiftly regained his footing on the surface, exhaling in relief. As long as the sea was as solid as the land, he could contend with Croupiros. Turning to meet Tethys's gentle, smiling gaze, Roy declared with a hint of pride, "I shall not thank you, stalker." With that, he brandished his divine spear and charged towards the distant sea god. Watching Roy's retreating figure, Tethys smiled sweetly, saying, "I merely wish to aid you, not to receive your gratitude." Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Croupiros was attacking the ocean's surface with his trident, seeking to shatter the barrier created by Tethys's divine power. Like a gust of wind, Roy lunged at Croupiros, thrusting his spear towards the sea god, who was forced to defend himself with his trident. With a resounding clash, the spear met the trident. Croupiros, his body steadied by his fish tail, nearly toppled under the force of Roy's divine might. Cursed sea goddess, he spat, glaring at Roy. Were it not for her altering the sea's surface and suppressing my powers, you would have long been drawn into the depths, becoming prey for the ocean's beasts. Roy, relentless in his assault, retorted mockingly. If you believe my advantage stems from the goddess's aid, then let us battle upon the land. Croupiros fell silent, for to fight Roy in the ocean was equally unjust. After several exchanges with Croupiros, Roy discerned that the sea god was a novice on land, with the sea now as firm as earth. Croupiros struggled to unleash his divine might, barely managing to fend off Roy's strikes. You truly are a great fool, Croupiros. I have already slain your son Polyphemus. Now I shall send you both to the underworld to reunite. Seizing the opportunity in Croupiros' defense, Roy swiftly maneuvered behind him and leapt, driving his spear through the sea god's heart. With a sharp crack, the essence of the god shattered within Croupiros. The sea god's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed down at the spear piercing his heart. You are not human. With those final words, Croupiros' form disintegrated into countless azure motes, scattering into the sea. To his astonishment, Roy realized he had indeed slain the sea god Croupiros. He possessed a power that transcended that of demigods, yet he remained human. As he turned, he saw Tethys guiding his ship towards the island of the wind god Olympus, her divine strength propelling it forward. Roy looked at Tethys, specifically at her feet before him, and asked, Tethys, do goddesses ever fall in love with mortal men? Of course not. Tethys replied without hesitation. From the golden age under Kronos to the present, no goddess has ever loved a mortal man. History bears witness to this truth. You are Circe's brother, Roy realized. Your willingness to aid me in slaying Croupiros is not born of love for me, but because you regard me as a fellow deity. Do you not recall? Tethys's expression shifted to one of concern. The island governed by Olympus lies in the Ionian Sea, a realm where the Olympian gods can manifest their divine authority. I fear you may encounter Athena once more. I have compelling reasons to slay Odysseus. Roy responded with unwavering resolve. After his demise, I will journey to mainland Greece to confront Agamemnon's son Orestes. If I lack the courage to enter the Ionian Sea, how can I hope to face Orestes before Zeus's gaze? You intend to kill Orestes? Tethys gasped in shock. Even if Zeus is weakened, he remains the king of the gods. Seeing no wavering in Roy's determination, Tethys grasped his hands tightly. I wish I could forcibly take you to my underwater palace to shield you from danger. Yet I know I cannot deter you. And I believe you will triumph over Zeus. Chapter 21. The anthropomorphic demons of the wind god Olympus resides on the island of Gramvusa, a diminutive isle positioned to the northwest of Crete in the Ionian Sea. The island is home solely to Olympus, his wife, and their 12 offspring, 6 sons and 6 daughters. Upon arriving at the port of Gramvusa, Loy leaped ashore, only to turn and witness Thetis also attempting to disembark. Loy immediately furrowed his brow and remarked, the wind god Olympus has long since submitted to the deities of Olympus. If Olympus discovers your presence with me, you shall undoubtedly face an onslaught from the Olympian gods. In response to Loy's words, Thetis retreated to the stern of the ship, laughing softly. Casting a glance at Thetis, who was partially submerged in the water, Loy then proceeded towards the palace of Olympus. The wind god and his family indulged in feasting and merriment within the palace, rendering the island devoid of any patrolling sentinels. It was only when Loy burst into the grand banquet hall that Olympus, seated upon his throne, gazed at him in astonishment, exclaiming, Son of Achilles, what brings you to my palace? Olympus's wife and their 12 children regarded Loy with curious expressions. Recognizing Olympus's familiarity with him, Loy smiled and said, Esteemed wind god, I have heard that my comrade Odysseus has visited your island. I have come specifically to seek him. Might he be here? Olympus nodded in affirmation. In the original course of fate, Odysseus and his crew had resided on Olympus's island for an entire month. Now, as Loy pursued Odysseus, the very trajectory of Odysseus's fate had shifted, instilling within Loy an inexplicable sense of urgency. Since Odysseus has departed, I shall not intrude upon your family any longer. After bidding farewell to Olympus and his family, Loy turned to leave. However, Aeolus swiftly transformed into a gust of divine wind, arriving beside Loi with enthusiasm. Did you bestow upon Odysseus a bag of winds? In the original fate, Aeolus had gifted Odysseus a pouch that summoned the western winds. Esteemed wind god, since you so warmly invite me, I shall adhere to the etiquette of host and guest and impose upon you. Aeolus led Loi to the center of the banquet hall, encouraging him to sit alongside his 6 sons. As Loi savored the exquisite food and wine, he surveyed Aeolus' children. Each of Aeolus' 12 offspring was a youthful and beautiful demigod, destined to remain forever youthful until the end of their days. Under Loi's unabashed gaze, the 5 daughters of Aeolus blushed, displaying the bashfulness typical of unmarried maidens. With only Aeolus and his 6 sons as the male inhabitants of the island, the daughters were evidently unable to marry. Loi's gaze fell upon the one daughter who did not exhibit shyness. She absent-mindedly consumed roasted meat, intermittently displaying expressions of distress. Noting Loi's attention on his daughters, Aeolus jested, "Son of Achilles, the Spartan king Menelaus intends to wed you to Helen's daughter Hermione, the most beautiful woman in the world. Are you not satisfied? Though I believe my daughters possess beauty that rivals Hermione's, the princess does hold a claim to the throne of Sparta." Loi immediately shook his head in response to Aeolus. "Esteemed wind god, I harbor no inappropriate thoughts regarding your daughters." Just as Loi concluded his statement, the 6th daughter, the distressed maiden, suddenly emitted a sound of suppressed retching, clutching her slightly protruding belly with both hands. Observing his daughter's agony, Aeolus's wife lamented, "My dear daughter Amphissa, you have been ill lately. Could it be that my food does not suit your palate?" "I do not believe she is merely unwell. It appears she may be with child," Loi interjected, and the hall fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping echoing in the stillness. Amphissa's pregnancy was a scenario unconsidered by the family of the wind god, with only Aeolus and his 6 sons as the men on the island. If Amphissa were indeed pregnant, her secret husband could only be her father Aeolus or her 6 brothers. In the realm of Greek mythology, unions among direct blood relatives are deemed a transgression intolerable by the gods. The tale of King Oedipus of Thebes, who became a pariah among mortals and deities alike not for slaying his father Laius, but for marrying his mother Jocasta, serves as a cautionary tale. The union of Oedipus and Jocasta rendered them, and their offspring, 2 sons and 2 daughters, as abominable beings in the eyes of the gods. A moment of silence enveloped the assembly. Rising from his seat, Aeolus unsheathed his sword and cast it before Amphissa, his expression rife with disdain. "You accursed demon, do not defile my palace further, nor taint this world. The realm ruled by Hades is your true abode." Father. Driven to despair by her father Aeolus's ultimatum, Amphissa fell to her knees, weeping as she pleaded, "I am your daughter, and the child within me is your grandchild." A fierce gale erupted from Aeolus, who glared at Amphissa with fiery eyes, rebuking her with a thunderous voice, "If the being within you is not my grandchild, but rather the illegitimate offspring of the most wretched fisherman, I would still accept him as a grandfather. You, accursed demon, should possess at least a modicum of human shame. Vanish from my sight at once." "Father, mother." Amphissa cast a pleading glance at her mother, only to find her avoidant gaze. In despair, Amphissa extended her trembling hands to grasp Aeolus's sword, prepared to take her own life. Just then, Loi interjected, "It is impossible for Amphissa to be pregnant alone. Where is her secret husband to protect his wife and child?" Chapter 22. I have the courage to confront Athena in the realm of Greek mythology. The significance of sons far surpasses that of daughters. When a king is blessed with both a son and a daughter, it is invariably the son who is deemed the rightful heir to the throne. After Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, conspired with her cousin Aegisthus to murder him, Aegisthus perceived Agamemnon's son, Orestes, as a potential threat, yet he treated Agamemnon's daughters as his own, allowing them to reside in the royal palace. This illustrates the era's disregard for daughters, who were not believed capable of avenging their fathers as sons might. The wind god, Aeolus, compelled his daughter, Amphissa, to take her own life. Yet he did not inquire about the identity of her secret husband, evidently prioritizing the protection of his son. As long as Amphissa and the unborn monstrous offspring within her perished, the sins of Aeolus's son could remain forever concealed. Amphissa's secret husband did not possess the same callousness as her father, Aeolus. Why did he not step forward to defend his wife and child? Upon hearing this from Loi, one of Aeolus's 6 sons, Maker, rushed to Amphissa's side. Seizing the sword from her grasp, and kneeling before Aeolus, pleading, "Father, I am Amphissa's husband. I am willing to be exiled alongside her. Please grant us your permission to depart." "My foolish son," Aeolus lamented, disappointment etched on his face as he regarded Maker. "The monstrous offspring is abhorred by the gods, thus Amphissa must die. She carries the creature within her, but you may yet live. That is unjust." Maker protested vehemently. "Father, Oedipus, the king of Thebes, is also a monstrous offspring, yet he lived to the age of 40. Aegisthus, who now rules Mycenae, is likewise a product of a father and daughter, yet he thrives as one of the mightiest kings in Greece. You are truly beyond redemption," Loi scoffed. Maker, Oedipus's fate was orchestrated by the gods, rendering him innocent. No deity from Olympus wished him ill. Furthermore, Oedipus was united with Jocasta without knowledge of their kinship. Were you also unaware of your union with Amphissa? You are well aware that Aegisthus is a monstrous offspring. And did you not know that upon the revelation of his lineage, his mother, like Jocasta, took her own life, and his father, Thyestes, was soon slain by Agamemnon and Menelaus? Aegisthus remains childless, proving the gods' desire to prevent the continuation of monstrous bloodlines in this world. After hearing Loi's words, Maker fell silent, unable to counter. Aeolus approached Maker, resting a hand on his shoulder. "My son, as a father, do you comprehend the anguish of condemning my own daughter to death? Yet, it is a necessity. Only through Amphissa's demise can you evade the curse laid upon you by the gods." Then, Aeolus turned to Amphissa with ire. "What are you waiting for, you monstrous offspring?" With a mournful gaze cast upon Maker, Amphissa suddenly lunged onto the sword's blade. As the sharp edge pierced her body, she offered a sorrowful smile to Maker, saying, "Brother Maker, it is not I who has fallen, is it?" In a frenzy, Maker released the sword and dashed out of the palace, his mind unraveling. In an instant, the once happy family of the wind god was shattered, one daughter dead, one son driven mad, and a yet-to-be-born monstrous descendant lost. Loi regarded Aeolus with sympathy, uttering, "Esteemed wind god, given the misfortune that has befallen your family, I shall take my leave." At this moment, Aeolus lacked the spirit to entertain Loi as a guest. Hearing Loi's intent to depart, Aeolus nodded painfully, saying, "Son of Achilles, if you require sustenance, my sons will provide." With that, Aeolus turned away from Loi, his figure abruptly vanishing from the palace. Upon leaving the palace of the wind god, Loi swiftly arrived at the shore where his ship awaited, embarking to depart from Aeolus's island. The tumultuous west wind propelled the vessel towards the Greek mainland, and as Loi prepared to row, Thetis emerged from the sea, climbing aboard. "Has the hospitable wind god, Aeolus, neglected to host you? I have already inquired with other sea nymphs regarding Odysseus's whereabouts. If our ship sails tirelessly day and night, we shall soon catch up with Odysseus. Aeolus is not in the mood to extend hospitality." Loi replied with a mocking smile, recounting the events surrounding Amphissa and Maker. Upon learning that the wind god's family had birthed a monstrous offspring, Thetis could not restrain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Others fall into monstrosity without knowledge, yet Aeolus's children." Thetis shook her head, then grasped the ship with her left hand, unleashing her divine power. Under Thetis's influence, Loi's vessel surged forth like an arrow aimed at the east. Consequently, as foretold by Thetis, Loi's ship swiftly closed the distance to Odysseus's vessel. As Loi stood at the bow, he could discern Odysseus with the naked eye, and Odysseus, in turn, spotted the approaching Loi. Meeting Loi's gaze across the vast sea, Odysseus urgently addressed his sailors, "Friends, you are aware that Ajax perished because of me, and that I possess the divine armor of Achilles. Last night, the gods warned me in a dream that Achilles' son views me as the enemy who caused Ajax's death and resents me for acquiring Achilles' armor. Thus, he seeks my life. The godlike Neoptolemus shall soon pursue our ship. I implore you to row with me towards the island of Scyros, ruled by the Achaeans. There lies a sacred grove dedicated to the goddess Pallas Athena, where we may find her protection." As the king of Ithaca, Odysseus appealed to his sailors as friends, and they would not be foolish enough to defy him. After all, to refuse Odysseus's request would mean risking their heads at the hands of their king. Odysseus's ship altered its course towards Scyros, and Thetis, her expression grave, remarked, "It appears Odysseus intends to seek Athena's protection on Scyros. We shall halt our pursuit until he departs the island. Then we shall look for an opportunity." "That will not do." Loi shook his head in refusal. Chapter 23. Odysseus kneels in prayer. The people of Scheria, the Phaeacians, are an adept maritime nation, having amassed considerable wealth through their seafaring trade, which has rendered them both proud and arrogant. Odysseus's vessel ascends the river's mouth at Scheria and swiftly arrives at the bay port outside the city. Once the ship is anchored, Odysseus hastily disembarks with his sailors and races to the sacred grove dedicated to Athena. The sea goddess Thetis, sovereign of the oceans, is unable to aid them as the local river is governed by its own deity. When the ship reaches the river's mouth, Thetis finds herself powerless to propel it into the waters ruled by the river god, prompting her to leap ashore and turn to Thetis with a sense of resignation. I am not welcomed by the Phaeacians. Even if I wish to assist you, I cannot set foot on Scheria's land. Upon reaching Athena's sacred grove, Odysseus experiences a fleeting sense of security. However, the moment he spots the silhouette of the fierce warrior Loi charging toward the grove with a spear, a cold malice gleams in his eyes, and that sense of safety evaporates. He swiftly leads his sailors away from the grove, fleeing toward the Phaeacian city while fervently praying to his protective goddess, Athena. Although Athena hears his supplications, her descent from Athens to Scheria requires time, preventing her from providing immediate assistance. Fortunately, Poseidon, the god of the sea, also hears Odysseus's prayers. Yet, the theater of divine intervention is but a performance. As Odysseus rushes toward the city, Poseidon envelopes him and his sailors in a thick mist, allowing them to enter undetected and guiding them toward the palace of King Alcinous. With Poseidon's protective veil, Odysseus and his sailors traverse the city unhindered, while the Phaeacian guards remain oblivious to their presence. Lacking such divine concealment, Loi approaches the city, spear in hand, provoking the guards to swiftly assemble, aiming their arrows and spears at him. Dangerous outsider, halt your advance. We Phaeacians do not welcome strangers, refuse to depart, and we shall defend our city with force. Ignoring their warnings, Loi charges forward without hesitation. The arrogant Phaeacians unleash a volley of arrows, which harmlessly clatter to the ground upon impact with Loi's invulnerable form. Their javelins and spears likewise bounce off him, and upon witnessing his imperviousness, they regard him as a deity, parting ways to allow him passage. In the palace of the Phaeacians, buoyed by Poseidon's mist, Odysseus and his sailors enter the grand banquet hall unimpeded. The royal family and nobles are reveling within when Odysseus and his sailors abruptly intrude, causing King Alcinous to react with alarm, summoning his guards to dispatch the intruders. Under Poseidon's guidance, Odysseus kneels before Queen Arete, grasping her knees in supplication. Beautiful and benevolent queen, I implore you and your husband to aid us, for we are pursued by enemies. The Phaeacians, proud and unwelcoming of outsiders, would undoubtedly have rejected Odysseus's plea had he sought the king's help. However, Queen Arete, not only kind-hearted but also the king's niece, is cherished by her husband due to her youthful beauty. Should she extend her hand to Odysseus, the king would surely welcome the guest. Although virtuous, Arete is neither naive nor foolish. She perceives that Odysseus's unimpeded entrance into the palace must be due to the favor of a powerful deity. Rather than dismissing his request, she casts an inquiring glance at her husband, who nods in response. This remarkable stranger resembles an immortal god. It is inconceivable that he could arrive with such a number of sailors without divine intervention. Outsider, if you are indeed a god disguised as a man, then it is not we who require your assistance, but rather we who must beseech your protection. Noble king, I am mortal, just like you. Seeing that the royal couple has not rejected him, Odysseus rises and declares, perhaps you have heard my name. I am Odysseus, king of Ithaca, one of the princes of the Greek coalition who fought in the Trojan War. After the war's conclusion, my journey home has been fraught with numerous trials, and my comrade Achilles' son seeks my life. I have come to your palace to evade the formidable Achilles' progeny. No sooner had Odysseus spoken than Loi's figure appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall, derisively observing Odysseus' back. Odysseus, how foolish of you to believe that mortals can protect you. Instead of wasting time imploring humans, you should beseech Athena for your safeguard. He then menaces Alcinous and Arete. This is a matter between Odysseus and myself. Should you wish to avoid becoming a deceased king and queen, do not interfere. Loi, alone and audacious, dares to threaten the royal couple. The noblemen of the banquet hall swiftly draw their weapons, prepared to teach the arrogant outsider a lesson. Just then, a young warrior rushes into the hall, recounting the tale of Loi's invulnerability. Upon hearing of Loi's true imperviousness, Alcinous gazes at Loi with trepidation. Like a god, Neoptolemus, I have heard of your deeds in single-handedly vanquishing Troy. You possess the power to annihilate us Phaeacians, thus we shall not impede you from slaying Odysseus. Yet, I hope to serve as a mediator to resolve your conflict with him. Chapter 24. I shall become the favorite of Athena. Are you to mediate the conflict between Odysseus and me? Upon hearing the words of King Alcinous, Lo scoffed derisively. King of the Achaeans, I am a powerful prince with 50 ships, not a petty king of a small city-state like Odysseus with but one vessel. I shall not squander my precious time on your kind. Should you obstruct me, I shall treat you as an enemy to be vanquished. With that, Lo stepped toward Odysseus. As the figure of Lo approached like a harbinger of death, Odysseus recoiled in terror and exclaimed, Neoptolemus, why must you kill me? If it is due to your resentment over my possession of Achilles' divine armor. I already declared upon your arrival on the shores of Troy that I would return it to you. If you harbor hatred for me because of the death of Ajax, you must understand that he took his own life. It was not I who drove him to madness, but the gods. If you seek vengeance for Ajax, your wrath should be directed at the deities, not at me. Lo advanced as though Odysseus' words fell upon deaf ears. Just then, a girl of about 10 years dashed before Lo, arms outstretched, pleading, Please cease your violence. You have no justification to kill this man. She was a beautiful, dignified child, adorned with a floral crown and dressed in royal garments. Lo halted, furrowing his brow as he regarded the girl. And who might you be? A princess of the Achaeans? My name is Nausicaa, and my father is King Alcinous. Nausicaa is it? The moment Lo heard the child's name, he recalled that she was the Achaean princess who, in the original course of fate, fell in love with Odysseus at first sight. In that destined narrative, Odysseus would arrive on the island of Scheria, ruled by the Achaeans. 10 years hence, the goddess Athena enhanced Odysseus' allure, and Nausicaa, upon meeting him, perceived him as a suitable suitor, a man who could well be her father. Seeing Nausicaa, who wished to shield Odysseus, Lo taunted, Nausicaa, out of respect for your innocence, I shall reveal to you my justification for slaying Odysseus. His gaze shifted over Nausicaa to meet that of Odysseus. Odysseus, he declared, you are correct. The true culprit behind Ajax's demise is not you, but the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Yet Athena is your protector. She took Ajax's life for your sake. Is it not fitting that I make you her scapegoat? If you believe Athena's actions have no bearing on you, then I should seek vengeance upon her instead of sparing you. Odysseus, of course, dared not suggest that he bore no responsibility for Ajax's death, nor that Lo should pursue vengeance against Athena. After all, Athena was known for her vindictive nature. If Odysseus were to distance himself from her, she would surely abandon him. Noticing Odysseus' silence, Lo raised his divine spear, aiming its blade at Odysseus, declaring, Odysseus, it seems you are now prepared to be slain without protest. Before Lo could thrust his spear, Odysseus suddenly shouted, Neoptolemus, I demand a duel. A duel indeed was but a futile struggle, merely prolonging your existence by a matter of minutes. Though I yearn to send your soul to Hades, I shall, in accordance with tradition, grant you the chance for combat. Watching Lo's retreating figure, Odysseus sighed in relief. It seems Athena has not forsaken me. With newfound courage, he grasped his bow and arrow, leaving the banquet hall. King Alcinous, accompanied by nobles and royalty, gathered outside to witness the duel. In the palace's vast courtyard, Odysseus positioned himself 200 paces from Lo, drawing his bow and declaring, Son of Achilles, while I have called for a duel, I did not stipulate that it must be fought with melee weapons. If you wish to avoid injury, swear an oath to the gods that you shall cease your pursuit of me. How dull! Lo exclaimed, dashing toward Odysseus with the speed of the wind. Gritting his teeth, Odysseus released his arrow, simultaneously beseeching Athena in his heart, Great Athena, may your divine power bless my arrow. With a clang, Lo swung his spear, deflecting Odysseus' arrow effortlessly. Observing the astonishment in Odysseus' eyes, Lo smirked, Odysseus, did you truly believe I would stand unguarded against your arrows? You are favored by Athena. She may imbue your arrow with divine strength, allowing you to wound me as Diomedes did Ares. Thus, I shall afford you no opportunity to harm me. With that, Lo approached Odysseus, thrusting his spear toward him. Just as Lo's blade was about to pierce Odysseus, a golden figure descended from the heavens, interposing itself before Lo. With a resounding crash, a golden shield deflected Lo's spear. Pallas Athena, upon witnessing the goddess adorned in white robes, a golden belt at her waist, wielding a golden spear and shield, and even her feet clad in golden sandals, Lo frowned in displeasure. You have indeed come to thwart me. To the Achaeans, the most revered deity was their protector, Poseidon, followed closely by Athena. The presence of a sacred grove dedicated to Athena outside their city attested to this. Upon witnessing Pallas Athena descend to shield Odysseus, Alcinous exclaimed with fervor, "Odysseus is truly the favorite of the goddess of wisdom. It is fortunate we did not deny his plea for aid." Having been saved by Pallas Athena, Odysseus breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his protector was the mightiest of the deities. "You have indeed survived." Pallas Athena, disregarding the reactions of others, cast an irritated glance at Lo. "Who is it that saved you? Was it Poseidon who lifted my curse?" "No, Poseidon harbors a grudge against you." "Was it Thetis, or perhaps her sister Psamathe? Among the goddesses of the Mediterranean, only they could have released my curse. Who saved me is of little consequence," Lo replied, gazing into Pallas Athena's azure eyes, a radiant smile gracing his lips. "Pallas Athena, would you not consider relinquishing Odysseus and allowing me to become your favored one?" Chapter 25. Celebrating wisdom over boasting strength. It is indeed an intriguing proposition for you to become my favored one. Observing that Pallas Athena did not take his words seriously, Lo spoke with a grave countenance. "I am earnest. During the Trojan War, you were both the goddess of wisdom who cherished Odysseus and the goddess of war who favored Diomedes. Yet now, you bestow all your affection upon Odysseus, elevating him to the status of the great hero of this new era. However, as the saying goes, you cannot lift a wall made of mud. Odysseus is like a knee planted in the ground, either contemplating begging humanity or already kneeling before them, clasping their knees in supplication. To make Odysseus the great hero of this age is to tarnish the very term great hero. Cadmus, Perseus, Heracles, these illustrious figures would never so much as kneel before humanity, let alone beg. It is precisely because of Odysseus's frailty that I have made him the great hero of this era, thus better demonstrating my own authority." Pallas Athena remarked with a proud smile. "In the past, those who ascended to great heroism were favored by Zeus. Odysseus is my cherished one, despite his feeble strength. I can still elevate him to the status of the great hero of this age. Both mortals and deities will understand that Athena now possesses authority rivaling that of Zeus. If your sole intention is to prove your authority, allowing me to become your favored one should suffice, right?" "No." Pallas Athena shook her head resolutely. "Granting you my favor to become the great hero of this era would lead mortals and gods alike to sing the praises of the goddess of war. For you are the embodiment of might. Odysseus symbolizes wisdom. Only by making him the great hero will mortals and deities comprehend the magnificence of the goddess of wisdom. Pallas Athena, you are most unfair. Both the goddess of war and the goddess of wisdom reside within you, yet you seek solely to exalt your wisdom. Do you consider yourself solely as the goddess of wisdom, Athena, wishing to deny the existence of the warrior aspect of Pallas? Wisdom is indeed greater than might." Seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory, Pallas Athena lowered her gaze and spoke softly. "It is precisely for this reason that the duel of the past resulted in Athena slaying Pallas, rather than the other way around." Subsequently, Pallas Athena cast a self-mocking smile at Loi. "I find it rather strange to share these thoughts with you, a mere mortal. Given your valor, if you abandon your intent to slay Odysseus now, I may permit you to survive. I shall not renounce my quest to slay Odysseus." Loi raised his divine spear, his gaze brimming with confidence as he addressed Pallas Athena. "Pallas Athena, although Shalia Island is near Greece, it is not the heart of Greece. Thus you cannot unleash your full divine might here. While it is true that I cannot exert my entire power on Shalia Island, your belief in your ability to slay Odysseus, whom I protect, is a gross overestimation of your capabilities." With that, Pallas Athena cast her golden shield to the ground and brandished her golden spear in an assault against Loi. With a clang, Loi hurriedly blocked the goddess's strike with his own spear, immediately pushed back 2 steps by the overwhelming divine force. Truly, the might of Pallas Athena, the strongest among the gods, is formidable, even far from the shores of Greece. I have not unleashed my full divine might, for if I were to fight with full seriousness, the city and inhabitants of Achaea would be obliterated. I must admit, I underestimated your power." Aware that Pallas Athena surpassed his expectations, Loi nonetheless fought valiantly to counter the goddess's onslaught. Clang, 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 clang. It seemed that Pallas Athena harbored no intention to slay Loi. Although she compelled him to retreat with her formidable attacks, she refrained from delivering fatal blows. Odysseus and the Achaeans watched the clash, recognizing that Loi's defeat was inevitable, yet they remained astonished by his strength. After all, Pallas Athena is the mightiest of all deities. Even if she cannot utilize her full divine powers, it is nothing short of miraculous that Loi can confront her directly. In the blink of an eye, Loi had retreated hundreds of meters under the goddess's relentless assault, when his back met the wall and he could retreat no further. The goddess's spear was poised against his neck. This battle has concluded. Quickly vow to abandon your intent to slay Odysseus. Despite his life hanging in the balance under Pallas Athena's control, Loi remained unyielding, flashing a fearless smile. Unless Odysseus claims that the death of Ajax the Great is unrelated to him, I shall surely kill him. Are you truly unafraid of my potential to slay you? Athena has already taken your life once. She will show you no mercy. You, gazing at the goddess before him, Loi's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you now the goddess of war? Since our battle commenced, my will has temporarily subdued Athena. You are indeed fortunate. The goddess of wisdom Athena favors the likes of Odysseus, while the goddess of war Pallas cherishes warriors of great strength. Diomedes' father, Titius, earned the favor of Pallas Athena, becoming an immortal deity for his fearless actions during the siege of Thebes. Since you are now the goddess of war Pallas, you would not impede my intent to slay Odysseus, would you? With that, Loi prepared to circumvent the goddess and approach Odysseus. The goddess immediately intercepted him with her golden spear. I am neither the goddess of wisdom Athena nor the goddess of war Pallas. I am Pallas Athena, the goddess who governs both war and wisdom. Odysseus is my beloved, and I will not allow you to slay him unless you engage in a fair duel with him. A fair duel? Pallas Athena, with a hint of perplexity, led Loi to Odysseus and addressed the anxious hero. Odysseus, I shall not show you unqualified favoritism. Thus, I intend for you to resolve this matter through a duel with Neoptolemus. A duel? Neoptolemus possesses an invulnerable body. The outcome of the duel is predetermined. Failure and death await. Observing Odysseus's reaction, Pallas Athena continued, You are my cherished one. Therefore, I shall ensure you face Neoptolemus in a fair duel. Neoptolemus wields strength surpassing that of demigods. I shall bestow upon you equal divine power. To possess strength equal to his means I can battle him fairly? I am a sage endowed with wisdom, not a warrior who boasts of might. Chapter 26. The true favorite of the goddess regardless of Odysseus's willingness. He found himself unable to resist the decisions made by Pallas Athena. When Odysseus confronted Roy with his spear in hand, Roy unexpectedly inquired, Odysseus, do you remember Palamedes, whom you murdered? Palamedes was one of the princes of the Greek coalition, yet he did not perish on the battlefield at the hands of the Trojans. Rather, he fell victim to Odysseus's treachery. Upon hearing Palamedes's name, Odysseus furrowed his brow and remarked, How could I forget Palamedes? He was the only prince among the Greek coalition who surpassed me in both intellect and eloquence, which prompted me to falsely accuse him of colluding with the Trojans, ultimately leading to his demise with the aid of the gods. Odysseus, when you took the life of Palamedes, one of the incarnations of the night goddess Nyx, the vengeful Nemesis witnessed the act and vowed to punish you. Even if you were to fall to my blade in this duel, you could harbor no grievances, could you? Indeed, replied Neoptolemus. Would you care to hear some life lessons from an elder? Among the princes of the Greek coalition, Palamedes was the most astute and articulate. Achilles was the mightiest in strength. Yet, why is it that the wise Odysseus, who pales in comparison to Palamedes, is favored by Pallas Athena? And why is the warrior Diomedes, weaker than Achilles, cherished by the goddess of war? Odysseus dared to speak thus before the goddess. Roy cast a glance at the smiling Pallas Athena, understanding that Odysseus had resigned himself to the possibility of his own demise. Odysseus, the reason Pallas Athena does not favor Palamedes is that he is too intelligent, too self-sufficient to require her assistance. You have become Athena's cherished sage because when you employed the ruse of the wooden horse to conquer the city of Troy, all sang praises of Pallas Athena's greatness, for she rendered the inhabitants of Troy foolish. Achilles, too, was overlooked by the goddess of war because he was so powerful that he needed no divine aid to vanquish his foes. As for Diomedes, after he wounded Ares, none believed him to be stronger than the god of war. Rather, they extolled Pallas Athena as far superior to Ares. Odysseus nodded thoughtfully. Pallas Athena seeks not the most clever or the mightiest, those who no longer need divine assistance. The goddess desires heroes who, lacking both wisdom and strength, are wholly reliant on her to exalt her intelligence and valor. Why then do you share this with me? What is your true intention? I wish to convey that even if you were to slay me, you could never become Pallas Athena's favored one. You are too clever and too strong, no longer in need of divine aid. Did you truly take my jest seriously? You presume to think that I would covet the goddess's favor? Roy taunted as he brandished his divine spear against Odysseus. If I were but a mortal in this world, I might desire to replace you as Pallas Athena's beloved. Yet, I am merely a transient in this realm. Even should the goddess wish to favor me, I have no interest in becoming her most devout follower. Clang, clang, clang. Faced with Roy's fierce onslaught, Odysseus could only retreat while defending himself. Although Pallas Athena had bestowed upon Odysseus the divine power to rival Roy, this sudden influx of strength could not directly translate into combat prowess. It was akin to affixing a car engine to a bicycle. The bicycle would not only fail to catch up with the car, but would also risk destruction from the excessive speed. Seeing Odysseus increasingly beleaguered by Roy's relentless assault, Alcanar expressed his disappointment. The so-called wise hero Odysseus is woefully weak. Hearing her father's words, Princess Nausicaa innocently questioned, "Father, isn't Odysseus considered wise precisely because he lacks martial prowess? If he were adept in battle, he would be a formidable hero on the battlefield. Even a child understands the folly of expecting a sage to possess great strength. On the battlefield of Troy, Achilles alone could trample the combined forces of 100,000 troops. In the original course of fate, Odysseus would have struggled to conquer even 100 suitors. Pallas Athena had to personally safeguard him with divine power to prevent her too feeble favorite from falling to enemy weapons. The disparity in strength between great heroes and wise heroes was staggering. Odysseus's might was indeed minimal, while Odysseus's strength could match Roy's. His reaction speed and combat skill were only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. Odysseus, although our recent exchange has slightly altered my impression of you, I still intend to end your life. After declaring Odysseus's fate, Roy swiftly thrust his divine spear towards Odysseus's heart. With a sickening sound, Odysseus had no time to react as the spear pierced his body. He collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Pallas Athena immediately approached Roy, her gaze devoid of emotion as she regarded Odysseus's corpse. Though Odysseus is dead, his father Laertes, mother Anticlea, wife Penelope, and son Telemachus still live. What do you think of his words, spoken to win your favor, in hopes of sparing his family? I have no interest in eradicating Odysseus's family. For me, completing my task is paramount, and then I shall depart this world. Even if Odysseus's son seeks vengeance upon my return, I will have long since vanished. Furthermore, Odysseus could only bring 8 ships to the Trojan War, while Achilles commanded 50. This disparity reveals that Odysseus's kingdom of Ithaca is not only 5 times weaker than mine, but his soldiers are also significantly less powerful. Provided Odysseus's son retains his sanity, he will logically choose to abandon any thoughts of revenge. Moreover, with 108 suitors lurking around Odysseus's family, even without my intervention, his father and son would likely meet a grim fate. Once Odysseus is dead, the cold and unfeeling goddess cannot continue to protect his family. Chapter 27. The return of Odysseus's body to his homeland. Seeing Pallas Athena gaze at him with a piercing intensity, Loy cautiously inquired, "What is your true purpose in suddenly permitting me to slay Odysseus? I cannot entertain the notion that you intend for me to replace him as your favored one. To me, Odysseus is merely a pawn, easily substituted." Pallas Athena approached Loy, extending her left hand to caress his cheek, saying, "You possess a value surpassing that of Odysseus. I wish to uncover the essence of who you truly are." Before the goddess's hand could reach him, Loy retreated, frowning in displeasure. "How can you, a maiden goddess, be so forward as to touch a man?" Observing Loy's reaction, Pallas Athena chuckled teasingly. "You would go to such lengths to conceal your secrets. Yet I find myself increasingly intrigued. Thetis must have bestowed upon you a divine kiss to free you from salt, and you have visited the island of Aea, home to Circe, a mere mortal man. Yet you garner the affections of 2 goddesses. Surely, you harbor remarkable mysteries. After all, as a goddess, I am acutely aware that divine beings do not favor mortal men." At this juncture, the goddess abruptly turned her back to Loy. "Let us conclude our discourse for today. I possess ample time and patience to unravel the secrets that dwell within you." With that, her form transformed into a stream of golden light, soaring toward the Greek mainland. Casting a glance toward the direction of Greece, Loy turned to Alcinoas, stating, "Of course." Alcinoas responded without hesitation, eager to retain Loy with a banquet. Loy rolled his eyes and remarked, "Are you truly considering marrying your daughter Nausicaa to me?" Taken aback by Loy's words, Alcinoas faltered. Given that the daughter of the world's most beautiful woman, Helen, Hermione, was already betrothed to Loy, and Nausicaa was merely 10 years old, Alcinoas had never contemplated such a union. Returning to the divine realm, Alcinoas presented his blushing daughter, Nausicaa, before Loy. "If my daughter Nausicaa appeals to you, I would gladly accept her as your concubine and offer you a palace as her dowry. However, I already have a son, and thus I cannot name you my heir. I have no interest in ruling the island of Scyria." Upon witnessing Nausicaa's bashful gaze fixed upon him, as if envisioning him as her future husband, Loy sighed. "I also have no desire to accept your invitation. Prepare a ship for me immediately." Having failed to seize the opportunity to befriend someone as formidable as Loy, Alcinoas expressed his disappointment. The Greek ships can accommodate only 50 sailors. The Achaeans possess superior shipbuilding techniques, allowing us to host 52 sailors. "I shall prepare for you the largest vessel at once, with 52 young sailors to serve you." After instructing his son to ready the ship and crew, Alcinoas led Loy to the port beyond the city. Moments later, Loy arrived at the harbor, where a ship lay anchored, and a group of young sailors hurried aboard. As 4 palace guards lifted Odysseus's body onto the vessel, Loy prepared to board when Alcinoas suddenly called out, "Divine Neoptolemus, should you not offer a sacrifice to the sea god before your departure, that he may bless your voyage?" Though recognizing Alcinoas's good intentions, Loy rolled his eyes at the suggestion. "The most noble and powerful sea goddess of the Mediterranean accompanies me like a devoted wife. I require no sacrifice to ensure my safe passage. I have slain Odysseus, the favorite of Pallas Athena, and now stand as an adversary to the goddess. Even if I were to offer a sacrifice, no sea god would dare offend the mightiest of the goddesses in my defense, so let us forego such rites." With that, Loy stepped aboard the ship. The sailors untied the moorings and began to row, guiding the vessel away from the harbor toward the open sea. Observing the departing ship and Loy at the bow, Alcinoas's expression was a mixture of complexity. "I have never encountered such a remarkable individual. In a world where mortals revere the divine, he seems to regard himself as an equal to the gods." Nearby, Nausicaa contemplated her own thoughts. Having witnessed Loy, who resembled a deity, she couldn't help but hope for a future husband who shared his youthful vigor and strength. As the Achaean ship navigated the river into the sea, Thetis, having awaited Loy in the depths, swiftly emerged from the water, alighting upon the vessel to inquire, "I just witnessed Pallas Athena descend upon Scyria. Did she cause you any harm?" She then reached out to examine Loy's body. Loy quickly interjected, "Do not be concerned. Pallas Athena seeks to uncover the secrets I possess. Hence she did not inflict any harm upon me." He then noticed the sailors gazing at Thetis with a mix of awe and trepidation, ceasing their rowing. The Achaeans, being a maritime people, held the sea deities in the highest regard. They could discern that Thetis was a goddess of the sea. Had they known she was the leader of the 50 sea goddesses, the noblest and most powerful of the Mediterranean, they would likely have knelt on the deck in fervent prayer. "Let us retreat to the cabin." To shield Thetis from influencing the sailors, Loy guided her into the small quarters. Inside the cramped space, where only 2 could fit, Thetis blushed as she sat beside Loy, loosening her belt as she spoke. "To ensure our voices remain unheard by those outside, I shall create a barrier around the cabin." Loy understood that in this world, a belt was associated with purity. As Thetis began to unfasten hers, he hastily grasped her hands. "What are you about to do?" With her beautiful, innocent blue eyes fixed on Loy, Thetis replied, "Did you not bring me here to share your bed?" Loy offered a resigned smile. "I merely wished to prevent you from affecting the sailors outside." Chapter 28. Penelope and the suitors. The island of Scheria, inhabited by the Achaeans, lay not far from the realm of Ithaca, ruled by Odysseus. Upon awakening from her slumber, Loy realized that the ship had ceased its swaying, indicating their arrival at the port of Ithaca. "How is it that I managed to sleep so long in the cabin?" Before she could finish her thought, she discovered that, although she lay on the wooden floor of the ship's hold, her head rested upon the knees of Thetis, who knelt beside her. No wonder the tumult of the ship had not roused her from her dreams. Noticing Loy's awakening, Thetis looked down and spoke in her gentle, melodious voice, "You may slumber a while longer." Her beautiful blue hair cascaded over Loy's face, infusing the air with a refreshing scent. Loy hurriedly sat up, a hint of pride in her tone as she retorted, I was resting my head on a piece of wood before, so there's no need for such unnecessary gestures. Oh, have I annoyed you? Thetis inquired. Not at all. It's simply that I have no intention of being won over by you. Nor do I wish to pursue you. With that, Loy fled the cabin as if escaping. Left behind, Thetis raised her right index finger to her cherry lips and chuckled softly. Hasn't he realized? Upon stepping outside the cabin, Loy beheld sailors on the shore, preparing fish over a bonfire for breakfast. This port housed an altar dedicated to the protective deity of Ithaca, Poseidon, alongside caves honoring the sea goddesses, daughters of Poseidon. Upon spotting Loy, the sailors stood in reverence, gazing at her as if she were a divine being. Do not mind me. Loy smiled warmly at the sailors. A king must not allow his soldiers to fight on empty stomachs. Thus, I shall issue no commands until you have eaten your fill. The sailors relaxed at her words and resumed their breakfast. Once the sailors were satiated, Loy commanded them to carry Odysseus's body with her to the city of Ithaca. After her departure with the sailors, a new vessel arrived at the port of Ithaca, Odysseus's own ship. Though Odysseus had met his demise at Loy's hands, his sailors still lived. Thetis emerged from the cabin to the deck and turned her gaze towards the neighboring ship, noting it was empty of crew. Ithaca, the palace. Loy, accompanied by the sailors, entered the palace unimpeded, where she encountered Queen Penelope and her 108 suitors. Odysseus was the sole son of Laertes, and he had a son, Telemachus, of about 10 years. Thus, with Odysseus's death, Telemachus became the only heir to the throne of Ithaca. Due to Telemachus's youth, Odysseus's wife, Penelope, had assumed the role of queen in his stead. Any suitor who could marry Queen Penelope and orchestrate an untimely demise for the young Telemachus would ensure that their own offspring could inherit the throne of Ithaca. Lured by the prospect of power, 108 noble youths flocked to the palace to seek the hand of the grieving Queen Penelope. Odysseus's aged father, Laertes, powerless to thwart the suitor's lecherous ambitions towards his daughter-in-law and grandson's throne, had retreated to the countryside in despair. Telemachus lived each day in fear, anxious that his mother might remarry, heralding his own doom. Within the opulent palace, Queen Penelope sat upon her late husband Odysseus's throne and addressed Loy, who had intruded into her domain. Stranger, you appear scarcely older than my son. Surely you do not come to seek my hand in marriage. The suitors, standing along the corridor, glared at Loy with hostility, as if he were a rival contesting for Penelope's affection and the throne. Esteemed queen, Loy replied with a serene smile. I harbor no desire to rule over such a modest isle as Ithaca. I have come to return to you the body of your husband, Odysseus. The mention of Odysseus' body struck Penelope with a profound despair, despite having braced herself for the news of his demise. Remembering her duty to protect Telemachus, she suppressed her grief and asked Loy, is it true? Has Odysseus truly perished? Surely it was the cruel Poseidon who led him to face insurmountable tempests. Loy shook his head and replied, it was not Poseidon who took Odysseus's life. He fell by my hand in battle. My name is Neoptolemus, and if you have heard it, you will understand my motive for slaying Odysseus. Upon hearing Loy's declaration, four sailors bore Odysseus's lifeless form into the palace, laying it before Penelope's throne. Telemachus had been but an infant when Odysseus left Ithaca to engage in the Trojan War, and thus he neither recognized nor felt any affection for his father. As Penelope identified her husband's body, her heart shattered, and she concealed her face with a veil, weeping quietly for her son. Odysseus is truly gone. The suitors erupted in cheers upon seeing the body of Odysseus. Penelope, it is time for you to resolve to choose a new husband among us. If you continue to cling to the hope of Odysseus's survival, we shall unite against you. Penelope, hearing their words, wept even more sorrowfully, for she envisioned a grim fate wherein she would be forced to wed the most powerful suitor while her beloved son, Telemachus, met an untimely end, leaving the throne to her new husband. Cunning Odysseus, I have truly underestimated your wisdom. Loy, a prince of a realm 5 times more powerful than Ithaca, possessed strength rivaling that of the gods. Should Loy choose to protect Penelope and Telemachus, the suitors would never dare to challenge him. Chapter 29. The rescue of Odysseus's wife and son. Odysseus, a man of profound self-awareness, fully comprehended his own frailty, rendering him so vulnerable that he could kneel at any moment to beseech assistance from others. Observing Penelope, cradling her son Telemachus in her arms while weeping, Juxtaposed with the jubilant suitors, Loy furrowed his brow and spoke, "Penelope, if you do not wish to remain a widow, choose a new husband from among the suitors. Should you desire to remain unmarried, expel these suitors from your palace. Although I possess reasons to eliminate Odysseus, I still regard him as a comrade. Thus I shall support your decision." Upon hearing Loy's words, the suitors also urged Penelope, "Beautiful Penelope, even Prince Neoptolemus advocates for your search for a new husband. Make your decision swiftly." The suitors underestimated Penelope's resolve, believing she would not choose widowhood, especially at the tender age of 30, with many years ahead of her. Even her father and brothers endorsed her remarrying to bear more children. Yet, all failed to fathom the depths of Penelope's maternal love. To safeguard her only son, Telemachus, she had long accepted the prospect of widowhood. She refrained from outrightly rejecting the suitors, not from a lack of desire, but out of fear of incurring the wrath of 108 noble youths. Locking eyes with Loy, who sought to protect her and her son, Penelope tearfully implored, "Prince Neoptolemus, though my husband Odysseus has perished, I harbor no intention of remarrying. If you would assist me in expelling the suitors, I shall guide my son Telemachus to forget his hatred, explaining that you killed Odysseus for seizing your father Achilles' divine armor and for the demise of his cousin Ajax. Even if Telemachus regards me as a father's enemy, I shall endure." In response to Penelope, Loy turned toward the suitors and declared, "You foolish lot. Since you disregard my warning, I shall send your souls to Hades, where you may accompany Odysseus." "Wait." One suitor, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "I am Eurynomus, a noble of Ithaca. My brother Anaphus was one of the warriors who accompanied Odysseus to Troy. I remain to inquire whether my brother still lives." Loy shook his head. "Though your brother Antiphus did not perish upon the fields of Troy, the cruel fates have long ordained death for Odysseus's sailors. Thus, including your brother, all of Odysseus's men have met their doom at sea." Eurynomus paused, then sorrowfully replied, "I shall now bear this unfortunate news to my aged father." As he departed, 2 suitors chose to accompany him, leaving only 3 hopeful suitors in the palace. These 3 remained, for they believed themselves most likely to win Penelope's hand. Loy's gaze fell upon them, and the strongest among the trio, Antinous, a local noble of Ithaca, addressed Loy, "Noble prince, though you are the heir of Scopelos and Thaia, you lack the authority to hinder our pursuit of Penelope, for our endeavors have received the consent of her father, Icarius. In Greek mythology, a woman belongs to her father until marriage, after which she belongs to her husband. Now that Odysseus is dead, Penelope, with her son Telemachus still young, reverts to her father's guardianship. Hence, we possess legitimate grounds to pursue her." As Loy approached the 3 suitors, brandishing his divine spear, he retorted, "You foolish beings. Do you think I am merely attempting to frighten you?" In a swift motion, the spear's blade swept across the necks of the 3 suitors, who had no time to utter pleas before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. After slaying the 3 suitors, Loy addressed Penelope, with the deaths of these suitors as a deterrent. "The others shall no longer dare to trouble you." Having spoken, Loy turned with his sailors to depart. Observing Loy's retreating figure, Penelope did not attempt to dissuade him. After all, Loy was the nemesis of her son, Telemachus, and she harbored deep concerns that Loy might reconsider and eliminate Telemachus to eradicate any threat. At the port of Ithaca, as the Achaean ships set sail, Thetis emerged from the sea and approached Loy, pointing toward Odysseus's vessel. "All of Odysseus's sailors have perished. We can now embark on this ship to the shores of Greece. Then I implore you to assist me with your divine power to propel this vessel," Loy replied, boarding Odysseus's ship alongside Thetis. As they departed the port of Ithaca, they sailed toward the mainland of Greece. At Mount Olympus, within the temple of Zeus, the king of the gods suddenly opened his eyes, displaying a visage of terror and fury as he proclaimed, "Fate foretells that Neoptolemus shall slay Orestes." Indeed, he is aware that the fates originally intended for Neoptolemus to be slain by Orestes. Chapter 30. Defeating Athena to slay Zeus. Ithaca island lies in the Ionian Sea, to the west of mainland Greece. Roy's ship was bound for Mycenae, and the first route involved entering the Gulf of Corinth from the northern Patras Bay of the Peloponnese Peninsula, followed by a land journey to Mycenae. The second route, which Roy chose to avoid wasting time on land, took him through the Aegean Sea directly to the port of Mycenae, entering the strait between the Peloponnese Peninsula and Crete. As Roy's ship sailed into the Aegean, dotted with islands, Thetis, standing at the bow, immediately wore a grave expression as she gazed into the distance. Understanding that she was worried for him, like a wife fearing for her husband's departure to war, Roy offered a relaxed smile and said, "Thetis, though the Aegean is the domain where Poseidon, the god of the sea, displays his formidable powers, there is no need for you to concern yourself. My worries do not lie with Poseidon, but rather, suddenly, before Thetis could finish her thought, a golden bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the sea before their ship. In an instant, the undulating surface of the ocean transformed into a still mirror, with the vessel, propelled by Thetis's divine power. Anchored upon the water, Pallas Athena descended, her colossal form towering above the waves, her feet upon the surface and clouds swirling overhead. Thetis immediately shielded Roy behind her, confronting the goddess with unwavering resolve. "Pallas Athena, why have you come here? Do you intend to slay him?" Shaking her head, Pallas Athena's emotionless gaze fell upon Roy, standing behind Thetis. "If I wished to kill him, he would have perished on Charisia Island. My arrival here is to prevent him from reaching Mycenae." Seeing Thetis protectively shielding him, Roy suppressed his feelings of gratitude and gently placed her behind him. "I am not so feeble as to require the protection and favor of a goddess. You need not force yourself to confront Pallas Athena," whispering softly to Thetis. Roy then turned his attention to Pallas Athena. "There is a saying, a name and its vessel should not be borrowed from another. I am genuinely curious to understand the extent of Zeus's frailty. That you possess the authority to cultivate Odysseus into the great hero of this era, alongside the privilege of wielding thunder." A look of surprise crossed Pallas Athena's face. "It seems your intent to slay Orestes is rooted in your understanding of his connection to Zeus. Allow me to be forthright. Should you defeat Pallas Athena, you shall have the power to slay Zeus." With that, Pallas Athena extended her right hand, summoning a magnificent golden spear. Firmly grasping the weapon, she pointed its blade toward Roy. Upon hearing her words, he let out a cold laugh. The fates originally dictated that Neoptolemus would perish at the hands of Orestes, who would also claim his beautiful fiancée, Hermione. Since you have assumed Neoptolemus's identity, you have inevitably inherited the fate of his demise at Orestes' hands. A mocking smile graced Pallas Athena's lips. "If you wish to alter your fate, then defeat Pallas Athena. As I have stated, should you conquer me, you may slay Zeus." "Even without your prompting, I would pursue that path," Roy declared, ready to leap from the ship to engage Pallas Athena in battle. "No," Thetis exclaimed, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "You are not yet capable of vanquishing Pallas Athena. Should you fail, she could. Do not interfere." Pallas Athena abruptly swung her spear towards Thetis. Although Thetis managed to evade with Roy in her embrace, the ship sustained critical damage from the spear's assault. As they fell into the sea, Pallas Athena's spear once again aimed at them. Realizing the target of Pallas Athena's attack was herself, Thetis reluctantly released Roy and plunged into the depths of the ocean to protect him from harm. With Thetis now submerged, Pallas Athena raised her spear toward Roy. "Now that Thetis is out of the way, do you wish to challenge Pallas Athena? If I fail in this challenge, will you kill me?" Roy asked defiantly. "I am the master of victory, Nike." Pallas Athena responded with a cruel smile. "As the goddess of victory, war, and wisdom, I hold no affection for the defeated. I shall not engage in a challenge against an opponent I know you cannot surpass, thus I will not challenge you now. That is indeed disappointing. I had expected your secrets to compel you to challenge me," Pallas Athena lamented. "Lacking the courage to face me, I shall impose a punishment upon you, barring you from setting foot on the Greek mainland for 5 years. With that, she unleashed a bolt of lightning that struck Roy, rendering him unconscious. Seizing his body with her left hand, Pallas Athena unfurled her white wings and soared toward the Mediterranean. Her destination was the island of Ogygia, a desolate land of jagged rocks and towering trees, where neither forest nymphs nor water nymphs could thrive. The only inhabitant of this forsaken isle was the imprisoned goddess Calypso. Descending to the highest point of the island, Pallas Athena placed Roy upon the rocks, her gaze lingering upon his face as she murmured, "It appears that encountering your form stirs within me these unwelcome memories. He is not Odysseus, is he?" A beautiful goddess with flowing green hair cascading down her back and scarlet eyes reminiscent of the evening sky approached Pallas Athena, regarding Roy with curiosity. "Athena, this is not what we agreed upon. Odysseus has already been sent to Hades by this man. Thus I present him to you as a substitute." Pallas Athena turned to the green-haired goddess. "Are you concerned I might fall for this frail, ephemeral mortal?" Calypso smiled knowingly. As long as I remain unscathed by Aphrodite's arrows of love or the enchantments of Circe, how could I ever love a human? Chapter 31. Calypso of the Greek homeland. In a state of disorientation, Roy fell into a dream. Within the splendorous confines of a magnificent palace, he found himself wedded to a beautiful maiden resembling a youthful Helen. Just as they were about to pledge their vows before the deities, two unfamiliar men abruptly intruded upon the ceremony, launching an assault upon Roy. To his astonishment, neither the wedding guests nor the palace guards intervened to halt the attackers. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, Roy was compelled to confront the assailants with his bare hands. As he attempted to seize their weapons with his seemingly invulnerable body, the men simultaneously thrust their spears, piercing Roy's form. As he succumbed to the brink of death, the last image imprinted upon his mind was that of one of the assailants forcibly embracing his betrothed, poised to usurp his place in the marriage. The guests, rather than opposing this act, extended their congratulations to the man who had slain Roy and claimed his bride. Just as this nightmarish vision was on the verge of shattering, Roy heard a guest call out the name of the assailant, Orestes. In the next moment, Roy awoke in terror from the dream, rising to survey his surroundings. Could this dream be a tragic fate orchestrated by the fates for Neoptolemus? But now, I am Neoptolemus, and thus this dream might very well foreshadow my future. As he scanned his environment, Roy discovered he was on an island adorned with colossal stones and towering trees. Had he merely experienced a nightmare? Suddenly, a melodious voice, both enchanting and foreign, rang out behind him. Roy swiftly turned, directing the blade of his spear towards the source of the sound. There, upon a massive stone, stood a breathtaking green-haired goddess, clearly of non-human origin. Upon meeting her crimson gaze, he sensed no malice, prompting a sigh of relief. He then turned his back to the goddess and proceeded toward the island's harbor. Stop right there. With a thunderous command from the green-haired goddess, a conical stone erupted from the ground, obstructing Roy's path. He halted, furrowing his brow in annoyance. Divine lady, I am but an ordinary mortal man. I have not fallen in love with you. It seems you have developed feelings for me instead. I certainly have not fallen for you, the green-haired goddess retorted. However, this island of Ogygia is a prison, and you must remain here for 5 years before you may leave. Upon hearing the name of the island, Roy turned in astonishment to the green-haired goddess. Are you the goddess Calypso, imprisoned on Ogygia? Noticing her lack of denial, Roy continued, You are a captive of Zeus. Why do you wish for my company? I have urgent matters to attend to and no time to squander here. Your stay here is Athena's decision. Should you wish to avoid harm, accept the fate that the gods have arranged for you. How curious it is that you, having descended to Ogygia, would still heed Athena's command. I am intrigued to know what benefits she has bestowed upon you. Observing Calypso's reaction, Roy smirked in amusement. Calypso looked at him, astonished, clearly realizing that Roy had uncovered the truth. She was indeed a prisoner of Ogygia, unable to leave its confines. If Roy were to leap into the sea, he could free himself from her control. As for survival after plunging into the depths, he had faith that Thetis would come to his aid. Do not attempt to flee. Seeing Roy make yet another move to escape, Calypso summoned a green bow with her left hand, knocking an arrow forged from her divine power and releasing a flurry of arrows towards him. With a swift series of whooshes, the arrows flew through the air, compelling Roy to halt and turn to fend them off with his spear. Once he had successfully deflected all the arrows, Calypso descended before him, stating, Athena has not granted me the assurance of your safety. Should you dare to escape again, my arrows will strike your hands and feet. Roy paid no heed to Calypso's threats, instead casting his gaze upon her exquisite bow. Your archery is remarkable. Might your true identity be that of the huntress goddess Artemis? Artemis, Calypso murmured, momentarily lost in thought. Roy continued, I jest, of course. I am well aware that you cannot be the huntress goddess Artemis. Yet your skill with the bow suggests a connection. It appears you were once a goddess revered by hunters, akin to Artemis. The colossal stones and towering trees of Ogygia are your handiwork, marking you as a nature goddess governing the woodlands. If I am not mistaken, you were venerated by the Arcadians, residing amidst the mountains of the Peloponnesian Peninsula. Your homeland, as revealed in the divine genealogy, lies within the Arcadian region of the Peloponnesus. Though my origins are indeed Arcadian, I find myself struggling to comprehend your words. No matter if you do not understand, consider it the ramblings of a rather peculiar individual. Roy flashed a radiant smile. Calypso, in the divine lineage, you are the daughter of the second-generation Titan Atlas. alongside the 7 maidens of the Pleiades, who dwelled in the Arcadian mountains before being elevated to the heavens by Zeus. You too were a goddess of the woodlands. In the mortal realm, it is precisely because you and the Pleiades share this divine connection that you are both regarded as daughters of Atlas. However, following the conquest of Arcadia by the Mycenaeans, and your refusal to submit to Zeus, your worship was eradicated, leading to your demotion in mythology as a goddess imprisoned far from your homeland, akin to the goddess Circe, who was similarly relegated to the island of Aiaia in the distant west. What is your purpose in recounting these tales? Chapter 32. It turns out my sister is so dark. Upon finishing her words, Calypso calmly raised her green longbow, drawing the string and aiming an arrow at Loi. It seems my attempts at sowing discord have failed. Since you willingly kneel before Athena, I shall defeat you head-on. With that, Loi surged forward with the speed of a tempest, charging towards Calypso. As Calypso released arrows towards Loi, she declared, "Give up. It is impossible for you to conquer me. This sea did not host Ogygia. This island was born from my essence, and everything upon it is under my dominion." At this moment, Loi had closed the distance to about 10 meters. Hearing Calypso's words, she brandished her divine spear towards her adversary, retorting, "I have triumphed over the god of war, Ares, and the god of fire, Hephaestus, on the battlefield of Troy. Do not underestimate me." With a thunderous crash, a massive conical stone pillar erupted from the ground, shielding Calypso behind it like a fortress. As Loi's spear pierced the stone, she swiftly struck it with her left fist, shattering the obstruction into a pile of rubble, causing Calypso's figure to vanish from behind the column. Gazing into the distance, Loi soon realized that while she had been obstructed by the pillar, Calypso had created a separation of 200 meters between them. Locking eyes with Loi, Calypso wore a faint smile and said, "Your significance to Athena is not lost on me. Thus, I shall not grant you even the slightest opportunity to approach." Boom, 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 boom. As Calypso finished speaking, 12 towering stone pillars shot up from the ground, forming a ring that ensnared Loi within. As Loi punched through one of the pillars in a fit of frustration, she exclaimed, "If you possess even a shred of the pride of a goddess, face me directly. Do not confine me with your powers over stone." "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request," Calypso replied mockingly, as a towering tree sprouted from the ground, blocking Loi's path. "See, I am not trapping you with stone. But with this tree, can your fist shatter it as easily as the stones?" With a resounding bang, Loi struck the tree with her left fist. Although the trunk trembled violently, it did not break like the stone pillar had. Witnessing the tree successfully obstruct Loi, Calypso raised her hand, unleashing her divine power. Subsequently, 11 more towering trees emerged from the earth, surrounding Loi in place of the stone pillars. "You despicable goddess." Captured by Calypso's powers over the forest, Loi felt a growing despair about escaping Ogygia. "Brother, it seems you are in trouble," came the voice of Circe from above. Loi looked up to see a hawk landing on one of the trees encircling her, its voice emanating from Circe. "Circe, is this hawk under your control? Compared to such trivial matters, dear brother, you appear to be in dire need of my assistance. Can you aid me?" "Indeed. My island of Aiaia is not far from Calypso's Ogygia. Thus I can command animals to assist you here. However, nothing comes without a cost. What will you offer in exchange for my help? You would have me pay a price? Are we merely plastic siblings?" Though Loi thought this in jest, she did not truly regard Circe as her sister, nor did she believe it was her obligation to assist him. "The most valuable thing I possess is this divine spear. I am willing to offer it to you. I have no interest in your weapon. If you wish for my help, you must accompany me on Aiaia for 10 years. "That is impossible. If I do not slay Orestes within 5 years, I shall meet my demise at his hands. Do you wish for my corpse to accompany you? Well, since you insist, then accompany me for 4 years. I lack the confidence to kill Orestes within a year. Then, how about 3 years? The notion of slaying Orestes within 2 years was the absolute minimum that Loi could accept. Yet, this was merely a baseline. Circe's stance was so weak, retreating step by step against Loi's resolve. Although Loi was in need of Circe's assistance, she maintained a firm tone, stating, "Orestes is under the protection of Zeus and Athena. I cannot guarantee his demise in 2 years. Then, will you commit to 2 years? 1 year is far too brief." It was evident that if Loi continued to hold her ground, Circe would likely reduce her terms to a year or even 6 months. However, Loi felt reluctant to overly pressure this goddess who regarded him with such affection. "Circe, I accept your terms. As long as you extricate me from Ogygia, I shall stay with you on Ai for 2 years. Brother, I shall now rescue you from Ogygia. But before Circe could finish her sentence, an arrow suddenly flew through the air, impaling Circe's hawk against the trunk of the tree. Immediately, Calypso's displeased voice rang out. Circe, do you intend to steal my prey? If you cherish the lives of these creatures, do not lead them to their demise. For the happiness of my brother and me, sacrificing this life is but a trifle. I shall not permit you to enjoy your time together. With Circe's furious declaration, the 12 surrounding trees ignited in a blaze of platinum flames. As the trees were consumed in an instant, turning to ash that scattered with the wind, Loi looked up, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld thousands of hawks swirling above Ogygia like a black cloud. Under Circe's command, these hawks unleashed streams of platinum flames, descending upon Ogygia, where the blazing inferno wreaked havoc upon all in its path. The flames seemed to be a potent divine fire. As they landed on the flora, towering trees and wild grasses were instantaneously incinerated. Even when the flames struck the stones, they transformed into liquid magma in an instant. Witnessing the destruction of her cultivated plants on Ogygia, Calypso furiously gazed at the flock of hawks in the sky, demanding, Circe, are you mad enough to destroy my Ogygia? This is your punishment for attempting to obstruct my time with my brother. With a cold retort, Circe commanded the thousands of hawks in the sky to unleash their platinum flames in a relentless assault upon Ogygia. Chapter 33. The goddess of the eagle, symbolizing the sun, the name Circe embodies the essence of an eagle. Hailing from the distant east, she represents the true visage of the eagle goddess. Among the deities of the sky, earth, ocean, and underworld, Circe is the sky goddess with wings of an eagle, while Calypso reigns as the goddess of the forests within the earth deities. When the sky god clashes with the earth goddess is left defenseless, merely enduring the onslaught. Thousands of eagles, spewing platinum flames, descend from the heavens, and under their relentless assault, Calypso struggles to wield massive stones as shields against the attack. Roy, taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, is struck by the inequity of this battle. Had Calypso engaged Circe in close combat, she might not have succumbed to her. However, how could one expect Circe to forego her advantage as a sky goddess and descend to the ground to contend with Calypso? Just as Roy's thoughts conclude, a colossal eagle with a wingspan of 10 meters hurtles towards him, speaking in Circe's voice, Brother, I shall take you away. With that, the giant eagle seizes Roy by the shoulders with its talons and ascends into the sky, heading towards Circe's island of Ea. Put him down. Calypso, witnessing the giant eagle's intent to abduct Roy, swiftly draws her bow and looses an arrow at the creature. With a resounding thud, a smaller eagle intercepts Calypso's arrow with its body, plummeting to the ground. More eagles then flock to Calypso, leaving her powerless as she watches the giant eagle carry Roy away. Upon reaching Ea, the giant eagle releases Roy onto the sandy beach. As soon as he touches the ground, he sees Circe approaching along the riverbank. Standing before Circe, Roy observes her exquisitely beautiful face flush with a hint of shyness. Her radiant golden eyes fixed upon him, seemingly anticipating his actions. When Roy stands there in a daze, Circe raises her right arm in disappointment. The soaring eagle above transforms into a smaller eagle, descending to rest upon Circe's arm. Brother, do you still remember her? Circe inquires, gesturing towards the eagle with golden eyes akin to her own. Roy nods, responding, I know. She is the divine eagle symbolizing the sun, a mark that closely binds you to the sun. Just as in Egypt, where humans see the sun lion and think of the sun goddesses Sekhmet and Batet, the sight of the sun eagle evokes the image of Circe. With a complex expression, Roy continues, Circe, is it truly worth sacrificing thousands of eagles to save me? Why do you ask such peculiar questions? Circe tilts her head adorably, responding, no matter how numerous they are, their significance cannot compare to that of my brother. After saying this, Circe approaches Roy and wraps her arms around his right arm. Brother, let us now indulge in our intimate world as a couple. As Roy and Circe stroll along the riverbank into the woods, the figure of Thetis emerges from the sea. Boom, boom, boom. As Thetis steps onto the sand, torrents of platinum flames suddenly erupt from the beach, forming a semicircle to obstruct her path. Thetis, the ocean goddess of water, finds herself in peril as the conflicting elements of water and fire pose a grave threat to her. She halts, gazing toward the woods and declares, to covet him exclusively is indeed a greedy endeavor. With a flurry of wings, the sun eagle swoops from the trees, echoing Circe's voice. Upon finishing, the sun eagle confronts Thetis, releasing a jet of platinum flames. A wave surges from behind Thetis, extinguishing the fiery assault. In a manner akin to dealing with a willful child, Thetis retorts, "The ocean is my domain. If I wished, I could drown your island of Ea beneath the waves, and you would be powerless to stop me." At that moment, Circe comprehends the humiliation Calypso feels in facing her. She humbly implores, "Sister Thetis, if you grant me and my brother a year of our intimate world, I shall allow you to ascend to Ea. Even without your permission, I could reach Ea." Thetis counters, "Half a year. Just grant me and my brother 6 months. 3 months. I will give you 3 months, and after that, I shall visit your palace." After a moment of silence, Circe sighs, "Sister Thetis, you were not always so domineering. That was when I was away from the sea and could not hope to overcome you. Now that you are confined to an island in the ocean, I see no need to tolerate your presence." In the forest palace of the goddess, Roy, observing Circe pouring wine for him, notices her suddenly lost in thought. "Have you recalled something important?" he inquires. "Brother, I now see that even the gentlest and most compliant of goddesses, like the ocean goddess, can become tyrannical. Among the goddesses by my side, I remain the only one who is truly gentle and submissive." "Ah, you gentle and submissive?" Calypso would certainly object to that claim. After drinking the sweet wine Circe concocted, Roy is immediately overcome with dizziness and exclaims, "Circe, did you put something in this wine?" With a playful smile, Circe replies, "You are correct, brother. I infused it with a love potion of my own creation." Roy recognizes her power as the goddess of magic and potions, capable of crafting such enchantments. The sea nymph Scylla, daughter of the sea god Phorcys, was once a beautiful ocean goddess. When the hideous sea god Glaucus fell in love with Scylla, he sought a love potion from Circe to win her affection. Noticing Roy's panicked response, Circe's expression shifts to disappointment. "Do you no longer trust me, brother? You once claimed that I would always be your beloved sister. Now that I possess your love, why would I resort to a love potion against you?" "I'm sorry. Actually, I did not use a love potion on you, but I did employ a potion that prevents you from lying." With wide eyes filled with fear, Roy stares, while Circe shyly lowers her gaze. "Brother, do you still love me?" Chapter 34. The rivalry between Circe and Thetis. What a perilous proposition this is. Although Roy detests deceit, he would not hesitate to transform a matter of life and death into a triviality for his own benefit. Alas, at this moment, Roy found himself incapable of lying. After a moment of hesitation, he lowered his head and declared, "Circe, I do not love you." Circe's eyes widened in astonishment. "Brother, are you deceiving me? I have consumed a potion that prevents me from lying. It is impossible for me to mislead you." Roy's drink contained neither a love potion nor a truth-revealing elixir. "I merely added a touch of somnolent essence to ensure you would rest well." Upon hearing Circe's explanation, Roy raised his head, their astonished gazes locking momentarily. Realizing that Roy was indeed speaking the truth, Circe stood up, wavering, and turned to walk toward her chamber. In a rush, Roy followed closely behind, wrapping his left arm around her slender waist, and saying, "Circe, I still have words left unspoken. Brother, I am rather fatigued now. Let us converse tomorrow." Observing that Circe did not resist his embrace, Roy continued, "Though you are a goddess of immense allure, I shall not fall for you merely because of your beauty. I wish to convey that while I have not yet fallen in love with you, I hold you in high esteem." Deceiver, you must be intentionally saying such things to comfort me. If I were to lie, I would declare you to be my most beloved goddess. Do you truly lack confidence, believing you do not possess the charm to captivate my heart? Of course not. Circe's words were interrupted as Roy shut his eyes and reclined back onto the ground. A dull thud resounded. Realizing that Roy's left hand had slipped away from her waist and hearing the thud behind her, Circe turned around to find Roy lying on the ground, eyes closed. How unfortunate that he fell asleep at such a moment. Circe sighed and summoned 2 forest nymphs and 2 water nymphs to assist her in carrying the slumbering Roy to her bedroom. As dawn's light illuminated the chamber, Roy awoke to the sound of chirping birds, opening his eyes to discover he lay in Circe's bedroom. He soon noticed Circe, her head resting on his right arm, still lost in slumber. Observing her sweet, smiling face in repose, Roy, despite the ache in his arm, gazed intently at Circe. As the forest nymphs and water nymphs busied themselves within the palace, Circe slowly opened her eyes, casting a shy glance at Roy and remarking, "Brother, You still enjoy observing me as before. It makes me quite bashful. If it troubles you, I shall refrain from such behavior in the future. Foolish brother, you may do as you wish. With that, Circe rose to approach the clothing rack. Brother, wait for me to change before I attend to your rising. After cleansing themselves in the river outside the palace, Roy and Circe strolled hand in hand to the riverbank. In a brief moment, Circe employed her divine power to dry their clothes, which had been soaked by the river. Upon returning to the palace, as Roy savored the breakfast prepared by the forest and water nymphs, he caught Circe regarding him with the predatory gaze of a hunter fixated on its prey. What troubles you? Brother, I wish to win your heart within 3 months. What do you think I should do to achieve this goal? 3 months. Perhaps in 3 years, I might grow to love you in our world together. In only 3 months, I can only come to cherish you even more than I do now. 3 years, and in our world together. I cannot fulfill either of those conditions. With a resigned smile, Circe proceeded to feed Roy pieces of roasted meat, as if she were a devoted wife. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed as Roy resided on Ai Island. With the goddess's palace as his abode, sustenance prepared by the forest and water nymphs, and garments crafted by Circe's divine hands, Roy, free from want, practiced his combat skills daily on the island. On one particular afternoon, however, the two nymphs neither spoke to one another nor appeared as friends, but rather as rivals. Upon Roy's entrance into the palace, both Circe and Thetis rose simultaneously to greet him. Brother, you must be weary today. They approached him, flanking him on either side. Caught between them, Roy could not suppress his astonishment. Aren't you two friends? I had thought Thetis was visiting Circe. My relationship with Circe transcends mere friendship, Thetis replied with a smile. She is your sister, and I have always regarded her as my own. Thetis, as the leader of the 50 ocean nymphs, you have enough sisters already. From their dialogue, it appeared that Thetis sought to cultivate a sisterly bond with Circe, yet Circe remained unyielding, treating Thetis as a rival. Your brother is indeed a figure of envy. Circe remarked. What are you pondering? I am contemplating how enviable your brother is. Doesn't it feel awkward to praise oneself so? It is simply a fact that your brother is enviable. Thetis, like a dutiful wife, gently inquired of Roy. Not at all. Roy shook his head without hesitation. My relationship with Circe is one of pure sibling affection. Your residing on Ai Island will not alter that. However, I am not the master of Ai Island. Should you wish to stay here, you must seek Circe's consent. Circe has already consented, Thetis replied with a smile, and Circe quickly retorted with a cold laugh. Do not treat my words with disregard. I shall care for all of my brother's needs, Circe declared firmly, and you need not meddle. Oh, even if you are my sister, you cannot make decisions for my beloved, Thetis replied, smiling as she and Circe turned to Roy with eager eyes. Faced with the hopeful gazes of both goddesses, Roy hesitated before responding. How about for the first half of the month, Circe tends to my needs, and in the latter half, Thetis takes care of me? Chapter 35. The Spartan Princess Hermione 3 years after the conclusion of the Trojan War. At the harbor of Ai Island, Roy propelled the small vessel he had crafted into the water, observing it glide gracefully upon the surface. He promptly leaped aboard and turned to Circe and Thetis on the shore, exclaiming, Behold, it seems I possess an innate talent for craftsmanship. My brother succeeds in all endeavors. Circe managed a reluctant smile, her gaze imbued with a sense of longing as she regarded Roy. Ignoring her sentiment, he grasped the oars and attempted to row. Thetis interjected. My dear, Circe and I shall summon a mighty wind to swiftly carry you to the shores of Greece, sparing you the toil of rowing. At this, Roy hesitantly raised his head, addressing Circe and Thetis. In the wake of the Trojan War, the silver-bowed god Apollo, once revered for his dominion over plagues, will vanish, making way for a new Apollo, the god of prophecy and healing, to be worshipped by the Greeks. The void left by Apollo's departure could seamlessly be filled by Circe and Thetis. As Circe and Thetis extended their hands, channeling divine power towards Roy's vessel, an extraordinary gale erupted, propelling the small boat rapidly towards the Greek mainland. Watching the vessel recede into the distance, Circe expressed her dissatisfaction. Sister Thetis, why must you continually obstruct my desires to serve my brother in a more intimate manner? Had it not been for your interference, I would surely have borne my brother's child. Are you not also impeding my wishes? Thetis retorted. You object even to my desire to accompany him to Greece. Once the boat had completely departed from Ai Island, Roy turned back to gaze longingly at the island, a feeling of reluctance evident in his eyes. Circe and Thetis attended to him with unwavering devotion, stirring within Loy a flicker of affection. Yet, he remained acutely aware that this world was merely a fabricated realm of tasks. Upon completing his designated missions, he would depart. Thus, he suppressed his emotions, refraining from succumbing to love for the two goddesses and avoiding any semblance of a marital bond. For me, the completion of my tasks is paramount, he reminded himself. Their true affections lie not with me, but with the divine essence I embody, which leads them to mistake me for Phaeton. Were they to realize I am but another, their demeanor would not be as gentle and submissive. With this rationale, Loy buried his feelings for Circe and Thetis deep within, turning his thoughts towards the means of accomplishing his tasks. To vanquish the nemesis of Neoptolemus, Orestes, he must first overcome Pallas Athena. Defeating Athena would render the destruction of Zeus trivial. Yet, his encounters with Athena had already proven that victory over her was unattainable. He must evade her and devise an alternative method to eliminate Orestes. In the southern bay of Laconia, the small boat entered the harbor. But rather than venturing further into the Aegean Sea, Loy chose to navigate upstream at the mouth of the Evrotas River, steering towards the city of Sparta. Sparta, located in the southern reaches of the Peloponnesian Peninsula, reigned as the mightiest city-state in that region, just as Mycenae held supremacy in the north. It was the dominance of Agamemnon and Menelaus, one in the north and the other in the south, that enabled Agamemnon to be hailed as the king of kings in Greece. After the age of myth and heroes, the Dorians from the north became the rulers of Sparta, thriving on the fertile plains of Laconia and the waters of the Evrotas, defeating the weakened Mycenae and the kingdom of Athens, thus obliterating Mycenaean civilization. However, shortly after the Dorians ascended to power, they suffered defeat during an expedition against Thebes, leading to a rapid decline in Sparta's strength and the shattering of their fleeting dreams of dominance. Upon reaching the port of Sparta, Loy, armed with a divine spear, ventured into the heart of the city, entering the majestic palace. The current ruler of Sparta, the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen, had given birth to the unwed princess Hermione. As Loy traversed the courtyard into the palace, he was greeted by the lively atmosphere overseen by Hermione, where numerous noble youths were feasting, reminiscent of Odysseus's wife, Penelope, and her 108 suitors. In the innermost chamber, Hermione, adorned in splendid attire, sat regally upon her throne, flanked by Nestor, the king of Pylos. The aged Nestor remained by Hermione's side because Sparta was the dominant power in southern Peloponnesus, while Pylos was one of the city-states within that region. Upon entering the palace, Loy caught the attention of both Nestor and Hermione. Nestor instinctively gasped, prompting Hermione to inquire, "Esteemed Nestor, do you recognize that individual? He appears as a prince, perhaps one of the suitors?" Ithaca, a mere minor kingdom, had seen Penelope besieged by 108 noble suitors after becoming a widow. In contrast, the Spartan kingdom, a dominant force in southern Peloponnesus, had Hermione, an unwed princess. Seated upon her golden throne, Hermione possessed cascading golden curls that fell to her waist, and her radiant eyes sparkled like rubies. The sleeveless gown revealed arms as pure and white as lilies. Indeed, Loy remarked with a playful smile, surveying Hermione's exquisitely beautiful visage, "If Orestes embodies the essence of Zeus, you are the very incarnation of Hera. Just as Hera holds paramount importance to Zeus, so too do you to Orestes. It is no wonder Orestes would go to such lengths, including the murder of Neoptolemus, to claim you." Chapter 36. I believe I can be the king of kings. Loy, adorned in garments woven with golden threads by Circe and Thetis, appeared as a noble prince or a deity transformed into human form, enabling him to enter the royal palace with ease and approach Hermione. However, Loy's audacious gaze scrutinized Hermione, a demeanor that clearly contravened the etiquette expected between a guest and a host. Observing Loy's impudent behavior, 6 youthful Spartan nobles ceased their revelry and approached him, rebuking him loudly from behind. "You, an outsider, though a prince, should pay your respects to Princess Hermione." They continued, "As a foreigner, you must first declare your name and identity, and then state your purpose for visiting the palace. If you persist in this rudeness, we shall expel you from both the palace and the city of Sparta." Upon hearing their reproaches, Loy turned to Nestor, who stood beside Hermione, and spoke in an authoritative tone. "Nestor, since you are here, do introduce my identity to everyone." "Yes," Nestor replied, bowing respectfully to Loy before turning his grave expression towards Hermione. "Princess Hermione, Do you recall who was the mightiest hero in the Trojan War? It was Neoptolemus, the son of Achilles, who single-handedly brought about the fall of Troy. After responding to Nestor's inquiry, Hermione gazed at Loy in astonishment, clearly comprehending his identity. Nestor nodded and continued, "There is something I have yet to disclose. Before the conclusion of the Trojan War, your father, Menelaus, promised Neoptolemus your hand in marriage, granting him the right to the throne of Sparta. The young man standing before you is indeed Neoptolemus, Achilles' son, your betrothed." Upon realizing that Loy was her fiancé, Hermione hurriedly rose from her golden throne, her face flushed with embarrassment as she addressed Loy. "Please forgive my impoliteness. I was unaware of your identity." "Such trifles do not concern me," Loy replied, extending his left hand to caress Hermione's blushing cheek. "I ask you, will you betray me as Clytemnestra betrayed Agamemnon, and Helen betrayed Menelaus?" "I shall remain as loyal to my husband as Hera herself," Hermione asserted. "You have all heard Nestor's words, yes? I am the betrothed of Princess Hermione, and both she and the throne of Sparta rightfully belong to me. Regardless of whether you gather in the palace to protect or pursue Hermione, the true master has arrived. I command you all to vacate my palace. In this world, an unmarried girl belongs to her father until she is wed, after which she belongs to her husband. With Menelaus and Helen's fates uncertain, I can indeed claim Hermione and the throne of Sparta." The young nobles, gathered in the palace for the purpose of winning Hermione's favor to become her husband and the king of Sparta, were taken aback by Loy's sudden emergence as her fiancé, demanding they leave the palace. Despite their dissatisfaction, they rose in groups to depart. After all, Loy was not the weak Odysseus, but a formidable hero, powerful as a god. As the nobles vacated, Nestor quietly advised Loy, "My prince, as you are destined to rule Sparta, you will undoubtedly require the support of these noble families. It would be wise to treat them kindly to garner their loyalty. In this realm, only the descendants of deities could ascend to royal status. Nobility merely represented the elite among mortals. Nobility and royalty were inherently distinct, rendering it impossible for nobles to challenge the royal lineage, as such an act would be tantamount to offending the divine ancestors of the royal family. The suitors of Penelope, Odysseus' wife, refrained from forcibly seizing the throne, for to do so would be to stand against all royalty. Listening to Nestor's counsel, Loy quipped mockingly, "By expelling these nobles from the palace, do you believe they would dare challenge a scion of the gods? Though they may not dare challenge you, they could refuse to obey your commands, complicating your rule over Sparta," Nestor cautioned. "Then I shall enlist the nobles of Skolos Island and Phthia to assist me in governing Sparta," Loy declared. Although Sparta was the dominant power in southern Peloponnesus, Loy was also the heir to the thrones of Skolos Island and Phthia. With the backing of these territories, even if the local Spartan nobility defied his commands, Loy could still exert control over Sparta. Observing Loy's unwavering confidence, Nestor sighed, "My prince, Princess Hermione is your betrothed, and our leader Agamemnon is your uncle. 3 years ago, Agamemnon was murdered by his cousin Aegisthus, and his son Orestes was forced into exile. Would you consider rallying the city-states of southern Peloponnesus to confront Aegisthus and restore Orestes to the throne of Mycenae? To confront Aegisthus and restore Orestes to the throne of Mycenae?" Loy's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he regarded Nestor with a cold smirk. "Nestor, as Hermione is Agamemnon's niece, I too should be entitled to inherit the throne of Mycenae, becoming the new king of kings in Greece." Surprised by Loy's ambition to become the king of kings, Nestor, sweating profusely, lowered his gaze to the ground. "My prince, remember that Hermione is merely Agamemnon's niece. If you wish to claim the throne of Mycenae, it would be prudent to take Agamemnon's daughter as a secondary wife, thereby securing your rightful claim to the kingdom." "That is indeed a commendable suggestion." Loy nodded in satisfaction. "Nestor, since you have proposed this idea, I entrust you to travel to Mycenae and seek Agamemnon's daughter for me." Chapter 37. Seeking the hand of Agamemnon's daughter. Nestor, an aged hero who witnessed the might of Troy firsthand, understood the formidable power of Loy. Not only did Loy possess godlike strength, but he was also betrothed to the Spartan princess, Hermione, destined to marry her and become the lord of the southern city-states of the Peloponnesian Peninsula. As the king of Pylos, a city-state in the southern Peloponnesian region, Nestor had no choice but to obey Loy's commands, whether out of fear of his power or respect for his future kingship. However, the notion of imploring Agamemnon's daughter in front of his fiancée, Hermione, felt somewhat brazen. After internal musings, Nestor spoke, "My prince, I am willing to act as your envoy to Mycenae, yet I fear Aegisthus may be reluctant to give his daughters in marriage. For Agamemnon's daughters, Aegisthus is both their uncle and their father's murderer. He would certainly worry that their powerful husbands might seek vengeance for Agamemnon or covet the throne of Mycenae. Thus, despite the passage of time, Aegisthus has yet to arrange marriages for Agamemnon's daughters, Electra and Chrysothemis, who have both surpassed their 20s. Loi smiled faintly, replying, "Nestor, whether Aegisthus is willing to marry off Agamemnon's daughters is not your concern. Your duty is to execute my command." Understood. After Nestor departed, Loi sat upon Hermione's golden throne, gradually easing his fatigue. Hermione instructed the palace maidens to prepare food and sweet wine for Loi, then approached him from behind, gently kneading his shoulders as she spoke. "My dear fiancé, before we are wed, you wish to claim my cousin? Are you upset? While I am as loyal as Hera, I cannot tolerate infidelity from my husband. After all, you are the embodiment of Hera." Loi, his expression sobered, replied, "Rest assured, I do not genuinely wish to seek Agamemnon's daughter. It is merely a test of Aegisthus's reaction. Were I truly intent on marrying Agamemnon's daughter, I would go to Mycenae myself to propose. If you truly desire to inherit the throne of Mycenae, simply eliminate my two cousins, Electra and Chrysothemis, along with my cousin Orestes, and I shall become the heir to the throne of Mycenae." Loi's eyes widened in surprise as he turned to gaze at Hermione's youthful countenance. Shyly, she lowered her gaze and said, "Do not misunderstand. I am not a cruel and malevolent woman. You are my fiancé, and your interests surpass all else, which is why I propose such a notion. Thankfully, you are merely Hera's incarnation. Were you the goddess herself, I would fear a horrific showdown might ensue." At that moment, the palace maidens arrived with food and sweet wine. As Loi devoured the delectable feast, he remarked, after drifting at sea for over 20 days to reach Sparta, "Please arrange a room for me to rest. You are the master of this palace. You may choose any chamber to sleep in." After satisfying his hunger, Loi made his way to the opulent chamber once belonging to the Spartan king Menelaus, where he quickly succumbed to slumber. In contrast to the disheveled Loi, Hermione, accompanied by her maidens, entered the palace bath. As she immersed herself in the water, the maidens joyfully congratulated the young princess. Now that the princess's fiancé has arrived in Sparta, the days of noble youths flocking to her shall come to an end. Our princess is of divine lineage. Her husband must be a prince of godly blood. How dare those nobles aspire to be her consort? Is the princess satisfied with her prince? It is said he is not only the youngest and mightiest hero of the Trojan War, but also the heir to the thrones of Scyros and Phthia. After their marriage, perhaps he could become the king of kings, like Agamemnon. As Hermione washed herself in the bath, a gentle smile graced her lips. "My husband is undoubtedly the finest man, just as I am the finest woman." After her bath, adorned in a diaphanous gown, Hermione entered her chamber, surrounded by her maidens. Meanwhile, while Loi remained in slumber, Nestor rode swiftly to Mycenae. Within the royal palace, King Aegisthus personally welcomed the affable Nestor. Upon learning of Nestor's purpose, Aegisthus could not suppress his anger, exclaiming, "The son of Achilles is already betrothed to Hermione, and yet seeks to marry Agamemnon's daughters? This is preposterous. Honorable Nestor, you know I have no children of my own. I genuinely regard Agamemnon's daughters as my own, given that their mother, Clytemnestra, is my wife." Nestor nodded in acknowledgement. "I understand this notion is indeed absurd. However, the distance from Mycenae to my city of Pylos is vast, while Sparta is much nearer. To safeguard Pylos, I must submit to the ambitions of the young Neoptolemus. With the claim to the throne of Sparta, does he now aspire to the throne of Mycenae as well? The ambitions of Neoptolemus are glaringly apparent. My lord Aegisthus, might you consider rallying the city-states of the Peloponnesian Peninsula to confront Neoptolemus?" Aegisthus sighed with a wry smile. "I would dearly like to do so, but alas, the king of Mycenae is no longer the king of kings. A decade of the Trojan War has drained Mycenae's strength. Now, not even the city-states of the Argolis region heed my command. Perhaps after Mycenae has recuperated, with Sparta's full support, we may regain the authority of king of kings. But my foolish brother Menelaus has betrothed Hermione to the son of Achilles, making unity between Mycenae and Sparta impossible." Hearing Aegisthus's words, Nestor remarked, whether intentionally or not, "Perhaps your nephew Orestes marrying Hermione could restore the authority of king of kings over Mycenae and Sparta. Yet, Hermione is now bound to Neoptolemus. and for Orestes to wed her, he would have to eliminate Neoptolemus. Chapter 38. Seizing Mycenae and marrying Loi, after all, is but a mortal, not a deity. After drifting on the sea for over 20 days, both his mind and body were utterly exhausted. It was only after a full day and night of slumber that he finally roused from his dreams. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Hermione lying beside him, clad in a delicate, translucent veil, a stirring sensation coursed through his heart. Although I am not the brother of Circe nor the true Neoptolemus, I am undeniably Hermione's genuine betrothed. Before the conclusion of the Trojan War, Menelaus had promised to betroth Hermione to me. In this mythological realm, engagement is safeguarded by the goddess of marriage. For unmarried individuals to sever their engagement, the sole means is through the death of one party. Thus, Orestes must resort to treachery to slay Neoptolemus in order to wed Hermione. In the distant past, King Creon of Thebes sought to annul his son Haemon's engagement to the creature Antigone by imprisoning her in a cave, hoping she would either take her own life or perish from starvation. Once Antigone is dead, Creon could find a more suitable bride for Haemon. Because engagements cannot be dissolved, betrothed couples are nearly equivalent to true spouses. Loi is empowered to govern the kingdom of Sparta in the capacity of Hermione's fiancé, as all believe that he shall indeed become her husband. I am Hermione's fiancé. This is an indisputable truth. Though this world is merely a fabricated realm of tasks, perhaps I can, as if attuned to Loi's innermost thoughts. Hermione, with her eyes closed, suddenly spoke, "All that I am belongs to you. Yet I hope that after we partake in such matters, we may hasten to a formal wedding, lest our child be born as a bastard." "You are indeed awake," Loi replied with a wry smile, turning away from Hermione. She opened her eyes, her beautiful ruby-like gaze fixed upon Loi's back. "My fiancé, do you not desire my service? For I have just recalled something of great importance. Should I be compelled to marry you, two distant goddesses may very well be saddened. Does this mean you do not wish to wed me? You intend to manage the kingdom of Sparta while remaining merely my fiancé?" "Exactly. I demand the power to govern Sparta. I shall not bear the responsibility of marrying my betrothed. After all, once I eliminate my sworn enemy Orestes, I shall depart from this illusory world of tasks." Another night passed. The following morning, as Loi and Hermione shared breakfast, a Pallas maid approached to inform Loi that Nestor sought an audience. Being a man of high repute, the king of Pylos, Loi promptly made his way to the banquet hall to receive Nestor. A moment later, Nestor entered the hall and beheld Loi seated upon the golden throne, as if he had already ascended to the kingship of Sparta. "Nestor, has Aegisthus consented to wed Agamemnon's daughter to me?" Upon hearing Loi's inquiry, Nestor shook his head. "Aegisthus has stated that you are already betrothed to Princess Hermione. He cannot possibly marry Agamemnon's daughter to you as a concubine, as Clytemnestra is already his wife. He regards the daughter she bore for Agamemnon as his own." Nestor's refusal was anticipated by Loi. It appears that acquiring Mycenae without bloodshed is indeed unattainable. "Nestor, should I choose to wage war to seize Mycenae, will your Pylos be my ally or my adversary? If you intend to confront Aegisthus, I shall personally lead 2,000 soldiers to fight for you. However, you are not yet the king of Sparta. Currently, you possess neither the authority to summon the city-states of southern Peloponnesus nor to rally soldiers in Sparta. Although Princess Hermione could represent you, Aegisthus is her cousin, and waging war against one's kin would surely incur the wrath of the gods. This war does not require my fiancée, Hermione, to intervene." Observing Nestor's astonished expression, Loi smiled confidently. "Once I become the king of Sparta, I shall wield the authority and legitimacy to confront Aegisthus. Therefore, let me ascend the throne and become the king of Sparta." Menelaus became the king of Sparta by marrying Helen, who held the claim to the throne of Sparta. Helen, having betrayed Sparta to elope with Paris, no longer deserves the right to the throne. Now, I intend to annul the shared claim to the throne held by Helen and Menelaus, and together with Hermione, we shall become the new king and queen. Loi was eager to dethrone his father-in-law and claim the kingship, and Nestor, wise enough not to voice any objections, understood that this was a matter between son-in-law and father-in-law, beyond the interference of outsiders. "Prince, if you wish to ascend the throne, you must formally wed Hermione and become her husband. Cannot I inherit the Spartan throne as her fiancé? With a sacred engagement, I trust you shall indeed become the princess's husband. However, to inherit the throne as her fiancé, you must establish the date for your formal marriage. To inherit the throne as a fiancé is unprecedented, without a confirmed wedding date. It would indeed be challenging to gain the people's acceptance. After a moment's hesitation, Loy stated, "Then let me consider a date for our formal marriage." He then instructed the soldiers in the banquet hall to summon the nobles of Sparta. Once the young nobles and elder statesmen gathered in the hall, Loy directed the palace maids to entertain them with food and fine wine, before revealing the purpose of their assembly. Since the commencement of the expedition to Troy, Sparta has been without a king for 13 years. For the prosperity and stability of Sparta, I wish to wed Princess Hermione and become the new king and queen. Does anyone among you oppose this? This is a matter for your family. Who would dare oppose you? After some murmuring among the nobles and elders, one could not restrain himself from speaking. "Prince, since you intend to inherit the Spartan throne, will you not marry the princess in the coming days?" "I do not seek to inherit the throne as Hermione's husband, but rather as her fiancé." Seeing the incredulous expressions on the faces of those present, Loy continued, "Once I become the king of Sparta, I shall immediately wage war against Aegisthus of Mycenae. My intention is to marry Hermione in the palace of Mycenae after I seize it." Chapter 39. The twilight of Diomedes during the lifetime of Agamemnon. Mycenae stood as the most formidable city-state on the Greek mainland, with its king regarded as the sovereign among kings. Had the Trojan War not commenced, any attempt by Loys to assault Mycenae would have met with universal dissent. Regrettably, a decade of warfare has significantly depleted Mycenae's strength, stripping it of its former authority. Observing the nobles and elders neither opposing nor supporting him, Loys continued. Upon hearing his words, the nobles widened their eyes and stood forth, declaring, "My prince, I shall lead 100 soldiers to accompany you against Mycenae. I can rally 200 to the cause. I have 500 warriors." Nestor could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "We, from Pylos, will dispatch 2,000 soldiers to the fray." Seeing the eagerness of those wishing to partake in the spoils of war, Loys smiled and spoke. "You are all aware that I possess the divine strength to breach the walls of Troy single-handedly. I offer you the opportunity to join the battle and share in the bounty solely to assist me in conquering the city-states of Argolis. Therefore, I require merely a coalition of about 5,000 men to join my campaign. 5,000 to conquer the city-states of Argolis? Such a number is woefully inadequate." Ignoring the reactions of the assembly, Loys pressed on. "Zeus, an outsider from Cronus, Crete, followed the Mycenaeans to the Peloponnese. And not only did he become the king of the gods during their reign, but he also physically vanquished many who refused to yield to him, both mortals and deities alike. Once we seize Mycenae, I shall expel Zeus, this foreign god, from the Peloponnese. What say you?" An elderly elder immediately interjected, "My prince, Zeus ascended to his current status as the king of the gods due to the Mycenaean hegemony. If you seek to dismantle their rule and drive out Zeus, must we not then support our guardian goddess Hera in her quest to become the queen of the gods?" At that moment, the figure of Hermione appeared at the entrance of the grand hall. Meeting the gaze of this embodiment of Hera, Loys shook his head and replied, "Since mortals may ascend to the divine, we could elevate a human, mightier than Heracles and Achilles, to become our new deity, thereby establishing a new king of the gods. A human greater than Heracles and Achilles? Throughout history and the present, only you fit that description." After Nestor and the noble elders of Sparta departed to summon soldiers, Hermione approached Loys, turning to sit upon his knees and nestling her petite form in his embrace. "My dear betrothed, should you become the king of the gods, will Hera be your goddess consort?" This seemed a perilous inquiry. Loys sighed with a hint of resignation. "You truly took my words to heart regarding becoming a new deity and king of the gods? Mortals have traditionally been deified posthumously, unless I achieve divinity while alive. My ascension is beyond my control. If you were to become the king of the gods, would you make Hera your goddess consort?" The air thickened with tension, causing Loys to feel apprehensive. After all, the original Hera, as the guardian of the city-state, possessed combat attributes surpassing those of the goddess of wisdom, Athena. Tonight, Hermione pouted adorably, discontent. "You may as well sleep upon your throne." With that, Hermione huffed and turned to leave. After watching her depart, Loys propped his legs up, resting his head against the armrest of the throne. "I expected you would transform into Hera and give me a sound beating. I am not subservient to any woman and will not yield to you. Sleeping upon my throne is rather comfortable. This armrest is both cold and hard." 3 days later, Loys, accompanied by the assembled 5,000 strong, marched towards Mycenae, while Hermione remained in Sparta to ensure logistical support. Sparta, as the leader of the southern city-states of the Peloponnese, posed no obstruction to Loi's grand army. Upon entering the northern Peloponnese, no city-state engaged Lois in battle. After all, Hermione was the niece of Agamemnon and held a claim to the throne of Mycenae. Thus, Loi's campaign against Aegisthus was perceived as a power struggle within the same family. Of course, the true reason the northern city-states refrained from opposing Lois was that Aegisthus' rule over Mycenae had lost its authority to command the northern city-states of the Peloponnese. It was only when Loi's army entered Argolis that a contingent of 3,000 warriors emerged to confront him. This force was commanded by Diomedes, the king of Argos. Favored by the goddess of war, Pallas, who had previously wounded both Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love on the battlefield of Troy. Diomedes had already earned fame as the hero who captured Thebes while Heracles still lived, and he was nearly as aged as the venerable Nestor. As Lois rode before Diomedes' army, he beheld the now gray-haired warrior upon his chariot and could not help but chuckle. "Diomedes, you appear so aged that you can hardly walk. Yet you dare stand against me. Do you still believe you are the favored of Pallas Athena, capable of wounding Ares and Aphrodite? I now comprehend why your wife, Achilleia, seeks to become entwined with your charioteer Sthenelus' son, Comets. It is not mere vengeance from Aphrodite, but rather due to your own frailty." Agamemnon's wife, Clytemnestra, had taken Aegisthus as her lover, while Diomedes' wife, Achilleia, had similarly become involved with Comets, son of Sthenelus. Chapter 40. Even the goddess ignored the authority of Zeus in response to the verbal humiliation from Lo. Diomedes spoke with a tranquil expression. "Young Neoptolemus, you may mock me as one would a common elder. However, when our spears clash, you shall discern whether I possess the martial prowess and strength of your." Lo dismounted from his steed and approached Diomedes, stating, "Though we are adversaries now, we once fought side by side on the battlefield of Troy. It is fitting that you, Diomedes, die as your father Tydeus did. Since you have not perished by the machinations of Aegialeus and Comets, allow me to grant you a glorious death in battle." At Lo's words, Diomedes leapt down from his chariot, brandishing his spear and shield. "Neoptolemus, though I have become your foe, upon my demise, my soldiers in the city of Argos shall be yours, for my unfaithful wife bore no heir to inherit my throne. If by the favor of Pallas Athena I were to triumph over you, a most unlikely occurrence." Before Diomedes could finish his statement, Lo surged forward with the swiftness of the wind, wielding his divine spear aimed at Diomedes' heart. Diomedes raised his shield, layered with 7 hides, to parry the assault. With a piercing sound, although the spearhead pierced his shield, it did not strike Diomedes' body. Seizing the moment when Lo's spear was caught by his shield, Diomedes retaliated, thrusting his spear toward Lo's shoulder. After both warriors emerged unscathed from their initial exchange, Lo regarded Diomedes' spear with a grave expression. "Diomedes, though I possess a body impervious to blades, I do not fear the weapons of you or Odysseus, for you both are favored by Pallas Athena. You are a valiant warrior deserving of respect. Before I unleash my divine wrath upon you, pray to Pallas Athena for greater strength. You ought to understand that the divine power bestowed upon me by the goddess renders my human capabilities diminished. If you challenge my divine might with human strength, then I shall display my full divinity in respect for you." Upon concluding his words, Lo erupted with a speed only gods possess, delivering a lightning-fast strike with his spear toward Diomedes. Though Lo's velocity far surpassed that of Diomedes, the latter anticipated the attack, positioning his spear defensively. With a resounding clash, Lo's spear cleaved Diomedes' weapon in two, subsequently piercing his body. Boom, boom. With the death of Diomedes, the previously clear sky erupted with thunder, manifesting the god's wrath. Lo looked up to behold Pallas Athena descending from the heavens in the form of a colossal deity. Meeting the expressionless gaze of the goddess, Lo jested with a smile. "I presumed you had forsaken Diomedes. If he is still your favorite, your arrival is rather tardy. Diomedes now holds no value that concerns me." Pallas Athena's beautiful azure eyes glinted coldly as she replied, "I have come because both Diomedes and Odysseus, my favored mortals of this era, have fallen by your hand. Such an affront to Pallas Athena cannot go unpunished. As long as I spare Diomedes, you shall not be my enemy? To slay Orestes, one must first defeat Pallas Athena. This I have not forgotten. You foolish wretch, had I been your enemy, your soul would have already plummeted to Hades." Pallas Athena leaned down, grasping Lo with her left hand, then turned her gaze towards the Black Sea. I now entrust you with a task to uphold my authority, so that the world may know you shall heed the commands of Pallas Athena. Wait, Lo interjected hastily. I am on the verge of seizing Mycenae, toppling the hegemony established by the Mycenaeans. Zeus became the king of the Greek gods with the dominance of Mycenae, and by dismantling their power, I shall destroy Zeus. As the powerful guardian of the Athenian kingdom, you stand a chance to become the new queen of the gods. Pallas Athena lowered her gaze to meet Lo's, a smirk playing on her lips. Do you presume to fool me? Your desire to annihilate Zeus is not for my elevation to queen of the gods. Turning her attention back to the Black Sea, Pallas Athena concluded her instructions. Upon hearing the task, Lo was taken aback. After she finished speaking, Pallas Athena waved her left hand, enveloping Lo in divine energy, propelling him across land and sea towards the distant shores of the Black Sea. Once Lo was dispatched, Pallas Athena addressed the Spartans and Argives with her divine voice. Though ordinary mortals cannot behold the forms of the deities, they shall heed my voice and comply with my divine will. On the Tauric Peninsula of the Black Sea, regarded by the gods as a wild land uncolonized by the Greeks, the reigning king was Tos. The Taurians worshipped the goddess of the hunt, Artemis. Artemis' ascendance as the deity of the Taurians mirrors Pallas Athena's prior incarnation as Cassandra, who became the goddess revered by the Trojans. Initially, the Taurians had their own goddess of faith. After the Greeks' failed conquest, this divinity was rewritten as Artemis. The hunting goddess from Greece ultimately subjugated the Taurians in terms of faith. In myth, however, it is told that a statue of Artemis descended from the heavens onto the Tauric Peninsula, thus making her the deity worshipped by the Taurians since time immemorial. Chapter 41. Iphigenia and the Taurians on the Taurian Peninsula. The body of Loi descended from the heavens, landing just outside the grandest edifice on the island, the Temple of Artemis. Ouch, he muttered, struggling to rise from the ground where he had fallen heavily. When the mortal Bellerophon rode the winged horse Pegasus to Olympus, Pegasus betrayed him, causing him to plummet from the sky, yet Bellerophon survived the fall. I had my doubts about this tale, but now I believe it. There is indeed divine power that safeguards our bodies. One can survive a fall from great heights. As Loi regained his footing, a group of Taurians guarding the temple of Artemis rushed forth, encircling him. A Greek, they exclaimed, since the Greeks once invaded our shores. King Tos has decreed that all Greeks be offered as sacrifices to the gods. Let us take him to the priestess. The detestable Greeks deserve to be offerings. After reaching their decision, two of the Taurians approached, intent on seizing Loi's arms. Get away. Despite the agony coursing through him, as if all his bones were shattered, Loi brandished his divine spear, slaying the two would-be captors. As their lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground, the surrounding Taurians recoiled in fear, unwilling to approach Loi any further. By the gods, I just witnessed him descend from the sky, and he still fights valiantly. Could he not be a mere mortal like us, but a deity in disguise? We must report this to the king. Fleeing as if from a predator, the Taurians abandoned the scene, allowing Loi to endure his pain and approach the temple. At the entrance to the temple of Artemis stood a maiden with azure hair and eyes, resembling a goddess of the sea. She gazed at Loi as he approached and remarked, "You bear an uncanny resemblance to the man who was once my betrothed. But I know he perished in the Trojan War, thus you cannot be him. I recognize you as Princess Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon." Loi stepped closer to the priestess, admiring her divine beauty. "When Agamemnon sought to offer you as a sacrifice to Artemis, your mother Clytemnestra promised Achilles that you would become his wife to protect you. It appears you still remember Achilles." Iphigenia shook her head, responding, "I had nearly forgotten the visage of Achilles. Yet upon seeing you, I am reminded that he bore a striking resemblance to you. Had I not known of his demise, I would have mistaken you for him." "That is impossible," Loi retorted. "He was not Neoptolemus, and thus Achilles could not share his likeness." Observing the serene expression on Iphigenia's face, he teased, "Iphigenia, have you heard the tale of Heracles and Iole? Heracles harbored a passion for Iole, and when he turned her into his slave, his life met its end. To atone for his inability to claim Iole, Heracles arranged for his son, Hylas, to wed her. Perhaps you surmise that I am Achilles' son, Neoptolemus. And your earlier words hint at following the path of Heracles and Iole, by marrying the son of your former betrothed, Achilles? I am the priestess of Artemis." Iphigenia blushed, asserting her vow of celibacy. Artemis is the virgin goddess who swore never to marry, and as her priestess, I too shall remain unmarried. "What a pity," Loi lamented. to waste such goddess-like beauty. Before the Trojan War, you were merely 15. Even after 13 years, you are but 28. With that, he prepared to circumvent Iphigenia and enter the temple. Iphigenia immediately blocked his path. King Tos will undoubtedly learn of your presence and come with many warriors to capture you. You must flee. After Loi entered the temple, Iphigenia sighed, feeling somewhat resigned, and followed him inside. Though the temple of Artemis was vast and labyrinthine, the statue of the goddess was small enough for Iphigenia to cradle in her hands. Before Loi could grasp the statue, she swiftly took it, saying, "Let me hold the statue for you. This way, you can fight with all your strength and escape Taurus with me and the statue of Artemis." "Do you truly believe I can defeat the Taurians?" he inquired. "I trust in the deity that guided you here," Iphigenia replied, looking down at the statue in her hands. As Loi emerged from the temple with Iphigenia, he found King Tos had surrounded the temple with 1,000 Taurian warriors. Upon seeing Loi with the statue in Iphigenia's hands, Tos, mounted on a black steed, called out, "Foreigner, I care not whether you are a god masquerading as a mortal or an ordinary Greek. As long as you vow not to harm the priestess, I shall allow you to leave safely." Though Tos harbored disdain for the Greeks, Iphigenia's sudden appearance in the temple of Artemis, as if by divine intervention, had earned her great respect. Moreover, Iphigenia had consistently offered her fellow Greeks as sacrifices, further solidifying Tos's reverence for her. Hearing Tos's words, Loi donned a mocking smile and retorted, "Oh, misguided Taurians, do you truly worship the Greek goddess Artemis? Recall, you despise the Greeks. Thus, you cannot genuinely revere their goddess. One day, Artemis supplanted the goddess you once truly worshipped. Now, I intend to take the statue of Artemis and the priestess away. This is a fortuitous turn for you, as you may return to honoring your own Taurian goddess." The Taurians were not so naive as to overlook the absurdity of their situation. They loathed the Greeks, yet idolized the Greek goddess Artemis. As Loi's words resonated, they began to recall that the goddess they revered was not Artemis, but rather a similar goddess who wielded a bow. Chapter 42. A fruitless plea to Artemis. During the era of city-states, the veneration of deities was regarded with utmost seriousness. Humanity revered their gods as protectors, for these divine beings would safeguard only the inhabitants of a single city-state or region, never extending their protection to enemies. A deity that offered refuge to foes would not be worthy of worship. Thus, on the battlefield of Troy, no Greek would beseech Apollo or Ares to assist them in vanquishing the Trojans, nor would any Trojan implore Athena or Poseidon to aid in their fight against the Greeks. The Taurians, enemies of the Greeks, would never engage in the surreal act of seeking the assistance of Artemis, the huntress goddess revered by the Greeks, to slay their adversaries. This absurdity arose from the Greeks' failure to conquer the Taurians, leading them to rewrite the goddess worshipped by the Taurians into their own huntress, Artemis. King Tos of the Taurians glared at Loi and Iphigenia with indignation. The Greek huntress Artemis is as untrustworthy as the priestess Iphigenia. We have always respected Iphigenia, yet she maintains her distance, never personally offering our sacrifices to the gods. Since you recognize that Artemis and Iphigenia are not worth your attachment, allow me to take them away." "Not at all. Although Artemis is not the true deity of the Taurians and Iphigenia is an incompetent priestess, they still belong to us. The statue of Artemis that descended from the heavens and the sudden appearance of Iphigenia in the temple are gifts from the gods to the Taurians, and we shall not allow a foreigner like you to take them." "Foolish King Tos, since you refuse to be swayed by my words, let us negotiate through strength." With a sardonic smile, Roy charged at Tos with the swiftness of a tempest. Upon witnessing Roy's intent to strike the king, archers unleashed a torrent of arrows upon him, while soldiers armed with spears rushed to Tos's side. In the next instant, the Taurians stood in astonished disbelief. None of the arrows pierced Roy. They simply fell to the ground after colliding with him. Great goddess, could this foreigner truly be a deity disguised as a human? As Tos marveled, Roy approached him, wielding a divine spear that eliminated all soldiers who obstructed his path. The surviving soldiers recoiled in terror, and as Tos's warhorse lay exposed before Roy, he pointed the spear's blade at Tos, declaring, "King of the Taurians, I can kill you as easily as I would a common soldier. I spare you now because I require a ship and sailors from you. Will you comply with my request? If you refuse, I shall instantly transform you into a lifeless corpse. Almighty foreigner, I shall accept your request." Tos hastily lowered his proud head, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. We Taurians hold the gods in reverence. You must be a deity disguised as a human or favored by a powerful god. Hence we shall regard you with the same awe we afford the divine. Witnessing King Tos submit to Roy, Iphigenia, cradling the statue of Artemis, approached Roy and spoke. Tos cast a discontented glance at Iphigenia before addressing Roy. Esteemed foreigner, I can host a banquet for you in my palace, or prepare a ship and sailors for you at once. I have no interest in being your guest. Prepare the ship and sailors for us now. With that, Roy led Iphigenia toward the port of the Taurian Peninsula. At the port, Roy and Iphigenia boarded a ship manned by 20 sailors. At Roy's command, the sailors rowed vigorously, and the vessel swiftly departed the port, venturing into the open sea. Observing the sailors' strenuous efforts against the ferocious winds, Iphigenia clasped the statue of Artemis and fervently prayed. Upon hearing Iphigenia's supplication to Artemis, Roy could not help but roll his eyes. Thus, in the original trajectory of fate, when Orestes fled the Taurian Peninsula with Iphigenia and the statue of Artemis, the deity that ultimately rescued them was neither Artemis nor Apollo, but rather Pallas Athena, the only one among the gods possessing substantial authority. Indeed, after Iphigenia prayed to Artemis, the gale showed no sign of abating. Roy turned to the temple of Artemis on the Taurian Peninsula and proclaimed, "Is it you, the true goddess worshipped by the Taurians, who obstructs us? Though Artemis has usurped your identity, you have no reason to resent Iphigenia and me. If you continue to hinder us, I shall dismantle your temple and compel the Taurians to worship other deities." As soon as Roy uttered these words, the tempest ceased. In the next moment, the figure of Thetis emerged from the waters and landed before Roy. "Beloved, I have finally found you." Gazing at Thetis, who wore a joyful smile, Roy exclaimed in astonishment, "Did you halt the storm?" Thetis nodded, prompting Roy to offer a wry smile. "I had assumed the goddess of the Taurians feared my threats and quelled the winds." At that moment, Thetis's gaze fell upon Iphigenia. "This child, you have noticed, have you? She was once a sea goddess like you. How thoroughly she has been diminished. Indeed, during the expansion of Mycenaean hegemony, the Taurian city-state that worshipped her could not be conquered, leading to a complete denigration of the goddess revered by their enemies in myth. Had the Mycenaeans triumphed over the city-state that honored her, she might have become the wife or daughter of Zeus, rather than being utterly reduced to a mere human. Although Iphigenia could not comprehend the exchange between Roy and Thetis, she recognized Thetis as a sea goddess. Observing Thetis' scrutiny, Iphigenia immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Beautiful sea goddess, I am Iphigenia, priestess of Artemis. Thank you for aiding us." "Ah, so it is you." Thetis seemed to recall something, casting a wary glance at Iphigenia, akin to that of a rival, before turning to Roy with a smile. "Beloved, do share with me the events that transpired during our separation." Chapter 43. Cassandra rebuilds the city of Troy as the swift vessel sailed across the Sea of Marmara. Carrying Loi, Thetis, and Iphigenia, Loi recounted his experiences on the Peloponnesian Peninsula to Thetis. Upon learning that Loi had become the king of Sparta under the guise of Iphigenia's betrothed, Thetis gazed at Iphigenia with a pointed remark, "You certainly have many betrothed." Surprised by Thetis's reaction, Loi inquired, "Thetis, do you know Iphigenia?" "I have only heard her name since she became your fiancée," replied Thetis. "Iphigenia is the betrothed of Achilles, not mine." By this time, the ship had traversed from the Sea of Marmara into the Dardanelles. Loi, looking towards the coast of Troy, was astonished to see numerous ships anchored there, with smoke rising from the distant city of Troy. "Someone is rebuilding Troy," he exclaimed upon witnessing the restored walls of the city he had once personally destroyed. He immediately commanded the sailors to head towards the shores of Troy. The Greek coalition had offered Iphigenia as a sacrifice to Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, to facilitate their expedition against Troy. Although Iphigenia had not participated in the Trojan War, her fate was intricately intertwined with it. Standing beside Loi and gazing at the city, Iphigenia remarked, "That is the city of Troy, which the Greek coalition took 10 years to conquer. The Dardanelles is a crucial waterway connecting the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. The notorious sinner Tantalus once ruled the city of Sipylus, which amassed great wealth due to its strategic location at the Dardanelles. Later, King Elos of Troy destroyed Sipylus, driving Tantalus's son Pelops and daughter Niobe to the Greek mainland. Consequently, Troy replaced Sipylus as the guardian of the Dardanelles, swiftly accumulating wealth and becoming the most powerful city-state on the Anatolian Peninsula. During the First Trojan War, Heracles, along with numerous heroes and 300 soldiers, breached the walls of Troy. King Priam of Troy was able to revive the city because it could accumulate wealth by controlling the Dardanelles. Although the reconstruction of Troy was not an insurmountable task, Priam's ability to restore it stemmed from being the sole surviving prince. Now, who was responsible for the city's reconstruction? Upon reaching the shores of Troy, Loy eagerly inquired of a sailor from an adjacent ship, "You say the ones rebuilding Troy are Queen Cassandra and Princess Polyxena?" The revelation that those behind the restoration were Cassandra and Polyxena, both left as his slaves in Lyonassos, ignited a surge of fury within Loy. After leaping ashore with his divine spear, Loy turned to Thetis and Iphigenia aboard the ship, declaring, "Thetis, Iphigenia, I am heading to the royal palace of Troy. Will you remain on the ship or accompany me? I shall go with you." Thetis promptly responded, "The city of Troy is so near the coast. As the goddess of the sea, I can certainly enter it. Troy is, after all, a city that worships the goddess of the sea." Although the Trojans did not specifically venerate Thetis, she indeed had the ability to enter Troy. "I will accompany you as well," Iphigenia added. The sailors aboard the ship were Taurians. Loy, accompanied by Thetis and Iphigenia, entered the city of Troy and was astonished to discover that the guards at the palace were his own subordinates. This indicated that Cassandra, the queen of Troy, remained under the control of his followers. Loy proceeded without hindrance to the palace where Cassandra resided, finding her and Polyxena in discussion with several surviving nobles and elders of Troy regarding the city's reconstruction. Upon seeing Loy's figure at the door of the palace, the nobles and elders trembled with fear, and even Polyxena displayed a look of unease. Cassandra, maintaining a calm demeanor, commanded, "You all may leave." After the nobles and elders departed, Loy swiftly approached the throne, pointing his spear at Cassandra, demanding, "Explain this to me. Do you take me for dead?" Cassandra shook her head, replying, "Following the Greek coalition's misfortunes on their return journey, numerous rumors of your demise spread, but we have all believed you to be alive. Brodamia has consented to our reconstruction of Troy, as our actions serve to establish your hegemony. With Troy controlling the Dardanelles, it can once again become the most powerful city-state on the Anatolian peninsula within a decade. Once the reconstruction is complete, Polyxena will marry you, allowing you to inherit the throne and become the king of Troy." Even when Agamemnon was alive, despite his brother Menelaus being the king of Sparta, he could only be the king of kings on the Greek mainland. If you were to be both the king of Sparta and the king of Troy, you could establish hegemony over both the Greek mainland and the Anatolian peninsula, potentially becoming the king of kings throughout the Aegean Sea. It is even conceivable that you could dominate the Mediterranean, becoming the king of kings of the entire Mediterranean world. Since you have not truly betrayed me, I shall forgive you. However, I have one question. Why do you intend to marry Polyxena to me, allowing me to inherit the throne of Troy as her husband? Both you and Polyxena belong to me. Do you naively believe I would permit you to remain a lifelong virgin priestess? Besides Polyxena, you also have the Spartan princess Hermione. Along with Brodamia and Chryses, you should not be so greedy. Cassandra, I assure you, my greed surpasses what you envision, Loy replied with a cold smirk. Thetis leaned in to whisper in Loy's ear. Upon hearing Thetis's suggestion, Loy could not help but retort, "Since you are aware she was once a sea goddess like yourself, how could you betray your own sister so? She is not a member of the 50 Sea Goddesses Alliance. I refuse to foolishly regard her as my sister." Chapter 44, Thetis and Brodamia in the Grand Palace. The banquet hall is alive with warmth from the crackling fire. Loy is surrounded by Thetis, Cassandra, Iphigenia, and Polyxena, all gathered around, roasting beef and lamb for dinner. Upon entering, Brodamia and Chryses are taken aback by the sight of Loy enveloped in the affectionate company of the four maidens. With tears glistening in her eyes, Brodamia rushes towards him. "My lord," she exclaims, wrapping her arms tightly around Loy's neck, resembling a sloth clinging to a branch. Thetis gazes in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. This child remembers you, despite being merely mortal. Feeling Brodamia's intense attachment, Loy sighs, "Brodamia, you are clinging far too tightly. Do you have any idea how much I worry about you?" In a tone laced with sorrow, Brodamia confides, "Even though I heard the rumors of your shipwreck, I knew you were alive. Yet, I cannot help but feel heartache. I cannot restrain my concern for you." Brodamia, Loy, moved by her heartfelt emotions, gently caresses her back, despite viewing this world as a mere facade of a task. Once Brodamia calms, she and Chryses join in the roasting of meat. Thetis presents Loi with her perfectly cooked beef, and Brodamia offers him her roasted lamb. My lord, please, savor the lamb I prepared, she urges. Dear one, do not mind this audacious mortal. It is indeed a spectacle, as a mortal and a goddess appear to be embroiled in a rivalry over Loi's affections, causing Brodamia to act quite madly in love. You both need not quarrel. I can indulge in both your roasted meats, Loi reassures them, accepting the offerings, grateful that Cassandra, Iphigenia, Chrysis, and Polyxena are not drawn into the fray. Noticing Loi's neutrality, Brodamia continues preparing more meat for him. My lord, I have tasked Cassandra and Polyxena with the reconstruction of Troy. Are you displeased? Loi shakes his head. I will soon complete my mission and depart from this realm. Therefore, I have no reason to be upset with your actions. Though she struggles to comprehend fully, Brodamia's eyes dart to Thetis with a wary glint, her expression reflecting a complex mix of emotions. After dinner, Loi retreats to the bedroom that once belonged to King Priam of Troy, lying on the bed in anticipation of the arrival of Hypnos, the god of sleep. As he drifts into a semi-conscious state, the door swings open, and a figure approaches him. The intruder climbs onto the bed, and upon inhaling the familiar scent, Loi jolts awake. Brodamia, my lord, she exclaims, clasping his arm with both hands. When you took me from my father, you promised him a grandchild to inherit the throne as compensation. If you intend to leave me once more, please fulfill your promise before you go. Brodamia, it was Achilles who took you from your father, not I, Loi explains with a wry smile, as Iphigenia slips into a dream. In her dream, she finds herself in her father Agamemnon's palace, horrified to witness Loi seated upon the golden throne of Mycenae, piercing a golden-haired man with a divine spear. Initially believing him to be her father, she approaches and discovers instead that the slain youth bears a striking resemblance to Agamemnon. This is her brother Orestes. Though grief wells within her, she does not embrace Orestes' lifeless form. Instead, in her dream, she sits in Loi's lap, as if proclaiming him her destined husband and heir to the throne of Mycenae. Awakening from this vision, Iphigenia wipes away her tears, pondering aloud. Why did I dream such a thing? Is this a message from the gods? In Loi's chamber, Brodamia, undeterred by his explanation, grows increasingly bold. Just as Loi succumbs to her allure, attempting to untie her belt, Thetis's voice interrupts from outside the room. My dear, Iphigenia has just left the palace with the statue of Artemis. Upon hearing this, Loi pushes Brodamia aside, rising to confront Thetis. What is Iphigenia's destination? Clytemnestra conspires with Aegisthus to murder Agamemnon, driven by the vengeance for her slain husband and firstborn, as well as the sacrifice of her eldest daughter, Iphigenia. For the expedition to Troy, Aegisthus, enamored with Clytemnestra, would go to great lengths, even sharing the palace with Agamemnon's daughters, Electra and Chrysothemis. Thetis, we shall set sail with 60 ships and 3,000 sailors to pursue Iphigenia. If we fail to catch her, I shall lead an assault on Mycenae with my fleet. Seeing the fierce determination on Loi's face, Thetis quickly interjects to soothe him. Chapter 45 The Call of the Rising Sun as the sun ascended from the east. 60 grand ships, each capable of carrying 50 men, and 3,000 warriors had gathered along the shores of Troy. My lord, as Loi boarded the flagship alongside Thetis, the voice of Brodamia unexpectedly resonated behind him. Turning to face her, Loi saw the reluctance in her gaze, mirrored by the complex expressions of Cassandra, Polyxena, and Chrysis at her side. Loi was not one to deceive. After the fleet departed the Trojan coast under the flagship's guidance, Brodamia suddenly knelt upon the sandy shore, weeping bitterly as she watched the receding vessel. At the prow of the flagship, upon hearing Brodamia's sorrowful cries, Thetis turned to Loi and remarked, It seems Brodamia truly loves you. What of it? I cannot offer her a false promise that I cannot fulfill. After all, lying is one of the things you despise most. Thetis, smiling warmly, wrapped her arms around Loi's right arm, leaning into him. With Thetis, the queen of the sea, safeguarding them, Loi's fleet reached the Attica region of Greece in merely 3 days. On the evening of the 3rd day, as Loi's fleet sailed past the waters south of Athens, the goddess Pallas Athena appeared upon the surface of the sea, resembling a divine marine spirit. As Pallas Athena radiated a brilliant azure light, the waters instantaneously transformed into a mirror, immobilizing Loi's fleet upon the shimmering surface. Pallas Athena, Loi exclaimed in anger, confronting the goddess who once again obstructed his path. Why do you hinder me once more? The Trojan war has left Mycenae weakened, even without my presence. The northern Dorians would invade the Peloponnese and annihilate Mycenae. The mythic age belonging to Zeus has concluded. Your duty should be to gather strength and protect Athens. Do you truly see yourself as the daughter of Zeus? Metis, have you forgotten the humiliation Zeus bestowed upon you? In response to Loius' inquiry, Pallas Athena transformed into a colossal figure, standing with one foot upon the sea and the other upon the sky, her icy blue gaze piercing down upon Loi. I have not forgotten the shame I endured when Zeus declared me his wife after the failed invasion of Athens, forcing me to transform from the goddess of wisdom Metis into Athena the virgin, vowing never to marry. Yet, I remember not only the humiliation from Zeus, but also that which you inflicted upon me. I have no intention of defending Zeus. Kneel before me and embrace my knees in supplication, and I shall permit you to journey to Mycenae. Kneel before you, as if I were Odysseus with my knees planted on the ground. If you do not, you shall not reach Mycenae. Gazing up at the towering form of Pallas Athena, Loi clenched his spear, contemplating a means to overcome the mightiest goddess. As the sun began its descent, a crescent moon and twinkling stars emerged in the night sky. Observing the waning sun and crescent moon, Loi suddenly recalled Circe and her words of wisdom. Circe regarded him as her beloved brother, instructing him to remember this phrase, perhaps for the moments he would most need it. Realizing the significance of Circe's words, Loi inhaled deeply and addressed Pallas Athena. Pallas Athena, my sister Circe once urged me to remember a phrase, and now I shall share it with you. The sun rises from the east. In an instant, a blinding light illuminated the entire world. Loi turned in astonishment, witnessing a resplendent sun rising in the east as the day faded. As the new sun radiated its infinite brilliance, illuminating both sky and earth, a full moon appeared beside it, casting half the sky into a starlit night while the other half fell into darkness. Staring in disbelief at the simultaneous emergence of the sun and moon, Loi's mind went blank, unable to fathom that his utterance had invoked such a miracle. Brother Thetis sighed, stepping away from Loi as the two goddesses descended from the heavens. Upon their arrival, they grasped Loi's hands, and he recognized that the goddess on his left was indeed Circe, while the one on his right remained shrouded in mist, her exquisite silver hair dancing in the breeze. Her face hidden from view. With a voice filled with warmth, the goddess on the right spoke to the bewildered Loi. I am saddened to meet you in this manner. Dear brother, Circe followed, brother, I am genuinely delighted that you chose to summon us rather than feign strength. We shall lend you our divine power. Upon speaking, the two goddesses transformed into white wings affixed to Loi's back, channeling their divine essence into his being. A surge of divine energy, akin to a torrent, flooded into Loi, causing his form to swell and transform. In the blink of an eye, he became a colossal figure, akin to Pallas Athena, with his spear enlarging in his grasp. Once his transformation concluded, Thetis morphed into a massive blue sea serpent, coiling around Loi's waist and proclaiming, Beloved, allow me to lend you the power of the ocean. As Loi felt his essence entwine with the sea, drawing boundless strength from the waters, he suppressed his emotions, saying, Thank you with the divine power you have bestowed upon me. Even against an adversary possessing the attributes of the sky, earth, and ocean, I shall not falter. Observing the now colossal Loi, Pallas Athena raised her spear, her expression grave. I am Pallas Athena, the goddess of war and victory. Do not presume that merely possessing power equal to mine will enable you to defeat me. With that, the goddess swung her spear, initiating an assault against Loi. With a resounding clash, Loi blocked her strike with his spear, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is indeed remarkable, suddenly wielding the divine strength borrowed from three goddesses. I find it remarkably intuitive. As long as my martial skills surpass yours, I shall triumph over you, the proudest of goddesses. A tremendous surge of divine power erupted from both Loi and Pallas Athena, shaking the very fabric of their surroundings. The once still sea, immobilized by Pallas Athena's might, was now stirred into tumultuous waves, propelling Loi's fleet toward Salamis Island. Chapter 46. The goddess with three attributes. The essence of battle lies in the clash of power and the confrontation of martial skills. In this moment, Loi possesses divine strength that rivals that of Pallas Athena, and her martial prowess is equally formidable, a testament to the 2 years of training she has undergone on the Isle of Aie. Clang, 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 clang. The divine spears of the two deities collide repeatedly. No matter how clever Pallas Athena's techniques are, Loi successfully defends against her strikes. Although Loi has awakened the combative nature of the war goddess within Pallas Athena, she still wears a mocking smile and taunts. Is this all you are capable of? Without revealing greater power, you cannot defeat me. As Loi fends off Pallas Athena's relentless assaults, she furrows her brow and replies, to stand against you, the mightiest goddess. In a stalemate is the utmost I can achieve at present. If you cannot vanquish me, then kneel and grasp my knees, beseeching my forgiveness. Only then may you proceed to Mycenae. With a resounding clash, Loi seizes the opportunity to thrust her spear at Pallas Athena. Although Pallas Athena blocks the attack, she is nonetheless pushed back by Loi's force. Once they create distance between one another, Loi turns to the coastal city of Athens and proclaims, Pallas Athena, the city that venerates you, Athens, has risen through maritime trade. Thus, as its guardian goddess, you were initially the sister of Thetis, the ocean goddess, and the embodiment of wisdom from the sea. Unlike the earth goddesses Demeter and Hera, you were once a serpent of wisdom from the ocean. Later, Athens became the dominant power of the Attica region, and your worship expanded beyond Athens itself. It was then that you acquired some attributes of the earth goddess. You remain as sharp-tongued as ever. Is this your attempt to wound me with words? The city of Mycenae, worshipping Zeus, waged war against your cherished Athens after conquering the Argos region. Though Athens was not subdued, it had to concede Mycenae's supremacy. In that moment, you tasted humiliation for the first time when Zeus declared you to be his first wife. To preserve your sanctity and avoid being subsumed by Zeus's faith, you relinquished the name Metis to become the new goddess of wisdom, Athena, swearing a sacred vow of lifelong celibacy. Subsequently, northern invaders inflicted upon you a second humiliation, awakening the realization that wisdom alone cannot combat strength. Only strength can oppose strength. Thus, you assimilated the war goddess Pallas from the southern Mediterranean, becoming a goddess of both war and wisdom. Faha. Upon hearing Loi's words, Pallas Athena bursts into laughter. At this juncture, do you truly believe I would feel shame for consuming Pallas? Standing before you as Pallas Athena, I embody both Athena and Pallas, and I feel no guilt over Athena's assimilation of Pallas. As the goddess birthed from Athena's consumption of Pallas, I am well aware you will not reproach Athena for her actions. Pallas Athena, you possessed only the attributes of the ocean goddess and a fragment of the earth goddess. Yet after Athena consumed Pallas, you gained the attributes of the sky god, thus embodying the true amalgamation of the sky, earth, and ocean gods, making you an unparalleled entity among the deities, with attributes rivaling even Kronos. Are you not seeking to strike me down with your words, but rather to extol my greatness and win my favor? Not so, Loi shakes her head. I merely wish to comprehend all of your divine attributes so that I may defeat you. With that, Loi points the blade of her spear toward the sea and declares, Pallas Athena, while you have retained the attributes of the ocean goddess, your departure from the sea has diminished your authority as such, rendering you unable to rival Thetis, the queen of the sea. Now, I shall utilize Thetis's power to suppress your authority as the ocean goddess, preventing you from drawing strength from the sea. With a swift motion, Loi pierces the surface of the water with her spear. An invisible ripple spreads across the sea, causing Pallas Athena's feet to involuntarily lift from the water, as if her very essence is being repelled by the ocean. With a flutter, Pallas Athena unfurls her white wings of the sky god and soars above, casting a cold gaze upon Loi. Even if you harness Thetis's strength to suppress my oceanic attributes, it does not alter the disparity in our powers. By entering the realm of the sky to challenge me, Thetis shall no longer assist you. The divine power lent to me by the sun and moon goddesses is sufficient to defeat you. Loi flaps her wings, ascending to the heavens with confidence. Although we possess nearly equal divine strength, I wield the most potent attribute among the sky gods, the solar attribute. Pallas Athena, the flames of the sun are not merely the primordial fire bestowed upon humanity by Prometheus. They are also the strongest flames among both mortals and deities. Now, feel the searing heat of the sun's fire. With that, Loi extends her left hand toward Pallas Athena, unleashing a torrent of blazing, platinum flames from her palm. Aegis. Just before the flames can reach her, Pallas Athena summons the divine shield Aegis, which she uses to deflect the solar fire. Your solar flames have diminished in power compared to the past. I have tasted your fire. Now, it is your turn to experience my thunder. With a thunderous roar, as Pallas Athena brandishes her spear, Bolts of golden lightning strike Loi, causing her body to convulse. Is this the extent of the thunderous powers you seized from Zeus after his decline? Such feeble might is incapable of harming me. You foolish imbecile. Pallas Athena appears genuinely incensed, suddenly charging toward Loi while brandishing the Aegis shield. Observing that the solar flames cannot breach the Aegis, Loi grips her spear firmly and unleashes a powerful thrust toward the shield. With a resounding crash, the fierce clash between Loi and Pallas Athena resumes. Time elapses, and just as Loi feels she may succumb to Pallas Athena's might, Pallas Athena's spear is unexpectedly knocked from her grasp by Loi's spear. And then Pallas Athena's form splits in two, descending to the ground as two human-like goddesses. She has become so weakened that she can no longer maintain her unified form. Before Loi can bask in her unforeseen victory, Circe, the silver-haired goddess, along with Thetis from her waist, separates from Loi, plummeting toward the earth, much like Pallas and Athena. Glancing at the five goddesses as they fall, Loi flaps her wings, now gradually fading, transforming into a streak of platinum light as she races toward the city of Mycenae in the Argos region of the Peloponnese. On a southern coastal stretch of the Attica region, the five goddesses land simultaneously on the shore. The silver-haired goddess crawls into Circe's embrace and exclaims, "Sister Athena, you fought our brother to such an extent. Have you not yet remembered?" Lying on the beach and gazing at the night sky, Athena replies, "It is precisely because I recall the humiliation he inflicted upon me that I seek to return it in kind." Pallas, lying head-to-head with Athena on the beach, wears a satisfied smile and remarks, "Does that fool realize that both Athena and I have shown him mercy?" Chapter 47. The humanoid demon Aegisthos in Mycenae. This city, under the guardianship of Zeus, was the first city-state in Greece to attain hegemony. The protector deity of Mycenae, Zeus, ascended to the position of king of the gods in the realm of Greek mythology, a status that was certainly not coincidental. In the mythological world of Sumer in the Mesopotamian plains, as powerful city-states vied for dominance, the guardian deities, Enki, the water god, Demusid, the shepherd god, Utu, the sun god, and Ishtar, the goddess of Venus, each rose to become the supreme deity of Sumerian mythology. Eventually, with Babylon achieving long-term stability in its royal power, Marduk, the guardian deity of Babylon, became the paramount god of Sumerian myth. Similarly, in the Egyptian mythological landscape, the supremacy of deities was determined by the status of city-states. As each city-state rose and fell, deities such as Atum, Batet, Ra, Horus, and Ammonius aspired to the throne of the sun god to become the highest deity. Had there been no external invasions, as Mycenae fell into decline, Zeus's position as king of the gods would likely have been supplanted by the guardian deities of other city-states. However, the suffering and misfortunes of the Greeks became Zeus's greatest fortune. After the decline of Mycenae, the Dorians from the north invaded the Peloponnesian Peninsula, obliterating the civilization of the Mycenaean era. The Dorians then transformed into the warlike Spartans, perpetually waging wars across the Peloponnesian Peninsula. During this tumultuous era of warfare, no one paid heed to the status of deities in mythology. Thus, in the myths penned by Homer during this dark age and the genealogies recorded by Hesiod, Zeus's supremacy was firmly established. With a dull thud, Roy descended from the sky, his wings vanishing as he landed on the streets of Mycenae. This must be Mycenae, for there could not possibly be another city in the Argolis region that rivals Troy. Although uncertain if he had truly arrived in Mycenae, Roy grasped his divine spear and proceeded toward the palace. The decade-long Trojan War had drained the resources of Mycenae. Thus, under Aegisthos' rule, Mycenae focused on recuperation, with scarcely any soldiers visible on the streets. Upon reaching the palace, Roy beheld a figure clad in golden robes, crowned and wielding a spear, standing at the palace entrance. Observing the weariness of middle age in the golden-robed man's eyes, juxtaposed with the youthful visage reminiscent of a 20-year-old, Roy furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you the humanoid demon Aegisthos, who now rules Mycenae? You have arrived late." Aegisthos replied with a smile, nodding. Roy affirmed, "Indeed, you are Aegisthos. You are the offspring of my father, Thyestes, and his daughter, Phaedra." Aegisthos, being a humanoid demon unlike humans, retained such youthful appearance in middle age. Roy approached Aegisthos, pointing the spear's blade toward him, declaring, "My aim is to slay Orestes, not to contest the throne with you. Orestes is the son of Clytemnestra. I shall not permit anyone to take his life." Aegisthus retorted, "What manner of love do you harbor for your sister-in-law?" Although Aegisthus was Agamemnon's cousin, Clytemnestra was not merely his cousin's wife but indeed his true sister-in-law, for Clytemnestra had two husbands, the first of whom was Aegisthus's elder brother. Though Clytemnestra is roughly a decade your senior, you must have loved her while your brother still lived. Indeed, Aegisthus replied, his face radiant with mirth. You pitiful sycophant. Clytemnestra's children are all offspring of Agamemnon. You wish to be their father, yet they regard you as a parasite, filled with hatred. Roy gazed at Aegisthus with pity, saying, had you your own children, perhaps you would not lead such a lamentable existence. Alas, you have none, thus you can only love Clytemnestra's children. Aegisthus, I had not intended to kill you, but since you seek to obstruct me, I shall be compelled to send your soul to the underworld to meet Agamemnon. With that, Roy swiftly wielded his divine spear, thrusting it toward Aegisthus. Caught unawares, Aegisthus was pierced through the heart by the spear's blade. Despite the mortal wound, Aegisthus wore a radiant smile as he said, I know that Clytemnestra's children perceive me as a parasite. My existence hinders their reconciliation, therefore, death is a liberation for me. At this juncture, Aegisthus grasped Roy's left hand, which held the spear, with his right. Son of Achilles, the decline of Mycenae is now inevitable. If you wed Hermione and inherit the Spartan throne, you shall become the new hegemon. Thus, I implore you to spare Orestes. Before he could finish, Aegisthus's eyes widened in surprise, and he looked at Roy with a mix of tears and laughter, exclaiming, You! It was you all along. See, I have proven through fact that I am the one who loves her most. What nonsensical words are you uttering? You could not have met me, nor could you have met Neoptolemus. Have you encountered someone resembling me? With a thud, Aegisthus collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Roy paid no heed to Aegisthus's previous words and circled his corpse, entering the palace. Traversing the courtyard, Roy arrived at the grandest palace, where he discovered the lifeless body of a woman lying outside the palace door. Iphigenia knelt beside the woman's corpse, weeping. As Roy approached from behind Iphigenia, he recognized the deceased as a middle-aged woman bearing a striking resemblance to Iphigenia, instantly deducing that she was Clytemnestra, Iphigenia's mother. Was it your brother Orestes who killed your mother? That monster is not my brother. It seemed she would not impede his quest to slay that monster. With that, Roy circumvented Iphigenia and entered the palace. Deep within the palace, supported by 12 stone columns, stood a magnificent golden throne. Seated upon it was a golden-haired youth, approximately 15 years of age, gazing down as if he were Zeus himself, surveying all from the throne of the God-King. As Roy entered the palace and exchanged glances with him, he spoke, You are Orestes? The golden-haired youth smiled in return, questioning, And you are Neoptolemus? You are neither Orestes, and you are not Neoptolemus. Chapter 48, The Death of Zeus and Orestes. Observing Orestes, who sat calmly on the throne despite having slain his own mother, Roy spoke with a stoic expression. When Agamemnon embarked on the expedition to Troy, Orestes was merely a child of about 2 years. The one who nurtured Orestes was not Agamemnon, but his mother, Clytemnestra, and his stepfather, Aegisthus. For the sake of a so-called biological father, to murder the mother who raised him and his stepfather. Are you not a monstrous aberration of humanity? Not at all. Orestes replied with a faint smile. I am a god, the most exalted deity among the pantheon. I know you are not human. Roy inhaled deeply. In the reality of the Mycenaean era, the kings of Mycenae claimed not only to be descendants of Zeus, but also to serve as his high priest, acting as Zeus's earthly representative. In the realm of mythology, you are not merely Zeus's envoy. You are his incarnation among mortals. It is precisely because you are Zeus that you dare commit the heinous act of matricide and patricide. You have seen through my true form. Yet I have yet to discern your genuine identity, Orestes remarked, golden lightning flickering in his eyes as he scrutinized Roy. Why did you slay your mother, Clytemnestra? Indeed, I must eliminate you, this abomination. I have already informed you that I am a god. Zeus, do you recall your origins? The native worship of goddesses in Greece, even in Mycenae, was predominant. Later, you, an outsider deity from Cronus's realm of Crete, arrived on the Peloponnesian Peninsula and became the god revered by the Mycenaeans. As you asserted dominance over the region, you physically eradicated many guardian deities worshipped by other city-states. Those powerful guardians you could not vanquish physically were conquered in faith. Thus, the formidable goddesses, such as Metis, Themis, Erinome, and Demeter, whom you could not subdue, were unilaterally declared by you to be your wives. The male deities, Hermes, Ares, and Hephaestus, were reduced to your sons. Upon hearing Loi's words, Orestes' expression soured. Your words are nonsensical. One moment you speak of the real world, and the next, the world of myth. Do you not understand that our reality is indeed the realm of myth? In this world, the goddesses you mention are my wives, and Hermes, Ares, and Hephaestus are my sons. If this world bears no relation to reality, why have you become so weakened, Zeus? In this final age of mythology, this world has become a crossroads of myth and reality, leading to the erosion of your divine power alongside the decline of Mycenae. Pallas Athena has supplanted your supremacy, and even Poseidon, the god of the sea, must now reverence the will of the mightiest goddess. Athena's usurpation of my authority is but a temporary setback. Orestes seethed. As soon as I ascend as both the king of Mycenae and Sparta, I shall dominate the Peloponnesian Peninsula and reclaim my divine might that surpasses Athena. You are so desperate to become the king of Sparta. It seems Hermione is to you what Hera is to Zeus. You speak in riddles. Do you not realize that Hermione is my Hera? I am fully aware. Because Sparta is of such paramount importance to you, Hera is destined to become Zeus's seventh wife. Centuries hence, when Homer and Hesiod inscribe myths and genealogies, Hera will undoubtedly stand as the indisputable queen of the gods. Yet, Loi tilted his head, his gaze icy as he glared at Orestes. Hermione and the throne of Sparta belong to me. Do you intend to don the guise of a cuckold, or to slay me to claim them? Is that even a question? I intend to kill you. Orestes rose from the throne, extending his right hand to summon a spear of golden lightning, raising its blade towards Loi. Neoptolemus, though I cannot fathom your true identity, once I slay you and send your soul to the underworld, my brother Hades will extract the truth I seek from your essence. Such audacity! The restored strength of Mycenae under Aegisthus's rule is sufficient for you to possess the power to kill me? With a swift thrust, the spear pierced Orestes' heart. The embodiment of Zeus upon the earth was so effortlessly slain by his own hand. In the next moment, Loi's form traversed a black hole, arriving in a resplendent temple. Before him lay a magnificent staircase, atop which sat a throne radiating golden light, occupied by a venerable figure with golden hair and a white beard, Zeus. Upon recognizing the elder, Loi immediately comprehended his identity and surmised that he had been transported to the temple of Zeus on Mount Olympus. With a resounding crash, Zeus struck the ground with his thunderous staff, proclaiming in a voice like rolling thunder, Neoptolemus, before the king of the gods, will you not kneel and worship? The fates of mortals and deities are mine to govern. If you pledge your devotion, I shall grant you Hermione as your wife and make you the king of Sparta, the new sovereign of the Peloponnesian Peninsula. The fates of mortals and deities are at your command? Loi scoffed derisively. If you wield such power, why can you not alter the fates of Mycenae and your own decline? Zeus, are you aware that in 1,000 years you will be subsumed by Jupiter, the guardian deity of the Apennine Peninsula? You cannot even control your own destiny, yet you expect me to worship you. It is indeed laughable. With that, Loi advanced toward Zeus. Approaching the divine throne, he noted that Zeus made no attempt to strike him, and as he thrust the spear toward Zeus, he inquired, no resistance? It seems you are far weaker than I had imagined, given that it is already the 3rd year post-Trojan War. In the original trajectory of fate, you would not regain sufficient power for self-preservation until the 10th year after the war's conclusion. With a piercing thrust, the spear penetrated Zeus's heart, unleashing an immense surge of lightning that engulfed Loi. You detestable aberration, even in death, I shall ensure your demise accompanies mine. In the blink of an eye, boundless lightning surged into Loi's being, plunging him into darkness as he lost consciousness. Chapter 49. Before the outset of the Trojan War, Achilles. Dearest Achilles, awaken. The sudden voice pierced through the darkness, rousing Roy from his slumber. Although the name called was not his own, Roy instinctively opened his eyes. A beautiful youth with golden locks stood before him, gazing at Roy with a look of concern. Meeting Roy's gaze, the golden-haired youth broke into a joyous smile and said, Beloved Achilles, you have finally awakened. I feared you had fallen ill. Did you just call me Achilles? Confirming that the golden-haired youth was indeed addressing him, Roy quickly rose to assess his surroundings. Noting that he was still clad in the sleeveless tunic and shorts woven from golden threads by Circe and Thetis, and that his divine spear rested against the wall, Roy felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then turned to survey the place he occupied, Feeling that 2/7 of his divine essence had been unlocked, not only did it double his divine power, but it also enhanced his physique to an extraordinary degree. Roy pondered aloud, "Achilles, are you unwell?" The golden-haired youth, resembling a spurned wife, looked dejectedly at Roy and replied, "Do you not remember who I am? Patroclus?" Roy tentatively uttered the name, prompting an immediate gleam of joy in the youth's eyes. "It seems I have worried for naught. Is it because our expedition to Troy has been delayed that you are feeling so despondent? The system has assigned me a new task, urging me to replace Achilles." Coming to terms with his new identity as Achilles, Roy inquired of Patroclus, "Patroclus, have we yet to set forth for Troy? You do not recall?" Patroclus looked at him with confusion. "Our commander Agamemnon offended the huntress goddess Artemis during a hunt, claiming his archery surpassed hers. As a result, the goddess has cursed us, and our ships cannot depart from the port of Aulis. To appease her wrath, Agamemnon has decided to heed the prophet Calchas' advice and sacrifice his eldest daughter, Iphigenia, to the huntress. Patroclus, I refuse to rely on Agamemnon's sacrificial offering of Iphigenia to gain favorable winds for our journey to Troy. Immediately summon my warriors and prepare our vessels for departure." Despite his royal lineage, Patroclus lacked his own domain and subjects, serving instead as Achilles' close companion and second-in-command. Thus, he was subordinate to Achilles. Upon hearing Roy's command, Patroclus, though puzzled by being treated as a subordinate, complied and exited the tent to fulfill the order. Once Patroclus had left, Roy ran his left hand over his garments while gripping the divine spear in his right. "I recall when I vanquished Zeus. He unleashed his full thunderous might in an attempt to perish alongside me. Not only am I alive, but I have also sustained no harm, thanks to the unlocking of 2/7 of my divine essence, which has augmented my power and physical form, enabling me to withstand Zeus's thunder." He pondered further. "The attire and spear I possess were acquired in the previous task world. The fact that I can bring them here suggests that this realm is also a task world." With myriad questions swirling in his mind, Roy emerged from the tent to behold the coastline of Aulis, dotted with a constellation of tents and 2,000 ships, each capable of carrying 50 sailors, anchored in the harbor. The sight of the 100,000-strong Greek alliance gathered at Aulis was indeed magnificent. Agamemnon's position as commander of this vast army was a testament to the might of the Mycenaean king as the sovereign of the Greek kings. Unlike the eventual mythological era, Zeus during this period, bolstered by Mycenae's supremacy, wielded powers surpassing all deities. Roy's urgent desire to reach Troy stemmed from the belief that only upon arriving at the distant shores of Troy could he harness his divine power to stand against Zeus and the other gods. Once in Troy, the divine might of the gods from Greece would wane, placing him in a position of invincibility. As Roy approached the harbor, a middle-aged woman, resembling Iphigenia and accompanied by numerous maidens, obstructed his path, smiling warmly. "Achilles, where are you headed? Have you heard of our arrival and intend to visit my husband Agamemnon's tent?" Clytemnestra queen faced with the eager Clytemnestra, Roy could only manage a wry smile. After Agamemnon resolved to sacrifice Iphigenia, he had written to Clytemnestra, deceitfully claiming he intended to marry Iphigenia to the young and formidable demigod Achilles. Clytemnestra's enthusiasm for Roy was evident, as she perceived him as a suitable son-in-law. "Achilles," Clytemnestra approached Roy, grasping his right arm. "Do you remember? My daughter Iphigenia met you when you sought Helen's hand in marriage in Sparta. She had a very favorable impression of you. Now that she learns she may become your wife, Iphigenia is overjoyed and has come with me to Aulis. Come, let us visit Agamemnon's tent and meet your future bride. Your Majesty, please release me." Poor Clytemnestra, Roy thought, as he felt compelled to reveal Agamemnon's deceit. "I never sought to marry your daughter Iphigenia, nor did Agamemnon propose such a union. He has lured you and Iphigenia to Aulis with lies. For he offended the huntress goddess Artemis and must sacrifice Iphigenia to earn her forgiveness." Upon hearing Roy's words, Clytemnestra appeared as if struck by lightning, her expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. As a devoted wife, she found it difficult to trust an outsider like Roy over her husband Agamemnon. Roy, losing interest in further explanations, saw that Clytemnestra no longer intended to obstruct him, and he bypassed her to head toward the harbor. After Roy's departure, an old servant loyal to Agamemnon approached Clytemnestra, revealing the truth to his mistress. Chapter 50. The Unexpected Fiancé. Iphigenia, the island of Euboea, ranks as the second largest in the Aegean Sea, following Crete. The port of Aulis serves as the most significant harbor in the southern region of Euboea. Loy arrived at the port, where 2,000 warships were anchored, and quickly located his fleet of 50 vessels. The Greek coalition consisted of 100 princes, each commanding an average of 20 ships and 1,000 soldiers. Loy, with his fleet of 50 ships and 2,500 warriors, boasted a force significantly above average, ranking among the 10 most powerful princes within the Greek alliance. Patroclus awaited aboard the ships alongside the sailors, and upon spotting Loy, he stood at the stern of the flagship and addressed him. "Dear Achilles, our soldiers have all boarded. Will you now seek out the supreme commander Agamemnon, compelling him to sacrifice his daughter Iphigenia to the goddess of the hunt?" It was no secret that Clytemnestra had brought Iphigenia to the port. Hearing Patroclus' words, Loy's expression soured. "Patroclus, do you and the sailors merely possess decorative hands? If the gods do not grant us favorable winds, we shall row slowly to the shores of Troy." With that, Loy prepared to board the flagship. At that moment, an anxious cry from a woman pierced the air. "Achilles! Achilles!" Loy halted and turned, only to see Clytemnestra racing towards him, Iphigenia in tow. The two approached Loy, and Clytemnestra fell to her knees, grasping his legs in desperation. "Son of the goddess, I implore you, save me, save my daughter. I have presented her to you as a bride, adorned with a floral crown. Though all of this is Agamemnon's deceit, I willingly offer you my daughter as your wife. Extend your hand, I beseech you, and my daughter shall live." Iphigenia appeared to be in denial about her fate as a sacrifice, her mind clouded. Upon meeting Loy's gaze, she immediately averted her eyes, embodying the modesty of an unwed maiden. "Though I find it improbable, Iphigenia, do you recall our last encounter?" Iphigenia responded with confusion. "Prince Achilles, I merely caught a glimpse of you from afar during your courtship of Aunt Helen. We have never formally met." Indeed, realizing that Iphigenia bore no memory of their prior acquaintance, Loy helped Clytemnestra to her feet. "Queen, while I am grateful for your willingness to entrust your beloved daughter to me, I must inform you that I am already wed to Idomeneus' daughter, Idaemia, and we have a son older than Hermione. Should you insist on marrying Iphigenia to me, the noble princess of Mycenae would have to accept the role of a secondary wife." Clytemnestra, having just regained her footing, felt a wave of darkness wash over her. Mycenae was the dominion of the Peloponnese, and its king was the supreme ruler of all Greek kings. Thus, the princess of Mycenae was the most esteemed among Aegean nobility. Iphigenia, being a princess of such high standing, could not possibly accept the position of a secondary wife. Clytemnestra, momentarily shaken, quickly recognized that her paramount concern was to leverage Loy's influence to save Iphigenia. "Achilles, if you are willing to rescue Iphigenia, even if you are already married, I would gladly offer you my daughter." Loy understood that, even without his intervention, Iphigenia would not willingly sacrifice her life to Artemis. She would instead be taken to the temple of Artemis on the Taurian peninsula as her priestess. 20 years hence, when Iphigenia was a 35-year-old spinster, her brother Orestes would be guided by prophecy to the Taurian peninsula to retrieve her along with the statue of Artemis to bring to Athens. Yet, as a priestess, she would remain unmarried, devoting her life to Artemis, which was, in fact, a fate far more tragic than that of a mere sacrifice, for she would be deprived of the joys of wifehood and motherhood. As Loy hesitated over whether to save Iphigenia, he suddenly noticed Patroclus gazing at her with the eyes of a rival. "This foolish man, your attraction to men is your own affair. Should you incite misunderstandings, leading others to presume an affection between us, I would find that quite troublesome." Perceiving Loy's gaze, Patroclus lowered his head, resembling a wife who had caught her husband in infidelity. Odysseus and Calchas approached, accompanied by a clamorous group of soldiers, stirring an ominous feeling within Clytemnestra, who quickly took refuge behind Loy with Iphigenia. Stopping before Loy, Odysseus spoke. "Achilles, we have heard that you have fallen for the beauty of Princess Iphigenia and intend to betray all Greeks to aid her in escaping her fate as a sacrifice. My dear friend, I must prevent you from committing such a mad act against all of Greece." Calchas, the seer, turned to Clytemnestra and remarked, "Respected queen, it is your husband Agamemnon who has summoned us all here, and it is he who offended the goddess of the hunt, preventing our departure from the port. Should Agamemnon refuse to heed the oracle, he will face the wrath of us all." Although Agamemnon was the commander of the Greek coalition, he could not afford to stand against all the Greeks. Should the coalition truly turn against Agamemnon, it would not only spell doom for him, but also for his wife and children. The astute Iphigenia understood Calchas' threat and stepped forward to address Odysseus and Calchas. Please, do not trouble my mother or the noble and brave Achilles. If the goddess Artemis demands my life, I shall willingly comply with the oracle and become the sacrifice. With that, Iphigenia prepared to follow Odysseus and Calchas away. Loi swiftly extended his left arm, encircling her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Iphigenia, since your parents have declared me your betrothed, you belong to me. No one, not even the gods, may take you from my side without my consent. Leaning against Loi, Iphigenia gazed up in astonishment at his cheek, her eyes momentarily entranced. Chapter 51. Agamemnon, priest of Zeus Achilles, had secretly wed Deitimaya, and their children were now running about. The seer Calchas was aware of this secret, as was Odysseus, who had visited the island of Scyros. Upon seeing Loi poised to protect Iphigenia as her suitor, Odysseus furrowed his brow and remarked, "If Iphigenia is willing to be my concubine, I have no reason to refuse her." Loi, with a mocking smile, addressed Odysseus and Calchas. "Odysseus, Calchas, you may as well consider me a captive of love. Are you truly scheming with the soldiers to slay me and offer Iphigenia as a sacrifice?" Calchas immediately replied with a wry smile, "Achilles, without Princess Iphigenia as a sacrificial offering, our ships cannot set sail. Without you, even if we reach the shores of Troy, we would become corpses, forever stranded there. Your significance surpasses that of Princess Iphigenia. We will not harm you. Since you recognize my importance, heed my request, refrain from the sacrificial rite for now. I wish to negotiate with Commander Agamemnon," Achilles insisted. Odysseus, a mere ruler of a small island, and Calchas, who held no royal title, were certainly not audacious enough to force Agamemnon's daughter to her doom. Their intention to seize Iphigenia was bolstered by the support of Menelaus, the king of Sparta, whose warriors largely comprised the ranks behind them. Upon hearing Loi's intent to negotiate with Agamemnon, Odysseus and Calchas exchanged glances, and Odysseus nodded, saying, "We too cannot bear to see the innocent maiden become a sacrifice. Thus, I assure you, before Commander Agamemnon makes his final decision, no harm will befall Princess Iphigenia." Loi turned and gently placed Iphigenia into the arms of Clytemnestra. "Queen, I shall now negotiate with your husband, Agamemnon. Even if he chooses to forsake Iphigenia, I will take her away alive." Clytemnestra grasped Loi's hand, imploring, "Achilles, Iphigenia must survive to become your beautiful and virtuous wife. You must save her." The princes of the Greek alliance typically resided in tents, while Agamemnon, as commander, dwelled in a luxurious quarters akin to a palace. As Loi burst into Agamemnon's tent, he found the commander seated upon his throne, a troubled expression adorning his face. Beside him stood the icy-faced king Menelaus of Sparta. Upon Loi's entrance, Agamemnon spoke first. "Achilles, I hear my wife and daughter sought your aid. Surely, you have not lost your wits to oppose all of Greece." He scrutinized Loi, his brow furrowing. Menelaus echoed Agamemnon's sentiments. In a swift motion, Loi brandished his divine spear, cleaving the stone table before Agamemnon in two. "Why must we sacrifice Iphigenia? You ought to understand that the huntress goddess Artemis does not truly desire Iphigenia as a victim. It is not in her interest to be deemed a bloodthirsty evil goddess. King Agamemnon, the king of Mycenae, is not only a priest of Zeus, but also his earthly representative. The huntress goddess has specifically chosen your daughter as a sacrifice, and you must comprehend her true desires. Artemis was once the goddess of the Peloponnese, but in the ascendancy of Mycenae, her worship was obliterated, and she was exiled from Greece, labeled as Apollo's sister, a barbaric goddess worshipped by the savages of Asia Minor. What she truly seeks is not Iphigenia, but for you, Agamemnon, to publicly sacrifice in her honor, acknowledging Artemis as a deity of Greece." Upon hearing Loi's words, Agamemnon rose, his gaze fixed on Loi with menace. "Achilles, your reasoning is flawed. Artemis is Apollo's sister, revered by the people of Asia Minor. This is a fact orchestrated by the great king of the gods, Zeus. How can you utter such nonsense as the huntress goddess is a deity of Greece? You would rather sacrifice Iphigenia and diminish Artemis to a bloodthirsty evil than fulfill her request and recognize her as a goddess of the land." Observing Agamemnon's increasingly cold demeanor, Loi retreated from the tent, stating, "I know you wish to conquer the city of Troy, and my involvement is indispensable. Should you wish to make Iphigenia a sacrifice, you must first tread over my corpse." With that, Loi departed the tent, heading towards the harbor. Loi pushed through the throng to reach Iphigenia and Clytemnestra, taking Iphigenia's hand and guiding her towards his flagship while saying, "Queen, I could not persuade your husband, Agamemnon. I must now take Iphigenia away from the port of Aulis." Clytemnestra, suppressing her sorrow, called after Loi's retreating figure, "Son of the goddess, you must take great care of Iphigenia. Once this ordeal is over, I shall host a grand wedding for you both." Achilles and Deidamia had wed in secrecy. Thus their union had not been publicly acknowledged in a ceremony witnessed by gods and mortals alike. Once a formal wedding was held for Loi and Iphigenia, she would be recognized as Loi's lawful wife. Chapter 52. Deities can defeat deities among the princes of the Greek coalition. Loi stands out not only as one of the 10 with the largest forces, but also as a formidable demigod. At this moment, Loi intends to leave with Iphigenia, and ordinary princes would be wise not to offend Loi and Clytemnestra, the queen of Mycenae, who are far more powerful than they. In the original trajectory of fate, the seer Calchas dared to serve as the priest for the sacrifice of Iphigenia because, after the conclusion of the Trojan War, he would remain on the Anatolian peninsula to govern the city of Pamphylia. Although most princes were reluctant to provoke Loi, before he could board his flagship with Iphigenia, a dozen princes obstructed his path. At the forefront of this group were the 2 cousins of Achilles, Ajax the Great, son of Telamon, and Teucer. Achilles, while the other princes tremble at your demigod status, I shall not cower before you. Loi frowned in displeasure, eyeing the towering Ajax, who loomed half a head taller than him. Is this foolishness born from envy? For I have already claimed a beautiful and noble Mycenaean princess as my betrothed before the Trojan War has even begun? Upon hearing Loi's mockery, Ajax scoffed in response. Achilles, even if the queen of Mycenae were to marry all 3 of her daughters to you, I would harbor no envy. For once we reach the Anatolian peninsula, I could seize even more beautiful princesses through my might. But alas, due to Agamemnon's offense against the goddess of the hunt, Artemis, our ships remain trapped in port, and I cannot demonstrate my strength against your arrogant demigod self. Until Agamemnon appeases the goddess, even you cannot take the sacrificial offering of Iphigenia as declared by the oracle. In response to Ajax's words, Loi retorted with a smile. Who among the princes of the Greek coalition is unaware that Achilles and Ajax are cousins? Ajax, if you consider me your rival merely to prove your strength is equal to or greater than mine, I could declare before all that your prowess exceeds my own. If such a declaration satisfies you, then cease your interference. Achilles, do you take me for a child? I seek to prove my superiority through deeds, not through your hollow proclamations of my inferiority. If I could bring you to Troy, would you support me? Loi expressed his desire to reach Troy swiftly and showcase his valor on the battlefield. If you can take me to Troy, I shall indeed support you, for we are cousins. Then gather your warriors aboard the ship and prepare to set sail with my fleet. Observing Loi's confidence, Ajax hesitated briefly before leading his brother Teucer and their attendants toward his own fleet. The assembled princes, of course, overheard the exchange between Loi and Ajax. As Ajax departed, Odysseus curiously inquired, Achilles, do you possess a means to appease the goddess of the hunt and allow our ships to leave port? Why should I placate the wrath of the huntress? Loi replied while helping Iphigenia onto the flagship. Artemis is neither a goddess of the sea nor one of the winds. As long as we have the favor of the wind god or the sea deity, our ships will surely sail to Troy. Upon hearing Loi's words, the princes exchanged glances, and Odysseus sighed, Achilles, we are but mortals with fleeting lives. Would the wind god or the sea deity choose to offend the huntress Artemis for our sake? At this moment, Loi and Iphigenia had already boarded the flagship. Grasping a wine jar from the deck, Loi approached the bow and proclaimed, Goddesses of the Aegean Sea, I now offer this jar of wine as a sacrifice to you. Please send forth waves to guide my fleet safely to the shores of Troy. With that, he cast the jar into the depths of the sea. Seeing the jar sink beneath the waves, Loi turned to the sailors and commanded, row. At his call, not only did the 50 ships of Loi set sail, but the 20 ships of Ajax also joined in their vigorous rowing. Under the astonished gaze of all at the harbor, Loi's fleet and Ajax's ships smoothly navigated out into the open sea. Indeed, Achilles is beloved by the sea goddess Thetis, who would risk offending the huntress Artemis for his sake. Though Artemis had been banished from the Greek mainland by King Agamemnon, remnants of her worship remained on various islands beyond. On the southern Peloponnesian island of Syra, there exists a temple dedicated to Artemis, and outside the city of Oris. Also on the island of Euboea, a sacred grove honors her. As Loi's fleet departed the harbor, the huntress descended upon the sacred grove, her gaze burning with red fury as she glared at Loi's ships and muttered through clenched teeth, "Cursed Thetis, you disgrace me for the sake of your mortal son. While I cannot take vengeance upon you, being a fellow immortal, must I not exact my retribution upon Achilles?" At that moment, the blue-haired Athena appeared beside Artemis, her expression one of amusement. "Now that Achilles has set sail for Troy, I must also send forth my favored Demodocus and Odysseus. You do not bear resentment toward me, do you? Though if you do, I shall remain indifferent." Artemis shot a glare at Pallas Athena, stating, "The first to insult me were Thetis and Achilles, and thus my ire shall rest solely upon them. Since Achilles has shattered my decree, all ships of the Greek coalition may now proceed to Troy." After Agamemnon offended the goddess of the hunt, Artemis established a rule forbidding the Greek fleet from leaving port. The gods were well aware that the Trojan War would endure for a decade. Thus, they did not mind Artemis delaying the expedition of the Greek coalition. After all, there was no necessity for the deities to offend one of their own, Artemis, for the sake of short-lived mortals. Now that the sea goddess Thetis had broken Artemis's decree, she would undoubtedly face the full wrath of the huntress. Not only Pallas Athena, but all other deities could now support their favored princes in their endeavor to march upon Troy without hesitation. Chapter 53. The unwanted presence of Patroclus. As Roy's fleet sailed forth from the port of Oris, a favorable wind swiftly propelled them across the vast ocean. At the bow of the flagship, Roy mockingly remarked, "Iphigenia, if Achilles truly possesses immortality, why then does he don armor forged by the fire god Hephaestus in battle? An immortal Achilles should fight without armor, akin to the eternal deities. The essence of legends lies in their fabrications. You mean to suggest that the legend of your immortality is a falsehood?" Iphigenia queried, seeing Roy nod in affirmation. "Is the tale of you being the demigod son of the sea goddess Thetis also untrue? Had Peleus's mortal wife been incapable of bearing children, surely Achilles would be the son of Peleus's human wife." "Achilles, your tone. It seems as though you speak of others." Just then, Patroclus silently approached Roy from behind, his expression a portrait of desolation, reminiscent of a wife neglected by her husband. "Prince Patroclus," Iphigenia greeted him warmly, "I have heard that you are Achilles' dearest friend and cousin. As I am to become Achilles' bride, I hope we may coexist harmoniously henceforth." Patroclus, ignoring Iphigenia's overtures, cast a mournful glance at Roy. "Dearest Achilles, do you now harbor disdain for me? Did you not once say that our bond as men remains unblemished by your marriage and offspring? When one speaks of the most valiant and formidable warriors of ancient Greece, many conjure images of the 300 Spartans. Yet, there existed a cohort even more gallant, the 300 Sacred Band. This band not only obliterated Sparta's ambitions of dominion over Greece, but also precipitated its decline, relegating it to a mere city-state of the Peloponnesian Peninsula. Unlike the famed Spartans, the Sacred Band's notoriety stemmed from their uniqueness, as they comprised 150 pairs of loving men from central Greece, a region historically known for such affections. Oedipus, cursed by the grandson of Zeus, Pelops, bore the tragic fate of patricide and incest, a consequence of his father Laius's attempt to abduct Pelops's son, Chrysippus, leading to the latter's murder by his half-brothers, Atreus and Thyestes. Achilles and Patroclus, being compatriots of the Sacred Band, shared in this legacy of love between men. Roy harbored no doubt regarding the profound affection between Achilles and Patroclus. However, despite assuming Achilles' identity, he sought not the love Patroclus held for him. "Patroclus, refrain from uttering foolishness in the presence of my beautiful fiancée," Roy chided, wrapping his left arm around Iphigenia's slender waist, drawing her close. "In days past, I may have jested with you, for I had yet to encounter a maiden as divine as Iphigenia. My heart now belongs to her. I implore you not to hinder our love." "Achilles." Patroclus's eyes widened, filled with uncertainty as he gazed upon Roy. "Do you truly love Iphigenia and no longer care for me?" Seeing the despair etched on Patroclus's face, Roy placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Patroclus, we are childhood friends and cousins. Even in the absence of romantic love, I shall continue to care for you. Once we reach the shores of Troy, I shall ensure you are granted a city-state, transforming you from a wandering prince into a king. Dearest Achilles, I do not desire a city-state or kingship. I wish only to be with you forever, but I do not wish to be with you. Your beauty rivals that of women, and it makes me nauseous." With a silent scoff, Roy took Iphigenia by the hand and led her toward the cabin. "Patroclus, I intend to revel in our private world within the cabin. I hope you do not obstruct us." Under the aegis of the sea goddess, Roy and the fleet of Ajax safely arrived at the coast of the Asia Minor Peninsula, entering the Gulf of Mysiae. The ruler of Mysiae was Telephus, son of Heracles. He first inherited the throne by marrying the daughter of the Mysiae king and later wed Astyache, a daughter born of Priam, king of Troy, fathering a son named Eurypylus. In the 10th year of the Trojan War, Eurypylus led Mysiae's soldiers to aid Troy, indicating that Mysiae was indeed an ally of Troy. Upon landing at the coast of Mysiae, Roy's soldiers faced expulsion by the local troops. Standing at the bow of the flagship, Roy commanded his soldiers to launch an assault against the Mysiae forces to seize the coast. After disembarking with Iphigenia and Patroclus, Ajax approached Roy with Teucer at his side. "Achilles, this does not seem to be the coast of Troy, and the local soldiers fight as we do. I suspect the king here may be a hero from Greece. Ajax, do you believe that just because the ruling king hails from our homeland, he will not be our adversary? An outsider ruling the city-states of Asia Minor will inevitably wed a local princess. This compatriot's wife and son are both Asian Minor natives. When we engage in war with the Trojans, he will undoubtedly side with them. Therefore, we must eliminate this enemy preemptively. Your reasoning is sound. The ruling king may indeed be our foe. I do not oppose the idea of vanquishing him, but I insist that I lead the first battle upon our landing in Asia Minor." Agreed. The king of Mysiae, Telephus, had only a 10-year-old son. Thus Roy held no interest in competing with Ajax for dominance. "Ajax, you may claim the city of Mysiae, but I shall seize the temple of Apollo. Have you lost your senses? We have only just landed in Asia Minor, and you wish to offend the local deity Apollo? Have you forgotten Agamemnon's punishment for slighting the huntress goddess? Even if your divine mother favors you, you ought not to continually stir trouble for her." Ajax admonished Roy in a brotherly manner, but Roy frowned in displeasure. "Ajax, as a demigod, I exist in a realm entirely distinct from your mortal one. Should you continue with this nonsensical discourse, I shall take my soldiers and claim the city of Mysiae, seizing victory in the first battle of the allied forces landing in Asia Minor." Chapter 54. My spoils belong solely to me. After the mighty Ajax led his soldiers to besiege the city of Mycenae, Loi commanded his steeds, Semachrantus and Berioes, to draw his chariot to the coast. As Loi prepared to embark, the anxious Iphigenia approached the chariot and spoke. "Dearest Achilles, though you are favored by your divine mother, the sea goddess Thetis, she cannot come to your aid against Apollo on land. For your safety, I implore you to abandon the conquest of Apollo's temple. Iphigenia, your concern is unwarranted. My divine powers have doubled. Apollo, that mere mouse, shall flee in terror before me," Loi responded with unwavering confidence, driving his steeds forth towards the temple of Apollo near Mycenae. Iphigenia gazed anxiously at Loi's departing figure, her thoughts drifting to her father, Agamemnon. Agamemnon had once boasted that his archery surpassed that of the huntress goddess Artemis, only to incur her wrath and sacrifice his daughter to her. Now, Loi's disdain for the god Apollo seemed akin to another Agamemnon. Upon reaching the temple of Apollo, the divine steeds Semachrantus and Berioes crashed into the temple's grand hall, causing the attendants to scream in panic. The priest Chryses, maintaining his composure, admonished Loi, "Impertinent stranger, how dare you drive your chariot into Apollo's sacred temple? This is a grievous affront to the deity. The merciful Apollo has yet to unleash his fury, so quickly withdraw your chariot and kneel before his statue, beseeching his forgiveness." Hearing Chryses' words, Loi, while searching for his objective within the temple, replied, "Chryses, it is good to see you again. I am not here for you, but for your beautiful daughter, Chryses." With that, Loi leapt from his chariot and approached the trembling Chryses. As the daughter of the priest, she was destined to become the priestess queen of Mycenae and had begun her studies under Chryses, donning the attire of a priestess. Loi regarded Chryses, her golden locks cascading down her back and her captivating blue eyes meeting his with a teasing smile. "Chryses, you are once again my captive. I believe you may forsake your worship of Apollo and serve me as a priestess, for I am the one who can truly protect you, unlike Apollo, who cannot shield you." After Loi had taken Chryses away in his chariot, Chryses turned to the statue of Apollo, his voice trembling as he spoke. Beside Agamemnon's flagship, Patroclus was reporting to Agamemnon and the other princes. Clytemnestra, having joined the grand fleet, was inquiring about her beloved daughter Iphigenia, posing questions that made her blush. "Dearest Achilles, Your chariot bears no spoils. It seems you have heeded my counsel and refrained from pillaging the temple of Apollo. Loi leapt down from his chariot, setting Chrysis aside, and showcased her beauty to Iphigenia and Clytemnestra. Iphigenia, I have seized the most valuable treasure from Apollo's temple, Chrysis, the beautiful daughter of the priest Chryses. Observing the pitiable Chrysis in Loi's grasp, Iphigenia felt not sympathy, but a potent sense of rivalry. Achilles, do you seek to conquer Apollo's temple to claim Chrysis? That could be said, Loi candidly admitted, causing Iphigenia to feel as though the ground had vanished beneath her. Mother, I now comprehend the anguish that awaits Idomeneus upon learning of my engagement to Achilles. Clytemnestra hurriedly comforted her daughter. My dear, Achilles is destined to rule a great realm, and many women will surround him, yet you shall be his sole wife. Your father, Agamemnon, also has many women. As dutiful wives, we must endure our husband's desires. After soothing her daughter, Clytemnestra turned to Loi and said, Loi had never intended to wed Iphigenia. He accepted her only to safeguard her as her betrothed. Clytemnestra wished to take Iphigenia away, and Loi had no objection. Queen, you need not seek my consent to take Iphigenia. After all, I am but her betrothed, and until our true marriage, she remains her parents' daughter. Achilles, I shall await your arrival in Mycenae to wed Iphigenia. After Clytemnestra departed with Iphigenia aboard a Mycenaean vessel, Agamemnon approached Loi with his fellow princes, surveying Chrysis with unabashed eyes. Achilles, is this the prize you have seized from Apollo's temple? As the commander of the coalition, all spoils should be allocated by me. I demand that you present this girl to me, for the first prize after our landfall belongs to me, the commander. No prince opposed Agamemnon's words, for this was indeed the coalition's custom, since Agamemnon's daughter Iphigenia was now Loi's betrothed. Loi's offering of the captured woman from Asia Minor to Agamemnon would strengthen the bond between future son-in-law and father-in-law. Do you wish for me to present Chrysis to you? Loi replied with a mocking smile, addressing Agamemnon and the princes. Agamemnon, if it is the coalition's custom for you, the commander, to allocate spoils, then I hereby withdraw from the coalition. Chapter 55. King Telephus of Mysia. Achilles, you are indeed too impulsive. Upon hearing that Lo intended to withdraw from the coalition, Odysseus approached him and spoke. The daughter of King Agamemnon, Iphigenia, is your betrothed, while Chrysis is merely the daughter of a barbarian who cannot be your wife. There is no need for you to confront King Agamemnon for her sake. In this era, the Greeks regard people from other regions as barbarians and deem the daughters of such individuals unworthy to be wives of Greeks. Hesione, sister of King Priam of Troy, is a noble Trojan princess. Even after becoming the spoils of Telamon, she was merely a beloved concubine and never his legitimate wife. Great Ajax, after seizing the beautiful princess Tecmessa from the kingdom of Teletra, found himself unable to make her his wife due to her barbarian lineage. The aged King Nestor of Pylos also addressed Lo, saying, Young Achilles, the first spoils of the coalition should rightfully belong to the commander-in-chief, Agamemnon. This is the established custom. Once we capture another beautiful woman from Asia Minor, I shall certainly request that Commander Agamemnon grant her to you. Seeing that the other princes were also eager to persuade him, Lo replied with a smile, Dear princes, you need not continue your entreaties. I wish to withdraw from the coalition, not only to retain my rightful spoils, but also to no longer heed the orders of Commander Agamemnon. Achilles, you must think this through. Lo directly targeted himself, while Agamemnon suppressed his inner fury and spoke coldly. The supplies for the coalition are all allocated by me, the commander-in-chief. If you withdraw now, the coalition will not provide you with a single grain of food in the future. Agamemnon, I have considered this thoroughly. From now on, my soldiers and I shall no longer belong to the coalition, yet we shall fight alongside the coalition on the battlefield. As Lo, Agamemnon, and the princes gathered on the shore, Ajax called out from his chariot, Dear friends, Ajax, son of Telamon, has achieved victory in the coalition's first battle in Asia Minor. You may now shout my name, and I shall generously share the spoils with you. Upon Ajax's proclamation, Telephus shouted, Fellow countrymen, I too am a Greek, the son of the great demigod Heracles, and you cannot treat me this way. Among the princes of the Greek coalition are the son of Heracles, Telephilos, and the grandsons of Heracles, Phidippides and Antiphus. Hearing Telephus' words, before Ajax's chariot could come to a halt, the three rushed forward to surround Ajax's chariot, demanding the release of Telephus and his family. After urging Ajax to free Telephus, Telephilos turned to Agamemnon and said, "King Agamemnon, we came to Asia Minor to combat the barbaric Trojans, not to attack our own kin. If you treat Telephus, the son of Heracles, as a barbarian and an enemy, my nephews and I shall withdraw from the coalition." With Lo already having withdrawn, if the son of Heracles and his grandsons were to follow suit, it would likely encourage more princes to do the same. Thus, Agamemnon hesitated, his countenance darkening as he addressed Ajax. "Ajax, why did you not ascertain whether the ruler here is a barbarian or our kin before declaring war on our own? I now demand that you release our kin and return the treasures you have seized from him." Ajax, having attained the glory of victory, was indifferent to the release of Telephus and the return of the spoils. As he prepared to order the release of Telephus and his family, Lo suddenly approached Eurypylus and inquired, "Young prince, do you consider the Greeks your allies, or the Trojans?" The 10-year-old Eurypylus glared at Lo with disdain and declared, "You Greeks are our enemies. The Trojans are our allies. When we go to war against you, will you assist the Greeks or the Trojans? When I grow up, I shall personally lead the Mysian soldiers to aid the Trojans in vanquishing you." Patroclus, with a grave expression, remarked, "Friends, while Telephus, son of Heracles, is our kin, his son regards us as foes. It seems Telephus has been assimilated by the local barbarians. His wife is the daughter of a barbarian, and his son is a man from Asia Minor who harbors animosity towards us. Should we truly release our enemies, granting them the opportunity to inflict greater harm upon us in the future?" Instantly, some princes cried out, "Kill them. Even if the descendants of the demigod Heracles stand against us, we must not spare them." Due to Eurypylus' vehement hostility towards the coalition, Telephilos, Phidippides, and Antiphus refrained from further demanding the release of Telephus and his family. With the gaze of the princes fixed upon Agamemnon, he appeared troubled and took his time in making a decision. Telephilos alone commanded 90 ships and 4,500 soldiers, making him the most powerful king within the coalition. Given the significant standing of the three descendants of Heracles in the coalition, Agamemnon was reluctant to issue a direct order for the execution of Telephus and his family. Ajax, Lo then approached Ajax and said, "It seems the Mysian king is a rather hot potato for you. Now, you should hand them over to me. Having withdrawn from the coalition, I am not afraid of inciting the displeasure of the descendants and allies of Heracles, even if I slay Telephus and his family." The coalition comprises not only the three descendants of Heracles, but also his friends. The aged King Nestor is one such friend, and Philoctetes, abandoned by the coalition on Lemnos, is a close companion of Heracles, inheriting his bow and arrows. Even Commander Agamemnon would not dare to dispose of Telephus and his family at will. Now that Lo is willing to take charge, Ajax immediately responded with a smile, "Dear brother, in gratitude, I shall share half of my spoils with you. You are truly generous. I would not be so generous to others. But you are not only my greatest rival, but also my dear cousin. However, I have no interest in the treasures you seized." After giving Ajax a sidelong glance, Lo turned to Agamemnon and said, "King Agamemnon, Troy lies on the eastern shore of the Dardanelles. We have now arrived at the Mysian coast. Will you lead the coalition fleet towards the Trojan coast, or remain here at the Mysian shore? Our coalition's course of action is of no concern to you, who has already withdrawn from it. Everyone aboard. We shall sail for one more day before reaching the Trojan coast." Chapter 56. Finally free from Patroclus, the Greek coalition gathered at the port of Oris in southern Euboea, initially intending to set sail for Troy in the autumn. However, due to the huntress goddess Artemis, their expedition was delayed, and by the time they departed for Troy, winter had already arrived. Agamemnon learned that the landing site was the coast of Mysia. He heeded the advice of Loi and immediately led the grand fleet toward the shores of Troy, as the harshness of winter was imminent. Should the Greek forces fail to land before the frigid cold and snow enveloped the coast of Troy, they would be forced to wait until spring of the following year to make their assault. In the original trajectory of fate, the Greek coalition was compelled to endure the winter on the coast of Mysia, having failed to land before the onset of winter's chill. After Agamemnon's grand fleet sailed toward the Dardanelles, Loi commanded the soldiers to bring King Telephus of Mysia, Queen Astyoche, and Prince Eurypylus aboard his flagship. He turned to Patroclus and said, "Upon hearing that I could transform from a wandering royal into the king of a city-state, you appear neither joyful nor pleased, but rather wear a countenance akin to that of a discarded pet. Achilles, I do not desire to be the king of Mysia. I long only to remain by your side forever. I do not wish to be apart from you. Loi, Suppressing his disdain, spoke earnestly, "Patroclus, you must understand that I have withdrawn from the coalition, and they will no longer provide sustenance for my 2,500 soldiers. You must become the king of Mysia to ensure provisions and resources for me. But, if you merely require someone to supply provisions, why not appoint another as king of Mysia, such as your nephew, the demigod Nestius, born of your niece Polydeuces and the river god Spercheius? You foolish child! How can you be so clever at this moment?" Loi grasped Patroclus by the shoulders, looking him in the eye. "Do you truly not comprehend? Though Nestius is my blood relation, you are the one in whom I place my utmost trust. Only with you as king of Mysia can I wage war on Troy with peace of mind. Achilles." Patroclus met Loi's gaze, a forced smile appearing on his face. "As your most trusted confidant, how could I ever let you down? I am willing to remain and govern the city of Mysia, providing sustenance and resources for you and the soldiers." With that, tears streamed down Patroclus's face like a rushing spring. Successfully freeing himself from Achilles' beloved, Loi eagerly took Chryses aboard his flagship, setting sail toward the Dardanelles with 10 ships and 500 soldiers. Once the flagship distanced itself from the coast of Mysia, Nestius approached Loi, wearing a displeased expression. "Uncle Achilles, we are true kin, both of us demigods. Why do you trust Patroclus more than me, your own nephew?" "Oh, my dear child," Loi quickly consoled his nephew. "Do you truly not see? What I just said to Patroclus was merely to rid myself of this overwhelming burden. He clings to me like a lover, preventing me from enjoying my time with the ladies." Loi then embraced Chryses, proving to Nestius that he was indeed a normal man. Observing Chryses' rosy cheeks, filled with both shyness and reluctance to resist Loi's embrace, Nestius chuckled with delight. It seems that Uncle Achilles' previous declarations of favoritism towards Patroclus were merely expressions of fondness for an ordinary friend. As long as you understand that, know that I hold an unwavering trust in you, one that rivals that for Patroclus. Henceforth, I shall entrust you with the management of the Telephus family." Upon the arrival of Loi's fleet at the shores of Troy, the Grand Coalition had already begun landing at the mouth of the Scamander River. Due to Loi's alteration of fate, the Greek forces reached the shores of Troy ahead of schedule, leaving the Trojans oblivious to the unfolding events, thus allowing the Greek coalition to land unimpeded. After the coalition completed their landing, Loi proceeded to Agamemnon's tent to attend the assembly of princes. Upon seeing Loi, Agamemnon, seated upon his throne, jested, "Noble kings and princes, behold, Achilles declared his intention to withdraw from the coalition, yet here he stands among us once more. As your supreme commander, I, of course, embody the magnanimity of an elder, having already dismissed the youthful folly of his withdrawal." Loi, uninterested in engaging in verbal sparring with Agamemnon, sat beside Ajax and Teucer. The eloquent Palamedes rose to speak. 100 kings and princes have brought 100,000 troops to Asia Minor, with the true aim of conquering the coastal regions and establishing Greek dominion over the shores of the Asian peninsula. Should the Trojans wish for a peaceful resolution, they must not only return Helen but also remain silent while we conquer the coast. Odysseus, harboring envy toward the articulate Palamedes, noted the lack of opposition to his words and stood to speak. "Odysseus makes a valid point." Many princes nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Odysseus," Palamedes replied with a smile. The seer Calchas then stood to speak, and upon hearing his words, Odysseus could only sit back down in resignation. Loi then rose to speak. Chapter 57. Negotiations within the palace of Troy. Prince Paris of Troy, accompanied by a fleet, journeyed to Greece to demand the return of his aunt Hesione. The Trojans, believing that Paris's fleet had been vanquished by the Greeks, gathered within the grand palace of King Priam for a council. Despite considering the Greeks as adversaries intent on eliminating Paris, they opened the city gates to allow the peace delegation to enter the royal palace. Inside the opulent hall of the palace, the sight of King Priam's son-in-law Telephus, his daughter Astyache, and grandson Eurypylus being brought in as captives by the herald stirred the valiant Hector to rise in indignation. Hector's brothers and the young noblemen of Troy drew their swords, displaying a fierce countenance. In the face of their threatening demeanor, the eloquent Palamedes offered a calm smile and addressed them. "Esteemed king, I must elucidate to you and the other Trojans that the members of the peace delegation are solely myself, Odysseus, and Menelaus. Achilles is not part of this delegation. He has come to your palace solely to negotiate the ransom of your son-in-law, daughter, and grandson." Upon hearing Palamedes' words, Priam called for silence and rose from his throne. "Greeks, Although your intentions appear hostile, I implore you to honestly explain why you have chosen to wage war against us Trojans. My son Paris has journeyed to Greece to demand the return of my sister Hesione. Has he indeed fallen to your hands? Menelaus immediately seized the opportunity to voice his grievance. His expression of sorrow bore the weight of truth. The Trojans exchanged glances before Hector could not restrain himself. Menelaus, my brother Paris has wed the beautiful daughter of the river god, Oenone. Moreover, he was raised as a humble shepherd and lacks the audacity to abduct a queen. If your accusations hold any merit, it is your unfaithful wife who has betrayed her husband, willingly eloping with my brother Paris. The notion of Helen's voluntary departure with Paris was a profound humiliation for Menelaus, as it proclaimed to the world that he was a husband bested by Paris. As veins bulged on Menelaus's forehead, Palamedes signaled Odysseus to pacify him while addressing Priam, king of Troy. Regardless of Helen's fidelity, Paris cannot claim her. 100 Greek princes, accompanied by their valiant warriors, have arrived at the shores of Troy. Should you refuse to return Helen to Menelaus, we shall lay waste to your city and annihilate you all. Palamedes' proclamation incited a fresh wave of fury among the Trojans, who clashed their swords against their shields, some even attempting to approach Palamedes. Priam's voice thundered amidst the tumult. All Trojans rallied behind Priam's assertion, demanding the Greeks exchange Hesione for Helen. Palamedes, maintaining an impassive visage, declared, "You Trojans must unconditionally acquiesce to our demands. With winter's approach, you would do well to make a prudent choice to avert your annihilation." The Greeks' insistence on unconditional compliance ignited even the aged and composed Priam's ire. Palamedes and Odysseus's gazes swiftly turned to the herald, who approached Telephus, Astyoche, and Eurypylus. Eurypylus is but a child. Hector glared fiercely at the herald. Son of the goddess Achilles, can you, a demigod, not spare a mere child? You Trojans are merciless, unwilling to grant refuge to the thousands of women and children within Troy. I shall not extend mercy to one who perceives me as an enemy. What do you mean by that, Achilles? Hector interjected, bewildered. Do you truly fail to comprehend my words? When the Greeks bring destruction upon Troy, the women will be enslaved, and the boys will be slain. As he spoke, the herald's gaze shifted to Hector's wife Andromache and their child. Cold-hearted Hector, your resolve to defend Troy blinds you to the fate that awaits your son, cast from the city walls, and your beautiful wife Andromache, reduced to tears as a captive. Perhaps this is the very reason for your yearning for war with us. Upon hearing the herald's ominous words, Andromache gasped in terror, clutching her child tightly. Her eyes filled with dread as she gazed at the herald. Furious, Hector seized his spear and confronted the herald. Achilles, I challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you shall unconditionally release Telephus, Astyoche, and Eurypylus. And if I prevail? The herald smirked at Hector, who seemed taken aback by the possibility of defeat. You underestimate me. Have you heard of my reputation? I am the son of the sea goddess Thetis, and at my birth, my divine mother sought to grant me immortality, endowing me with an invulnerable form. Yet, I do not take such lore to heart, for even the demigod Heracles, despite his divine nature, was not impervious and wore the hide of the Nemean lion as protection against foes. If you deem my legend a fabrication, let your spear strike my flesh. The herald extended his arms. Hector, I shall not evade your assault. Should you pierce me, the family of Telephus shall regain their freedom. Chapter 58. The divine being with the immortal body observing Loi's unguarded stance, Hector furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Son of the goddess, do you truly believe that, as a demigod, you possess an invulnerable divine form? Hector, you have the audacity to challenge me to a duel, yet lack the courage to strike me? Mad Achilles, I shall make you realize that you are but a mere mortal like the rest of us. With that, Hector thrust his spear toward Loi's left shoulder. A dull thud echoed. The spear struck Loi's shoulder, failing to pierce his flesh, nor even tearing his garment. Witnessing this, not only the Trojans, but even Palamedes, Odysseus, and Menelaus gazed in astonishment. This is impossible. Achilles, it must be that I did not exert enough force, or that your clothing bears a hardness akin to armor. Thus, I shall strike you once more. Having spoken, Hector aimed the spear at Loi's unprotected left arm. Loi remained still, allowing the spear to collide with his arm. Another dull thud resounded. The spear struck Loi's arm, yet still, it could not inflict harm. Are you truly a divine being endowed with an immortal body by your goddess mother? Hector, shaken, retreated 2 steps. then unleashed his spear with all his might toward Loi's forehead. A crack resounded. The spear shattered upon impact with Loi's brow, unable to withstand Hector's immense strength. Yet Loi emerged unscathed. Hector discarded the broken spear, then lunged at Loi with the intent to overpower him through sheer brute force. Before Hector could grasp Loi's left arm, Loi seized Hector's shoulder with his left hand and grasped his waist with the right, lifting Hector effortlessly above his head. Hector, not only do I possess an invulnerable divine body, but my divine power also surpasses yours. Then, Loi turned to Hector's more than 40 brothers and the young nobles of Troy, taunting, "What are you waiting for? Come quickly to rescue Hector." The princes and young nobles of Troy rushed forward, swords drawn, shouting furiously, "Release Hector at once." Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by dull thuds, swords and spears rained upon Loi. Yet none could inflict injury upon him. King Priam observed this scene, his face etched with despair. "Children, cease your insolent actions at once." As the princes and young nobles halted their assault, Priam regarded Loi with a mixture of emotions. "Great Achilles, you are indeed an immortal being akin to the gods. Only a true deity could hope to vanquish you." Loi set Hector down and, with a smile, addressed Priam. "King Priam, do you now comprehend? From the moment I set foot on the shores of Troy, your city's downfall was sealed. Once war erupts between us, the women of Troy shall become slaves. And even Hector's young son shall meet his demise." Priam's concubine bore a son, Aeacus, a seer who foretold the destruction of Troy upon the birth of Paris, urging Priam to eliminate him. At that moment, Aeacus spoke again. "Dear father, beloved brothers, before Paris was born, I prophesied his arrival would herald our ruin. And now my prophecy has come to pass." Helenus, following his brother Aeacus, added, "Father, we must acquiesce to the Greeks' demands and return Helen to Menelaus." What naivete! Seeing Priam's two prophetic sons striving for the salvation of Troy, Loi scoffed mockingly. Hector, filled with rage, retorted, "Achilles, the city-states surrounding Troy are bound to us through marriage. Do you expect us to stand idly by while our kin are slaughtered? If we Trojans are so weak as to watch our kin perish, we might as well surrender to you." King Priam, aside from Queen Hecuba, had numerous concubines, who bore him 50 sons and 5 daughters. Through the unions of his children, Priam forged alliances with the surrounding city-states. Hector's assertion regarding these alliances was not an exaggeration. "If you do not wish to surrender, then resist us through war." Loi responded to Hector, then turned to Priam. Cassandra and Polyxena were the only remaining unmarried princesses among Priam's daughters. Upon hearing Loi's demand, Priam's sons were once more incensed. Yet Priam, displaying a look of surprise, said, "Great Achilles, if you wish to become my son-in-law, I would gladly marry both my daughters to you and bestow upon you immense wealth and a palace as a dowry. However, I have one condition. You must withdraw from this war and not oppose us Trojans. Dream on. Achilles is already betrothed to my niece Iphigenia, and he has a secret wife named Idaeomia. Even if Achilles were unmarried, following the customs of our Greeks, he would never take the daughters of you barbaric Trojans as his wives." Loi cast a discontented glance at Menelaus, then addressed Priam. Chapter 59. Harvesting the princess and the palace of Mount Ida. Cassandra and Polyxena were daughters born to Queen Hecuba, while Astenome was the daughter of Priam's concubine. Lois demanded that Priam exchange Cassandra and Polyxena for Astenome, along with her husband and son. Priam, without hesitation, declined. "Great Achilles, I could redeem Telephus and his family with vast wealth and 12 beautiful handmaidens, but I cannot sacrifice my 2 daughters for your transaction. How foolish." Upon hearing Priam's words, Lois frowned in displeasure. At that moment, Cassandra approached Priam, pleading earnestly, "Esteemed father, please exchange me for my sister Astenome, along with her husband and son. Though I possess the gift of prophecy, my words are disregarded, rendering me a useless woman for Troy. If my sacrifice can save 3 loved ones, it would bring me immense joy." In the hall stood a prince from another city-state, Olympus, who was Cassandra's suitor. Witnessing Cassandra's willingness to sacrifice herself, he immediately interjected. "Noble King Priam, my city-state wishes to ally with Troy solely because you permitted me to pursue your daughter, Cassandra. Should you now offer her to Achilles, I shall no longer be your ally." Cassandra's selfless intent caused Priam's heart to waver, but upon hearing Olympus's threat, he gravely addressed his daughter. "Cassandra, you are not only my daughter, but also a priestess of the royal lineage. I shall never sacrifice you. As a priestess of the goddess, Cassandra symbolized the intertwining of royal and divine authority within the Trojan lineage. Her worth surpassed that of Telephus and his family, making the proposition to exchange her for them a profoundly foolish decision. "Father, please exchange me for your daughter, son-in-law, and grandson," pleaded the youthful Polyxena, only 15, as she stepped forward. "Unlike my sister Cassandra, I lack prophetic abilities and suitors, and I desire to serve the mighty Achilles." Although Astenome was the daughter of a concubine, she remained Priam's biological daughter. Should Priam choose not to rescue Astenome, Telephus, and Eurypylus, the alliances forged through marital ties would surely disintegrate. With a gaze filled with guilt and affection, Priam looked at Polyxena and said to Loes, "Achilles, I can only fulfill half of your demand, exchanging my daughter Polyxena for you." "Then let something else replace Cassandra," Loes replied with a faint smile. "I have heard that when Paris wed the river goddess Oenone, a palace was constructed for him on Mount Ida. As a substitute for Cassandra, I demand that you grant me the palace of Mount Ida." With the onset of war between the Greek coalition and Troy, Paris would inevitably abandon the palace to reside within the city. Upon hearing Loes's request, Priam nodded without hesitation. "Not only the palace of Mount Ida, but I shall also provide you with the handmaidens within it." After all, Polyxena, as a Trojan princess, cannot serve as a maid. The terms of the transaction were settled, and Loes turned to Telephus. "Telephus, you are now free. Thank your father-in-law and sister-in-law." Telephus said nothing, dejectedly leading his wife and son toward Priam. As Loes released Telephus' family, Polyxena approached him with determined steps. When the youngest Trojan princess stood before Loes, he reached out, caressing her exquisite face. "We meet again. Indeed, you are meant for me." "Huh?" Polyxena gazed at him with wide, confused eyes, clearly unable to comprehend his words, as this was their first encounter. As night descended, Elder Antenor would undoubtedly arrange accommodations for them in his home. "Since we must stay in Troy, I would prefer to reside in Polyxena's palace," Loes remarked. Hearing this, Odysseus and Menelaus grew concerned that Loes might entangle himself with the Trojans, while Polymedes confidently stated, "Achilles has not fallen in love with the beautiful Polyxena at first sight, so your worries are unfounded." After Polymedes departed with Odysseus and Menelaus, Hector approached Loes. "Achilles, although we are destined to be adversaries, we may temporarily be friends before the war erupts. If you are not concerned that we might poison you, you are welcome to join us for dinner. No matter how foolish you may be, you should recognize that I am not a demigod like Heracles, and my divine form is impervious to your poisons. Thus, I shall partake in the banquet and savor the delicacies of Troy," Loes replied with a smile, wrapping his arm around Polyxena's slender waist as he led her to the area where the Trojan nobility gathered. As night enveloped the scene, the flames of bonfires and torches illuminated the palace hall, where royals and nobles indulged in fine wine and a variety of dishes prepared by handmaidens. While Loes reclined with his head resting on Polyxena's knees, Priam approached and sat beside him. "Achilles, a secret marriage without the witness of mortals or gods is invalid, and an engagement between unmarried individuals can be dissolved at any time. Should you wish to wed Polyxena, I would even offer you a portion of my territory to help you establish a city and become a king of a city-state in Asia Minor." Upon hearing her father's words, Polyxena's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she served Loes with even greater devotion. "Do you think I covet Polyxena and Cassandra's beauty, prompting my request for them?" Loes mused, twirling Polyxena's dark hair with his right hand. "My desire for Cassandra and Polyxena, as well as the palace of Mount Ida, stems from a wish to enjoy the quality of life befitting royalty in this war, not to become your son-in-law." Chapter 60. I will not relinquish my assault on Troy. Polyxena, the legitimate daughter of Queen Hecuba, possessed a palace of her own within the royal confines of Troy. After indulging in exquisite wine and delectable feasts with the Trojans, the inebriated Roy was assisted by Polyxena into her chamber. Reclining upon the fragrant bed of the princess, Roy found her kneeling beside him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she grasped at her belt. With a playful smile, Roy remarked, "Do not engage in unnecessary actions. Do you not wish to attend to my desires?" "Not at all," Roy replied without hesitation. "As an enemy of the Trojans, your desire to serve me must be an attempt to seduce me, to sway me from my enmity." Polyxena, with utmost sincerity, nodded in agreement. Despite Roy's noble lineage as a demigod and heir to a powerful city-state, she did not fall for him at first sight. Her willingness to serve was solely for her family and the city of Troy. As the atmosphere thickened with silence and awkwardness, Cassandra abruptly entered the room. Upon observing that Roy and Polyxena had not crossed any boundaries, she sighed in relief and commanded, "Polyxena, tonight you shall sleep in my palace." Polyxena, taken aback, widened her eyes in surprise, and Roy teased, "Otrynmeus has sought your hand as an ally to the Trojans, yet you continually refuse him, relegating him to the role of suitor rather than fiancé. If he were to discover you sneaking in at night to vie for my attention, he might very well succumb to despair." Cassandra, with a calm demeanor, responded, "I have long told Otrynmeus that fate decrees he shall not be my husband. Should he learn of my association with you, his sorrow cannot be laid at my feet." "Dear sister, father would never consent to your union with Achilles," Polyxena whispered. "Your significance far surpasses mine, hence father's refusal to exchange you for my sister Astyoche and her family. Though I lack your talents, my beauty and form rival yours. Allow me to serve Achilles. Father's refusal to barter me for Astyoche stems from his ignorance of Achilles' true importance." Cassandra gazed into Roy's eyes, her beautiful blue orbs reflecting conviction. "Though my prophecies have often gone unheeded, they have never faltered. I know the outcome of this war does not rest with the gods, but with you, Achilles. If you withdraw from this conflict, Troy shall prevail. While grand Ajax possesses the strength to vanquish Hector among Troy's allies, King Cunis of Coronai boasts an invulnerable physique, and King Memnon of Ethiopia stands on par with Achilles. In the original course of fate, both the invincible Cunis and the formidable demigod Memnon were destined to fall at the hands of Achilles. Should Roy withdraw, the Trojans could triumph, driving the Greek coalition from the shores of Troy. Achilles, should you choose to withdraw, I shall ensure you become the happiest of men." Cassandra climbed onto the princess's bed, grasping Roy's right hand, inching closer. As she approached, Roy raised his hand to gently block her shoulder. "Even if you and Polyxena were to serve me together, even if you bore my children, I would not cease my assault on Troy." "Why?" Cassandra inquired, perplexed. "With your might. You have no reason to fear the wrath of the Greek coalition. For Achilles, shattering Troy is a long-cherished ambition. If you wish to avoid futile sacrifice, cease your foolishness. The fate of Troy's destruction, is it truly unchangeable?" With that musing, Cassandra departed the bed, leaving the chamber in a trance-like state. Once alone with Roy and Polyxena, she lay beside him, resting her head on his left arm and murmuring, "Achilles, if you were to fall in love with me, would you be willing to forsake your siege on Troy for my sake?" "I shall not fall for you," Roy declared resolutely, closing his eyes to drift into slumber. The following morning, an unexpected winter snow, accompanied by a howling wind, blanketed the region of Troy. After enjoying breakfast in Polyxena's palace, Roy escorted her outside the royal edifice, where he encountered Palamedes, Odysseus, and Menelaus, who were nearly transformed into snowmen from the cold. Upon Roy's emergence, Palamedes shook off the snow and cheerfully declared, "Achilles, if you do not appear soon, we shall have to come in after you." Odysseus added, "We were all concerned you might be so enchanted by the beautiful Princess Polyxena that you would abandon us, turning from ally to foe. Now we can finally breathe easy." Menelaus approached Roy directly, stating, "Achilles, the noblest of Greek princesses, Iphigenia, awaits your hand. No matter how lovely or gentle the daughter of the savage Trojans, she cannot compare to Iphigenia. You all seem to lack confidence in me, which saddens me." Moments later, the group boarded their chariots, departing from the city of Troy. Upon returning to the Greek coalition's camp, Roy, accompanied by Polyxena and Palamedes, entered Agamemnon's quarters. Inside, Agamemnon was reveling with the princes, celebrating their successful landing on the shores of Troy the previous day. Had they not landed yesterday, the coalition would have been delayed until the thaw, as today's winter snow had frozen the waters. Upon learning that Polyxena was the daughter of King Priam and Queen Hecuba, the expressions of Agamemnon and the princes darkened. "Achilles, while we bear no objection to your association with a woman from Asia Minor, even if she is a princess of some city-state, you cannot be with a Trojan princess." Agamemnon stated with a grave countenance, "I am willing to exchange 12 beautiful women and a weight of gold equal to my own for Polyxena. I wish to offer her as a sacrifice to the gods, or return her to Priam." Roy rolled his eyes at Agamemnon's words, responding, "Not only do I intend to be with the Trojan princess, but I also plan to leave the coalition camp to reside in the palace on Mount Ida that Priam has bestowed upon me." Chapter 61. Paris's wife Oenone Loi was indeed a person of his word. He himself drove the chariot drawn by the magnificent steeds, Xanthos and Balios. leading Polyxena and Chryses to the palace on Mount Ida. As the chariot traversed toward Mount Ida, Polyxena took the initiative to address the visibly anxious Chryses. "If I am not mistaken, you are Chryses, the daughter of the high priest Chryses of Apollo, are you not?" Chryses nodded in affirmation. "I remember you too. You are Princess Polyxena, daughter of King Priam of Troy and Queen Hecuba. The barbaric and irreverent Achilles stormed into the temple of Apollo, snatched me from my father, and made me his captive. I never imagined such a calamitous fate would befall you as well." Upon hearing Chryses' words, Polyxena's eyes widened in astonishment. "Did Achilles truly seize you from the temple of Apollo? How dare he commit such a grievous affront against the deity? The temple is a sanctuary dedicated to the gods, and all within it, including the priests, are considered the possessions of the divine. By abducting Chryses directly from the temple, Loi effectively stole a woman who belonged to Apollo. Even if Apollo were indifferent to Chryses, he could not possibly tolerate Loi's audacity in taking what is rightfully his. Are you concerned that I, an enemy of Troy, might be slain by Apollo?" Loi interjected, revealing a radiant smile. "I have merely claimed Chryses for myself. Next, I shall set my sights on Briseis, the daughter of King Lycaon of Lyrnessus." Polyxena felt a wave of darkness wash over her, nearly fainting from Loi's brazen proclamation. Briseis, being both the daughter of the priest of Apollo and viewed as a future priestess of the god, was a prize of significant consequence. "You are seizing two women who belong to Apollo. Even without my priestly status, I recognize that Apollo will surely exact punishment upon you. Even if I do not take Apollo's priestess, I shall remain a sworn enemy of Apollo, since I stand in opposition to him. What reason do I have to fear him?" Chryses suddenly remarked. "If the far-shooting god's wrath is ignited, his arrows will claim your life. That little mouse indeed relishes ambush." Loi replied with a carefree smile. "I am no longer the person I once was. Should Apollo dare to challenge me, my fury will incinerate his mouse-like fur." In Troy and its surrounding regions, Apollo is a deity held in utmost reverence. As a future priestess of Apollo, Chryses naturally harbored no doubt regarding his divine power. While Polyxena did not worship Apollo, she too regarded him as the mightiest of gods. They both believed that Loi's contempt for Apollo would soon bring down his divine retribution upon him. The divine steeds Xanthos and Balios soon arrived at Mount Ida, halting before the palace where Paris and Oenone resided. Before the birth of Prince Paris of Troy, his half-brother, Aesacus, had prophesied that he would bring about the ruin of the city. Following Paris's birth, Queen Hecuba instructed a loyal servant to abandon him on Mount Ida to fend for himself. The loyal servant, understanding the queen's intentions, raised Paris as his own, allowing him to grow into a shepherd on Mount Ida. In his youth, Paris was chosen by Zeus to judge a contest among the three goddesses, Pallas Athena, Hera, and Aphrodite, tasked with selecting the fairest among them. Paris awarded the golden apple, symbolizing beauty, to Aphrodite, thereby receiving her blessings. Thanks to the favor bestowed upon him by the goddess of love, Paris, although a humble shepherd, eventually wed the beautiful Oenone, daughter of the river god. Later, during a contest in Troy, Paris faced the wrath of Deiphobus, son of Priam, who sought to kill him after losing the competition. To prevent a tragic conflict among brothers, Priam and Hecuba acknowledged Paris. Because of the prophecies surrounding Paris's birth, King Priam wished for him to remain distant from Troy. As compensation, Priam not only gifted Paris the cattle he once tended, but also constructed a splendid palace on Mount Ida for him and Oenone. Upon entering the palace with the conflicted Polyxena and Chryses, Loi was greeted by Oenone, who, accompanied by her maidservants, approached the courtyard and warmly addressed Polyxena. "Sister Polyxena, I am overjoyed by your visit. Is this handsome young prince beside you your future husband?" Polyxena, feeling a wave of shame, lowered her gaze. "Sister Oenone, I have come to inform you that you can no longer reside in this palace." Oenone paused, then replied with a sweet smile. Polyxena summoned her courage to elaborate to Oenone. "Currently, a vast Greek army has landed on the shores of Troy. Once winter concludes, war will erupt against our city. If you and brother Paris remain in the palace on Mount Ida, you will undoubtedly be targeted by the Greeks." "Brother Paris, he..." Noticing Polyxena's hesitation to reveal the truth, Loi interjected. "Your husband Paris is doing quite well. He has absconded with the world's most beautiful woman, Helen, the Queen of Sparta, and they are currently enjoying their time together on an island. The Greek forces have landed on the shores of Troy due to Paris's actions, igniting the war." Upon hearing Loi's words, Oenone's legs weakened, and she sank into the snowy ground of the courtyard. This cannot be. This cannot be. You must be deceiving me. Paris and I love each other so dearly. How could he betray our love and marriage by abducting another's wife? Sister Oenone, what Achilles has said is indeed true. The palace on Mount Ida has been granted to Achilles by my father. I have instructed the maidservants to prepare a carriage to take you to the royal palace. I refuse. Oenone cried out, her voice a mournful lament like a cuckoo's tearful song. Though she did not articulate her subsequent thoughts, Loy could discern that Oenone was already veering toward darkness. Chapter 62. The significance of the position of the principal wife in front of the grand entrance of the palace. Loy stood alongside Polyxena and Chryses, observing the solitary figure of Oenone as she made her way toward a secluded cabin in the mountains. Unable to restrain herself, Loy remarked on the matter. The royal lineage of King Priam of Troy comprised 50 sons and 12 daughters, including both legitimate and illegitimate offspring. It was inconceivable for Queen Hecuba to bear such a multitude alone. Hence King Priam had several concubines in addition to her. Considering Priam's example, why did Oenone harbor such fury over Paris's betrayal of their love and union? Perhaps it was because Oenone was acutely aware that Helen would usurp her position as the rightful wife. Chryses pondered for a moment before stating, Oenone is merely the daughter of an ordinary river god. Helen, on the other hand, is the daughter of Zeus, the king of the gods, and a Spartan princess with a claim to the Spartan throne. Once Paris marries Helen, should he defeat the current Spartan king, Menelaus, he would ascend as the new ruler of Sparta and dominate the southern Peloponnesian peninsula. Compared to Helen, Oenone can offer Paris nothing of value. It is inevitable that Helen will replace Oenone in the role of the principal wife. The status of the principal wife is, indeed, subject to change. Just as Hecuba was not Priam's first wife, but she provided him with greater advantages. Thus, after their union, she supplanted Priam's previous wife to become the queen. Your thoughts are quite perplexing, dear ladies. Is the position of the principal wife truly of such paramount importance? Achilles interjected. If you were to marry my sister Cassandra as your principal wife, I would willingly accept the role of your concubine, refraining from competing for your affections with her. The camaraderie between the sisters is commendable. However, I have no intention of becoming a captive of your love, Achilles replied. At that moment, his nephew, Mnestheus, arrived at the foot of Mount Ida with 500 soldiers. As Loy approached the base of the mountain, she commanded, Mnestheus, gather the soldiers to fell the trees of Mount Ida and construct barracks around my palace. My palace is equipped with stables for cattle and pens for sheep. Remember to sacrifice cattle and sheep at mealtime to ensure the soldiers are well fed. But Achilles, those cattle and sheep were a gift from my father to your brother Paris. The livestock within this palace are part of the dowry your father bestowed upon me. Thus they rightfully belong to me now. With that, Loy descended Mount Ida, making her way alone toward the sea. As she watched Loy's retreating figure, Polyxena muttered in dissatisfaction, You refuse to marry me, yet accept my dowry. Princess Polyxena, please do not harbor misguided notions about Achilles, Chryses kindly cautioned. Achilles has offended the great archer god Apollo. He shall soon face divine retribution. On a distant shore, away from the encampment of the Greek coalition, Loy stood upon the frozen surface of the sea, gazing out at the Aegean, calling, Thetis. Her voice echoed across the waters. And soon Thetis emerged, her bare feet gliding over the icy surface as she approached Loy. The blue-haired, blue-eyed sea goddess regarded Loy with a sorrowful expression, asking, My son, what assistance do you seek from me this time? Upon hearing Thetis refer to her as my son, Loy nearly slipped on the ice. Thetis, you consider me your son? Who among mortals and deities does not know that Achilles is the offspring of the sea goddess Thetis? Thetis, with a puzzled look, replied, Child, you have been acting quite strangely of late. Not only have you provoked Artemis, but you have also offended Apollo, and you dare to call me by my name. To shield you from the wrath of other deities, I am contemplating a negotiation with Artemis and Apollo to quell their animosity towards you. Do you believe I am Achilles? At Thetis's failure to recognize him as Circe's brother, Loy felt a twinge of disappointment. My child, there is no need for gratitude toward your mother. The cruel fates have ordained for you a brief destiny. Before your life concludes, I shall strive to fulfill your capricious desires. Capricious desires? Do you perceive me as a petulant child? Loy retorted, casting a discontented glance at Thetis. As Loy turned to depart, Thetis abruptly halted. Achilles, there seems to be something unusual about you. The garments you wear are woven with divine golden thread. I cannot discern which goddess crafted your tunic, but your shorts bear my divine essence. You carry my blessing, the highest form of blessing bestowed only with a goddess's kiss. Yet, I do not recall weaving this garment for you, nor do I remember granting you such a lover's blessing. While speaking, Thetis extended her right hand towards Loi's cheek. Although he instinctively wished to evade her touch, doing so would not align with Achilles' noble identity, so he stood still. The moment Thetis's hand made contact with Loi's cheek, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise and delight as she exclaimed, "It is you. Why did I not recognize you sooner?" With that, Thetis leaped into Loi's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his waist. Loi, somewhat taken aback, raised his hands and looked down at Thetis nestled within his arms. "Thetis, have you finally remembered my true identity? Will you not punish me for failing to recognize you at once?" "My dear, no need for punishment. Do you recall our first encounter after the conclusion of the Trojan War?" Upon hearing Loi's words, Thetis tilted her head in confusion. "My dear, your words are quite peculiar. The Trojan War has yet to truly commence. How could I know of our first meeting after its conclusion? You are unaware of the events following the Trojan War's end? Aside from the goddess who governs time, no deity possesses foresight into future events. The occurrences post-war are but an unmanifested future for you." Loi furrowed his brow. "If you cannot remember our shared experiences, then whom do you perceive me to be? Are you aware of my relationship with Circe?" Thetis nodded. "I certainly know you are Circe's brother." Chapter 63. Chryses seeks to redeem his daughter as the divine light of the sun god was partially unsealed. Thetis began to perceive herself as the brother of Circe. Now, with the divine light further unsealed, Thetis naturally saw herself as the once glorious Phaeton. Roy, weary of reiterating his true identity to Thetis, gently embraced her and declared, "I refuse to part from you." Without hesitation, Thetis replied, "Currently, there are no other goddesses by your side. This is a rare opportunity. I wish to care for you as a wife would. Even if hope seems dim, I yearn for your love and aspire to be your most cherished wife. Does this imply that you wish to be my legitimate wife?" Roy mused, noting that not only mortal women but even goddesses valued the position of a lawful spouse. He lifted Thetis and a princess Carrie and began to walk towards Mount Ida, stating, "Polyxena, the pampered princess of Troy, and Chryses, the daughter of the high priest, both hold esteemed positions. Yet, your affectionate service satisfies my soul far more than theirs." Upon hearing Roy's praise, Thetis buried her blushing face in his embrace and murmured, "Not merely ordinary service. I shall strive to provide nightly devotion. Should they learn of this, I would surely be accused of infidelity." As they departed the shore, a small vessel emerged from the Gulf of Mysi, heading towards the landing point. Upon reaching the shore, an elderly man clad in the robes of a high priest, wielding a golden staff entwined with olive branches, approached with a servant carrying a chest, making his way to the Greek coalition's camp. In Agamemnon's tent, the king and princes were indulging in merriment, as if the end of winter heralded their easy conquest of Troy and the Asian coastline. At that moment, Palamedes entered, accompanied by the elderly priest and his servant. Upon seeing the high priest in his ceremonial garb, the princes ceased their revelry, their expressions turning grave. "Esteemed high priest, have you come to our tent to represent your deity and demand we offer sacrifices?" Agamemnon inquired. The old priest shook his head and replied, "Great son of Atreus, I am Chryses, priest of Apollo. Today, I do not come as a representative of the gods. The barbarous and irreverent Achilles has seized my daughter Chryses from the temple of Apollo. I arrive with a substantial ransom, hoping you will return my daughter to me." With that, Chryses gestured for his servant to open the chest, revealing treasures of gold and jewels to Agamemnon and the princes. Observing the ransom presented by Chryses, Agamemnon frowned and remarked, "Honorable Chryses, as Apollo's high priest, your daughter Chryses possesses a noble status rivaling that of any princess. Although your ransom is considerable, we cannot acquiesce to your request." Ajax, the Great, derisively added to Chryses, "If Achilles were willing to marry Chryses, I would gladly offer all my wealth as her dowry. Yet, I know how haughty you Greeks are. You would never allow the daughter of a barbarian to become your spouse. For the sake of my daughter's lifelong happiness, I must rescue her from Achilles. Then go negotiate with Achilles." Agamemnon retorted, "Achilles has withdrawn from the coalition. Even if I, as the commander, consent to your request, he would not return your daughter. Son of Atreus, how can you know Achilles would refuse your command if you do not press him?" Chryses declared, "If you do not return my daughter, I shall beseech Apollo, whom I serve, to aid me in reclaiming her." With this threat, Chryses turned and left the tent. His departure met with indifference from Agamemnon and the princes. Observing the ground disturbed by many scurrying mice, Roy frowned and instructed Mnestheus, "Procure some cats capable of catching these mice in Troy and eliminate them near the camp. Also, ensure the soldiers drink only boiled water and consume cooked food, even when bathing." Mnestheus, taken aback by Roy's demands, exclaimed, "Achilles' uncle, must we treat the soldiers so well? Were we fighting on Greek soil, it would be unnecessary. But here in Asia," Roy patiently elucidated, "we are not immune to many diseases endemic to this region. Mice and unboiled water are carriers of these ailments. If you fail to comply, many of our soldiers will succumb to plague." With that, Roy entered the palace, still holding Thetis. In the hall where Polyxena and Chryses resided, he gently set Thetis down and said, "Thetis, you shall live alongside them. Can they see you?" "Of course." Thetis smiled, her blue divine aura radiating into the surrounding space. Upon sensing Thetis's divine presence, Polyxena and Chryses widened their eyes, beholding the beautiful and sacred goddess standing beside Roy. Instinctively, out of reverence for the divine, the two women lowered their heads in fear. Noticing their exaggerated reaction, Roy quickly reassured them, "There is no need for fear. She, like you, is here to serve me. You may regard her as the head maid." Thetis, with a benevolent smile, addressed them, "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Thetis. Since you will not be my rivals, I shall care for you and shall not punish you for any mistakes." "You are Achilles' mother, are you not?" Chryses inquired, prompting Polyxena to silently scoff. "You already have us and yet still seek your mother's care?" Outside the Greek coalition's camp, Chryses raised his hands to the sky in prayer. "O Apollo, you are the mightiest deity of this region. In light of my years of service to you, please punish the Greeks and compel them to return my daughter." Apollo heeded Chryses' plea. As night fell, he soared above the coalition's camp, unleashing his poisoned golden arrows upon the soldiers. After spreading sufficient seeds of plague within the camp, Apollo ascended to Mount Ida, preparing to unleash his arrows among Roy's men. However, upon drawing his bow, he was astonished to find that the mice had already been eradicated by the cats in Roy's camp. Seeing that the water was all boiled, Apollo had no choice but to lower his bow and depart. Chapter 64. Meeting Berdamia once again as the morning sun illuminated the room, Loy awoke, his eyes fluttering open. Turning his head, he beheld Thetis beside him, her enchanting visage gracing the dawn. Unable to suppress the surging impulse within, he leaned in and gently pressed his lips against her delicate cherry blossoms. Thetis immediately blushed, revealing that she had been feigning sleep. In the previous world of their tasks, Loy had spent countless nights with both Thetis and Circe, well aware of their tendency to take advantage of him once he had succumbed to slumber. Thus he bore no guilt. After parting from Thetis, and noticing her intention to continue her charade, Loy rose to dress himself. "My dear, allow me to serve you," Thetis exclaimed as she swiftly sat up and retrieved Loy's garments. Observing her lovely figure, with her azure locks cascading down to her waist, Loy smirked and teased, "Are you not shy anymore? From the golden age until now, we have traversed so much together. My body and soul are fully yours. Such shyness is trivial." As Thetis assisted him into his attire, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, "My dear, before I met you, my memories were distorted, and I entirely forgot you. Is this the result of your manipulation of time and space?" "Manipulating time and space is within my capabilities," Loy mused aloud. Even during their prime, the three great gods Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades could not distort time. "Do you truly believe I surpass even the might of the divine rulers? That is only natural. Is this not the essence of love's perspective? Even if the man you adore is indeed more formidable than the three great gods, it bears no relevance to me. For I am not he. You speak in peculiarities. You uttered similar words during our last encounter. I suspect that when we meet again, you shall say the same." Having donned their garments, Loy guided Thetis to the grand hall, where they found Polyxena directing for maidens and tidying the courtyard, while Chryses oversaw 3 maidens in the kitchen. Though Loy wished for Polyxena and Chryses to serve him as maidens, it seemed that only their nocturnal companionship could satisfy his desires. Should they prepare a meal for him, he would hesitate to sample their culinary experiments. After the 4 gathered around the dining table to savor the breakfast prepared by the maidens, Loy noted that Polyxena and Chryses exhibited no awareness of their roles as maidens, merely commanding the palace attendants to clear the dishes. He addressed them with authority. "Polyxena, Chryses, I am bound for Lyrnessos to retrieve your dear sister, Brodamia, to keep you company. Prepare my chariot with my divine steeds. Exchanging apprehensive glances, Polyxena spoke with concern. Achilles, will your divine steeds not attack us? My steeds only target ordinary mortals. You are both descendants of the gods, and as charming maidens. If you communicate well with my steeds, they shall pose no threat to you. As a priestess serving the gods, Chryses felt little trepidation towards Loi's steeds. Upon hearing his assurance, she promptly took Polyxena by the hand and made their way to the palace stables. Watching them depart, Thetis leaned against Loi's back, chuckling. You truly treat them as maidens. Indeed, mortal girls shall never be my rivals. I am an adversary to the city of Troy and Apollo. One is a princess of Troy, the other a priestess of Apollo. I could never harbor love for them. Moments later, as Loi and Thetis stepped into the courtyard, they beheld Polyxena and Chryses not only harnessing the chariot, but also engaging in conversation with Xanthus and Balios. Upon noticing Loi's approach, Polyxena exclaimed joyfully, Achilles, your divine steeds are truly remarkable. They can converse like mortals. My steeds are the divine horses, immortal like the gods themselves. They not only speak, but can foretell the fates of mortals. Loi mounted the chariot, gripping the reins of his steeds with his left hand. Thetis, once I depart the palace, you must manage them as their mistress. With that, he guided the chariot forth from the palace. As the sound of the chariot faded into the distance, Chryses approached Thetis with a query. Great goddess Thetis, might you enlighten me as to why Achilles addresses you so familiarly and repeatedly acts in defiance of Apollo? Does he not possess reverence for the divine? Noticing Polyxena's gaze upon her, Thetis smiled gently. In due time, you shall learn the truth. I shall reveal it now. He is not the Achilles you know, but a deity far more powerful than Apollo. Lyrnessos city. This city-state lies in the southern reaches of Troy. The ruling king, Brises, also serves as a priest of Apollo, wielding both royal and divine authority. The divine steeds, Xanthus and Balios, galloped down Mount Ida with the swiftness of the wind, arriving at Lyrnessos city. Following Loi's command, the steeds crashed through the wooden gates, propelling the chariot towards the royal palace. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, adorned with an idol of Apollo and reminiscent of a temple, Loi beheld an elderly priest in ceremonial robes instructing Brodamia. Though Loi did not recognize the priest, he certainly recognized Brodamia. As the old priest and Brodamia turned to gaze at him in astonishment, Loi leapt from the chariot and, lifting Brodamia into his arms, addressed the elder. You are Brises, the king and priest? How dare you commit such an act? Before the idol of Apollo, you dare to seize my daughter. This is a sacrilege against the great deity. Return Brodamia to me at once. Do you threaten me with your god? Loi taunted with a mocking smile. I see now. You govern a feeble city-state, lacking in martial strength, which is why you assumed the role of Apollo's priest, seeking protection through divinity while intimidating your foes. Alas, your threats are futile against me. I would dare to seize the daughter of Chryses, the high priestess of Apollo, let alone that of an ordinary priest like you. Typically, kings who double as priests aim to consolidate divine power for themselves or to safeguard their interests, rather than genuinely devoutly worshipping the gods. Recognizing Loi's utter lack of fear towards Apollo, Brises reluctantly lowered his golden staff. You take my daughter, seeking ransom, I presume? No, I seek provisions to sustain my soldiers. You are one of those Greeks intending to assault Troy. Upon discerning Loi's identity, Brises resolutely refused. I am a friend of King Priam of Troy, and we may even become kin. I can offer you ransom for my daughter, but I cannot supply provisions for your assault on Troy. You wish to marry Brodamia to one of Priam's sons? Loi frowned with displeasure. Brises, let us strike a bargain. You have but one daughter, Brodamia, and no son to inherit the throne. Now I take Brodamia away, and in return, you shall provide provisions for my soldiers. Once the Trojan War concludes, I shall not only return Briseis to you, but I shall also bestow upon you a grandson capable of inheriting the throne. Surely, this is a most advantageous arrangement for you. How shameless you are. We have not engaged in warfare, and you cannot, like a brigand, seize my daughter and reduce her to the status of a slave. Thus, the matter is settled. If you do not wish for your esteemed daughter and significant grandson to suffer from hunger, then you must send provisions forthwith. With that, Leo drove his chariot out of the hall. Chapter 65. Affections born from misunderstanding the city of Troy, reigning supreme over the western coast of the Anatolian Peninsula. is certainly not a bastion of virtue. In the past, the mighty and opulent city of Sibylos, ruled by the notorious sinner Tantalus, was a worthy contender for dominance. Consequently, King Elos of Troy declared war, laying waste to Sibylos and exiling Tantalus' son, Pelops, and daughter, Niobe. Lyrnessos, the city closest to Troy, is permitted to exist solely because of its feeble stature, posing no threat to Troy's supremacy. With a mere population of a few thousand and only 100 soldiers, Lyrnessos is hardly formidable. According to the original fate, Achilles, while pursuing Aeneas, would besiege Lyrnessos single-handedly, abducting the beautiful princess, Blodamia, and forcing the king and priest, Brises, to take his own life. Now, however, Loi, equally solitary, has stormed the royal palace to seize the enchanting Blodamia, as the divine steeds, Marcanthos and Boreas, burst forth from Lyrnessos. They find Blodamia neither struggling nor crying out. Loi gazes down at her, inquiring, "Blodamia, have I frightened you into silence? Or have you recalled our prior moments together?" Blodamia, entranced, gazes dreamily at Loi with her striking eyes. "This is our first encounter. I have never seen a man as godlike as you. Do I truly appear divine? Everything a deity can accomplish, I too can achieve." With that, Loi flicks the reins of the two magnificent steeds, which unfurl their hidden wings and soar into the heavens. As the chariot ascends higher and higher, Blodamia, frightened, burrows into Loi's embrace, her hands clutching his waist tightly. "We're airborne. They are winged steeds. Could you truly be a god?" Loi shakes his head, replying, "I am Achilles, just as you are human." Upon noticing Blodamia shivering in the cold, Loi swiftly channels his divine power. In an instant, warmth radiates from him, dispelling the chill and enveloping Blodamia in a sun-like embrace. Sensing the heat emanating from Loi, Blodamia's cheeks flush, further intensifying her suspicions of his divine nature. "The sky belongs to the gods. Why do you, a mere mortal, soar with me and warm my body with divine power? You are my woman. It is only right for me to care for you." Hearing Loi's words, Blodamia recalls his declaration to her father, promising her a son as the heir to her father's throne. He says I am his woman, and that he wants me to bear his son. Blodamia is at an age ripe for love, and the notion of a godlike man whisking her away from her father, treating her with such tenderness while wanting to father her child, inevitably leads to some misunderstandings. "I do not yet have a fiancé. If you truly desire, I would be willing to be your wife." "What did you just say?" Loi, hearing Blodamia's murmured response, looks down at her. "Blodamia, I have just recalled something significant. In the previous world, you mentioned that I promised your father I would father a son with you. My words to your father seem to connect with the previous world. Could it be that the man who promised to father your child in that world was indeed me? The previous world?" Blodamia's eyes widen in bewilderment. "I do not understand what you are saying. You need not comprehend. I am merely expressing my conjecture. Perhaps my promises to your father merely coincide with the previous world by chance." The two steeds soon carry Loi's chariot above the palace on Mount Ida. As they land in the courtyard, Loi assists Blodamia in disembarking and leads her toward the grand hall. Blodamia, somewhat anxious, follows closely behind. "Ah, Achilles, if I recall correctly, there is only one palace on Mount Ida belonging to Prince Paris of Troy. Why have you brought me here? Do you intend to seduce his wife, Oenone, in his absence? Do not utter such foolishness." Loi rolls his eyes in displeasure. "This palace now belongs to me. Oenone has moved to the cottage in the mountains where she wed Paris. Henceforth, you shall serve as my maid, and you must address me as master, not by my name. For I am to bear your child." Although Blodamia feels a twinge of discontent, she is a girl aspiring to be a dutiful wife, so she obediently nods in agreement with Loi's demands. Inside the grand hall, upon entering with Blodamia, Loi sees Thetis, Polyxena, and Chryses engaged in conversation. He immediately turns to Blodamia, saying, "Blodamia, you are well acquainted with Polyxena and Chryses. Allow me to introduce this blue-haired, blue-eyed sea goddess, Thetis, the leader of the 50 sea goddesses of the Mediterranean. Polyxena and Chryses, like you, serve as my maids." Loi's words ruthlessly shatter Blodamia's lingering dreams. It appears that Loi truly intends for her to be merely a maid, rather than an object of his affection or a prospective bride. Polyxena joyfully rises to greet Blodamia, followed by Chryses, who also stands. "Princess Blodamia, it has been too long." Blodamia forces a smile and greets Polyxena and Chryses, whom she ought to perceive as rivals. To her surprise, Both Polyxena and Chryses shake their heads without hesitation, and Blodamia's heart leaps with joy. Perhaps the situation is not as dire as she had imagined. As Blodamia converses with Polyxena and Chryses, Thetis approaches Loi, saying, Agamemnon wishes for me to return Chryses, as it seems a plague has erupted in the coalition's camp. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Loi smirks disdainfully before turning to leave. Watching Loi's retreating figure, Polyxena cannot help but murmur, Will Achilles submit to Apollo? Chapter 66. The radiant me and the dark you in the encampment of the Greek coalition, within the quarters of the supreme commander Agamemnon. Loi entered to find Agamemnon and the princes gathered, their faces etched with deep concern. Upon seeing Loi, Palamedes rose at Agamemnon's gesture and spoke, Achilles, your arrival is timely. Yesterday, the high priest of Apollo, Chryses, came to beseech the return of his daughter. We turned down his request, and today, thousands of our soldiers have fallen ill with the plague. Our physicians are at a loss, and after deliberation, we have unanimously decided that you must return Chryses to her father to appease the wrath of Apollo, the deity served by Chryses. Are you suggesting that this plague is a divine retribution from Apollo? Loi inquired, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Palamedes nodded gravely. Chryses is the high priest of Apollo. Our refusal yesterday has led to this calamity. It is surely the gods punishing us. Agamemnon lamented, had we easily destroyed the city of Troy? I had contemplated diminishing Apollo to the status of a river god. Yet it is evident now that Apollo wields formidable power. Indeed, it seems right to regard him as a son of Zeus. The mighty Ajax turned to Loi, dear brother. While Chryses is indeed fair, the lives of our thousands of soldiers hold far greater value than her beauty. I too urge you to return her to her father. You claim this plague is a punishment from Apollo, yet it appears you are belittling the sanctity of the god Apollo, Loi retorted. The seer Calchas stood, addressing Loi. Mighty Achilles, do you imply that this plague is not Apollo's doing? Apollo is revered as the god of plague by the people of Asia Minor. Should this plague indeed be of his making, it would afflict all within our coalition, not merely 1,000 soldiers. Another testament to its disconnection from Apollo is that Chryses was taken by me, yet none of my 500 soldiers have succumbed to this illness. Palamedes frowned at Loi's reasoning. Apollo ought to punish the one who seized Chryses, Achilles. If Achilles' men remain untouched, how can this plague be unrelated to Apollo? Agamemnon bellowed. I care not whether the plague is linked to Apollo. I merely wish for it to depart from us swiftly. If it continues to spread among our ranks, we shall perish before the war with Troy even begins. Apollo is the god of plague. Perhaps by complying with his demands, we might rid ourselves of this affliction. We need not appease Apollo, Loi proclaimed confidently. After hearing his words, the princes exchanged glances, and Odysseus could not contain himself. Achilles, do you truly believe your method will resolve the plague? It is precisely because humanity is powerless against it that Apollo, as the god of plague, holds such terrifying authority. Should we find a solution, his dominion over plague would be significantly diminished. Whether my method will succeed is something you shall discover. If it proves futile, I will return Chryses to her father, Chryses, Loi declared, turning to depart the tent. The princes looked to Agamemnon, who, gritting his teeth, remarked, Though I am displeased with Achilles' disrespect towards me as his commander, perhaps his method may indeed hold merit. Let us proceed as he suggests. In the palace of Mount Ida, observing Chryses' hesitant demeanor, Loi approached her. Chryses, do you think I would yield to Apollo and return you to your father? I must share unfortunate news. I have discovered a means for the coalition to combat the plague. That is impossible, Chryses replied, her expression grave. It is because humanity cannot withstand the plague that Apollo possesses such overwhelming power over the Greek gods. The might of the great Apollo, as the god of plague, is beyond human comprehension. You are gravely mistaken. Even without my intervention, humanity would eventually uncover a remedy for the plague in centuries to come. Thus, when the Greeks colonize Asia Minor and elevate Apollo to one of the Olympian deities, they shall eradicate the plague god you worship and inscribe the name of Helios, the sun god, as Apollo, thereby creating a god of light utterly unrelated to your worship of the plague god Apollo. What nonsensical claims you make. Apollo, born of darkness, cannot possibly transform into a god of light, completely opposite to darkness. Precisely, the Greek Apollo is unconnected to your worship of the Asian Apollo. It is merely a rebranding of the sun god Helios into a new deity. For the sake of simplicity, I will not entertain further debate on this. After Chryses reluctantly fell silent, A black arrow suddenly descended from the heavens, aimed at Loy. Just as the arrow was about to pierce his back, Loy swiftly turned and caught it in his left hand. With a thunderous roar, a plume of platinum flame erupted from his palm, incinerating the virus-laden arrow to ashes. Loy then gazed at the sky, painted red by the setting sun, and remarked, "It seems night is falling. Your darkness begins to stir." With a flutter, 2 wings of incandescent flames unfurled from his back. In the astonished gaze of Briseis, Chrysis, and Polyxena, Loy took to the skies with divine swiftness, arriving at Apollo's location. As Loy approached, an astonishing heat dissipated the mist in the sky, revealing Apollo, concealed within the clouds. "You are not Achilles." The long-haired, unshorn Apollo, armed with bow and arrow, regarded Loy with grave intensity. How disgraceful it is for a deity to masquerade as a mortal in this conflict. "Silence, little mouse." Loy raised his divine spear, pointing its blade at Apollo. "You unleashed your plague arrow upon me, seeking my demise. Yet you dwell in darkness as the god of plague. While I wield the powers of light and flame, I am your nemesis, your bane, and thus you cannot conquer me." With that, Loy summoned the light within him. In an instant, his form radiated like the sun, casting boundless light across the heavens, illuminating the earth and sea for miles around. Chapter 67, Apollo. The mouse born in darkness before the radiant light and flames, Apollo confronted Loy, his brow furrowed as he beheld the figure of Loy, whose wings were entwined with platinum flames, evoking a flicker of fear in his eyes. "You cannot possibly be a deity from Greece. Could you be the sun from the east, Apollo?" Loy teased with a mocking smile. "Though you may be unfamiliar with me, I am well acquainted with you. Long before Zeus became the revered protector of the Mycenaeans, you were already the local deity worshipped by the people of Anatolia. You were initially born as the mouse of the night, and the name Smintheus, which your worshippers in Anatolia bestowed upon you, signifies mouse. The name Apollo came later. As the Greeks referred to you, as the god of plague and death, you became a figure of immense dread in ancient times. However, with the evolution of human civilization, you transformed into the god of war, wielding golden arrows and a silver bow, widely venerated as the guardian deity in the region of Troy. Apollo drew his golden sword, pointing its blade at Loy. "How tedious. What you speak of is common knowledge among every Anatolian. But I know something about you that even you are unaware of, Apollo," Loy retorted, turning his gaze toward the Greek coalition's camp. "In the myths crafted by humanity, you have now become the prophetic deity of Delphi in Greece. Yet, in the annals of reality, you remain Apollo, still worshipped by the Anatolians. We currently inhabit the year 1200 BC, approximately 2 centuries after the age of myth has concluded. Those who worshipped you will facilitate your ascendance to Delphi, enabling you to replace the goddess of time, Mnemosyne, and the goddess of justice, Themis, becoming the god of prophecy and law. Over the subsequent millennium, your worshippers will aid you in seizing the divine attributes of light and healing from the family of the sun god, even altering the name of Helios directly to Apollo, in a bid to usurp him as the new sun god. Apollo, do you believe that a millennium hence, the god of light, who embodies the powers of Mnemosyne, Themis, and Helios, bears any relation to you, the plague god born of darkness, wielding a silver bow and golden sword? Truly, you are a deity. You are aware that the Greeks retain your divine name, for their kings proclaim themselves as your descendants, ruling over the Anatolians who worship you. Once Apollo belongs to the Greeks, you, as the god of plague, will no longer suffice for their needs, prompting them to embark on a ludicrous transformation of your persona. Apollo, you are now cognizant of your lamentable future, destined to vanish from history and myth. Even if I were to extinguish you now, you could rest in peace. Could you not?" As he spoke, Loy flapped his wings and soared before Apollo, wielding his divine spear in a thrust toward him. With a resounding clang, Apollo parried the spear's point with his golden sword and unleashed a tempest of pestilential winds toward Loy. "Do not engage in such foolishness," Loy retorted coldly, flinging forth 2 spheres of platinum flames from his wings. The black winds of plague were instantly extinguished by the platinum flames, which then surged toward Apollo's form. Apollo swiftly retreated, wary of the encroaching flames. As Loy pursued him, he declared, "Apollo, the primordial fire possesses a terrifying power that instills fear in both mortals and gods alike. The original fire bestowed upon humanity by Prometheus was, in fact, stolen from the sun god. Thus, the sun's fire from the heavens is the true primordial flame, feared by all. just as a human's bonfire can incinerate a mouse. Before my solar flames, you, the mouse god, will become roasted. Though Apollo could soar through the skies, he was not a sky god with wings, but rather a terrestrial deity traversing the earth. Loi, blessed with the wings of a sky god, possessed a swiftness far surpassing that of Apollo. Just as Loi was about to close the distance, Apollo suddenly descended from the sky to the ground, burrowing beneath the surface. With a muffled thud, Loi's platinum flame struck the snow-covered ground, melting the ice but failing to penetrate and harm Apollo. Even the flames of the sun could not harm the very essence of the Earth Mother, Gaia. Seeing his flames thwarted by the earth, Loi furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "Apollo, by hiding beneath the ground, we cannot determine a victor. Ah, but I can still strike at you from beneath." Apollo replied, as a black arrow shot forth from the ground. With a sharp crack, Loi shattered the black arrow with his spear, his expression darkening. "I have already told you. Your plague arrows cannot harm me. Spare yourself further folly and emerge from the earth. Arrogant foreign god, if you truly wish to slay me, then come into the earth and fight me. Do you take me for a fool? If I were to burrow underground like you, I would lose the advantage of my speed granted by my wings, and the potency of my solar flames would diminish. If you possess true courage, face me on the surface. That would be fair, much like an eagle descending from the heavens to capture a mouse upon the ground." Apollo was evidently not foolish. Even as Loi taunted and humiliated him, he remained steadfastly beneath the earth. As night waned and the dawn's light pierced the sky, Loi, having lost patience in confronting Apollo, turned his gaze toward the palace of Mount Ida. "Apollo, your hiding beneath the earth while facing me is reminiscent of the Trojans cowering behind the walls of Troy against the Greek coalition. Until you muster the bravery to challenge me directly, do not disturb me again." With that, Loi flapped his wings and flew toward the palace. On the walls of Troy, Cassandra observed Loi's departure, finally exhaling in relief. She had stood there the previous night, witnessing the clash between Loi and Apollo, realizing that Loi, as a sky god, could exert dominion over Apollo, the earth god, through their divine attributes. She had not anticipated that he would not only be a mere deity, but also possess formidable power rivaling that of Apollo. Had he been a lesser or intermediate deity, even with attributes that countered Apollo, the latter could have vanquished him with his overwhelming divine strength. Thankfully, Apollo had not recklessly engaged in battle against the sky god that countered him. Chapter 68. Is everything real? The Palace of Ida. As Loi descended from the heavens and landed before the grand entrance of the palace, he was greeted by the awestruck gazes of Brolodamia, Polyxena, and Chryses, who stood behind Thetis, their eyes wide with reverence. "What is the matter with you all?" Thetis approached Loi with the grace of a wife welcoming her triumphant husband, her voice melodic as she spoke. "My dear, mortals are typically unable to behold the divine form, yet they witnessed your confrontation with Apollo, influenced by my divine power. Apollo is the mightiest of deities in this realm. It is inconceivable that he could be bested by you," Polyxena remarked, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "My sister Cassandra was indeed correct. The outcome of our war against the Greeks is determined not by the gods but by you. If you alter your perspective, you could save the city of Troy." As Brolodamia had already begun to suspect Loi as a genuine deity while soaring through the skies in her chariot, she exhibited little surprise at the moment. With all eyes upon him, Loi yawned and declared, "As your master, I command you to keep my battle with Apollo a secret, for I must continue to masquerade as the demigod Achilles. I shall retire to my chamber for rest. Brolodamia, you will serve as my pillow." Thetis responded eagerly, "My dear, I too can attend to your slumber. If you serve me in my sleep, who shall manage the palace and its inhabitants in my stead?" Seeing Thetis's expression fall, Loi gently grasped her exquisite face with his left hand. "You are the only one I can trust. Behave, and I shall allow you to be my human pillow without further nightly visits." At this, Thetis's face lit up with joy, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "My dear, do rest swiftly." In the bedroom, after assuming the proper kneeling position on the bed, Brolodamia watched as Loi rested his head upon her knees, a look of pure contentment enveloping him. Gazing down at his sleeping visage, Brolodamia could not help but inquire, "Master Princess Polyxena and Chryses became your servants before me. Why do you allow me to attend to your sleep?" "Because I trust you more than them," Loi replied with a beaming smile. "To be precise, I have become accustomed to your lap as a pillow." Brolodamia's cheeks flushed with warmth, her heart racing at his words. "Master, you once promised that I would bear your grandchild. Before you sleep, Would you like to engage in some delightful endeavors? For you are a deity more powerful than Apollo, and even if I cannot become your wife, I am willing to devote my entire being to you." Before she could finish her sentence, Broladamia realized that Loy had already succumbed to slumber. It seemed that the previous night's confrontation with Apollo had drained both his body and spirit. Being human, Broladamia held a reverence for the divine, and thus refrained from any inappropriate actions. The struggle against Apollo had not only left Loy exhausted, but had also depleted a significant amount of his divine energy. Consequently, he slept through the day, awakening only the following morning. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Broladamia still maintaining her kneeling position in slumber. Rising from the bed, he gently embraced her slender shoulders, laying her down comfortably. The movement startled Broladamia awake, and she blinked groggily. "Have you awakened? Allow me to serve you sleep now." "That is your master's command." Broladamia closed her eyes again, and Loy turned to depart the chamber. In the palace hall, Thetis occupied the master's seat, commanding the maidens to tidy the courtyard and prepare meals, even instructing Polyxena and Chryses to tend to the divine steeds, Xanthos and Balios. Loy approached Thetis from behind, bending slightly to massage her shoulders while smiling. "You truly embody the essence of the Sea Queen, the most esteemed leader among the 50 sea goddesses. Your aura is undeniably commanding. Would you grant me the honor of becoming your true wife and rightful mistress?" Thetis grasped Loy's left hand with her right. "My dear, with your support, I am confident I can overcome all adversaries." Just as Loy contemplated acquiescing to Thetis's request, the image of Circe suddenly materialized in his mind. If she knew that he intended to make Thetis his wife, Circe would surely weep in sorrow. Realizing this was merely a fictitious quest world, he pondered why he was concerned about Circe's feelings. Had doubts begun to fester within him, questioning the very existence of a system he had never encountered, doubting whether this world was indeed a mere illusion, and whether Thetis and Circe were truly divine beings. Noticing Loy's silence, Thetis smiled gently. "I am sorry," Loy replied, filled with remorse. "To me, this is merely a fabricated quest world. No matter how much you do for me, I shall not fall in love with you, nor desire to take you as my wife." Thetis rose from her seat, her beautiful azure eyes locking onto Loy's. "My dear, do you truly believe I am a figment? That my love for you is insincere?" Loy opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. "It appears your heart is in turmoil," Thetis observed with a sweet, tender smile. Loy's eyes brightened as excitement surged within him. "This is currently the most intriguing endeavor. I must see how Paris responds to the Trojans' accusations and how he navigates the tumultuous relationship between Oenone and Helen." With that, Loy made his way toward Polyxena in the stables. Observing Loy's departing figure, Thetis could not help but quip, "My dear, you merely wish to avoid repeating Paris's fate." Outside the stables, Polyxena and Chryses were feeding the divine steeds, Xanthos and Balios, with specialized fodder. Loy approached Polyxena from behind and spoke directly. Chapter 69. Telling Helen that Paris has a legitimate wife. In the city of Troy, Roy and the Trojan princess Polyxena rode on the noble steed, Scamandrius, arriving unimpeded at the royal palace. Within the grand hall where the Trojan royalty and nobility convened, they found princes, princesses, and their husbands gathered for the meeting. As Polyxena approached the corner where the princesses congregated, Aeneas, one of King Priam's 10 sons-in-law, greeted Roy. "You should come to us, as Polyxena's husband." Aeneas, a member of the royal family who had accompanied Paris to Greece, mistook Roy for Polyxena's spouse upon seeing them arrive on the same horse. Observing Aeneas' misjudgment, King Telephus of Mysia, displeased, interjected, "Aeneas, he is not Polyxena's husband. He is an enemy of Troy, one of the princes of the Greek coalition here to besiege our city, Achilles. After my family became captives of Achilles, King Priam sent Polyxena to take our place as prisoners." Aeneas widened his eyes in disbelief. "If he is our enemy, how dare he come alone to our palace? Because he possesses the immortal body granted by the sea goddess Thetis, our weapons cannot harm him," Telephus replied. Roy, unfazed by Aeneas and Telephus, kept his gaze fixed on the most handsome prince of the Trojan line, Paris. Blessed by Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, Paris grew into a figure of divine allure. His beauty captivated even the daughter of the river god, Oenone, who fell in love with him while he was still a humble shepherd. It was also due to his charm that Helen, despite knowing he could never inherit the throne, willingly forsook her position as Queen of Sparta to elope with him. Of course, Paris was not merely a figure of beauty. He possessed eloquence and wisdom. At that moment, he was surrounded by a group of Trojan princes, seeking to persuade them to support his cause. Leaning against a stone pillar in the hall, Cassandra, adorned in a flowing blue gown cinched with a golden belt, approached Roy. I witnessed your battle with Apollo last night. Noticing the furious glare of her infatuated admirer, Otrynmenus, directed at him, Roy smirked. When I entered the hall, some mistook me for Pollux and his husband. Even if others did not, they likely regarded me as her man. As Pollux and his sister, your approach to your sister's suitor must be quite distressing for your admirer. If you are willing to withdraw from this conflict, I could consider becoming your woman alongside Pollux without the expectation of marriage. Yet, combined, you and your sister do not possess the value to persuade me to cease this war. As soon as Roy finished speaking, King Priam of Troy rose, addressing the assembly with a booming voice. Upon hearing Priam's intent to return Helen to Menelaus, a prince enamored with Helen immediately interjected. After a moment of silence, another prince stepped forward. Observing the nods of agreement from the others, Cassandra anxiously articulated, if we return Helen, while it may not end the war, it could strip the Greek coalition of their justification for attacking us. The war initiated by the Greeks would be deemed unjust, thereby enhancing our hope for victory. Priam could not help but respond when Heracles and his companions, accompanied by 300 soldiers, attacked Troy. Though they waged an unjust war, they still received the favor of the fates. Father, Cassandra, sensing her father's facade of neutrality belied a pro-war stance, felt despair wash over her. She realized she could not convey that showing weakness to the enemy would not bring peace, but rather invite harsher assaults. Only through conflict could they demonstrate to the Greek coalition that they could not breach the walls of Troy, thus paving the way for peace. Once the princes of Troy had expressed their positions, Hector approached Paris, locking eyes with him seriously. Paris, regardless of your reasoning, abducting another's wife is a despicable crime. Now, I ask you, do you truly love Helen? If Paris claimed he did not love Helen, Hector would undoubtedly demand he return her to Menelaus. Quickly grasping Hector's intent, Paris nodded earnestly. Brother Hector, I love Helen, and I am willing to fight the Greeks for her. As the focal point of the meeting, Helen had initially sat with the Trojan princesses. Though I was taken against my will, I have genuinely fallen for Paris. We have celebrated a grand wedding on Crane, witnessed by mortals and gods alike. Paris is my husband, and I implore you not to separate us. Seeing Hector's expression waver, either moved by Helen's tears or her words, Roy seized the moment with a teasing smirk. Helen, are you aware that Paris already has a legitimate wife named Oenone? Although you and Paris have conducted a formal wedding. Until Paris nullifies Oenone's status, you remain merely his concubine, lacking the standing to claim the title of his wife. Chapter 70. The abolition of Oenone's status as the primary wife. When Paris pursued Helen, he certainly did not foolishly reveal that he already had a legitimate wife. Helen, having forsaken the throne of Spartan queen to elope with Paris, had no desire to be a subordinate concubine overshadowed by a primary wife. Thus, before Loy disclosed the truth, Helen remained oblivious not only to her own status as a married woman, but also to the fact that Paris was likewise bound in matrimony. Upon hearing the revelation from Loy, Helen's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned her incredulous gaze toward Paris. Paris, do you truly have a wife? Helen, I love you, Paris declared, enduring the scrutiny of all present in the hall. Oenone is indeed my first wife, but you are the woman I cherish most. From the moment we wed on the island of Crane, you have been my legitimate spouse, relegating Oenone's status to that of a concubine. Oenone had committed no transgressions since their marriage. The moment Paris announced his intention to strip Oenone of her primary wife status, the women in the hall frowned. And even Hector could not refrain from speaking. Paris, you have betrayed your love and marriage to Oenone, and now you seek to revoke her status as your primary wife? Paris retorted defiantly, throughout our years of marriage, Oenone has borne me neither son nor daughter. I suspect she may be incapable of bearing children. Helen has already given her former husband a daughter, proving her fertility. Thus I have justifiable grounds to elevate Helen to the status of my primary wife. If Oenone truly were incapable of bearing children, Paris would indeed possess sufficient justification to revoke her status. Yet, in the original course of fate, Helen, a woman capable of childbearing, had been married to Paris for a decade without bearing him any offspring. It appeared that the inability to conceive did not lie with Oenone, but rather with Paris, the man. Loy observed Paris and Helen with interest, refraining from revealing the truth regarding Paris's potential impotence. Oenone resided in Mount Ida, with little interaction with the royal family of Troy. Now that Paris sought to annul Oenone's status, naturally no one would rise in her defense. Paris's complete betrayal of Oenone for Helen was a testament to the depth of his love for her. Hector sighed, saying, "Paris, since you and Helen are already a loving couple, even if I harbor great discontent toward you, I will not permit you to abandon her. However, you are the spark igniting this impending war. You must fight against the Greeks as I do to atone for your actions." Paris nodded resolutely. "I shall fight with all my might against the Greeks. If we gain the upper hand on the battlefield, when the Greeks seek peace, we can demand they return Aunt Hesione to us." "You underestimate the Greeks," Hector replied with a wry smile, casting a glance at Loy. "As long as the godlike Achilles stands with the Greeks, even the mighty god Apollo cannot aid us in overcoming them." Noticing Paris dismissing Hector's words, Helen spoke up. "Dearest Paris, you may not have heard the legends of Achilles. He is the demigod born of the sea goddess Thetis, endowed with an immortal body by his divine mother at birth, possessing the strength to vanquish all demigods and mortals. When Achilles was 9, the seer Calchas foretold he would be the key to the destruction of Troy. Thus, it follows that only if Achilles withdraws from this war can the Trojans hope to triumph over the Greeks. This demigod named Achilles, already a legendary hero at the tender age of 20, I would very much like to meet him." Paris spoke with a smile, but Hector looked towards Loy and remarked, "Paris, you can meet Achilles right now. He is in this hall, standing with our sister Cassandra." When Tyndareus, the former king of Sparta, chose suitors for Helen, the 9-year-old Achilles was among them. Upon hearing Hector's words, both Paris and Helen turned around. Seeing Loy beside Cassandra, Helen exclaimed in astonishment, "Is he the grown-up Achilles? Was it he who revealed that Paris already had a wife?" Paris glared at Loy with resentment. "Brother Hector, if he is our enemy, why is he in our palace? Has he become Cassandra's husband?" Achilles could indeed be considered their brother-in-law, but he was not Cassandra's man. He belonged to Polyxena. Hector recounted how Priam had exchanged Polyxena for Loy and the family of Telephus. He concluded, "Paris, to ensure Achilles treats Polyxena well, we have given him your palace in Mount Ida. You shall reside in the royal palace henceforth. You have given my palace to Achilles, but where will Oenone reside? He cannot take both my palace and my wife." Although Paris had cuckolded Menelaus, he did not appreciate being cuckolded himself. "Achilles, my palace in Mount Ida now belongs to you, but where shall Oenone live?" "Brother Paris, do not fret," Polyxena hastily interjected. "She can stay in the mountain cottage." With that, Paris turned and strode outside, with Helen closely following behind. Watching their figures, Loy beamed and said, Loy took Polyxena toward the exit of the hall, with Cassandra trailing closely behind. "I wish to accompany you. Once we reach my palace, I intend to make you my maidservant." Upon exiting the hall, Loy first helped Polyxena onto the back of Chrysis's horse, then mounted behind her, finally assisting Cassandra onto the horse so she could sit behind him. Sandwiched between the Trojan princesses, Loy rode away. Meanwhile, Cassandra's devoted admirer, Otrynmenus, stood at the entrance of the hall, glaring at the departing trio before smashing the bronze goblet he held onto the ground. He could only pray that his goddess Cassandra remained a virtuous maiden, not serving Loy during the night. As for abandoning his pursuit of Cassandra, that was simply out of the question. A devotee will always remain a devotee, unwavering in their love for the goddess. Even if the goddess bore another's child, the devotee would willingly step into the role of a surrogate father. Chapter 71. The rift between Paris and Oenone at the foot of Mount Ida, as Paris and Helen arrived in a carriage outside a secluded cabin. Semicanthos also brought along Loy, Cassandra, and Polyxena. "Oenone!" Paris exclaimed, leaping from the carriage and rushing toward the cabin. Upon hearing her husband's call, Oenone swiftly opened the door to greet him. "Paris!" Oenone embraced him as Loy, Cassandra, and Polyxena dismounted from Semicanthos's horse and approached the cabin. "Dearest!" Loy moved to Paris's carriage when suddenly the voice of Thetis echoed from behind. Startled, Loy turned to Thetis, inquiring, "What brings you here?" "I wish to discover your purpose in this place," Thetis replied, first offering Loy a playful smile before turning to Helen. "Indeed, she is the most beautiful among mortals, possessing a beauty that rivals that of the goddesses." Helen's allure was undeniably breathtaking. In her most enchanting moment, Paris felt her beauty could rival that of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. Loy cast a glance at Helen, who stood beside the carriage, then wrapped his arms around Thetis's slender waist, drawing her closer. "No matter how lovely Helen may be, she is still Paris's wife. Moreover, I find you even more beautiful, for your beauty is eternal. And holding you close allows me to truly appreciate your splendor." Thetis blushed and replied, "Helen belongs to Paris, while I belong to you. Should you choose to wed me, you may partake in all my delights." The mention of marriage brought a weary smile to Loy's face as he turned to observe Oenone and Paris. At that moment, Helen, gathering her courage, approached Oenone and Paris, shattering the tender atmosphere between them. "Oenone, sister, I am Helen, Paris's new wife. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," she said, extending a friendly gesture. Oenone looked at Paris with an emotionless expression. "My dear Paris, though you have betrayed our union, I am still willing to forgive you. I must ask, will Helen live with us as your concubine?" Hector's status as the primary heir of Troy was not solely due to his exceptional capabilities, but rather because he was the firstborn of Queen Hecuba. Similarly, Paris was able to represent Priam in Greece because he was the second legitimate son of Queen Hecuba. In the royal palace of Troy, only the palaces belonging to Hector and Paris were constructed beside Priam's palace, symbolizing their respective positions as the first and second heirs to the throne. If Oenone relinquished her status as the primary wife, it would not only signify her submission to Helen but also diminish the inheritance rights of her children. Faced with the expectant gazes of Oenone and Helen, Paris gritted his teeth and declared, "Oenone, I have already conducted a formal wedding with Helen on the island of Crane. Thus she will be my legitimate wife. I hope you can accommodate this, as my concubine." Oenone's eyes widened in disbelief, and then she exclaimed in agitation, "I came here because I know you love me most." Witnessing Oenone's accusation of Helen's disloyalty, which brought tears of distress to Helen's eyes, Paris suppressed his rage and responded, "Yet your beauty pales in comparison to Helen's. She is indeed the most beautiful woman among mortals. Your identity is merely that of a river nymph, while Helen is not only the daughter of the god King Zeus, but also the queen of Sparta. Most importantly, Helen has borne a daughter, proving her fertility, while you have yet to give me a child. What right do you have to claim the position of my primary wife when you cannot bear children? Paris, if you cannot accept Helen as my primary wife, I could divorce you and allow you to become my ex-wife." With a thud, Oenone sank to the ground upon hearing Paris's callous words. Observing the dazed and heart-wrenching expression on Oenone's face, Paris clenched his jaw and pulled Helen toward his carriage. "Paris, will you truly abandon me, your devoted wife? Allow me to share with you a prophecy. When you are struck down by a lethal arrow, only the wife you forsook can save you. If you cast me aside now, when the prophecy comes to pass, do not implore me for salvation. Let Helen, with her beauty, assist you in overcoming the poison. Are you threatening me? I shall remember your prophecy and take measures to ensure it does not come to fruition." Loy glanced at the weeping Oenone before looking at Paris's retreating figure. Paris is blessed by Aphrodite, and both Oenone and Helen genuinely love him. This is an enviable situation where he could embrace both, yet he chooses to sever ties with the one who truly loves him. Reflecting on the original trajectory of fate, where Paris perished and the blessing of the goddess of love faded, Oenone was willing to die for him, while Helen would rather marry his brother Deiphobus to survive. Loy could not help but shake his head. "If I were in his position, I would never abandon the one who sincerely loves me. This is the price of wielding the goddess's blessing." Paris has secured Helen's love through Aphrodite's favor, but in return, he has become madly enamored with her, leading him to forsake the woman who truly loves him. Thetis remarked with a subtle smile, "My dear, you mentioned earlier that you would not betray the one who loves you. I shall strive earnestly to become your foremost wife." Chapter 72. The Trojan War officially commences indeed. The walls of Troy are the most magnificent and formidable fortifications along the western coast of the Asian peninsula. Even if the Greek coalition were to suffer immense casualties, breaching the walls of Troy would remain a daunting challenge. King Priam of Troy began dispatching envoys to contact surrounding allies, beseeching them to join forces with Troy in battle. The Greek coalition's landing on the Asian peninsula was not solely to conquer the city of Troy, but also to subjugate all the city-states along the coast. In response to Troy's plea for aid, the allies promptly sent reinforcements to the plains of Troy, determined to join Troy in vanquishing the Greek forces. During this season of dormancy, Roy resided in the palace on Mount Ida, indulging daily in the company of Thetis, Perseus, Polyxena, and Chryses, living a life so splendid that even the deities would feel envious. As time swiftly passed, spring arrived, melting away the ice and snow. Once the last patch of muddy land on the plains of Troy dried under the sun, the two gates of the city swung open unexpectedly. Hector, the commander, and his deputy Pandarus led thousands of warriors forth from the city, launching an assault on the encampment of the Greek coalition. The supreme commander Agamemnon and the princes of Greece, brimming with arrogance, did not believe that the Trojans would dare to initiate an attack on their camp, leaving them utterly unprepared for the onslaught. As the Greek soldiers readied themselves for battle, Hector and Pandarus had already brought the Trojans to the outskirts of the Greek encampment, which became the battlefield for the ensuing clash. The Trojans attacked the Greeks while setting fire to the tents and barracks surrounding the camp, inflicting significant losses upon the coalition. In the palace on Mount Ida, the sounds of battle echoed through the halls. Roy personally harnessed the divine steeds Xanthus and Balius to his chariot, brandishing his divine spear as he ascended. As the chariot approached the palace gates, Polyxena rushed forward to halt the horses, pleading with Roy from atop the chariot. Deities should not intervene in the wars of mortals. I am willing to devote all that I am to serve you. I implore you, do not become an enemy of Troy. Polyxena, if I wish it, all that you possess already belongs to me, Roy replied with a mocking smile. You are my possession, and to think you could barter your worth for my favor is utterly naive. Achilles, if you are determined to oppose the city of Troy, then let your chariot trample over me, as you wish. Without hesitation, Roy acquiesced to Polyxena's request, pulling the reins as Xanthus and Balius unfurled their white wings, soaring over Polyxena's head. In that instant, Polyxena, resigned to her fate, sank to her knees, her face etched with despair. She could not prevent Roy from becoming an adversary of Troy. Briseis approached Polyxena to offer solace. Princess Polyxena, your brothers are not the only heirs of Troy. You too are an heir. Even if the city were to face destruction and your father and brothers perished in battle, as long as you bear children with my master, the royal bloodline of Troy shall endure. Briseis, I understand your reasoning, Polyxena wept, but I cannot bear to witness my father and brothers slaughtered, nor the fall of Troy. If Achilles withdraws from this war, we Trojans may yet have a glimmer of hope for victory. But that would not serve my master's interests. Briseis replied with a bitter smile. If Troy remains intact, and your father and brothers survive, my master will not ascend as Troy's heir. Only when your father and brothers have perished can my master claim the title of your husband and become the new king of Troy. Roy's involvement in this conflict was not to destroy the royal lineage of Troy, but rather to seize the throne for himself and fulfill Achilles' long-held ambition of shattering the city of Troy. Outside the palace on Mount Ida, Roy's nephew, Mentes, had gathered 500 soldiers. As Roy's chariot descended from the heavens, he pointed his divine spear toward the Greek encampment and addressed his soldiers. My warriors, the coalition can barely withstand the Trojan onslaught. Now, let us rise as saviors and bring hope of victory to the coalition. With that, Roy steered his chariot toward the enemy camp. Mentes, chasing after Roy with the soldiers, could not suppress a wry smile as he called out, My dear uncle, do you intend to join the fray alone? You are not adorned in impenetrable divine armor, nor do you have our protection. Should the enemy launch a surprise attack with arrows as Achilles' nephew, Mentes was aware of the fallacy behind Achilles' legend. His body was not the invulnerable form of a god. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Greek encampment, the valiant Hector led the Trojans in subduing the Greek soldiers before him. Conversely, on the battlefield's other side, great Ajax and Diomedes led the Greeks in overpowering the Trojans. Among the Greeks, the first hero to fall was Palamedes, who had been the first to leap ashore upon the coalition's landing. And now he was the first to meet his demise. The one who killed Palamedes was Priam's son-in-law, Aeneas. After Palamedes' death, Roy's chariot finally arrived on the battlefield. Charging toward Hector, Hector, like a lion, was slaughtering the surrounding Greek soldiers. Upon seeing Roy in the chariot, Hector's expression turned complex. At last, we meet upon the battlefield. I had long hoped that my sister Polyxena would become your wife during the winter, perhaps even bear your child, thus uniting our families. To prevent any inappropriate notions, I have consistently refused her knightly service, and thus she remains an unmarried maiden. Hector, know that I am not your brother-in-law. You may engage me without restraint. With that, Roy leapt from his chariot. He made no attempt to impede the Trojans' retreat, for he had lost interest in vanquishing mortals. Chapter 73, The Invulnerable Cucknows, the Tent of Agamemnon. Just as Roy settled beside the mighty Ajax, Agamemnon fixed a hostile gaze upon him and declared, Noble princes, we should not have suffered defeat in today's battle. The blame lies squarely with one individual. The princes understood Agamemnon's insinuation all too well. Had Loi joined the allied forces on the battlefield from the outset, Hector would never have led the Trojans to even a minor victory. The eyes of the princes turned to Loi as Agamemnon continued, "I refuse." Loi responded without hesitation. "I have no reason to abandon the comforts of my palace on Mount Ida to dwell in this cold, damp tent. What you cannot forsake is the palace of Ida, or perhaps the Trojan princess within." Agamemnon retorted angrily. "But I have long since withdrawn from the alliance," Loi replied, his demeanor unwavering. "Agamemnon, you chastise me for my absence on the battlefield, which you claim led to today's minor loss against the Trojans. As the commander, why did you not rush to the field and lead the Greeks to victory over the Trojans, like Hector?" Loi's inquiries left Agamemnon speechless. The commander of the allied forces remained sheltered in the safety of his tent, rendering him unqualified to reproach Loi. The astute and eloquent Palamedes then rose to speak. "Achilles, though Nestor, older than the grand commander Agamemnon, stands ready to fight alongside us, Agamemnon's station is not that of an ordinary prince. The venerable King Priam of Troy does not personally engage in battle. Thus, it is only fitting that Agamemnon remains here to command us. This war was instigated by Agamemnon and Menelaus, yet he can remain distant from the fray. If you accept this situation, I have no desire to linger here and endure Agamemnon's accusations." With that, Loi departed the tent. As Agamemnon watched Loi's retreating figure, he exclaimed furiously, "I truly suspect that Achilles has become a captive of the Trojan princess Polyxena's affections. He now shuns the thought of battling the Trojans, and may even assist them against us in the future. Enough of this detestable fellow. Let us honor the memory of the unfortunate Patroclus with a funeral." After leaving Agamemnon's tent, Loi found his nephew Mencius and his soldiers gathered by the seaside, receiving provisions transported from Mysia. Upon spotting Loi, Patroclus rushed toward him with joy. "Dear Achilles, how I have missed you." As Patroclus opened his arms for an embrace, Loi brandished his spear. Its blade poised against Patroclus' throat, causing him to halt abruptly. "Achilles, do you truly wish to kill me?" Patroclus exclaimed, his eyes wide with sorrow and despair. "If you now find me repulsive, I would willingly perish at your hands. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to avoid excessive intimacy with men, lest my women suspect my affections lie elsewhere." Patroclus, conversing with Mencius, had learned of Loi's residence in the palace of Ida, surrounded by the beautiful Briseis, Polyxena, and Chryses as his attendants, thus rendering Loi's reasoning quite reasonable. Seeing Patroclus' crestfallen expression, Loi approached him and said, "You are now accompanied by 3 exquisite maidens. Do you still wish for me to marry? Dear Achilles, has our bond come to an end? We have always been childhood friends and distant cousins. Our relationship shall never change." With that, Loi placed his left hand gently on Patroclus' shoulder. "It appears the allied camp is under attack once more." Loi glanced at the encampment and turned to Patroclus. "Patroclus, I must now rush to aid the allies, lest they blame me again." In a clearing outside the allied camp, Agamemnon and the princes were gathered to honor Patroclus when they were suddenly besieged by an unfamiliar army. By the time Agamemnon and the princes reacted, they found themselves encircled by chariots and armed soldiers. Loi arrived on his chariot and beheld Ajax the Greater, Diomedes, Ajax the Lesser, Odysseus, and other heroes uniting to confront a young man of about 20 years. Despite being assailed by numerous heroes, the young man not only held his ground, but also seemed to dominate Ajax and the others with his formidable strength. His might surpassed that of Ajax the Greater, and his hurled spear could pierce a shield crafted from 9 layers of bullhide and bronze with stunning precision. Even Ajax the Greater found himself retreating before the young man's relentless assault. The young man pressed his advantage by forsaking all defense, channeling his entire strength into attacking Ajax and his comrades. "Kuknos! Kuknos! Kuknos!" The assailing army shouted the name of the young man as they closed in on their prey. Agamemnon, hiding among the princes, gazed upon Kuknos, who seemed impervious to weapons, and cried out in despair, "O heavens! Is this the god of war, Ares, incarnate to bring about our destruction?" At that moment, Loi's chariot broke through the encirclement and reached the princes. Upon seeing Loi standing resolutely on his chariot, spear in hand, the princes felt a wave of relief wash over them, as if they had encountered a savior. Ajax and the other heroes ceased their battle with Kuknos. After retreating to Loi's chariot, Ajax, somewhat disheartened, said, "Achilles, Kuknos possesses a divine invulnerability. Do you truly believe you can defeat him?" You ask a most foolish question. Chapter 74. Invulnerable against invulnerability, observing that Roy intended to challenge himself alone and even proposed to strike first. Kuknos revealed a faint smile and remarked, "You reckless youth. Did you not witness my prior battle? I am the son of the local sea god and a nature goddess, possessing a divine body impervious to weapons. Even if you and your comrades were to unite against me, you would still be unable to prevail. Yet, you dare to confront me solo?" He was indeed the son of the great Poseidon, the sea king. No wonder he exuded such formidable power. Roy immediately rolled his eyes and retorted, "While I understand that you Mycenaeans enjoy proclaiming your mighty opponents as descendants of Zeus and Poseidon, even the venerable Apollo, whom the Asians revere, predates Zeus. Yet, you brazenly assert that Apollo is Zeus's son. Do you not find it embarrassing to declare before Kuknos that he is the son of Poseidon worshipped by the Greeks? I find it rather awkward." The Mycenaeans' audacity astonished Roy. It was one thing to diminish deities like Artemis, Apollo, and Ares, who were evidently more ancient than Zeus, to mere children of Zeus, but to extend such disrespect even to non-divine foes was baffling. Upon hearing Roy's words, Agamemnon immediately expressed his discontent. "Achilles, Kuknos' divine strength certainly arises from his lineage as Poseidon's son, just as the terror and authority of Apollo, worshipped by the Asians, stem from his being Zeus's son. When Apollo became a deity of worship in Asia, Zeus, whom you Mycenaeans venerate, had yet to be born. The great Zeus, all-knowing and omnipotent, was entirely non-existent at the world's inception, which he himself created. Hence, it is entirely plausible that during Apollo's birth, the unborn Zeus could father him." "Indeed, you are correct." Roy, disinterested in debating Agamemnon, turned his gaze to Kuknos and declared, "Kuknos, the hero standing before you is none other than the legendary Achilles. If you are familiar with Achilles' tale, cast your spear at me now. Are you the Achilles blessed with a divine body by the sea goddess Thetis?" Kuknos furrowed his brow upon learning Roy's identity. "Achilles, your legend, is a fabrication. Even if you are indeed the son of Thetis, as a demigod, you cannot possess a divine body like mine. You are quite verbose. If you do not strike at me, I shall launch my divine spear at you. You will surely fall to my spear, thereby forfeiting your chance to attack me. Do you invite me to strike you first because you are confident you can slay me? How utterly amusing. You, a demigod, fear not my spear's blade, yet believe your own can vanquish me, a being with a divine body. Let us attack each other simultaneously and see whether it is you or I who meets death." With that, Kuknos raised his spear, aiming it at Roy. As Roy readied his divine spear to target Kuknos, both hurled their weapons at one another. In that instant, Roy did not evade Kuknos' spear, nor did Kuknos raise his shield against Roy's divine spear. With a resonating thud, Kuknos' spear struck Roy's chest and ricocheted away. Meanwhile, Roy's divine spear pierced through Kuknos' heart with a soft hiss. "This is impossible," Kuknos exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief as he gazed at Roy. "Even if you possess a divine body like mine, how could your form withstand my spear while my divine body could not resist yours? Your spear fails to harm me because you possess merely a divine body without the power of a deity. My spear can slay you because I wield a divine force that surpasses that of ordinary deities." Roy approached Kuknos' lifeless form and withdrew his divine spear. Agamemnon, observing the corpse, frowned and remarked, "This fellow was slain by our Achilles with a single blow. It seems he was merely the son of the local sea god, not the great Poseidon." Kuknos ruled over the kingdom of Caronis, north of Mount Ida. His formidable strength posed a subtle threat to Troy's dominance in the region. Thus Troy had not regarded him as an ally and had not invited him to join forces against the Greek coalition. Kuknos had come of his own volition to assist Troy. Following Roy's victory over Kuknos, the soldiers he brought lost their morale and surrendered to the Greek forces. After directing his soldiers to drag Kuknos' corpse away to feed the dogs, Agamemnon turned to Roy, a smile upon his face, and said, "Dear Achilles, you have rendered great service to your commander, and with the death of Caronis, King Kuknos at your hands, I grant you the right to assault the kingdom of Caronis and select your spoils at your leisure." Roy, without hesitation, shook his head. "I have no interest in conquering the kingdom of Caronis. Assign this task to great Ajax." As Agamemnon gazed in contemplation at Roy's departing figure, Calchas approached him and said, "Great Agamemnon, I inquired of the Caronis soldiers and learned that King Kuknos has but one young son who can become our captive." Upon hearing Calchas' words, Agamemnon could not help but respond, Calchas. Achilles' lack of interest in conquering Caronis cannot possibly be because he already knows there are no beautiful princesses awaiting capture there. Can it? As darkness fell, the coalition's princes gathered in Agamemnon's tent to feast and celebrate their 2 victories over the enemy that day. Midway through the banquet, Palamedes suddenly entered, accompanied by Chryses, the high priest of Apollo. Upon his last visit to the coalition camp, Chryses had brought a plague that claimed thousands of lives. Now, upon his return, Agamemnon and the princes recoiled as if confronted by the specter of death, setting down their goblets and meat. Palamedes, seemingly oblivious to the discontent directed at him, wore a radiant smile and announced, King Agamemnon, esteemed princes, the high priest of Apollo, Chryses, brings us a divine oracle. The god Apollo demands we sacrifice 100 head of cattle and have me escort the offerings to the temple of Apollo in Mysia. Apollo would entrust a Greek to escort his offerings? He must truly have faith in you. Agamemnon responded with a chilling smile directed at Palamedes. We Greeks even honor opposing deities. How much more so for Apollo, son of Zeus? As Zeus's earthly representative, I shall certainly not refuse Apollo's oracle. Chapter 75. This war cannot last a decade. The first battle marking the official commencement of the Trojan War saw the Trojans achieve a minor victory through a surprise attack. However, the Trojans have now come to realize that the Greeks are not as formidable as they had imagined. While the Greek coalition has also discerned that the Trojans are not as weak as previously thought, given the considerable numerical advantage of the Greek forces. The Trojans have ceased their proactive assaults once they fortified their defenses against the Greek raids. In the palace of Mount Ida, within the Grand Hall, Loi was enjoying breakfast, attended by Thetis, Blodamia, Polyxena, and Chryses, when his nephew, Menestheus, entered and announced, Uncle Achilles, the commander Agamemnon has sent a messenger, inviting you to an important meeting at the coalition camp. Agamemnon's willingness to set aside his pride to invite Loi signifies the gravity of the gathering. Loi downed his fruit wine in one gulp, rose, and declared, Menestheus, accompany me to the meeting. With that, he exited the hall. As Loi departed, Blodamia could not help but exclaim, O goddess Thetis, we have prepared enough food for our master, yet half remains. I have little interest in your human fare. Let the 3 of you consume the leftovers. At the coalition camp, within Agamemnon's tent, Loi entered with Menestheus to find that all princes, except for Palamedes, had already gathered. Upon Loi's arrival, Agamemnon silenced the murmuring princes and announced loudly, Noble princes, I have summoned you to discuss our strategy for besieging the city of Troy. The battle yesterday has revealed to me that the Trojan soldiers are our equal, and they are protected by the formidable walls forged by Poseidon, the sea god. An assault on Troy would undoubtedly result in catastrophic losses. To mitigate our casualties, I propose that the main force of our coalition besiege Troy, while Achilles and Ajax lead their soldiers to strike the coastal city-states of Asia Minor, thereby eliminating Troy's allies. Deprived of their allies' support and provisions, the Trojans will, at most, withstand this siege for 9 years before they are compelled to confront us in a decisive battle. Our aim is to exhaust the Trojans' resources over 9 years, ultimately defeating them in the 10th year. Thus, this Trojan War shall span a decade. Furrowing his brow in discontent, Loi interjected, Agamemnon, I oppose prolonging this Trojan War for 10 years. As the first to dissent, Agamemnon smirked and jested, Achilles, are you yearning for Deidamia and the son she bore you? I thought you had forgotten your wife and child on Scyros, given the beauty of the Trojan princess by your side. Agamemnon, have you forgotten your greatest adversary, Aegisthus? In the past, you slew Aegisthus' father, Thyestes, and his brother, Tantalus, seizing his sister-in-law, Clytemnestra. If this war drags on for 10 years, do you not fear Aegisthus will take Mycenae from you, claim Clytemnestra, and have your 3 daughters and young son Orestes regard him as their father? Agamemnon's expression shifted drastically as Loi turned to Odysseus and said, Odysseus, you have been married to your wife Penelope for only 3 years. Should this war extend for a decade, do you not worry that another man might take your young, beautiful wife, becoming a father figure to your son Telemachus? With an impassive demeanor, Odysseus replied, Penelope is a devoted wife. I trust she will not betray me. However, my mother's health has been poor, and if the Trojan War lasts 10 years, I may never see her again nor attend her funeral. Hence, I echo Achilles' sentiment. We cannot allow this war to endure for a decade. With Odysseus now his ally, Loi turned to Diomedes, stating, Achilles, how dare you suggest my loyal wife would betray me? If you wish for this Trojan war to last a decade, it is not your wife who would betray you, but rather you who would betray the steadfast love of your wife." Following Loi's words, Diomedes was momentarily speechless before responding with a complex expression. Helen is the queen of Sparta, and Menelaus, as her husband, is the king. Thus, regardless of who Helen's husband may be, any child she bears possesses a claim to the throne of Sparta. Conversely, children conceived by Menelaus with other women do not hold such rights. Upon hearing Diomedes' remarks, although Menelaus hesitated to oppose Agamemnon, he was compelled to rise and speak. Observing the silence of the other princes in agreement with Loi, Agamemnon offered a resigned smile. Agamemnon wisely abandoned his initial plan, and with a smile, Loi remarked, "Commander Agamemnon, your idea of depriving Troy of its allies is indeed sound. While we may not be able to eliminate all of Troy's allies, we can have Ajax destroy the 3 city-states that support Troy the most, thereby serving as a warning to the others." Agamemnon nodded, retorting with irony, "Achilles, you seem to have arranged everything perfectly. Perhaps I should relinquish my command to you." Though Loi was tempted to accept, he knew that if he were to lead the coalition, it would inevitably fracture and spark internal conflict. "The commander is indeed foolish. I have long since withdrawn from the coalition and possess no right to assume your mantle as leader." With a huff, Agamemnon glared at Loi and then addressed the assembly. "Noble princes, let us now discuss the matter concerning Palamedes. He has maintained close ties with the Asian deities, particularly Apollo and his high priest Chryses. I suspect Palamedes may be contemplating treachery against us." Chapter 76. The demise of Palamedes in the era of city-states where deities genuinely existed. The worship of gods was a solemn affair. An Athenian could revere the war god Ares, yet openly displaying such adoration could serve as grounds for his execution. Even though Athena and Ares were both indigenous Greek gods and had not engaged in conflict, at present, the Greek coalition was embroiled in war against the Trojans. Although Agamemnon asserted that Apollo was the son of Zeus, this assertion was far from the truth. Prior to the Greek coalition's conquest of Troy, Apollo was regarded as a hostile deity by the Anatolians. Palamedes' audacity in approaching the enemy's god Apollo and the priest Chryses was indeed a reckless act. Now, Agamemnon accused Palamedes of potential treachery against the coalition, and none of the princes rose to defend him. Observing the pervasive silence, Agamemnon wore a satisfied smile and declared, "Since there are no objections to my accusation, let us deliberate on how to execute the traitor Palamedes." Odysseus, harboring envy towards the clever and eloquent Palamedes, resented his superior wit and oratory, and felt embittered by Palamedes' ability to see through his ruse of madness, forcing him to abandon his wife and son. Now, with a chance for vengeance, Odysseus stood forth and proclaimed, "Great Agamemnon, I can fabricate evidence of Palamedes colluding with King Priam of Troy. However, I demand that all present princes support my accusation." With a grave gaze, Odysseus turned to Loi, sensing that Loi was the most likely to sympathize with Palamedes. Hailing from Euboea, Palamedes was accustomed to the wealth derived from maritime trade and had close ties with the Anatolian peninsula. It was natural for him, as a Euboean, to venerate the deity Apollo, and Loi did not believe Palamedes would betray the coalition. Nevertheless, Palamedes' open affection for Apollo was indeed a perilous folly. Agamemnon's desire to eliminate Palamedes was clear, and Loi had no interest in rescuing him. Exchanging glances with Odysseus, Loi smiled faintly and said, "I have no inclination to squander my valuable time on Palamedes. Thus I shall remain in the palace of Mount Ida during his trial." Once the decision to execute Palamedes was solidified, Agamemnon commanded the maidservants to serve fine wine and roasted meat for a banquet. As Loi and Mentor feasted, the mighty Ajax suddenly expressed his displeasure. "Achilles, are you sending me to attack Troy's allies out of fear that my performance on the battlefield may surpass yours?" Loi rolled his eyes in response. "I have heard of the beautiful and noble Princess Tecmessa in the kingdom of Turtulus, and wish to grant you the opportunity to claim her. If you refuse my generosity, then I shall remain to besiege Troy while you pursue the lovely Tecmessa." At that moment, Loi was surrounded by the esteemed and beautiful Briseis, Polyxena, and Chryses, while Ajax remained solitary. Upon hearing Loi's explanation, Ajax broke into a hearty smile. "The beauty and nobility of Tecmessa is renowned even among you. You cannot claim her. I shall lead my soldiers into battle at dawn." With that, Ajax cast aside his wine cup and strode out. Watching his retreating figure, Loi chuckled, "That oaf is always eager to compete with me. When I battle against the gods, Will he dare to challenge the deities as well? On Mount Olympus, in the temple of Zeus atop the peak, the gods supporting the Greek coalition were also convening a feast to celebrate the commencement of the Trojan War. Zeus, akin to Agamemnon, sat at the head of a resplendent golden table. Facing him were the guardian deities of Athens, Pallas Athena, Sparta, Hera, Pylos, Poseidon, Arcadia, Hermes, and Hephaestus of Lemnos. With a greedy gaze, Zeus addressed the assembly, "O deities, just as the princes of Greece unite under their leader Agamemnon, you too must rally around me. When the Greek coalition conquers Troy, not only will the banished Artemis and Ares bow before me, but even the eastern deities Apollo, Aphrodite, and Leto shall submit." Zeus's demeanor mirrored that of the arrogant Agamemnon, and just as the Greek princes would not challenge Agamemnon's authority, the gods refrained from contradicting Zeus. Just as Zeus reveled in the deity's compliance, his messenger, the winged goddess Iris, fluttered into Zeus's temple, landing in his palm to relay news. Upon hearing her words, Zeus's eyes widened in astonishment. Achilles has persuaded the princes to expedite the conclusion of the Trojan War. In this realm, including Zeus himself, the gods were not omniscient. Upon hearing Zeus's statement, the deities cast their gazes across the vast expanse toward the coalition's camp on the Trojan coast. Realizing that Loi had thwarted Agamemnon's plan to prolong the war for a decade, Pallas Athena immediately rose, declaring, "Now that the Trojan War has truly commenced in its 10th year, we must proceed to the battlefield and prepare to engage the deities supporting the Trojans." Hera echoed Athena's sentiment, and upon their rising, Zeus expressed dissatisfaction. "Athena, do you not acknowledge me, the king of the gods?" Pallas Athena halted, mocking him, just as Agamemnon, who proclaims himself king of kings, does not deign to enter the fray. "You, who call yourself king of the gods, will not join the battle. It is we who shall contend with Apollo and his allies. Why must we seek your permission?" With a darkened expression, Zeus retorted, "Just as Agamemnon's brother Menelaus will clash with the Trojans, my brother Poseidon will battle Apollo. My abstention from this war is due to the fact that Apollo and the others are also part of my family. I must remain neutral between both parties." Upon hearing Zeus's justification, Hera smirked and quipped, "I surmise that Agamemnon's reluctance to engage in battle stems from a similar belief that he is both Greek and Trojan, thus necessitating his neutrality, rather than a concern for his own life." With that, Hera and Pallas Athena departed from Zeus's temple hand in hand. After their exit, Zeus exchanged glances with Poseidon, who then rose with Hermes and Hephaestus to follow suit. Chapter 77. The War of the Deities after the Greeks conquered the coastal city-states of the Anatolian Peninsula. The princes left to govern this land would undoubtedly claim to be the illegitimate offspring of Apollo or to have ancestors who were Apollo's bastards. In order to facilitate their rule over the Anatolian people who worshipped Apollo, if the Trojan War had already concluded, it would matter little whether Palamedes was a close associate of Apollo, such as the high priest Chryses, or proclaimed himself as Apollo's son. However, as the Trojan War was just beginning, Palamedes' actions were not those of foresight and wisdom, but rather the folly of arrogance. While bound and facing execution, Palamedes understood that his death was inevitable, and he could only resign himself to delivering his final words. "Friends, you are about to slay an innocent and learned man, for I have never harbored treacherous thoughts against you. Alas, you will not believe a word I say." As the soldiers hurled stones at Palamedes, Odysseus, the king of Ithaca, personally lifted a massive rock and struck Palamedes upon the head. After Palamedes fell, gazing upon his lifeless body, Odysseus felt a complex swirl of emotions. Uncertain whether his act was motivated by hatred or jealousy, Agamemnon used Palamedes' execution as a warning to the other princes about the fate of traitors, and the following day commanded the coalition to advance upon the city of Troy. At the Scamander River outside the city of Troy, the princes of the coalition arranged their soldiers on the western bank, issuing a challenge to the Trojans. Initially, the Trojans hesitated to abandon the protection of their walls for direct confrontation. However, the deities supporting the Trojans, Apollo, Artemis, Aphrodite, Ares, and Leto, descended, imbuing them with tremendous courage. The Trojan commander Hector and his second-in-command Pandarus rallied their soldiers and assembled on the eastern bank of the Scamander River. As the two armies drew near, the deities supporting the coalition, Pallas Athena, Hera, Poseidon, Hermes, and Hephaestus, faced off against the divine supporters of the Trojans. "Zeus, we finally meet," Apollo remarked, his expression sour as he regarded Poseidon, who wielded a trident. I have heard that the Mycenaeans who worship you now claim I am your son, and that my mother Leto is your sixth wife. Haha. Poseidon replied with a hearty laugh. Apollo, though I am also referred to as the sea Zeus, my identity is that of Poseidon, not your father, Zeus. It is indeed a fact that Zeus is your true father. When the Greek coalition conquers the Trojans, whether you wish it or not, you shall kneel before Zeus as his son, and your mother shall become his sixth wife. Zeus, if you say you are not Zeus, then where is the real Zeus? He sits upon Mount Ida, presiding over the outcome of this war. Ah, I see. Your avatar remains distant from the battlefield, and you choose to confront me as Poseidon. I have already stated, do not mistake me for Zeus simply because I am the sea Zeus. What distinction is there between being considered Zeus or Poseidon? You are two deities united in origin, sharing a bond of mutual glory and downfall. I rebut your claims because you have erred in ignorance. Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades, we are a trinity of divine beings with a common origin. The Anatolians and Greeks engage in frequent maritime trade. Are you truly unaware of the existence of Hades, Zeus of the underworld? I know that my greatest adversary is Zeus, just as the Trojans know their greatest foe is Agamemnon, and that is sufficient. At this juncture, Apollo drew his bow, aiming his plague arrow at Poseidon. Zeus, the war of humanity has commenced. Let our divine conflict begin. With a swift motion, Apollo released the arrow, igniting the war among the deities. The goddess of war and wisdom, Pallas Athena, clashed with the god of war, Ares, while the huntress Artemis aimed her arrows at the queen of the gods, Hera. The dark-robed goddess Leto confronted the messenger of the gods, Hermes, while the fire god Hephaestus engaged in battle with the river god's commander. As no deities clashed with her, the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, descended upon the battlefield to assist the Trojans. The goddess Leto wielded a divine spear, traversing the battlefield without initiating attacks against the Trojans. After all, Leto now possessed formidable power that surpassed Apollo's, making it beneath her dignity to challenge the human heroes among the Trojans. Though Leto had no intention of confronting the Trojans, as she reached the center of the battlefield, Aeneas approached her and spoke. Achilles, I can sense the presence of deities upon this battlefield. Should any of the gods support the Trojans, my spear can wound your invulnerable form. Foolish Aeneas. Leto raised her divine spear. The presence of deities has emboldened you to challenge me. Fate is indeed cruel to you. Should you dare to hurl your spear at me, my divine weapon shall pierce your heart. Your threats do not frighten me. Let us determine our fates with our spears. With that, Aeneas cast his spear at Leto, who in turn launched her divine spear at him. A resounding thud echoed as Aeneas' spear struck Leto, only to be deflected to the ground. In the next moment, Leto's spear pierced Aeneas' raised shield. Just as the divine spear was about to strike Aeneas' body, the goddess Aphrodite appeared at his side, grasping Leto's spear with her right hand, preventing it from harming him. Upon witnessing Aphrodite save the seemingly doomed Aeneas, Leto furiously declared, I was lamenting the lack of worthy opponents to challenge. You have rescued my prey, Aeneas. You shall take his place as my adversary. I am eager to witness the might of you, the Eastern goddess with profound connections to Ishtar, the queen of the Sumerian deities. With that, Leto surged forward, pushing aside the blocking soldiers as she charged toward Aphrodite. Can you see me? Aphrodite furrowed her brow as she observed Leto rushing toward her. Which deity has granted you the insight to perceive the divine? Achilles, son of the sea goddess Thetis, do not be foolish enough to challenge a deity. Your opponent is a fellow mortal. With that, Aphrodite unfurled her white wings of the divine and attempted to ascend from the battlefield. Chapter 78. Capturing the Goddess of Love. Aphrodite. As Aphrodite prepared to ascend into the heavens, Lois swiftly moved beneath her, grasping her right ankle with his left hand, intended to flutter her wings and soar. Aphrodite was taken aback, her eyes widening in shock as her body froze as if turned to stone. In the next instant, Lois pulled downward, causing Aphrodite to tumble to the ground. Once she lay there, disheveled, Lois began to scrutinize the most beautiful goddess among the divine. Her radiant golden hair cascaded messily over her shoulders, a lock of bangs obscuring her brow. Her emerald eyes sparkled like precious gems, and her flawless, delicate features were so exquisite that Lois found himself at a loss for words. As he gazed downward, he was instantly captivated by her enchanting form. A golden belt cinched her white gown, accentuating her slender waist. Below the hem of her dress were her perfect feet, adorned in golden sandals. Truly, She was a goddess whose beauty rendered men unable to gaze directly upon her. Noticing that he was admiring her, Aphrodite too was observing him. Loi pointed the blade of his divine spear at her and declared, "Will you not flee or engage in battle? If not, you shall become my captive." Aphrodite remained silent, her gaze fixed on Loi, seemingly entranced. Meanwhile, as Loi abstained from the conflict, the battle between the Greek coalition and the Trojans reached a stalemate, a situation neither side wished to endure. With the cessation of hostilities, the gods who supported both the Greeks and the Trojans also halted their combat. In the encampment of the coalition, Agamemnon, accompanied by the princes, approached Loi directly. "Achilles, Diomedes claims you have captured a goddess on the battlefield." Before they reached Loi, Agamemnon remarked with a smile, "If you have indeed captured a goddess supporting the Trojans, hasten to reveal her. Let us see if she is Artemis or Aphrodite." Diomedes, "The goddess Athena truly favors you, granting you the ability to perceive the divine." The young Achilles replied, "I merely relay the truths I have witnessed to my comrades." Diomedes, standing beside Agamemnon, spoke with an expressionless face, "Should you be angered, I am willing to offer my apologies." Agamemnon, "Princes, you must understand that mortals cannot perceive deities unless the gods bestow such sight upon them or choose to reveal themselves before mortals. Although I have captured a goddess, I cannot compel her to grant you the sight to see the divine, nor can I command her to appear directly in the coalition's camp for all to behold." No sooner had Loi spoken than a surge of divine power emanated from Aphrodite. He witnessed not only Agamemnon and the princes, but the surrounding soldiers as well, their eyes wide with astonishment, fixated on Aphrodite's presence. Clearly, she had chosen to reveal herself, allowing all within the coalition's encampment to behold her. "I once believed Helen to be the epitome of beauty, yet here stands a woman even more exquisite," Agamemnon breathed, his gaze riveted upon Aphrodite. "Achilles, as the supreme commander of the coalition, I claim all spoils from the battlefield. I demand you present her to me." "No, she is meant for me." The allure of Aphrodite incited Thersites from Calydon to disregard Agamemnon's authority, his eyes gleaming as he declared, "I know she must be the most beautiful goddess, Aphrodite, for she lacks the wildness of the huntress Artemis. My dear nephew Diomedes, you must support me in winning the goddess Aphrodite." Upon hearing Thersites' request, Diomedes scoffed, "Thersites, you aided your kin in usurping the throne of my grandfather Enyeus. Do you truly expect my assistance? Even if you fall in battle, I shall not avenge you." With Thersites leading the charge, other princes began to assert that Aphrodite rightfully belonged to them. Not only the princes, but even common soldiers approached Aphrodite, eager to admire her beauty up close. Witnessing the increasing number of admirers encircling Aphrodite, Loi brandished his divine spear, shielding her behind him and locking eyes with Agamemnon. "I have withdrawn from the coalition, thus the goddess Aphrodite is solely my prize. Any who dare contest me for her, be they Commander Agamemnon, princes, or soldiers, must be prepared to face my spear's wrath." Loi's threat sowed seeds of doubt among the crowd, prompting Thersites to retort with a sneer, "Let us advance together. I do not believe Achilles truly dares to slay us all." With that, Thersites took the lead, followed by others. Just as Loi contemplated how to contend with Agamemnon, the princes and thousands of coalition soldiers, a resounding crash echoed. Aphrodite stamped her foot upon the ground, causing the encampment to tremble as if struck by an earthquake. Once she had quelled the aspirations of those who coveted her, the once delicate and beautiful Aphrodite fixed her crimson eyes upon Agamemnon and the princes, her voice ringing with fury, "Mad mortals, do you wish to desecrate the divine? I am the goddess of love and beauty, Aphrodite, and my divine retribution will lead your wives to betray you, loving other men. This is the consequence of your sacrilege." The weight of the words divine retribution hung heavily in the air, restoring calm among the throng. No matter how beautiful the goddess Aphrodite, only Commander Agamemnon could hope to contend with Loi for her. The thought of incurring the goddess's wrath, resulting in their wives' betrayal, was a fate none wished to endure. Thus, as order returned, the crowd began to withdraw from Aphrodite as though she were a harbinger of plague. Even those unmarried men refrained from offending Aphrodite, fearing they might never win a wife both beautiful and loving. Chapter 79. The golden, bow-wielding goddess of war, Aphrodite at present. Agamemnon is far away on the shores of Troy, while Mycenae is under the rule of his wife, Clytemnestra. Should the wrath of the goddess of love, Aphrodite, cause Clytemnestra to fall for another man, Agamemnon risks losing not only his throne in Mycenae, but also the possibility of defeat in the Trojan War due to turmoil at home. Thus, considering the consequences of offending Aphrodite, even Agamemnon has developed a cautious reverence for her. Yet, Agamemnon, unwilling to relinquish what he cannot possess, does not wish for Laioi to have her either. After a brief hesitation, he beams a radiant smile and states, "We harbor no intentions of disrespecting the beautiful goddess of love. Though you support the Trojans, you remain a deity deserving of human reverence. We merely wish for Achilles to release you, to prevent him from committing an act that would dishonor the goddess." The princes grasped Agamemnon's words and expressed their agreement. Achilles must release the goddess of love. The punishment of the gods is beyond human endurance. When we first landed on the shores of Troy, Apollo's wrath claimed thousands of our soldiers. For the princes, since they cannot have Aphrodite, they certainly do not wish for Laioi to possess her. Moreover, by requesting Laioi to release Aphrodite, they might gain her favor, leading to beautiful love and a fair wife. "Enough of this," Laioi exclaimed, his expression ignited with anger as he felt the renewed pressure from Agamemnon and the princes. "Open your eyes. I neither captured the goddess Aphrodite nor bound her with chains. The goddess has wings. If she wished to flee from me, she could do so at any moment. Since she has not left my side, it is clear she does not require your rescue." With that, Laioi turned to mount his chariot. Witnessing Aphrodite follow him onto the chariot, Agamemnon, the princes, and the soldiers were left astounded, unable to comprehend why Aphrodite had not escaped. As the chariot crossed the Scamander River and approached the foot of Mount Ida, Laioi halted. Addressing Aphrodite, "Descend. Are you casting me off the chariot?" "Indeed," Laioi replied, turning to meet her gem-like azure gaze. "My dear, you are being unreasonable." Aphrodite lamented, akin to a forsaken wife as she fell into Laioi's embrace. Clinging to his waist like a sloth, she called him dear. Laioi, startled and unsure, raised his hands, gazing at the goddess in bewilderment. "What are you doing? Do you not possess the modesty befitting a goddess? In the past, when you challenged Cronus, you proclaimed that my body and soul belong to you. Now, you ask me to feel shame before you? My dear, your demands grow increasingly difficult to satisfy. Do you not see me as Achilles? When I first encountered you, I did indeed mistake you for Achilles. Yet, when captured, I recalled my true memories and now recognize your identity. I see that you have mistaken me for another due to the divine essence within me. No wonder you did not flee or resist when I captured you." Observing Aphrodite in a state akin to Thetis, Laioi sighed in resignation. "Aphrodite, I must honestly inform you that I am not the person you believe me to be." Aphrodite, reading sincerity in Laio's eyes, could not help but furrow her brow. "Have I truly erred?" "You have indeed erred." Laioi grasped her shoulders, gently pushing her away. "You became my captive due to a misunderstanding of my identity. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, please do not cling to me any longer." Aphrodite regarded Laioi with a frown, ultimately sighing, "Since you speak the truth, it seems I have made a mistake." With that, she unfurled her wings and transformed into a stream of white light, soaring into the sky. Once her figure vanished amidst the clouds, Laioi guided his chariot away. At the palace of Mount Ida, Laioi entered the courtyard, where Thetis, accompanied by Briseis, Polyxena, and Chryses, emerged from the hall to greet him, instructing Polyxena and Chryses to tend to the two steeds in the stables. After dismounting, Thetis rushed into Laioi's arms, her voice laced with concern. "My dear, today, two deities supporting the Greek coalition and the Trojans descended upon the battlefield. Were you injured? Do you doubt my strength?" Laioi replied, wrapping his left arm around Thetis's slender waist, a teasing smile gracing his lips. "While I appreciate your concern for me, you should have faith in my abilities. I was mistaken. My dear, let us celebrate your victorious return by sacrificing a bull for a feast." Suddenly, a swift sound pierced the air as a golden arrow, forged from divine power, descended toward Laioi and Thetis. Laioi embraced Thetis to shield her as the arrow struck the ground where they had just stood. Upon lifting his gaze, Laioi beheld Aphrodite soaring above the palace, her once azure eyes now ablaze with fury. Their gazes locked, and Aphrodite furiously questioned Laioi, "My dear, why did you deceive me? You claim I am mistaken, wishing to prevent me from disrupting your world with Thetis?" With that, Aphrodite descended from the sky, landing before Laioi and Thetis, the guardian deities of city-states, tasked with ensuring their domains triumph over enemies, were often endowed with the divine powers of warfare or combat. Aphrodite's golden bow and arrows were not mere symbols of her role as the goddess of love, but evidence of her identity as a goddess of war. As the protector of Cyprus, Aphrodite was not only the goddess of love and beauty, but also the guardian of seafaring, dressed in armor as a warrior goddess. In Cyprus, where she was venerated, statues depicted her clad in battle armor. "Aphrodite, please calm yourself," Lioi urged, sensing her volatile state. "I have not lied to you. This is a fact you have confirmed yourself." Chapter 80. The Queen of the Sea and the Goddess of the Golden Bow. However, should Aphrodite succumb to her rage, not only could the palace of Ida face destruction, but also Briseis, Polyxena, and Chryses might meet a tragic fate at her hands. Observing that Roy was at a loss on how to placate the furious Aphrodite, Thetis leaned closer and whispered into his ear, "My dear, allow me to handle Aphrodite." With that, Thetis approached the goddess of love. As Roy watched Thetis' graceful figure, a glimmer of hope arose within him. In the ancient times when the Mediterranean seamlessly connected with the Black Sea, the Mediterranean was also revered as the Sea of Thetis. As the embodiment of this sea, the ocean goddess Thetis stood as the singular and supreme queen of the Mediterranean world. The people who thrived by the sea venerated Thetis as their ultimate mother goddess, placing her alongside the deities of the sky and the earth. To become the husband of Helen, the Queen of Sparta, conferred the title of King of Sparta. Conversely, to wed Thetis, the Queen of the Sea, meant ascending to the rank of the king among the sea gods. It was precisely because Thetis held this exalted title that the Mycenaeans, in their myths, belittled her to the status of a mere concubine to the mortal hero Peleus, aiming to diminish her divine essence and stature. A goddess of the sea reduced to a mere mistress for mortal men certainly lacked the qualifications to be deemed the Queen of the Sea. As the Queen of the Sea, Thetis might indeed possess the wisdom to persuade Aphrodite. Under Roy's hopeful gaze, Thetis stood before Aphrodite, locking eyes with her and stating, "It has been far too long. Aphrodite, you are mistaken. I am here solely as a mother concerned for her child. Do you take me for a fool?" Aphrodite retorted, her fury intensifying. "I am the goddess of love. Do you think I cannot sense the turmoil of affection within you? You are truly a troublesome one. If you do not heed my warning and depart, I shall strip you of your role as the protector of sailors." Aphrodite, a winged goddess of the sky, shared Roy's inability to swim. Her role as a guardian of seafarers was inherently reliant on the ocean goddess's assistance. "It matters not," Aphrodite scoffed in response to Thetis' threat. "For the sake of being with him, I would not hesitate to relinquish my divine guardianship over sailors. Do you not think it rather arrogant of you to threaten me on land, Thetis? You are the ocean goddess, and I am the sky goddess. If we were to battle on this terrestrial ground, which side do you believe would have the advantage?" Seeing the tension escalate between Thetis and Aphrodite, Roy raised his hand to his forehead in exasperation. "I had expected you to employ the wisdom of the Queen of the Sea to persuade Aphrodite. Yet it appears your exchange consists solely of mutual threats." Before the two goddesses could engage in conflict, Roy stepped between them, saying, "You must not quarrel, let alone fight. You should treat each other as sisters. My dear, step aside quickly. I must teach this arrogant Thetis a lesson for daring to leave the sea," Aphrodite declared, attempting to push Roy away with her arm. In resignation, Roy turned and embraced Aphrodite's slender waist, insisting, "If you continue this nonsense, I shall leave this palace with you and become your adversary." With a playful sigh, Aphrodite melted into Roy's embrace, her face blooming with a sweet blush. "My dear, as long as you hold me, I shall grant your wishes." Noticing Thetis' unmistakable jealousy, Roy hurriedly released Aphrodite, explaining, "Do not misunderstand, Thetis. I merely wish to prevent you both from fighting." "My dear, there is no need for explanation. She is not your legitimate wife," Aphrodite interjected. Taken aback by her words, Roy realized that Thetis was neither his wife nor concubine. Thus he had no reason to feel guilty in her presence. "You are not his wife either, are you?" Thetis rolled her eyes at Aphrodite. "Perhaps we need not quarrel, considering we have far more formidable foes. Are you suggesting we should collaborate?" Aphrodite asked, turning her gaze toward Mount Olympus, her expression growing serious. "Competing with you is certainly preferable to contending with those powerful and ruthless goddesses. I agree to cooperate, especially since my dear wishes for us to coexist as sisters." After reaching a consensus, Thetis and Aphrodite each took hold of Roy's arm, effectively preventing Briseis from approaching him. Roy offered a helpless smile to the forlorn Briseis before being drawn into the hall by the two goddesses. once seated amidst the embrace of the two divine beings. Roy could not help but remark, "Aphrodite, I believe you should focus more on your demigod son, Aeneas, than on me. My dear, do not utter such strange things. My maidenhood has not yet been offered to you." Aphrodite pouted, her adorable face expressing discontent. How could the ancient and sacred me possibly bear a son as feeble as Aeneas? Indeed, Aeneas is far from the typical strength expected of a demigod. Aphrodite is often regarded as a sister to Ishtar, the queen of gods in Sumerian mythology. In Greek mythology, she is the daughter of the mighty sky god Uranus. If Aeneas were truly her demigod son, he should possess strength rivaling that of Achilles. Yet in truth, not only Achilles, but even Ajax, Diomedes, and Hector, all human heroes, far surpassed Aeneas in prowess. In the original course of fate, during the contest for Achilles' corpse, Aeneas, alongside a host of Trojan heroes, besieged Ajax, the guardian of the body. Not only did they fail to defeat him, but Aeneas himself was injured during the assault, underscoring the extent of his weakness. Aeneas, deified as Aphrodite's son and elevated to godhood posthumously, was likely a narrative concocted by the Greeks to promote the tale of Aeneas's journey to the Italian peninsula following the fall of Troy, thereby claiming that Rome was founded by Aeneas and his descendants. This implies that the Romans, who later conquered Greece, were, in fact, the progeny of the Greek goddess Aphrodite. Aphrodite, reduced to a mere tool for boasting, found herself inexplicably endowed with a son. Roy regarded her with sympathy, stating, "Since Aeneas is not your son, it seems his mother is indeed the daughter of King Otrios of Phrygia." "My dear." Aphrodite leaned close to Roy, tracing circles on his shoulder with her finger. "It appears you harbor a misconception about me, believing I cannot bear a powerful son. Perhaps tonight I shall offer you my entire being, to bear the strongest child for you." Thetis, unwilling to concede, interjected, "I am prophesied to bear a child even mightier than his father. If my dear wishes to have children, I should be the first choice." Hearing the two goddesses, Briseis could not help but murmur softly, "Master, you promised my father, Achilles, to return him a grandson." Unfortunately, Briseis lacked the courage to vie for Roy's affections against the two divine beings, her voice too faint to capture his attention. Chapter 81. The contest of goddesses benefits the mortal girl. As night fell, Roy, accompanied by two goddesses and three mortal girls, gathered around the courtyard's bonfire to roast the beef that the maidens had prepared. With his arms wrapped around the slender waists of the two goddesses, savoring the cooked beef they offered him, Roy once again addressed Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, given that the man you love possesses the strength to challenge Cronus, I cannot possibly be him. After all, you must see that my current prowess is inadequate even to defeat Pallas Athena." Reclining in Roy's embrace, Aphrodite rested her head upon his shoulder and responded, "My dear, when we first met, your strength was even weaker than it is now. Why do you deny your identity solely to me? Has your heart been captured by Thetis, and you wish to cast me aside to enjoy a world for two with her? You misunderstand." Roy replied with a wry smile, "I have no objection to Thetis remaining by my side, for she neither supports the Greek coalition nor the Trojans. You, however, are one of the deities who backs the Trojans, and your constant presence beside me makes me fear I may become a target for the wrath of both factions." Although 2/7 of the divine essence of light within him had been unlocked, granting Roy the confidence to confront any deity alone, he certainly did not harbor the delusion that he could triumph against 10 gods from both camps simultaneously. "My dear, you need not worry about the reactions of other deities, for I shall fight alongside you," Aphrodite proclaimed with a confident smile. "Moreover, they will not unite against you simply because we are together. The gods cannot directly intervene in this war. Until the Trojans' most powerful ally, Memnon, is slain by Achilles, the gods supporting the Greek coalition will protect you. The deities backing the Greeks are primarily concerned with safeguarding Achilles," Thetis interjected with a worried expression. "My dear, your demeanor increasingly resembles that of Achilles, and Athena, the goddess of wisdom, may already harbor doubts about your identity. Merely my presence on the battlefield as Aphrodite, a goddess, is sufficient for Athena to question who you truly are. After all, Achilles is but a demigod and cannot perceive the concealed forms of deities." Roy pondered. "Should my identity be revealed, perhaps I could threaten the gods supporting the Greek coalition. If they seek to oppose me, I could assist the Trojans in vanquishing the Greeks, bringing all the Greek deities to their knees before Apollo." Upon hearing Roy's words, Aphrodite could not help but exclaim, "My dear, There is no need for you to collaborate with Apollo. While I would prefer not to share you with more goddesses in times of necessity, you may summon your sisters for a three-way battle, compelling them all to submit to your authority. That may not be necessary. My sole objective is to destroy the city of Troy. Noticing Aphrodite's eagerness for a divine conflict among three pantheons, Thetis did not oppose, leaving Roy feeling somewhat anxious. For Roy was utterly at a loss as to how to summon the sisters Aphrodite spoke of. Should he, like before, simply declare, "The sun rises from the east"? Previously, he had been able to summon the goddess of the sun and the goddess of the moon because he had made an agreement with Circe. As this thought crossed his mind, Roy found himself momentarily stunned. Then, under the astonished gazes of Aphrodite, Thetis, Brotomia, Polyxena, and Chrysis, Roy suddenly raised his right hand and shouted, "The sun rises from the east." In the next instant, nothing occurred. Roy turned to Thetis and Aphrodite with delight, saying, "Did you see that? I did not summon my sisters, which is sufficient proof that I am not that person." Aphrodite cast a sympathetic glance at Roy before directing a dissatisfied look toward Thetis, accusing, "Thetis, did you fill his mind with your seawater to mislead him? How could I possibly do such a thing?" Thetis retorted, her gaze serious as she addressed Roy. "My dear, if you are not that person, then how do you know how to summon them?" "Oops. I had intended to use a failed summoning to prove I am not that individual, but instead, I may have further confirmed my identity," Roy said with a rueful smile. "That is what Circe told me." "Then why would she share such knowledge with you?" "Because, like you, she regards me as that person. My dear, I am the daughter of the great sky god Uranus. One is the queen of the sea, and the other is the goddess of the sun. Could it be that all three of us goddesses would simultaneously mistake your identity?" Roy conceded, "From any perspective, I must be the one in error. Yet I assure you, I am not him, and once my mission is complete, I shall depart from this world. If you are not concerned about casting him in a negative light, I may as well continue this charade." Thetis and Aphrodite could not suppress their laughter. "Ha ha ha. My dear, your words are utterly amusing. Do you wish to don the green hat yourself?" Time passed in playful banter between Roy and the two goddesses. As dinner concluded, Thetis and Aphrodite followed Roy to his bedroom. However, as Thetis entered, Aphrodite interjected, "Thetis, you have monopolized him for long enough. Now it is my turn. My dear has consented to my attendance for the night." Seeing the two goddesses glaring at each other, nearly pressing their foreheads together, Roy expressed his discontent. "You two need not quarrel. Tonight, you shall both sleep in separate rooms." Turning to Brotomia, he continued, "Brotomia, since you have come along, you shall serve as my human-shaped pillow for the night." Surprised and delighted, Brotomia swiftly bypassed Thetis and Aphrodite, following Roy into the bedroom. Left outside, Thetis and Aphrodite exchanged glances before Aphrodite complained, "Had you not competed with me, I would be the one entering now. Clearly, you are the one competing with me." Thetis sighed. "However, we cannot persist in this rivalry, for he does not appreciate girls bickering and fighting before him. Starting tomorrow, let us take turns attending to him." "In truth, we could both attend to him together," Aphrodite suggested, to which Thetis rolled her eyes and replied, "My sense of shame differs from yours." Chapter 82. I shall slay the sea king Poseidon. On the second day of battle between the Greek coalition and the Trojans, both sides agreed to a truce to honor their fallen comrades with cremations. Outside the palace of Mount Ida, after breakfast, Loi accompanied Briseis and Polyxena. Witnessing soldiers from both the Greek coalition and the Trojans gathering wood for the funeral pyres. Given the close proximity of the palace to the city of Troy, Trojan soldiers were cutting trees not far from the palace, led by Hector, Polyxena's brother. As Loi observed the Trojan soldiers, Hector approached the palace. Polyxena, upon seeing her brother, joyfully called out and attempted to rush into his embrace. Loi, extending his left arm, encircled Polyxena's slender waist and pulled her into his embrace, declaring, "You now belong to me. I will not permit you to embrace another man." "But Hector is my full-blooded brother," Polyxena protested, her discontent evident. With a smile, Hector replied, "My dear sister, a girl belongs to her husband once married. Even if Achilles' demands are unreasonable, you ought to heed his words. There is no need to jeopardize your relationship with him for my sake." Hearing Hector's words, Polyxena could not suppress a roll of her eyes. If there existed a chance for her to become Loi's wife, she would have undoubtedly prioritized Loi above all else. However, she now realized, as a mere mortal girl, she lacked the standing to compete with Thetis and Aphrodite. Perhaps the most favorable outcome would be if Loi's interest in her beauty and form led to her acceptance as a concubine. Unable to divulge the truth regarding the deities due to the secrets of humanity, Polyxena could only cast a sorrowful glance at Loi, saying, "Brother Hector, Achilles will not allow me to be his legitimate wife." Hector was well aware that Polyxena faced formidable rivals in Briseis and Chryses. Given the close ties between King Priam of Troy and King Briseis of Lyonassos, as well as the high priest Chryses, Hector refrained from praising his sister while disparaging her competitors. He shifted the conversation to Loi, asking, "Achilles, may we speak privately?" "Certainly." Loi nodded and moved towards a nearby large tree. Hector followed him beneath the tree, directing his gaze towards the soldiers from both the coalition and the Trojans engaged in cutting down trees. Yesterday's battle claimed thousands of lives on both sides, representing countless families mourning their husbands, sons, brothers, and fathers. "Are you saying this to persuade me to halt this war? If your people surrender, the conflict will cease immediately, and no more lives will be lost on either side." Loi replied. "Hector." Hector stepped closer to Loi, grasping his shoulders earnestly. "If the price of peace means that we Trojans become slaves to the Greeks, I would rather endure the war." Loi looked at Hector, saying, "Without me on the battlefield, your Trojans would be evenly matched with the coalition. When your powerful allies, Queen Penthesilea of the Amazons and King Memnon of Ethiopia, arrive to aid you, you will easily vanquish the Greek coalition. But tell me, Hector, what benefit do I derive from withdrawing from this war? After you wed Polyxena, I will grant you the title of heir to the throne of Troy, assisting you in becoming the next king. By protecting Troy, you safeguard your own kingdom." With a smile, Loi responded, "Troy dominates the Anatolian peninsula, and one might say the king of Troy is the king of kings in this region. Alas, once my task is complete, I shall depart from this world, leaving me utterly uninterested in the throne of Troy. Hector, to personally shatter the walls of Troy remains an unwavering ambition of mine. If you wish to spare the Trojans from sacrifice, you could consider relocating them and the riches of Troy elsewhere. Are you suggesting we abandon Troy? Without Troy, we can no longer call ourselves Trojans. Furthermore, without the protection of Troy's walls, we cannot safeguard the Dardanelles trade route. Even if we establish a new city-state, we shall not possess the wealth and strength we currently hold. Achilles, since you understand that the walls of Troy were constructed by Poseidon himself, you must realize they symbolize his authority. To challenge Poseidon's dominion will surely invite his wrath. Hector, you need not concern yourself for me. I have long accepted that I must slay Poseidon before I can breach the walls of Troy." Upon hearing Loi casually declare his intent to slay Poseidon, one of the three great kings, Hector's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Loi. "Divine Achilles, are you truly human like me?" "Of course, I am not like you," Loi retorted, and Hector sighed, his expression grave as he walked back to the Trojan soldiers. After a 7-day truce, Agamemnon, the commander of the Greek coalition, sent envoys to declare war on the Trojans, who accepted the challenge. The following day, as the Greek coalition and Trojans began their conflict along the Scamander River, the deities supporting both sides descended upon the battlefield. However, this time, the gods did not engage in divine combat, but rather assisted the mortal heroes they favored. Loi's keen sight allowed him to perceive the presence of the gods. He saw Pallas Athena standing beside her beloved Diomedes, Hera guarding Spartan king Menelaus, Poseidon protecting King Nestor of Pylos, while Hermes and Hephaestus observed the battlefield from above like mere spectators. Apollo, the guardian deity of the Trojans, accompanied Hector, while Ares protected Aeneas, and Artemis, Leto, and the river god Scamander, like Hermes and Hephaestus, remained as onlookers. Although Pallas Athena stood by Diomedes, her gaze was fixed upon Loi, clearly having sensed his peculiarities. Chapter 83. The huntress, Artemis Lois, unadorned in armor, traversed the battlefield with a divine spear in his right hand, as if he were on a leisurely stroll. Wherever Lois ventured, both Greeks and Trojans parted ways in reverence, akin to the deference one would show a deity, with no deranged Trojan daring to challenge him. The conflict persisted for an hour without Lois claiming a single Trojan life. As he approached the banks of the Scamander River to rest, an arrow suddenly struck him on the head. The arrowhead ricocheted off his cheek and fell to the ground. Turning towards the source of the projectile, Lois beheld Paris in the distance, his left hand raised, clutching a silver bow, his face a picture of panic. Meeting Lois's gaze, Paris hastily explained, "Achilles, I did not aim to slay you, but rather the Greek soldier behind you. You must believe me." Lois, drawing closer to Paris, retorted with a cold laugh. I trust you lack the courage to attack me, yet I harbor the desire to kill you. The true catalyst for the Trojan War lay in the Greeks' ambition to colonize the Anatolian peninsula, yet Paris was undeniably the spark that ignited the conflict. Had Paris not abducted Helen, this war might never have erupted. Now, thousands of soldiers have perished in the Trojan War, and Paris, the instigator, not only lives but enjoys the nightly company of the world's most beautiful woman, Helen. Paris, you are the most despicable sinner in this war. I shall send your soul to the underworld, where you will plead for forgiveness from the thousands of fallen warriors. Realizing Lois's intent to kill, Paris turned and fled toward the city of Troy without hesitation. In a flash, Lois pursued him, brandishing his divine spear and taunting, Paris, your parents bestowed upon you a physique rivaling any hero, yet you resort only to sweet words to beguile women. Allow me to impart a truth upon you. Without sufficient strength, possessing the most beautiful woman in the world only invites your demise. With a resounding clash, just as Lois's spear was about to pierce Paris's back, an arrow descended from the heavens, colliding with the spearhead. Lois halted, vigilant, as the huntress Artemis descended, positioning herself before him. Human, the fates have decreed that Paris shall outlive you. Thus you should not pursue his life like a hound. Lois took in Artemis's beauty up close. Her tall figure, ideal for traversing the forests, was complemented by her long black hair, reminiscent of the night sky, braided and cascading down her back, and her emerald eyes, as lovely as verdant leaves. Clad in a sleeveless black hunting attire resembling bearskin, she wielded a golden bow in her left hand, with a quiver filled with golden arrows slung over her back, and wore boots that appeared to be fashioned from bear paws. Have you gazed enough? Artemis demanded, her anger palpable. Lois shook his head, replying, I fail to discern whether you have fallen madly in love with Paris, akin to Helen, to stand against me for his sake. Achilles, you dare to defile me. Artemis exclaimed, withdrawing an arrow from her quiver, drawing her bow to aim at Lois. Kneel and beg for my forgiveness. You insolent cur. Lois scoffed, disdain evident in his smile. Artemis, you were once a goddess of the Greeks. Now, you ally with the eastern deities like Apollo, Aphrodite, Leto, and the river god Scamander, turning against your homeland. Do you not feel the slightest shame? Or has Zeus and the Mycenaeans' expulsion of your worship from the Peloponnesian Peninsula turned your love for the Greeks into hatred? You wretched creature. Artemis, initially intending to intimidate Lois, found her deepest wounds exposed by his words. Unable to contain her fury any longer, she released her arrow towards him. With a resounding clang, Lois countered, deflecting Artemis's golden arrow with his spear, then remarked, You are quite easily provoked. I have yet to exhaust my insults. He continued, Zeus and the Mycenaeans not only banished your worship from the Peloponnesian Peninsula, but also degraded you to a savage goddess, conflating you with the huntress revered by the Taurians along the Black Sea coast. Artemis, the huntress who should support the Trojans, is not you, but rather the one venerated by the Taurians. Your confusion with her has led you to usurp her role as the deity backing the Trojans. Be silent. Be silent. Be silent. Artemis's eyes widened in fury, her left hand trembling involuntarily around her golden bow. Fixing Lois with a murderous glare, she declared, You are merely a mortal. Yet you dare to insult me so grievously. Though I have been belittled by Zeus, he cannot alter the fact that I am an immortal deity. Achilles, you have committed the unforgivable sin of blaspheming the gods, and now I shall unleash divine retribution upon you. As she spoke, Artemis swiftly knocked arrow after arrow from her quiver, unleashing them upon Lois. Clang, 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 clang. Lois summoned the divine powers of light, entering the realm of swiftness to intercept all of Artemis's golden arrows. After deflecting her final arrow with his spear, he noticed Artemis swinging her golden bow towards him. As he blocked the bow's shaft with his spear, he jested, Artemis, had I not thwarted your arrows, countless innocent mortals would have perished at your hands. I have spared them, and for that, you ought to express your gratitude. Artemis glared at him, fury in her eyes. You possess power that rivals mine. You are indeed not human. If you are merely an impostor masquerading as Achilles, why did Thetis assist you at the port of Olympus? As they grappled with their divine powers, Lois sensed that Artemis's strength was waning in comparison to his own. Artemis, he cautioned, you must control your divine might. Do not let the aftermath of our battle harm these fragile Greeks and Trojans. Even at this moment, you still underestimate me. Artemis unleashed a torrent of divine energy, propelling Lois backward. As he regained his footing, he witnessed Artemis casting her symbolic golden bow and quiver to the ground, raising her hands and fixing him with her furious crimson gaze, gazing into Artemis's fiery red eyes, feeling the swell of her divine power. Lois's expression grew solemn as he murmured. Chapter 84. The Queen of the Gods among the mountains. As the divine power within her surged, Artemis's form began to expand rapidly. A mysterious black bear pelt materializing around her like armor, transforming her into a humanoid bear. Loi gazed up, locking eyes with Artemis, and spoke without a trace of fear. Artemis, before the conclusion of humanity's Bronze Age, you were venerated as the goddess of the Arcadians on the Peloponnesian Peninsula. Your origins lie in humanity's reverence for beasts, and thus your visage embodies the mightiest creature of the forest, the bear. As the most formidable beast of the wild, you were regarded as the sovereign of the mountains, with humanity offering devout prayers to you before seeking sustenance from the wilderness. Eventually, you evolved into a personified deity, elevated to the status of mistress of the forests and the beasts. In your prime, the mountains of Arcadia were your dominion, and the woodland goddesses born from those heights, such as Calypso and Maia, were not only your sisters but also your subordinates, with you reigning as the queen surrounded by the gods. But now, cease your lamentations. The foreign god Zeus, hailing from Cronus, Crete, has subjugated the region of Argos and launched an invasion upon your Arcadian realm. King Lycaon of Arcadia, for his refusal to acknowledge Zeus, has been denigrated to a sinner, defiling Zeus with human flesh, while his beautiful daughter Callisto has been compelled to become Zeus's lover. In the myths crafted by humanity, the conquest of Arcadia by the Mycenaeans is portrayed as Zeus and Poseidon collaborating to annihilate humankind's Bronze Age. Following the end of this era, Hermes, who willingly submitted to Zeus, became his first son, supplanting you, the fallen queen, as the new guardian of Arcadia. You, as the queen, have been cast out of your homeland like a lost dog, while your many subordinate deities, including Calypso, have been exiled to the island of Ogygia, with Maia becoming Zeus's lover and the mother of Hermes, while other woodland goddesses have been treated as spoils by the victors. Witnessing Artemis now transformed into a towering giantess, her hands morphed into bear claws draped in the black pelt, Loi smirked mockingly. Artemis, once the queen of the gods who roamed the mountains of Arcadia, stripped of your crown, you are left with naught but the title of goddess of the hunt bestowed upon you by humanity. Your plight is so pitiable that I cannot help but feel sympathy for you. Is this your final utterance? Regardless of your true identity, whether human or divine, your time has come to an end. A cruel smile spread across Artemis's face as she raised her enormous right foot to stomp down upon Loi. Given her colossal form, her foot would undoubtedly claim the lives of the allied soldiers surrounding Loi. Just as Loi summoned divine power to transform into a giant to counter Artemis's descending foot, a resounding crash echoed. Aphrodite, descending onto the battlefield in her own colossal form, unleashed her right fist upon Artemis's shoulder. Artemis staggered back 2 steps, her crimson eyes narrowing in fury as she glared at Aphrodite. Aphrodite, how dare you assist the Greeks against us? You are mistaken. Aphrodite defended Loi, her expression grave as she addressed Artemis. I stand neither with the Trojans nor the Greek alliance. I am solely aligned with my dear one. You shameless goddess, have you been taken by Achilles, making him your husband? I am eager to offer him my heart and soul, to cast off the title of maiden goddess, but alas, a troublesome goddess stands in my way. If you wish to protect him, then I shall eliminate you both. With that, Artemis bellowed, swinging her massive bear claw to strike at Aphrodite. Aphrodite raised her golden bow to parry the blow. A thunderous clash resounded as the bow's frame met the bear claw. Yet Artemis's formidable power forced Aphrodite to stagger back 3 steps. Your strength is indeed formidable, mighty bear. It seems I must reveal my true prowess. Lowering her gaze to Loi on the ground, Aphrodite lifted her golden bow as if it were a spear. In the next moment, dark divine energy erupted from her, enveloping her entirely. In an instant, her radiant golden hair transformed into long, pitch-black tresses, her azure eyes shifting to blood-red orbs, and her golden bow morphed into a black divine spear. Now a goddess with black hair and red eyes, wielding a spear, Aphrodite aimed the spear's blade at Artemis, declaring, Artemis, unlike you, the huntress of the forest, I am a goddess forged in the crucible of battle. Allow me to teach you, the arrogant bear woman. A lesson with the skills of a warrior. You foolish goddess. The bear reigns as the mightiest beast of the forest because humanity possesses weapons. Alone, they cannot conquer a bear, just as you cannot triumph over me. Artemis, are you referencing an era long past, when humanity couldn't wield weapons against bears? Now fully armed, a solitary human warrior can slay a bear or hunt a lion. As Aphrodite spoke, she lunged forward, thrusting her black spear toward Artemis's form. Artemis retaliated, swiping her bare claw to strike the spear, then countering with her other claw aimed at Aphrodite. The battlefield trembled violently as the two goddesses clashed, their movements creating seismic disturbances. Though the Greek and Trojan warriors could not perceive the forms of the deities, they sensed the fierce manifestations of divine conflict erupting around them. Loi stood by the banks of the Scamander River, watching the divine battle ignited between Aphrodite and Artemis on his behalf, and could not help but remark, the goddess Queen Ishtar of Sumerian mythology and the fallen goddess Artemis. This confrontation seems evenly matched. That they would engage in divine warfare over you is a testament to your sinful nature. Suddenly, a familiar feminine voice chimed in from behind him. Turning around, Loi beheld a stunning goddess with golden curls cascading to her waist, her eyes sparkling like rubies, holding a golden spear in her right hand. It has been far too long, my dear fiancée Hermione. Loi instinctively greeted her, but the goddess frowned, saying, you truly are a pervert. Hermione is still an infant in swaddling clothes. Yet you consider her your fiancée. Awkwardly chuckling at the goddess's reproach, Loi replied, I had forgotten. Hermione has yet to become your avatar, so I should address you as Goddess Hera. Chapter 85. The goddess of the crown and the supreme goddess. The divine figure before him was not a gentle and obedient fiancée, but rather Hera, the goddess of the crown, who could rival Pallas Athena as the most powerful goddess and compete with Aphrodite for the title of the most beautiful goddess. Loi cautiously locked eyes with Hera's crimson orbs and spoke, beautiful goddess Hera, have you come to seek me out because my earlier humiliation of Artemis has angered you? After all, both you and Artemis are deities of the Peloponnese, so it is only natural for you to empathize with her plight. Hence the temple dedicated to Artemis within your domain. Unfortunately, in the myths concocted by mortals, Zeus, who seeks to annihilate Artemis, is portrayed as her benevolent father, while you, the true benefactor of Artemis, are depicted as a malicious goddess who torments her. I have no interest in Artemis, Hera replied coolly. Are you human or divine? Both Thetis and Aphrodite have displayed unusual behaviors after encountering you, actions that are uncharacteristic of them. Reveal your secrets at once. Should I refuse, will you resort to patricide? There is no need for me to dirty my hands, Hera said with a mocking smile. Immediately, Pallas Athena descended beside Hera like a summoned beast, her beautiful azure eyes scrutinizing Loi. Observing the two goddesses standing together, Loi managed a strained smile. Since the cities of Sparta and Athens have not been conquered by Mycenae, as their guardian deities, both of you possess the strength to confront Zeus directly. The death of King Eurystheus of Mycenae 20 years ago has rendered Athens the mightiest city-state in Greece, with Pallas Athena's divine authority surpassing even that of Zeus himself, forcing the combined might of Zeus and Poseidon to unite in order to restrain the overly formidable Pallas Athena. The grandson of King Pelops of Elis, Agamemnon, has become the king of Mycenae, consolidating the regions protected by Zeus and Poseidon, thereby repressing the Athenian kingdom once more. However, should the two of you join forces, even Zeus and Poseidon combined would stand no chance against you. There is no need for you to unite against me. The one you should fear is only Pallas. Hera concluded. At once, Loi turned to Pallas Athena with an expression of astonishment. To think that the great Pallas Athena, who defeated Zeus 20 years ago, has now become Hera's enforcer, conceding that she is the queen of the gods above you? What a pitiful provocation. Pallas Athena retorted with an impassive sneer. Hera and I are equals, friends whose bond you cannot sever. You are equals? Loi glanced at Hera, then at Pallas Athena, shaking his head. Athens has yet to unleash its full potential in this war. Once the Trojan War concludes, Athens will remain the strongest city-state in Greece, and Pallas Athena will still be the supreme goddess. However, Sparta may face decline, providing Mycenae with the opportunity to assimilate it. Subsequently, the beautiful goddess Hera will be compelled to become Zeus's seventh wife, as after the fall of Troy to the Greek coalition, Leto, mother of Apollo, will become Zeus's sixth wife. Upon hearing Loi's foreboding predictions, Hera turned to Pallas Athena, her expression grave. Pallas, The current ruler of Athens is Menestheus, a descendant of Pandion I, while the Athenian royalty participating in the Trojan War are the sons of Theseus, Acamas, and Demophon, who are descendants of the usurper Pandion II. As a pretender to the Athenian throne, the lineage of this false king cannot represent the Athenian royal family. You ought to compel the Athenian kingdom to dispatch more ships and soldiers to the Trojan War. Without hesitation, Pallas Athena rejected the notion. I harbor no interest in ruling Asia Minor. Hence the Athenian kingdom shall not send additional ships or soldiers. Menestheus' kin cannot represent the Athenian prince in this war. Are you truly intent on conserving your strength in this conflict? Hera questioned. Do not fall prey to his clumsy provocation. Are you more concerned about me being swayed by his words, or about me uncovering the truth of your strength conservation? Loi interjected, unable to resist a jest. The camaraderie among you goddesses is indeed superficial. When your interests are at stake, you swiftly turn against one another. Is this all you're doing? Pallas Athena glared at Loi in anger. Hera, we should first deal with him before discussing the Athenian kingdom's strategy in this war. With that, Pallas Athena distanced herself from Hera, brandishing her spear as she lunged at Loi. A resounding clash echoed as Loi's divine spear met Pallas Athena's. Surprised to see Loi withstand her divine power, Pallas Athena widened her eyes. You are indeed a deity, and your power rivals that of Apollo. My strength surpasses that of Apollo, Loi proclaimed. My divine nature counters his abilities. At this level, you are still unfit to challenge me. With that, Pallas Athena unleashed an even greater surge of divine energy, causing Loi to falter amidst the confrontation. Witnessing Loi's retreat under Pallas Athena's relentless assault, Hera murmured darkly, Athena, you truly embody the wisdom of a goddess. Every time I summon you, you come forth to heed my commands, all to deceive me? Deep down, you have always mocked me as a foolish goddess who knows only how to fight. Have I not spoken the truth? Meanwhile, on the plains of Troy, the battle between Artemis and Aphrodite raged on, while Loi and Pallas Athena ignited yet another confrontation. The gods supporting the Trojans, Apollo, Ares, Leto, and Scamander, observed from the skies, showing no inclination to engage in the fray. In the air above the coalition's camp, Hephaestus approached Poseidon. Great Father God, you once stated that after conquering Asia Minor, the beautiful goddess Aphrodite would become my wife. Should I now assist her to gain her favor? Poseidon turned to him, displeasure etched upon his face. Though 20 years ago Athena vanquished Zeus, and I have since merged with him to suppress Athena, it is not incorrect to view me as Zeus. But I would prefer you to regard me as Poseidon, my foolish son. Then, Poseidon gazed at the battling Artemis and Aphrodite. Your desire to aid Aphrodite for her favor is your own decision to make, and does not require my consent. Chapter 86. The crowned goddess becomes the fiancée after the Argonaut heroes conquered the island of Lemnos, guarded by the fire god Hephaestus. Hephaestus had been serving as Zeus's somewhat unacknowledged son for decades, gaining a profound understanding of his father's character. Poseidon offered no opposition, signaling his tacit approval of Hephaestus's actions. Thus, Hephaestus soared towards the battling Aphrodite and Artemis, proclaiming loudly, Beautiful goddess Aphrodite, I come to aid you in vanquishing Artemis. Observing Hephaestus's approach, Apollo immediately instructed Ares beside him, Ares, go assist Artemis. Are you commanding me? Ares retorted angrily, glaring at Apollo. Apollo, Artemis and I support the Trojans because the detestable Zeus not only exiled us from our homeland, but has also degraded us to the status of barbaric deities worshipped by savages. We are not your subordinate gods. Defy me again, and my spear shall pierce your flesh. With that, Ares propelled his chariot towards Hephaestus. As Hephaestus reached Aphrodite and Artemis, conjuring dozens of fireballs the size of grinding stones, he prepared to unleash them upon Artemis. Suddenly, Ares' chariot barreled in front of him, blocking his path. Gazing at the armored god of war, Ares, Hephaestus spoke gravely, Dear Ares, when the Greeks seize Troy, just as the women of Troy will become spoils for the victors, the goddesses who support the Trojans shall also be distributed as prizes among the male gods who favor the Greeks. Apollo's mother, Leto, shall become the sixth wife of the great father god Zeus, while the headstrong Artemis will become the dutiful daughter of Zeus. As a reward for my allegiance to Father Zeus, the enchanting goddess Aphrodite shall become my wife. I am destined to be Aphrodite's future husband and thus possess the right to intervene in her battle with Artemis. Please do not hinder me. Ares pointed his spear at Hephaestus, declaring, Hephaestus, Zeus, who banished me from my homeland, is the deity I despise most. As his son, you are my enemy. With that cold remark, Ares launched an attack on Hephaestus. Hephaestus immediately countered with fireballs directed at Ares, striving to keep him at bay. Since Zeus commands the other deities as the leader of the alliance, I too can command the gods of our faction, Apollo asserted. Leto approached him, saying, My child, just as Agamemnon, the supreme commander of the Greek coalition, cannot command the formidable Achilles, the self-proclaimed king of gods, Zeus, cannot command Pallas Athena, who defeated him 20 years ago. You aspire to overshadow the gods like Zeus, but unless you can win this Trojan War and defeat the gods supporting the Greek alliance, it is an impossible endeavor. Apollo fell silent, unable to refute his mother's words. On the plains of Troy, the clash between Aphrodite and Artemis remained evenly matched. With no clear victor in sight, Leto found herself gradually overwhelmed by Pallas Athena's fierce onslaught, perhaps incited by her earlier provocation against Hera regarding Pallas Athena. Leto was struggling to withstand Athena's combat prowess, magnified by their significant disparity in divine power. With a resounding clash, their divine spears collided once more, causing Leto to tremble, her grip on her spear faltering. Yet, Pallas Athena pressed on, driving her spear towards Leto's heart. Just as Athena's spear was poised to pierce Leto's chest, Hera suddenly appeared beside her with divine swiftness, blocking Athena's spear with her own. Athena, Achilles must not perish. We gods cannot directly interfere in mortal wars. Only with Achilles' involvement can we minimize the losses of the coalition. Are you attempting to preserve Sparta's strength by using Achilles? I intend to have Hermione wed Achilles' son Neoptolemus, making him the new king of Sparta. Do you mean to abandon me, your good sister, and ally with Achilles? While your ally Zeus's Mycenae wages war against my Sparta, will your Athens lend me its utmost support? The great goddess Pallas Athena, in her quest to preserve her power, would merely watch as Hera became the seventh wife of Zeus. I have never relied on so-called allies to safeguard Athens. Hence, I do not expect anyone to foolishly place their hopes of protection upon me. Then, Pallas Athena fixed her icy gaze upon Leto, stating, Achilles, both Hera and I could easily end your life. However, we intend to use you to defeat the Trojans, so you may continue to live. With that, Pallas Athena soared towards Mount Olympus. As Leto watched Pallas Athena depart, she approached Hera, saying, I did not expect you to save me. You truly are my beloved fiancée. After saying this, Leto's legs weakened, and she leaned against Hera's back. Seeing Hera's expression darken, Leto hastily wrapped her left arm around Hera's slender waist to restrain her hands. Once Hera's beautiful right arm was grasped by Leto, her eyes widened, and her body trembled. Relaxing from its previously tense state, Hera, held in Leto's embrace, made no attempt to resist, and Leto, feeling somewhat guilty, said, Goddess Hera, my recent battle with Pallas Athena has left me somewhat drained, which is why I accidentally leaned against you. Thankfully, you are not angry. I shall now withdraw from your presence. Yet, Hera grasped Leto's left hand, firmly securing it at her waist, declaring, I am your fiancé. It is my duty to care for my ailing betrothed. You may continue to rest upon me. Upon hearing Hera's words, Leto's eyes widened in panic. Beautiful goddess Hera, I have a fiancé whose appearance closely resembles yours, which is why I instinctively treat you as my betrothed. I sincerely apologize for the impropriety. Please do not tease me in this manner. I am quite serious, Hera replied with a sweet smile. The union of Hermione and Neoptolemus was my original intention. However, I now believe that Sparta should be united with you. You wish for me to slay Helene's first husband Menelaus and her second husband Paris, then marry the widow Helen? But I do not wish to become Helen's third husband. What I mean is, as a virgin goddess, I shall wed you. Hera turned in Leto's embrace, meeting his gaze with her radiant, crimson eyes. My dear betrothed, you now have the most beautiful and powerful goddess as your fiancée. Do not engage in infidelity that would incite my ire. Chapter 87. The Hunt and the Moon Goddess Bendis. Though the city of Sparta currently enjoys an alliance with Mycenae, it harbors no desire to be consumed by it. In the original course of fate, Sparta was destined to form a union with Neoptolemus. However, despite possessing only half the number of soldiers as Mycenae, Neoptolemus was still inferior to Sparta in strength. Thus, he was obliged to take on a subordinate role akin to Menelaus. Unable to reverse the situation and annex Sparta, Hera sought to unite with Sparta. a notion that did not astonish Loy. The idea of the guardian goddess of the Spartan region wishing to marry him was, however, incomprehensible to him. After all, Zeus had long coveted Hera, and she had no reason to forsake the might of Zeus in favor of him. Most significantly, should Hera, the formidable queen goddess, become his fiancée, he would undoubtedly lose the tender and yielding service of Thetis and Aphrodite. After exchanging glances with Hera, whose gaze resembled that of a hunter fixated on its prey, Loy hesitated and spoke. "Goddess Hera, you surely mistake me for other men." Hera shook her head resolutely. "I do not regard you as anyone else. The one destined to be my husband is none other than you who stands before me." Upon witnessing the earnest expression adorning Hera's exquisitely beautiful face, Loy could not help but murmur. Could this be a serendipitous occurrence born from my prophecy that Sparta shall be devoured by Mycenae, instilling a profound sense of crisis within Hera? Given that Hera's avatar, Hermione, had once been his fiancée, Loy felt little resistance to the idea of Hera once again becoming his betrothed. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his concerns. "Hera, after becoming your fiancée, may I still be with other goddesses?" "Certainly not," Hera replied without hesitation. "Just as I belong solely to you, you too shall belong only to me. Should anyone dare to contest my claim on you, I shall ensure they receive an unforgettable lesson. O goddess Hera, once I fulfill my long-held desire to bring down the city of Troy, I shall depart from this world. Thus, I cannot marry you. Let the union be realized between Princess Hermione and Neoptolemus. If you wish to remedy the regret of our unattainable marriage, you may transform into Hermione and wed Neoptolemus." "You dare to reject me?" Hera exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Has the shameless Aphrodite, with her love arrows, stolen your heart? I shall slay her this instant to free you from her influence." With that, Hera detached herself from Loy's embrace and brandished her divine spear, aiming at Aphrodite, who was engaged in battle. Despite Aphrodite's efforts, she stood little chance against Hera. At that moment, she was preoccupied with her skirmish against Artemis, leaving her vulnerable to Hera's impending assault. Realizing that Hera was intent on slaying Aphrodite, Loy acted swiftly, wrapping his arms around Hera from behind. "Put down your spear. My refusal to marry you has nothing to do with Aphrodite. Then why do you refuse to marry me?" "Because I do not wish to be bound to you." As Loy silently lamented this inwardly, Hera's demeanor softened into a sweet smile. Just as Loy hesitated on how to reject Hera, a silver arrow suddenly soared from the northern sky, aimed at Artemis, who bore the form of a bear. As the arrow threatened to strike her, Artemis retreated, distancing herself from Aphrodite, and deftly swatted the projectile away with her shimmering metallic claws. "Who dares?" Artemis bellowed in fury after deflecting the arrow. "Who is the scoundrel attempting to ambush me? Your words are quite excessive." A goddess clad in a huntress's attire, bow in hand, descended gracefully beside Aphrodite and Artemis. "It is only natural for a hunter to slay their prey. How can you deem me a scoundrel?" The arrival of the bow-wielding goddess captured the attention of all the deities present, even causing Ares and Hephaestus to cease their conflict and regard the newly arrived goddess with intrigue. Maintaining her human form, the goddess faced the collective gaze of the gods with a natural and poised smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bendis, the hunting goddess of Thrace. I have no intention of involving myself in your conflict. I have come here solely for the pursuit of wild beasts." "How laughable," Artemis scoffed, looking down at Bendis with disdain. "You, a barbarian goddess worshipped by savages, dare claim to hunt me? To call yourself a hunting goddess in my presence is an unforgivable sin." "You label me as a barbarian goddess worshipped by savages," Bendis replied with a smile, unfazed by Artemis's derision. "I have heard that you were not only cast out from your homeland by Zeus, but also relegated to the status of a barbarian goddess, which you consider a great disgrace. It appears that you have no qualms about viewing others as savages and their deities as barbaric gods. Artemis, you merely object to being perceived as a barbarian goddess yourself. For I am not a barbarian goddess. I am a deity of Greek origin, a pan-Hellenic goddess revered throughout Greece." As Artemis raised her immense bare paw to stomp on Bendis, she declared, "Bendis, you are but a tribal deity worshipped by the Thracians. I shall demonstrate to you the vast chasm of power that separates a mere lesser god like you from a chief deity who governs an entire region." As it seemed Bendis would soon be trampled beneath Artemis's foot, Aphrodite brandished her spear, interjecting, "Artemis, your opponent is me. Do not concern yourself with this intruding little one." Before the towering figures of Artemis and Aphrodite, Bindis appeared a trivial being indeed. Was it possible that the hunting goddess Bindis is the true hunting goddess revered by the Taurians? In the original course of fate, Athena had instructed Orestes to bring both Iphigenia and the hunting goddess's image to Athens, corresponding to the historical belief in Bindis, which would be introduced to Athens from Thrace some 700 years later. Yet, the name Bindis originates from the moon goddess of Asia Minor. If the hunting goddess of Thrace has indeed merged with the moon goddess Bindis, her identity would encompass both hunting and the moon. In historical reality, Artemis became conflated with the hunting and moon goddess Bindis, leading to her identification as the moon goddess Artemis, who stands in opposition to Apollo, who seeks dominion over Helios, the sun god. Chapter 88. I can defeat Zeus and Poseidon. The huntress goddess Bindis, a mere deity of the Thracian tribes, stood in stark contrast to Artemis, who once reigned supreme over the entirety of Arcadia. Under normal circumstances, Bindis lacked the qualifications to challenge Artemis and could inflict no genuine harm upon her. However, amidst the fierce battle between Aphrodite and Artemis, Bindis's assault became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The confrontation between Aphrodite and Artemis, which had been evenly matched, began to tilt as Bindis's arrows found their mark, revealing more and more vulnerabilities in Artemis's defense. Aphrodite seized these openings without hesitation, inflicting increasingly grievous wounds upon the bear-shaped form of Artemis with her spear. At last, Artemis, overwhelmed by the onslaught from both Aphrodite and Bindis, fell to the ground, her expression one of bitter disbelief. Aphrodite, you are truly despicable, using Bindis to hinder me and secure your victory. Are you truly a fool? Aphrodite, sitting atop Artemis, replied, we are not engaged in a duel. We are embroiled in the chaos of battle. When circumstances favor me, it is only natural that I seize the opportunity to triumph. Even without Bindis's interference, the outcome of this conflict would have been my victory. You have been cast out from your homeland, while I remain the guardian goddess of Cyprus. Your divine power cannot sustain you in prolonged combat. Fuming, Artemis clenched her teeth, refraining from countering Aphrodite's assertions. As the two goddesses' battle reached its conclusion, Apollo flew to their side and proclaimed, Aphrodite, allow Artemis her freedom. We are deities of the same faction. Henceforth, let there be no further conflict between you two. Upon hearing Apollo's words, Aphrodite responded with an expressionless countenance, Apollo, we are both deities of Asia Minor, and I came to your aid. Even if your divine might surpasses mine, I am your equal ally, not a subordinate bound to obey your commands. I once felt some shame for betraying you allies, but now I can unreservedly declare that I no longer belong to your faction. Ares immediately flew to Apollo's side, questioning with discontent, Aphrodite, do you intend to disgrace yourself like the shameful Hephaestus, aligning with the gods of Greece? They have long regarded you as spoils of war, intending to wed you to the unsightly Hephaestus. If you are willing to accept marriage, you would be better off with me, Ares, the god of war. Aphrodite scoffed derisively at Ares. You, a banished dog from your homeland, dare to aspire to be my consort? I hold no interest in the ugly and feeble Hephaestus, nor in you, the war god who has lost his footing, for my heart and soul have already been pledged to a mightier man than either of you. When Leto stood beside Hera, the assembled gods remained oblivious to any irregularities. It was only when Aphrodite approached Leto that they suddenly realized the emergence of a third faction among the gods, distinct from the supporters of the Greek coalition and those of the Trojans. Hera, looking gravely at Poseidon, exclaimed, are you commanding me? Hera shot a frigid glare at Poseidon, retorting, Zeus, do not presume that your unification with Poseidon will compel my submission. 20 years ago, Pallas Athena defeated Zeus, and now there exists another who can vanquish Zeus Poseidon. With that, Hera's gaze shifted to Leto. After the merging of the faiths in Zeus and Poseidon, even Pallas Athena, who had once bested Zeus, would not boast of her ability to overcome the current Zeus Poseidon, as Hera indicated that Leto could defeat the combined might of Zeus and Poseidon. The eyes of all the gods turned to Leto, with Pallas Athena sporting a bemused smile, remarking, how intriguing. He cannot even defeat me. How then shall he conquer the present Zeus? Even if you and he unite, you would only manage to contend with Zeus Poseidon. Akin to how the city of Sparta and Achilles' realms would struggle against the worshippers of Zeus and Poseidon in Elis and Argos. To avoid usurping Apollo's role as Poseidon's primary adversary, Leto promptly denied Hera's insinuations. Goddess Hera, do not place me in peril. Poseidon is the leader of the gods supporting the Greek coalition. The one who can challenge him, even defeat him, is of course Apollo, the leader of the gods backing the Trojans. Before Leto could finish her sentence, Aphrodite grasped Leto's right arm, exclaiming loudly, "Hera speaks the truth. My beloved is the strongest. Even combined, Zeus and Poseidon cannot prevail against him. You now understand what a lovesick goddess looks like, do you not?" Leto cast a weary glance at Aphrodite, then at Hera, before turning to Poseidon and Apollo, remarking, "You see the folly of a love-stricken goddess." With a darkened countenance, Poseidon fixed a cold stare upon Leto, declaring, "Ever since I lost my queen, Persephone, relinquishing the title of Lord of the Underworld to Hades, both Zeus and I have pursued the beautiful Hera. While I do not believe you possess the strength to surpass Pallas Athena, winning Hera's heart has indeed made you my greatest adversary. Achilles, when the outcome of this Trojan war is determined, I shall slay you. How fortuitous! I too desire to kill you, to shatter the walls of Troy that you have forged in the myths of mankind." As Leto and Poseidon appeared poised to clash like two lions vying for the affection of a mother lion, Pallas Athena suddenly raised her spear, declaring, "Until we have defeated the true enemy, I shall not permit you two to engage in conflict. Achilles, should you attack Poseidon now, I will side with him. Poseidon, if you strike Achilles, I will stand with him. Once we triumph in the Trojan War, I shall remain neutral during your conflict." At Pallas Athena's warning and threat, Poseidon sneered, "Achilles, destiny has decreed that Agamemnon, the embodiment of Zeus, will battle you over a woman. However, to secure victory in this war, Agamemnon may temporarily compromise with you. For once we win the war, Agamemnon will gain greater spoils and stronger power to contend with you for women. Thus I shall now compromise with you as Agamemnon would. I also know that 20 years hence, Agamemnon's avatar, Orestes, will slay Achilles' son, Neoptolemus, in his quest for the city of Sparta and Hermione." Leto smiled fearlessly. "Should I call you Zeus directly, Poseidon? Just as Achilles and Agamemnon are sworn enemies, so too are you and I. Yet before we win the Trojan War, I shall not instigate conflict with you." Chapter 89. Ajax the Great desires Cassandra. "I shall see how long you can maintain your arrogance," Poseidon coldly declared before turning and soaring towards Mount Olympus. Hermes and Hephaestus, akin to Calchas and Diomedes by Agamemnon's side, promptly followed after Poseidon. The gods remained on the battlefield solely due to the fierce conflict between Aphrodite and Artemis. Observing Poseidon depart with Hermes and Hephaestus, Apollo turned and remarked, "Let us also take our leave. Only Loi, Hera, Aphrodite, Pallas Athena, Artemis, and Bindus remained on the plains of Troy." Noticing Pallas Athena's curious gaze upon Loi, Hera and Aphrodite anxiously clutched Loi's arms from either side. Their demeanor seemed less about fearing for Loi's safety and more about the anxiety of rivals vying for the affections of their beloved. To Loi's surprise, even Hera began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Pallas Athena, with a sweet smile, enticed Loi, "Achilles, if you can reveal to me the means to control Hera, Thetis, and Aphrodite, I might consider aiding you in vanquishing Zeus, allowing you to usurp Agamemnon as the new king of kings." Though they had indeed begun to act strangely after interacting with me, I had not exerted control over them, Loi replied, somewhat displeased. "If I possessed the means to control you goddesses, I would certainly employ it to command you and Artemis to join my ranks." After locking eyes with Loi for a moment and confirming he spoke no falsehood, Pallas Athena furrowed her brow and said, "You do not lie to me. Hera and Aphrodite do not seem under your control, but rather appear to have unexpectedly fallen for you. Could it be the handiwork of Aphrodite, the goddess of love?" After Pallas Athena departed, Bindus approached Loi, Hera, and Aphrodite, bowing her head towards Aphrodite. Bindus was merely a minor deity from the Thracian region. Ordinarily, the proud Aphrodite would never engage in equal conversation with Bindus. "Bindus, it is only through your intervention that I could defeat Artemis. Do not belittle your own contributions. I have heard of your renown among the deities of Thrace. May you swiftly unify the region and become a great deity who commands as we do." Bindus, possessing a straightforward nature, could not discern whether Aphrodite's words were mocking or sincere and could only blush in response. "Among the gods of Thrace, my powers are not particularly formidable and I could never dominate the entire region." Upon finishing her words, Bindus immediately turned and transformed into a streak of black light, darting towards the western shores of the Dardanelles. At that moment, only Loi, Hera, Aphrodite, and Artemis remained on the plains of Troy. Hera glared coldly at Aphrodite's hands and commanded, "Aphrodite, remove your hands from his right arm, or I shall sever them myself." Startled, Aphrodite hastily withdrew from Loi and retorted, "Hera, do you wish to monopolize him all for yourself? If you are dissatisfied, I am more than willing to engage you in battle. You know full well I cannot be bested by you. So, be wise and silence yourself, and escort Artemis to the temple of Artemis on the island of Syra." Syra is an island south of Sparta. After Zeus and the Mycenaeans extinguished the worship of Artemis on the Peloponnesian Peninsula, Hera, though not gracious enough to share the Spartan devotion with Artemis, ensured the latter's worship was protected on Syra. Hearing Hera's command, Aphrodite shot her an indignant glare before proceeding to Artemis's side. Upon noticing Aphrodite approach, Artemis angrily shouted, "Do not come near me. I will not leave this battlefield until I have avenged the humiliation inflicted upon me by Achilles." "That will not do," Aphrodite declared, lifting Artemis in a princess carry. "I already have too many rivals. I cannot allow you to interact with my dear and bring to mind what should not be remembered." With that, Aphrodite unfurled her wings and flew towards the Syra Strait with Artemis in her embrace. Once Loi was left with Hera, he observed her tightly clasping her left arm and said as he walked towards the allied camp, "I wish to remain by your side to prevent other goddesses from approaching you." "Do not," Hera replied, her tone softening in response to Loi's firmness. "Dearest, I shall heed your request to depart, but you cannot annul our betrothal, for it is the pact that grants me the status of your rightful wife." With that, Hera, her expression forlorn, took flight towards Mount Olympus. Watching her retreating figure, Loi felt a twinge of guilt, for Hera was indeed a deity who supported him. Nevertheless, he remained resolute in his decision, for keeping Hera by his side would present the largest obstacle to Thetis and Aphrodite continuing to serve him. In the allied camp, upon entering Agamemnon's tent, Loi found Agamemnon and the princes celebrating Ajax the Great's triumphant return laden with spoils. Upon seeing Loi, Ajax boasted proudly. Chapter 90. Polyxena rescues her brother great Ajax returned triumphantly laden with spoils, and of course, Loi felt a surge of joy for him. However, when great Ajax expressed his intention to exchange Polydeuces for the beautiful Cassandra with Priam, Loi's countenance immediately fell. At that moment, Tecmessa stood by Ajax's side like a devoted wife, clearly having become his beloved. A small boy, around 10 years of age, stood beside Ajax's brother, Teucer. He was none other than Priam's youngest son, Polydeuces. Observing Teucer gazing dreamily at Tecmessa, Loi approached him directly and inquired, "Teucer, is your sister-in-law beautiful?" "Indeed she is," Teucer replied. "Do you wish to savor the dumplings she makes?" "What are dumplings?" Teucer responded, caught off guard. Seeing Teucer in a daze, Loi smiled mischievously, grasped Polydeuces' right hand, and led him before great Ajax, declaring, "Achilles." Great Ajax glared at Loi with fury, retorting, "Not even Hector, the mightiest hero among the Trojans, can best me. I do not require your protection. Just because you desire Cassandra, does that mean I cannot contend for her fairly? You already have the beautiful Briseis, Polyxena, and Chryses. Do you not think you are being excessively greedy? I am indeed greedy, even if I lack the time to indulge so many maidens. I shall keep Cassandra close as a beautiful ornament to admire her loveliness." As the tension between Loi and great Ajax escalated, Agamemnon approached them and said, "Achilles, great Ajax, you are not only the two most powerful heroes of the coalition, but also close cousins. How can you let such trivial matters, concerning the daughters of barbarous Trojans, cause discord? Since the source of your conflict is Polydeuces, I, as the commander-in-chief of the coalition, hereby declare that we shall not exchange Polydeuces for anything. Instead, we shall crush him with stones, letting Priam and the Trojan royal family feel the shadow of death." Though great Ajax possessed formidable personal strength, his father Telamon ruled the small island of Salamis, which was only slightly more powerful than Ithaca, ruled by Odysseus. Thus, Ajax dared not challenge Agamemnon's authority as the commander of the coalition. Upon hearing Agamemnon's words, great Ajax turned and departed with Tecmessa. Loi exchanged glances with Agamemnon, a mocking smile gracing his face as he quipped, "Agamemnon, have you forgotten that I have withdrawn from the coalition? As the commander, you have no right to issue orders to me. Polydeuces is now mine, and how I choose to dispose of him is none of your concern." With that, Loi took Polydeuces and exited Agamemnon's tent. Watching Loi's retreating figure, Agamemnon seethed, Achilles. Achilles, I am the high priest of Zeus, the great god's earthly representative and embodiment. To challenge me is to challenge the mighty Zeus himself. How dare you repeatedly defy me, thinking yourself akin to Athena's favored king of Athens? Agamemnon was on the verge of losing control, prompting the seer Calchas to comfort him. Great Agamemnon, we still need Achilles to slay the strong Trojan heroes. When Achilles has outlived his usefulness, the great Zeus will surely bring him misfortune. In the palace of Mount Ida, Loi brought Polydeuces to the courtyard, where Polyxena rushed to embrace her brother, exclaiming, Polydeuces, why are you with Achilles when father has entrusted you to the region of Thrace? Polydeuces, who had been silent like a wooden figure, immediately burst into tears in his sister's arms, saying, Sister Polyxena, I have become the spoils of war for the mighty Prince Ajax of the Greek coalition, and their commander even threatened to crush me with stones. Feeling her brother's distress and fear, Polyxena wept, Do not be afraid. Your brother-in-law is the great Achilles, and no one can harm you now. Polydeuces, stop crying and greet your brother-in-law and sisters. Under Polyxena's guidance, Polydeuces wiped his tears and addressed Loi, Dear brother-in-law, it is a pleasure to meet you. Loi replied expressionlessly, Do not call me brother-in-law. I have no ties to your sister Polyxena. With a sorrowful gaze, Polyxena addressed Loi, Dear Achilles, if you consent, I am willing to devote myself to you, even as a concubine without a wedding. Polydeuces, having met Briseis and Chrysis, smiled warmly at the two sisters Briseis and Chrysis. It has been so long. Polydeuces, this is the great sea goddess Thetis. Quickly offer her your sincere prayers, Loi instructed. Seeing Polydeuces kneel with his forehead to the ground, Loi frowned and said, Polyxena, I do not wish for him to remain under my protection. Polyxena immediately turned and clutched Loi's knees, pleading, Achilles, he is but a 10-year-old child, posing no threat to you. I implore you to grant him a chance to live. I still intend to use him as a bargaining chip for Cassandra. You already have 2 goddesses by your side. Gazing at Polyxena's tear-streaked face, Loi's heart softened, and he nodded. As Greeks, we have a tradition of sparing the youngest. Polydeuces is Priam's youngest son, and I can allow him to survive this war. Upon hearing Loi's words, Polyxena joyfully embraced him and, standing on her tiptoes, pressed her soft lips against his cheek in gratitude. Thetis lifted Polydeuces from the ground, gently ruffling his hair, just as Priam was saved by his sister Hesione. Your sister is doing the same for you now. Polydeuces nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 91. The enchantment of the beautiful Cassandra upon the majestic and sacred heights of Mount Olympus. The resplendent goddess Hera gazed down upon the shores of Troy, located on the eastern side of the Dardanelles. Are you still angry with me? Pallas Athena inquired as she approached Hera, her gaze sweeping across the vast expanse of the Aegean Sea. At present, 5 regions of the Peloponnese, including Argolis and Elis, worship Zeus, while Arcadia venerates Hermes, who has long submitted to Zeus. Poseidon has conquered the region of Pylos, replacing Persephone, and it has been over 30 years since. The entirety of the Peloponnese remains untouched only in your Sparta, but that is merely a matter of time. Do you truly believe that marrying Achilles will aid you in opposing Zeus, who commands for regions? Hera turned to Athena and asked, Do you expect me to believe you remain a trustworthy ally? Pallas Athena smiled confidently. The Arcadian region, devoted to Hermes, is a barren mountainous expanse, and Pylos has not been fully subjugated by Poseidon. Thus the 4 regions held by Zeus only equate to 3. As long as I extend my hand to you, the scales of victory shall tip in your favor. Athena, do not feign benevolence as if you are saving us, Hera scoffed. Though I may marry Achilles, opposing Zeus, who possesses 4 regions, remains a daunting challenge. Yet, you would not wish to witness my defeat by Zeus, would you? For if I were to falter, Zeus, who commands the entire Peloponnese, would turn his conquest against you as well. Pallas Athena offered no rebuttal to Hera's words. Hera continued, The mountains of Arcadia serve as both an obstacle for the Mycenaeans advancing southward to conquer Sparta and a hindrance for us, as we seek to annex Argolis and Elis from the north. Once we vanquish Zeus together, I assure you that I shall only claim Pylos, gifting Argolis and Elis entirely to you, while Arcadia shall serve as a buffer between us. Your proposal to cede Argolis and Elis to me is so generous that it makes me wary of collaborating with you. You are not one to suffer losses willingly, and should you fail to provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall suspect you of harboring a scheme against me, Hera declared, locking eyes with Pallas Athena with a serious demeanor. I indeed do not favor losses, hence, after we defeat Zeus together. You must not appear in the same place as Achilles and me simultaneously. What a peculiar demand. Pallas Athena, the sworn virgin goddess. Do you truly feel the need to regard me as a rival? Nevertheless, Athena relented, yet, considering your genuine willingness to relinquish Argolis and Elis to me, I shall acquiesce to your condition. Hera's face broke into a conspiratorial smile. Athena, let us forge a harmonious alliance, and never forget the condition you have agreed to. In the city of Troy, within the royal palace, Roy arrived with Polyxena and Polydoros, where they found the royal family and nobles of Troy engaged in a lamentation feast for the fallen. Upon seeing Roy and Polyxena with their youngest son Polydoros, King Priam rose in astonishment, while Queen Hecuba rushed from her throne to embrace Polydoros, inquiring after his well-being. Polydoros recounted his experiences as a prize of the great Ajax in the coalition camp. Upon learning that the coalition's supreme commander, Agamemnon, intended for Polydoros to be stoned to death, Hector stood up in fury to confront Roy. You Greeks have a tradition of sparing the youngest sons. Polydoros is the youngest son of his father. Why does the cruel Agamemnon not even spare a child? Roy, expressionless, regarded Hector. Naive Hector, do you still harbor illusions of grandeur regarding the coalition, believing they would treat the elderly, children, and women with kindness? I warned you before the war began that when Troy falls, even your swaddled son would meet his demise. Recalling Roy's earlier words, Hector sank to the ground in anguish. Before the war commenced, Hector, confident in his strength, had harbored hopes of triumph over the Greek coalition. However, after several battles and gaining a clearer understanding of their might, Hector now recognized the futility of Troy's position. Hector could accept the notion of all perishing alongside Troy, but he could not bear the thought of his infant son losing his life before reaching adulthood. Witnessing Hector shattered by the despair of the future, Priam knelt before Roy, grasping his knees. Great Achilles, I revere you as I would a deity, and shall prepare an altar for your offerings. I beseech you to show mercy to the elders, children, and women of Troy, sparing them from further loss of sons, fathers, and husbands. Roy, unyielding, looked down at Priam with a stoic expression. Do not engage in such futile acts. I shall not deviate from my goal of raising Troy. If you wish to avert sacrifice, take your family and depart from the city. Priam stood, disappointment etched upon his face, unwilling to heed Roy's advice. For departing Troy would mean relinquishing his royal status. Without a city of their own, the exiled royals risked descending into the ranks of nobility, or worse, becoming commoners or slaves. Polyxena approached Priam hesitantly, returning to his throne. Priam revealed a complex expression. I too am the youngest son of my father, Laomedon. When Heracles seized Troy, my sister Hesione saved me. I do not wish for the same fate to befall Cassandra. Cassandra knelt before Priam, pleading, Father, please comply with Achilles' request. This is not only for my brother Polydoros, but for me as well. My heart has long been entwined with Achilles. Should I be unable to be with him, I shall live in eternal torment. My beautiful and beloved daughter Priam said, raising his hand to rest upon Cassandra's head. I cannot discern whether your words are truth or deception. Yet I am willing to grant your wish, hoping you and Polyxena shall care for your brother. Then, Priam turned to Roy and declared, Fortunate Achilles, my daughter Cassandra is a priestess coveted even by the great god Apollo. Now, the lovely Cassandra and Polyxena shall serve as your concubines. Roy could not help but internally scoff. They are not even concubines. They are merely my maidservants. Chapter 92. Cassandra's devoted admirer is enraged as the greatest adversary of the city of Troy. Roy naturally would not linger within its walls overnight. Upon reaching the courtyard outside the hall, a young prince, armed with a spear in his right hand and a shield in his left, stood defiantly before Roy. It was none other than the suitor of Cassandra, Otrynmeus. Seeing Otrynmeus glaring furiously at Roy, Cassandra hurriedly stepped between them and implored, Please do not act so foolishly. You cannot hope to triumph over the godlike Achilles. Get away. Otrynmeus shouted at the goddess he adored, Cassandra. You foolish man, Roy retorted, pulling Cassandra behind him. His gaze icy as he addressed Otrynmeus. Why can't you comprehend Cassandra's noble intentions? She seeks to prevent your untimely demise. A smile tugged at Otrynmeus's lips as he replied, I am well aware that kind Cassandra worries for me, for she harbors feelings for me in her heart. Her presence beside you is merely a consequence of your greedy coercion alongside Priam. Therefore, I must defeat you to rescue Cassandra. Do not delude yourself into thinking she has any affection for you, Roy exclaimed, exasperated. It is evident to all that Cassandra is merely concerned for your life out of guilt, as you have become embroiled in this conflict in pursuit of her. The fact that she has consistently rejected your proposals is sufficient proof of her lack of love for you. Achilles, the belief that Cassandra holds no affection for me is your own misguided fantasy. Her continual silence regarding my proposals signifies her desire to marry me. Only the constraints of her priestess duties prevent her from acquiescing. Once she has a new priestess to take her place, she will accept my proposal. Roy rolled his eyes, choosing not to continue the argument with Otrynmius. He turned to Cassandra and inquired, "Would you object if I were to rid this world of one less suitor pursuing you?" Cassandra hesitated, then nodded slightly. Despite her sympathy for Otrynmius, she recognized that as your woman, she could not permit another man to challenge her own. As Roy advanced towards him, Otrynmius nervously retreated, declaring, "Achilles, I demand a fair duel. You stand unarmed. Do not force me to strike down an unarmed foe." "Do I require weaponry to slay a mere mortal?" Roy halted, his gaze chilling as he regarded Otrynmius with a scornful smile. "Your foolish and reckless challenge would have warranted my personal hand in your demise, but now it seems you are too contemptible even to merit such an end." With that, Roy summoned the divine essence within him, his eyes radiating a blinding platinum light that enveloped Otrynmius. "You are truly a deity," Otrynmius exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock and fear as a blaze of solar fire materialized around him. In the blink of an eye, Otrynmius was consumed by the flames of the sun, vanishing entirely from this world. Witnessing Roy's execution of Otrynmius, neither Cassandra nor Polyxena exhibited any change in expression, clearly having accepted Roy as a true deity long ago. Polydoros, terrified, shut his eyes and sought refuge in his sister Polyxena's embrace. Observing Polyxena comfort her younger brother, Roy could not help but frown, saying, "Polydoros is already 10 years old. He should not be coddled like a child." With that, Roy approached and gently extricated Polydoros from Polyxena's arms. In the palace of Mount Ida, Aphrodite exclaimed, "My dear, I have settled Artemis in the temple of Artemis on Chios. Do you not think I deserve a reward? Your task of accommodating Artemis was Hera's command. You ought to seek recompense from her," Roy replied. "Well, I have removed an enemy from your path, so you should reward me," Aphrodite insisted, rising on her toes to shower Roy with a cascade of gentle kisses. After enduring Aphrodite's affectionate assault, Roy noticed Polydoros watching him in bewilderment. He frowned and instructed, "Have the maids escort Polydoros to a private room to spare him from witnessing things inappropriate for his age. Dear brother-in-law, I am no longer a child." Polydoros protested as the palace maids dutifully carried out the command. Once seated beside Thetis and Aphrodite, Roy gazed at the two goddesses nestled closely against him, his expression tinged with complexity. "You both exude an allure that is hard to resist. I fear that if I continue to spend time with you, I may abandon my quest and willingly prolong this war for a decade, just to enjoy your company." "Not merely a decade," Aphrodite chimed in, her smile radiant. "We are immortal deities. Once you vanquish your ultimate foe, we shall live joyfully together for eternity." In a rare moment, Thetis refrained from competing for Roy's affection. Gently caressing his cheek as she said, "My dear, both Aphrodite and I wish to serve you and bear your children." Roy's eyes widened in astonishment, a look of confusion crossing his face. "You suddenly speak thus, as if a formidable rival has emerged, instilling in you a sense of urgency. I shall swiftly complete my task and depart this realm. Thus, aside from you and Aphrodite, I shall entangle myself with no other maidens. You need not fear the appearance of new rivals." Thetis gazed at Roy with eyes full of love, declaring, "Even in the absence of rivals, I long to bear your children as your wife." For a fleeting moment, doubt crept into Roy's heart, tempting him to reconsider his stance for Thetis. Yet he quickly regained clarity. Should he succumb to the enchantment of Thetis and Aphrodite's tenderness and beauty, he would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate akin to that of Paris. Chapter 93. The arrival of Penthesilea and Memnon on the plains of Troy. As the coalition soldiers surged like a tidal wave to the west bank of the Scamander River, the Trojans, led by their princes and heroes, also gathered on the eastern bank. To Roy's astonishment, the commanders leading the Trojans today were not Hector and Pandarus, but rather two unfamiliar figures making their debut. One was a female hero clad in armor, her visage concealed by a helmet, wielding a colossal battle axe. The other was a male hero adorned in golden armor, brandishing a spear, reminiscent of a replica of Achilles. As the Greek princes scrutinized the two new champions from the enemy ranks, the female warrior mounted on a magnificent white steed galloped to the center of the battlefield, her voice resonating with the strength of a man. "Which of you is Achilles? I have come with 12 female warriors to aid the king of Troy in vanquishing the mightiest of the Greeks, Achilles." This female hero directly challenged Roy, drawing the gaze of the coalition princes upon him. Roy leaped from his chariot and approached the battlefield's center, retorting, "What pitiful instigation has driven you to challenge me, woman? Are you truly Achilles?" Noting that Roy was unarmored and wielded only a divine spear in his right hand, the female hero chuckled. "It is said that you are the son of the sea goddess Thetis, endowed with immortality by your divine mother, which explains your lack of armor. Young Achilles, I am Penthesilea, queen of the Amazon warriors, and I am not to be underestimated." "Penthesilea," Roy exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. "You are a contemporary of Heracles. You must be at least 60 years old now, far too old to fight." Before Roy could finish his statement, Penthesilea hurled a spear at him with her left hand. A dull thud echoed as the spear struck Roy's body and fell to the ground. "Now you shall comprehend my strength, Achilles. I will cleave your invulnerable body with my axe." In an instant, Penthesilea's steed charged toward Roy. As she swung her battle axe toward his head, Roy raised his left hand and caught the blade with his bare hand. Observing the shock in Penthesilea's eyes, Roy yanked her down from her mount with a powerful tug. Penthesilea tumbled to the ground, and before she could rise, Roy swung his spear toward her helmet. In the next moment, her helmet was split in two by the spear's blade, revealing her long, silver hair cascading freely and her youthful, exquisite visage akin to that of a goddess. Her brows bore the fierceness of a warrior, and her beautiful eyes shimmered like rubies. Roy smiled faintly. "You are indeed not of human origin. Myths speak of you as the daughter of Ares, yet in reality, Ares is a native deity of Greece, with no ties to the Amazon tribes dwelling by the Black Sea. Your eternal beauty is a testament to your embodiment of the hunting and war goddesses revered in Thrace. Like your sister Hippolyta, has my beauty bewitched you into madness?" Penthesilea rose from the ground, pointing her battle axe at Roy. "Achilles, I stand before you not as a woman, but as a warrior seeking to slay you. If you wish to avoid death, pierce my body with your spear." "I refuse," Roy responded without hesitation. "If you seek death, challenge the mightier Ajax. I have no desire for my spear to be stained with your blood." Penthesilea, a lesser deity revered as the war goddess of the Amazon warriors, lacked the strength to rival even the likes of Ajax or Diomedes, and thus Roy had no interest in regarding her as an adversary. Seeing that Penthesilea was utterly disregarded by Roy, the male hero clad in golden armor, proud like Achilles, laughed and remarked, "Beautiful Queen Penthesilea, I have long maintained that the battlefield is no place for you. You ought to fulfill your role as a dutiful wife and bear children." After jesting at Penthesilea, the male hero turned to Roy and declared, "Proud Achilles, your fortunate days are at an end, for I am not merely a mortal or a demigod. My mother is the noble and powerful goddess of dawn, Eos. Before you perish, remember my name. I am Memnon, king of Ethiopia." Upon hearing Memnon's proclamation, Roy's expression contorted with rage. Merely a replica of Achilles, conjured more than 300 years after the mythic era, dares to claim descent from the goddess of dawn. Roy raised his spear, suppressing his fury as he coldly stated, "Memnon, let me enlighten you. Whether through reality or myth, you are a figment, a mere copy of the fictional Achilles. In truth, you were fabricated by the inhabitants of Asia Minor over 300 years post-mythic era. The Ethiopian kingdom is situated 8,000 miles from the city of Troy, and thus bears no connection to it. Your creators evidently lacked understanding and respect for the world of myths. In those tales, Ethiopia was conquered by the Mycenaeans during the age of Perseus, becoming a realm devoutly worshipping Zeus. It is inconceivable that the offspring of other deities would rule Ethiopia, nor would the pious Ethiopians turn against Zeus to aid the Trojans against Agamemnon, his high priest. Most importantly, Circe has long awaited to offer her maidenhood to me. Thus, you cannot be her illegitimate son." With that, Roy hurled his spear at Memnon. The spear's blade swiftly pierced Memnon's heart, pinning him to the ground. Then, under the gaze of Roy, aglow with platinum divine light, a radiant fire of sunlight enveloped Memnon's body, incinerating his corpse in an instant. As Memnon fell, the thousands of soldiers he had brought transformed into birds and fled the battlefield, leaving both the Greeks and Trojans in stunned silence. bewildered by the miraculous event that followed Memnon's demise. Quite a clever arrangement, Roy remarked with a mocking smile as he witnessed Memnon's soldiers take flight. To ensure that this extraneous character would not influence the war, not only was he destined to be slain by Achilles in his debut, but his army was also made to vanish. I recall a theory in reality that Memnon's homeland, Ethiopia, is actually the region of Hermopolis in Egypt. The Mycenaeans claimed its people were devout followers of Zeus. Did the supreme sun god Ammonius Ra, guardian of Hermopolis, agree with that? After all, Ammonius Ra is indeed the protector of Hermopolis. Chapter 94. The battle of the gods begins anew with a demeanor as haughty as Achilles and a body impervious to wounds like his. He was indeed another Achilles, the son of a goddess, yet he fell effortlessly to the hands of Loi. Many Trojans now claim that even if the gods were to join the fray, you would prevail against them. I was once skeptical of such statements, yet now I find myself believing in your capacity to conquer even the divine. In the era of Heracles, numerous kings met their demise at his hands, leaving only a single surviving son among the royal progeny. Nestor, the king of Pylos, is a prime example, having lost both father and brothers to Heracles, and surviving solely as the youngest child. In the annals of history, the creators of the character Memnon from Asia Minor sought to validate his existence. They endeavored not only to elucidate how the goddess of dawn, Eos, could overpower Zeus, allowing Memnon to rule the devout Ethiopians who worshipped Zeus, but also to overturn the established narrative that only the youngest son among Heracles' adversaries could survive, resulting in extensive alterations to the ancient myths. However, the enormity of this undertaking rendered the fact that Priam was the only surviving youngest son of his father Laomedon unaltered in the previous myths. Upon hearing Loi's inquiry, Priam's expression turned troubled. "Priam, would you marry the young and beautiful princess of Troy to an old and impoverished beggar?" Seeing Priam shake his head without hesitation, Loi offered a wry smile. After muttering these incomprehensible thoughts to himself, Loi cast his gaze toward the gates of Troy. "After I have breached the walls of Troy and completed my mission, will this war continue?" With that, Loi strode toward the city of Troy. Achilles. Penthesilea immediately caught up with Loi, brandishing her battle axe to block his path. "Though you have slain Memnon, I still live. I have no interest in killing you. Do you think I am a coward who fears death? As a warrior, I have long accepted the possibility of being slain by you. Let us duel forthwith. Go challenge Ajax the Greater and Diomedes instead." With disdain, Penthesilea could no longer restrain her surging fury and swung her axe toward Loi's neck. With a sharp crack, just before the blade could strike, Loi wielded his divine spear, cleaving Penthesilea's axe in two. As the axe head and half of the handle fell away, Loi walked past Penthesilea, stating, "My patience is not limitless. Do not test me further." As Loi approached the ranks of the Trojan soldiers, they parted to make way, none daring to stand in his path. Witnessing Penthesilea's defeat and Memnon's demise had already drained the Trojans' resolve, prompting Agamemnon to command the allied forces to launch an assault. The clash of the allied soldiers and the Trojans resembled two torrents colliding, as the gods supporting the Greek coalition and those backing the Trojans descended upon the battlefield. Hector glanced at Loi as he walked alone toward the city of Troy and then turned to launch a fierce attack against the Greek forces. The guardian deity of Troy, Apollo, accompanied Hector, amplifying his strength to unprecedented levels. Soon, Hector charged directly towards Agamemnon, the supreme commander of the allied forces. Just as Hector was about to strike Agamemnon, Ajax the Greater interposed himself. Ajax, who lacked the favor of the gods, would now find himself unable to overcome Hector, who was shielded by Apollo. Agamemnon beamed with satisfaction at Ajax's silhouette as the radiant golden-haired Zeus materialized beside him, standing like a guardian behind Ajax. "Zeus, you have finally arrived." Upon witnessing Zeus personally descend to the battlefield, Apollo's expression shifted from surprise to a mocking sneer. "Is this your own trap?" The Mycenaeans proclaimed that the formidable walls of Troy were forged by Poseidon himself. Yet now, as Achilles seeks to breach those walls, you, the greatest adversary of Troy, wish for Poseidon to defend it and thwart Achilles from undermining the authority of the sea god. Zeus gazed at Apollo with an impassive countenance. "Apollo, regardless of whether Achilles breaches the walls of Troy, you will emerge as the vanquished in this war, my son. For the sake of our mutual interests, submit to me, your father, and let us confront Achilles together." "I refuse." At this moment, the fierce battle between Ajax and Hector had commenced. Observing Hector's valorous form in combat, Apollo resolutely declared, "As long as the Trojans who revere me do not abandon the fight, I shall not forsake my duty to protect the city of Troy. My foolish son, then you shall perish alongside Hector." Zeus roared, raising his right hand to unleash a terrifying bolt of thunder upon Apollo. Apollo retaliated by wielding his golden sword against Zeus. With a resounding explosion, the immense divine powers of Zeus and Apollo clashed, causing the very fabric of space and ground to tremble. As the battle between Zeus and Apollo ignited, Hermes, the messenger of Zeus, confronted Leto, Apollo's mother, while Hephaestus, the god of fire, engaged in combat with Scamander, the river god. Chapter 95. I shall break the walls of Troy on the plains of Troy. Soldiers from the allied forces clashed fiercely with the Trojans, while the deities supporting both sides engaged in a tumultuous battle overhead. However, this turmoil was of no concern to Roy, for he had fulfilled Achilles' mission by slaying Menon, the greatest adversary of the allied forces, as a replica of Achilles himself. Even if Roy withdrew from this conflict, the formidable prowess of great Ajax against Hector would ensure that the ultimate victor of the Trojan War would undoubtedly be the Greek coalition. Furthermore, Roy intended to breach the sturdy walls of Troy, depriving the Trojans of their means to wage a war of attrition. As Roy approached the gates of Troy, Penthesilea, brandishing a spear, once again positioned herself before him. "If you are not a coward afraid of women, then fight me with your spear," she declared. "Penthesilea, do you truly wish for death?" Roy halted, his gaze icy as he addressed her. "In an era where the average lifespan of humans barely reaches 30, you have lived over 60 years, which is indeed remarkable. Yet, as the embodiment of the war goddess guarding the Amazonian warrior tribe, you possess the potential to maintain your youthful beauty and live for a century. Thus, you ought to cherish your life. Young Achilles, have you not heard my tale?" Penthesilea replied with a resigned smile. Roy was well aware that Penthesilea had committed the grave sin of slaying her kin. Only the gods or kings with divine authority could absolve her. Priam, the king of Troy, ruled over the mightiest city-state in Asia Minor. Although he did not serve as a priest himself, his son Helenus and daughter Cassandra were destined to become high priests. Hence, Priam could act on behalf of the gods to cleanse Penthesilea of her sins, freeing her from the vengeance of the Furies. Understanding the reason Penthesilea was compelled to fight him, Roy coldly stated, "If you seek to atone for the blood of your kin, I shall grant your request." Instantly, Penthesilea's face lit up with joy as she lunged at Roy with her spear. Roy deftly evaded the thrust and swiftly closed the distance, seizing her slender, beautiful neck with his left hand. Before she could react, Roy lifted her from the ground and said, "Penthesilea, the goddess of vengeance, seeks my affection daily. Now, I shall impose upon you sufficient punishment, so that she may torment you no longer." As his grip tightened around her neck, Penthesilea succumbed to asphyxiation, her eyes fluttering shut. Just then, Ares, the god of war, charged toward Roy in his chariot, thundering with the sound of rolling thunder. "Achilles, release her at once," he commanded as he leaped from his chariot, poised to attack Roy. "Ares." Roy turned to Ares, a faint smile playing on his lips as he teased. "Though the Mycenaeans label you, the deity of the Peloponnese, as a barbaric god worshipped by the wild Thracians, claiming that the two queens of the savage Amazons, Hippolyta and Penthesilea, are your demigod daughters, you must know that such assertions are far from the truth. Is it because Penthesilea's past incarnation was the goddess of war that you regard her as a sister deity? Or do you desire her as your wife or mistress?" With that, Roy released his grip, allowing the unconscious Penthesilea to fall to the ground. "I am a deity who supports the Trojans, and Penthesilea is a crucial ally of theirs. I need no reason to rescue her. Achilles, do not merely bully women with your brute strength. Let Ares be your opponent instead, and let us engage in a battle between men." Without a word, Roy raised his divine spear, aiming it at Ares. Just as their confrontation was about to ignite, Aphrodite descended from the heavens, positioning herself protectively behind Roy. "Darling, allow me to handle Ares. You must attend to matters of greater importance." Gazing at Aphrodite's resplendent form and her flowing golden locks, Roy wrapped his left arm around her slender waist and whispered in her ear, "Please inform the other you that Penthesilea's punishment for her kinslaying may now come to an end." With that, he lightly kissed her cheek and circumvented both Aphrodite and Ares as he made his way toward the gates of Troy. Observing Roy's departure, Ares furrowed his brow and remarked, I fail to comprehend why a man who allows women to fight in his stead could win your unwavering affection. That is because you only see me defending him, yet fail to recognize how he protects me in my moments of greatest need, Aphrodite replied, her smile sweet and serene. Ares, as male deities, you may possess many flaws, and even indulge in the affections of numerous goddesses, yet you must emerge victorious in all conflicts. For a loser, no matter how many virtues they boast, cannot shield the goddesses by their side from the humiliation of their foes. You, the war god exiled from your homeland, have been a failure from the outset, destined to await your eventual absorption by Mars, the god of war revered by the Romans, in a bid to enhance your own authority. What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Who is this Mars you speak of? It matters not if you do not comprehend. These are words of humiliation from the past, my dear. With a smile, Aphrodite transformed into a fearsome figure reminiscent of the underworld goddess, her hair dark and her eyes red, as she brandished her spear and launched an attack on Ares. Sensing the clash of divine powers between Aphrodite and Ares, Roy arrived at the gates of Troy, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he regarded Poseidon, who stood guard. Poseidon, if you depart from here now, we may avoid a confrontation. With his blue hair and white beard, Poseidon bore the visage of a man in his 30s. Clad in a flowing white robe cinched with a golden belt, wielding a golden trident. Upon hearing Roy's demand, Poseidon replied impassively, Poseidon, that which I desire, I shall seize with my own hands. I require no gifts from you. Roy directed the blade of his spear towards Poseidon. I intend to accomplish the great feat that even Heracles could not achieve, to shatter the walls forged by you, the sea god Poseidon, in myth. I am unaware of the extent of the blow this will deal to your authority, but should you dare impede my path, my spear shall pierce your heart. Chapter 96. Athena desires mutual destruction in the face of the threat posed by Loi. Poseidon unwaveringly aimed his trident at him, declaring, before you stands Poseidon, one of the three supreme deities. Even if you possess powers that rival those of other gods, before me, you remain as frail as any mortal. Sea King? Loi retorted with a scornful smirk. Poseidon, you now reign as the formidable sea god centered in the city of Pylos, exerting your authority over the Ionian Sea. Yet in the Aegean region, it is Thetis who holds dominion as the queen of the sea. As the man of the sea queen, I seem far more entitled to claim the title of ruler of the waters than you. Loi not only sought to dismantle the walls of Troy to undermine Poseidon's authority, but he also dared to provoke the god, contending for the throne of the sea gods. Poseidon, with a gaze ablaze with fiery fury, glared at Loi and proclaimed, You, a mere mortal, believe you can usurp my position as the king of the sea gods? Just as Hades ascended to the throne of the underworld by marrying Persephone, I too can wed the queen of the sea and become the sea king, Loi asserted, swiftly moving before Poseidon and brandishing his divine spear to strike. With a resounding clash, Poseidon blocked Loi's spear with his trident, yet was forced to step back. Loi smiled, saying, Poseidon, it appears that in the distant lands of Troy, you cannot wield your full divine powers as the sea god, but must rely on the strength of the guardian of Pylos. Though this battle may seem unfair to you, I shall show you no mercy. Mortal, do not rejoice too soon, Poseidon scoffed. While Zeus contends with Apollo, I have another ally. Suddenly, Poseidon's form split, revealing a black-haired, black-eyed figure clad in dark garb. Loi's eyes widened in astonishment. Hades, you three brothers truly embody the essence of a trinity. Even your forms can be shared. With Hades' power augmenting Poseidon, his divine strength surged, nearly overwhelming Loi. Witnessing the combined might of Poseidon and Hades, Loi frowned. Poseidon, even in your current state, distant from Pylos and the Ionian Sea, you and Hades can only summon half of your usual strength. Yet, even that is barely sufficient to match my own. Is it because you have only dominated the Pylos region for a mere 20 years, and Persephone has yet to fully yield to your will? Seemingly struck by Loi's words, Poseidon retorted with a cold laugh. Mortal, do not celebrate prematurely. Apollo is no match for Zeus. Once Zeus triumphs over Apollo, you will realize how foolish it is to challenge us. Not only will you face our wrath, but the goddesses and mortal women by your side will also be claimed as spoils of war. You shall pay for your arrogance. Upon hearing Poseidon outline the consequences of his defeat, Loi unleashed the full brilliance of his divine light, igniting his power. A torrent of platinum sunlight surged forth from him, assailing Poseidon. Poseidon countered with a powerful surge of azure and dark divine energy, staunchly resisting Loi's assault. Meanwhile, on the plains of Troy, gods and mortals were engaged in fierce combat. Two goddesses, Hera, the queen adorned in golden sandals, and Pallas Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom with striking blue eyes, descended upon the battlefield. Noticing the evenly matched struggle between Loi and Poseidon, Hera turned to Pallas Athena. Pallas, I shall confront Poseidon while you take on Zeus. Let us bring this war to a close. Pallas Athena remained silent. Just as Hera prepared to depart, Pallas Athena suddenly struck with her spear. The clash echoed loudly as Hera parried the attack, her discontent evident. What is the meaning of this? I have granted you the opportunity to speak the secret only you know, yet you refuse to cooperate. Are you choosing to support Zeus then? Pallas Athena questioned. Why must I choose to support either of you? Allowing you both to destroy one another, then eliminating you both, is the best course for me. Pallas Athena smirked. Hera, indulge me for a moment. Once Zeus defeats Apollo, I shall permit you to confront him. You insolent wretch. With Loi exerting himself fiercely against Poseidon. Hera's expression turned anxious as she retaliated against Pallas Athena with all her might. Pallas Athena effortlessly deflected Hera's attacks, taunting, Hera, do you truly wish to defeat me? Though mortals and gods alike believe you are my equal, we both know I surpass you in strength. Preserve your energy for your battle with Zeus. Accept the fate I have arranged for both of you. After this war concludes, I shall not merely be the strongest goddess, but the queen above all deities. In the palace of Mount Ida, Thetis and Cassandra stood at the entrance, overlooking the tumultuous plains of Troy. Concern etched across her features, Thetis implored Cassandra, Cassandra, your essence is that of the ocean goddess safeguarding the Trojan safe passage at sea. Apollo, a deity of the earth, cannot replace you. Yet, mortals have distorted the myth, allowing Pallas Athena to assume your identity. However, Pallas Athena's claim is but a facade. You remain the true ocean goddess of this domain. I beseech your aid. Grant me permission to wield my divine powers here. What do you intend to do? Cassandra inquired. I wish to assist my beloved in achieving his desires. The two women exchanged glances, their beautiful blue eyes meeting. Cassandra sighed. We are both his beloved. I shall not deny your request for assistance, though I am uncertain how to proceed. Thetis approached Cassandra from behind, clasping her hands gently. You need do nothing but open your heart and allow me to guide your body. I shall wield my powers in this realm. Cassandra closed her eyes, surrendering her essence to Thetis. As a radiant sea-blue divine light emanated from Thetis, a vast torrent of water coalesced into a colossal serpent, surging from the Scamander River into the plains of Troy, slithering towards the city of Troy like a great serpent.